Chapter 101 Meeting the Teacher at the Academy. A thick, white fog made the air incredibly oppressive. The damp fog was like miasma. The fog thickened, and the sky grew darker. It was as if endless ink was pouring down from the sky. The boatman could clearly hear his heart pounding. A sense of danger washed over him. What's wrong? What happened? A group of people rushed out of the cabin. There's something wrong with that boat. Li Pingyan followed the crowd slowly out. The swordsman's pen exuded an uneasy aura. Let's go see. With so many of us, we can't be afraid of him. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, several figures landed on the cargo boat. Just as they were about to enter the cabin, bang! The cabin door was smashed open with tremendous force. What appeared before them was a massive white-scaled serpent with a human face and a snake's body. It was as eerie as seeing a bird with a tiger's head. It was a powerful visual shock. The crowd's expressions changed drastically, and they instinctively backed away. The serpentine monster flicked its tongue. Its pale skin, illuminated by the faint moonlight, gave it a sinister and terrifying appearance. What kind of monster was this? The serpent demon twisted its body and disappeared into the water. By the time the crowd reacted, it had vanished. Xiao Dong. The boatman quickly helped Xiao Dong up. Xiao Dong and his companion were unharmed, only unconscious. Having experienced this, everyone on the boat was still shaken. Fearing the serpent demon might attack again, they quickly increased their speed. Holy crap, what was that thing? It's terrifying. Is it the legendary serpent? Will it come back? The cabin buzzed with discussion. They lived lives of constant danger, and wouldn't be afraid of bandits. But this supernatural creature was beyond their comprehension. Fortunately, no one died. The snake had only drugged Xiao Dong and his companion, not harming them. The following days passed peacefully, and everyone gradually relaxed. They put the incident out of their minds. Only Li Pingyan remained silently vigilant. His hero's pen occasionally emitted strange movements. Clearly, the snake demon hadn't left, it was still following their boat. Another morning arrived. Li Pingyan snapped out of his meditation. Upon reaching this point, the water seemed to have become swift. The boat rocked a little more than before. Have some porridge. Cao Shangfei approached with a bowl of porridge. The boat rocked, but he held the porridge steadily. This man was skilled in martial arts. Cao Shangfei was also going to Guanling Prefecture, claiming he was going home to visit relatives. Upon learning that Li Pingyan was also going to Guanling Prefecture, Cao Shangfei became a little more friendly towards him. Although the boat was supposed to be going to Guanling Prefecture, very few people were actually going there, most were just passing through on their way. Cao Shangfei said generously, "Don't worry, with me, Cao Shangfei, here, I'll ensure your safety along the way." Li Pingyan smiled, involuntarily thinking of Lu Er from the four towns of Anbei. The two did have some things in common. That evening, Li Pingyan cooked some fish. There was a rule for eating fish on the boat. You can't flip a fish while eating it, because it's an omen of the boat capsizing. You have to eat one side first, then remove the bones and eat the remaining side. Similarly, people with the surname Chen can't ride on a boat, as Chen sounds like sink. These are quite interesting rules. Where there are people, there is a world of intrigue. Even the cabins on the boat are divided into different sizes. For example, capable people sleep inside, while those without ability have to sleep outside. With nothing to do on the boat each day, people often bully others for amusement. Li Pingyan was given special treatment by the boat captain because he could cook, so no one bullied him. As the saying goes, never offend the cook. After all, you never know what he might put in your food. Hey, have you heard about the Zhang family in the capital being wiped out? One day, during casual conversation, Scarface suddenly asked. Scarface was the most wanted bandit among them, rumored to have killed 5 or 6 constables. Therefore, in this cabin, among the villains, he was the most respected. Who doesn't know? Zhang Deming, Zhang Dihei, the 4 brothers all died tragically in a single day. It's said that Zhang Deming was already a 4th-rank martial artist. Scarface asked, "Do you know who killed him?" Someone said, "I haven't heard of that." "Oh right, they say it was a blind man." Someone mentioned, "He killed a member of the Imperial Guard in the prison and then wiped out the entire Imperial Guard family." This news was quite sensational in the martial arts world, so most people knew a little about it. However, their knowledge was incomplete. "I heard that man was a serial killer, killing anyone he didn't like. He sat at the children's table at a meal, and just because a child didn't offer him a toast, he killed all the children." The rumors grew increasingly outrageous. The crowd chattered amongst themselves, then suddenly all eyes fell on Li Pingyan. "Isn't there a blind man here?" Li Pingyan smiled calmly. "There are plenty of blind people in this world." The crowd agreed. Just then, someone else said, "I heard he also carries a green bamboo cane." "A bamboo cane?" The crowd's gaze fell again on the bamboo cane in Li Pingyan's hand. Li Pingyan, many people use green bamboo canes too. That made sense. The crowd exchanged the information they knew, quickly piecing together a complete picture. By the way, I heard he also carries an erhu. Li Pingyan touched the erhu on his back. There are quite a few people who can play the erhu. He also carries an ox. Li Pingyan pursed his lips. There are plenty of oxen in this world. The crowd suddenly fell silent. That person seems to be called Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan suddenly felt confident. I told you you'd misunderstood. My name isn't Li Pingyan. If you don't believe me, ask Cao Shangfei what my name is. Cao Shangfei said, his name is Yingyue. Aside from encountering the snake demon, the journey had been relatively smooth. That day, they saw a dirty and chaotic dock in the distance. These people all had criminal records, so docking directly at the main dock in Guangling Prefecture was definitely not an option. Therefore, they had to detour through turtle-carrying city, and from there it would take more than 20 days to reach Guangling Prefecture. The boatman said to the group, turtle-carrying city isn't very big, there's nothing interesting there. Only the turtle god shrine is worth a visit, to pray for safety. The group, each carrying their luggage, disembarked. Farewell, everyone. The boatman bowed. The group returned the bow. Brother Jing, let's go. Cao Shangfei called back. Li Pingyan disembarked and stood on the shore, not in a hurry to leave. Li Pingyan said, no rush, I'm waiting for something. Waiting for what? Cao Shangfei asked, puzzled. The snake demon had been following the boat, and Li Pingyan had initially thought it was after the group. But now that he was off the boat, he realized it seemed to be after him. Since that was the case, he might as well deal with it now and avoid trouble. Li Pingyan held a piece of paper with the character, pardon, between his fingers. He had written this the day before, even with his staff and sword in hand. But he couldn't afford to be careless when dealing with these demons. The river water lapped against the bank, splashing up ripples. Come out. After a moment, a pair of skeletal hands emerged from the water, followed by a human head, and a snake's body covered in white scales. Grasshopper plopped down on the ground. Staring at the hideous head, the snake's body thrashed in the water. He was so frightened he almost wet himself. His reaction was quick, he grabbed Li Pingyan. Brother, run! Unable to pull Li Pingyan away, he had no choice but to leap several feet away. Grasshopper's reputation was truly well-deserved. Li Pingyan, the hand holding the character, pardon, gripped the hilt of his sword. Do we have a grudge? The snake demon shook its head. Li Pingyan, then why are you following me? You're strange. The snake demon's voice was hoarse and low, sounding extremely odd. It was like someone had a large amount of phlegm stuck in their throat. Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Was she insulting him? Seeing that Li Pingyan was about to attack, the snake demon hurriedly said, I saw the teacher at the academy. The academy? The teacher caught 4 zixi fish in one night, bestowing a great fortune upon Chun Kaiu and Xiakan. So, I wanted to secretly follow the teacher to see if I could get some guidance. The academy taught everyone, regardless of background. Li Pingyan had heard Yingyue mention it. At the academy, you could even see an untransformed bear holding a book in the classroom. That scene was incredibly bizarre. Since they are students of the academy, why did you harm them without cause? The snake demon replied, I did not harm them without cause, they all bear the consequences of their evil deeds. I had an agreement with the academy that I could eat a maximum of 4 wicked people each month who possessed at least 4 such deeds. The group on that cargo ship were bandits who specialized in murder and robbery. Their evil deeds were too heavy. I couldn't resist, and ate them all. I hope you won't tell the academy, otherwise I will be punished again. Chapter 102 Turtle Carrying City. Few knew that Li Pingyan had gone to the academy. As for the gifts given to Chun Kaiu and Xia Chanyu, only Yingyue knew, besides the parties involved. From this perspective, the snake demon's words were indeed credible. Seeing that Li Pingyan was no longer wary, the snake demon smiled kindly. However, that smile was more like a grimace, utterly chilling. Li Pingyan said, you should go back. I know nothing about cultivation, don't waste your energy. The snake demon hesitated for a moment. Since I'm already here, it would be best to escort you, sir, to Guangling Prefecture. Firstly, some petty thieves might disturb your peaceful cultivation. Although my skills are not great, they are sufficient to deal with these petty thieves. Secondly, if the teacher asks, I'll have an explanation. Perhaps the second reason was the most important. Li Pingyan guessed the other's thoughts but didn't expose him. Since the other party was from the academy, he had to give them some face. After all, he owed the academy a huge favor. Li Pingyan said, then do as you please, but you'll frighten people like this. The snake demon immediately flicked its body, and in a moment, limbs materialized. However, its skin remained deathly pale. The snake demon used some magical object to produce a black cloak and draped it over itself. Imitating a human, it cupped its hands and said, I am Xifang from the academy. Xifang? Li Pingyan smiled. It was a good name. Cao Shangfei was very resistant to having a demon traveling with him. Li Pingyan made many assurances that the snake demon wouldn't harm anyone without reason. Cao Shangfei was somewhat relieved. Zifang confidently stated that those he had eaten before had all suffered the consequences. The grasshopper had no negative consequences, so it wouldn't eat him. Li Pingyan was somewhat curious. You can see a person's negative and positive consequences. Zifang nodded. I gained this talent shortly after acquiring sentience. During a journey, I unexpectedly met Master Zhong. My teacher said I was exceptionally intelligent and a potential cultivator, so he asked if I would like to enter the academy for cultivation. Indeed, anyone, human or non-human, admitted to the academy definitely possessed some special talent or ability. So, do I have more negative consequences or more positive consequences? Li Pingyan asked again. Zifang respectfully replied, Sir, you have no negative consequences. Oh, does that mean I have only positive consequences? Sir, you also have no positive consequences. Without good or evil, Zifang can't see anything. Li Pingyan was slightly taken aback. He remembered the deputy director of the Imperial Observatory saying that he was a person of divine punishment, without karmic cause and effect. Perhaps this was related. No wonder Zifang found himself strange. Zifang thought to himself, the master must be a person of great supernatural power. So far, Zifang had only encountered two people whose karmic consequences of good and evil were incomprehensible. One was his teacher, Master Zhong, and the other was the headmaster of the academy. Now there was another one, Li Pingyan. Turtle-carrying city. It was a small, isolated island, surrounded by water on three sides. The city was shaped like a turtle, commonly known as a walled city, or, in folk terms, turtle-carrying city. Legend has it that every summer, the walled city would flood, with giant waves crashing over the trees. Therefore, a divine turtle carried the city, ensuring it would never flood again. Li Pingyan decided to stay here a few more days. Having finally managed to get out of town, naturally he wanted to explore and broaden his horizons. Most importantly, he'd heard from Grasshopper that the hot pot in turtle-carrying city was exceptional. Plus, with the weather turning cooler, some copper hot pot and a cup of wine seemed like the perfect solution. A sudden rainstorm fell in the evening, the air grew cold, and a chilly autumn wind blew. Looking into the courtyard, laughter and cheerful voices filled the air, a scene of harmonious joy. A bowl of sesame sauce sprinkled with fragrant mushrooms, 3 plates of fatty mutton, and a full cup of wine. The copper pot gleamed, the fragrant broth steamed, and the chilly oil glowed red. Head heavy with anticipation, he felt a surge of excitement. Cucumber strips, the meat fresh and flavorful. Chive blossoms, fragrant oil, and scallions, each with its own unique taste. Li Pingyan's taste buds were already beginning to stir. He crossed the dock and entered the city. However, it wasn't as bustling as he had imagined. The people of turtle-carrying city were mostly indifferent, coming and going. Yet, an eerie quiet permeated the air. Buildings shaped like divine turtles are everywhere, along with people dressed in strange costumes. A giant turtle statue overlooks the small town. An eerie, oppressive atmosphere pervades the area. Cao Shangfei explained, Turtle City enjoys favorable weather and a peaceful life thanks to the turtle god's blessing. Therefore, everyone in the city, officials and commoners alike, worships the turtle god and reveres him. A special church even emerged, the Divine Turtle Cult. The power of the Divine Turtle Cult leader in the area even surpasses that of the local magistrate. If anyone in Turtle City disrespects the Divine Turtle, they will be beheaded at best, and at worst, their entire family will be implicated. Li Pingyan asked, doesn't the government care? Cao Shangfei replied, everything has two sides. Although the turtle god cult is arrogant and domineering, it has also played a significant role in the development of Turtle City. Moreover, with the title of Turtle God, Turtle City is quite prestigious in the surrounding areas. Otherwise, who would remember this small city? Therefore, the annual government funding and tax revenue it receives are several times that of other counties. Li Pingyan nodded thoughtfully. This world is never truly black and white, but rather a delicate gray. Having arrived here, all three were quite hungry. Led by Cao Shangfei, they entered a roadside inn. Various winter hot pot dishes are common delicacies across the country, a folk custom known as warming the winter. People often hold warm stove gatherings, where they eat hot pot. Almost anything edible can be cooked in the pot. Let me tell you, this hot pot is amazing. I ate it once before, and I can't eat hot pot anywhere else since, Cao Shangfei said excitedly. Soon, the waiter brought over a steaming copper pot. Steam billowed. Fat mutton, meatballs, blood tofu, and various vegetables simmered and mingled in the copper pot, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. The aroma was mouth-watering. Li Pingyan was short of money, but fortunately, Zifang had brought enough silver with him when he left. Li Pingyan wrote an IOU, intending to repay the debt when he had the money. After all, the person was just a small snake demon, and their monthly interest from the academy wasn't much. The waiter brought another hot pot into the courtyard. He placed the hot pot in front of the old ox, muttering to himself, "This is really weird, the first time I've ever seen anyone feed a ox a hot pot." The old ox rolled his eyes, utterly ignorant. Chapter 103 Worshipping Gods. Amidst the joyful gathering around the stove, a myriad of flavors melted in the small pot. Li Pingyan picked up a few slices of mutton, dipped them in sesame sauce, and ate them with relish. Cao Shangfei's condiments were simply sesame oil and minced garlic. "Zifang, do you think the tortoise god here is a legitimate deity?" Zifang replied, "There are many such gods within the Great Sui territory. During the Great Sui's heyday, even mountain gods and river gods needed official recognition to attain enlightenment." Li Pingyan picked up several more slices of mutton. Zifang continued, "But now that the Great Sui is weak, there are many more of these non-legitimate gods. The Great Sui is powerless to govern them. As long as they don't cause too much trouble, we just let them be." Li Pingyan nodded in agreement and scooped up another large mouthful. Zifang, in some places, it has indeed brought benefits to the people, but in others, without restraint, things tend to go astray over time. Absolutely right, spot on. Li Pingyan stuffed the meat from his plate into his mouth. Hearing Li Pingyan's praise, Zifang's face lit up, and he immediately began to speak at length. Li Pingyan nodded in agreement, while he and Cao Shangfei wielded their chopsticks, constantly scooping food from the copper pot. Zifang poured out all his insights. Seeing Li Pingyan and the others eating so heartily, he felt hungry himself and was about to eat something. He glanced down at the pot. Oh, where are those big plates of meat? Having eaten and drunk their fill, it was getting late. The group decided to rest for the night and explore the area the next day. The innkeeper booked them 2 rooms. The rooms were unremarkable, everything was normal. However, the shrine to the tortoise god in the southeast corner of the house was quite eerie. The shopkeeper explained to the 3 of them, "Our turtle-carrying city has a rule that applies to all visitors, whether they are tourists or not. Even the local people worship the statue of the turtle god. You must make offerings to it daily, otherwise I dare not rent this house to you. The turtle god will also cause you trouble." Zifang whispered, "Oh, I don't make offerings to it. It will still cause me trouble? What kind of logic is that?" The shopkeeper hurriedly said, "Guest, don't talk nonsense, it's taboo." A few years ago, the newly appointed registrar came to Turtle Carrying City, declaring that he would eradicate the turtle god. As a result, the entire family died mysteriously. Some tourists from out of town, not believing in the turtle god, didn't offer incense, and most of them met with bad ends. Li Pingyan was somewhat surprised that the turtle god was so arrogant, taking lives without offering incense. This shows that the Sui dynasty's official corruption, as well as the regulations governing the gods of the mountains, rivers, and fields, had reached a point where rectification was imperative. The old emperor probably realized this as well. Therefore, in recent years, they have been paving the way for Lu Yun as his successor, hoping that she can reform and eliminate abuses after taking the throne. Before leaving, the shopkeeper gave him several more instructions. He emphasized that the turtle god must not be neglected, and then left with lingering concern. Zifang said righteously, "I am a Confucian disciple, how can I worship such a filthy, wild god?" Li Pingyan, however, didn't care much, preferring to follow local customs. It's best not to cause trouble, since he's here, he might as well make the best of it. Besides, it was someone else's territory, and offering incense wouldn't cost anything. Deities, bestowed with official titles, could enjoy incense offerings. They used this power to cultivate themselves. These deities were mostly local notables who had died, or natural creatures, or the 5 great immortals prevalent in remote areas. Building temples to use incense for cultivation was illegitimate. It wasn't much different from Buddhist offerings. But clearly, the tortoise god of tortoise-carrying city hadn't received a proper title. Yet, like mountain and water gods, he could control the local landscape. He ensured favorable weather and shared joy with the people. Li Pingyan, holding 3 sticks of incense, gave 3 perfunctory bows to the shrine. Having already bowed, he couldn't let it go unrewarded. Li Pingyan silently prayed, "May you be blessed with peace and safety, free from disaster and hardship, and may all your wishes come true." He then inserted 3 incense sticks into the incense burner. Finally, Li Pingyan clearly felt a wisp of his own energy escape from his body, like a drop of water spilled from a basin of water. Although extremely faint, he still keenly detected it. Could this be the power of the incense? The faint energy drifted away. Turtle-carrying city. The vast Ningjiang River churned with towering, snow-white waves, rising and falling. Unlike the turbulent surface of the river, the water beneath was utterly calm. A magnificent mansion stood there serenely. A plaque hung above the gate, inscribed with 4 large characters, Kinkan Mansion. Seated on a golden, jade-carved throne inside the hall was an elderly man in a green robe. Below, singing and dancing filled the air, sleeves fluttering in the breeze. Bells and chimes rang out, their melodies resonating. Sandalwood incense wafted through the air. Strangely, although the mansion was clearly situated underwater, not a trace of water could be found within its walls. It was as if it were a wealthy residence on land. Truly miraculous. The old man in the green robe, his face radiant with warmth, was none other than the tortoise god worshipped by every household in tortoise-carrying city. He had cultivated in tortoise-carrying city for hundreds of years in his youth, his lifespan nearing its limit. Unexpectedly, he encountered two powerful figures who used tortoise-carrying city as a battleground, each vying for supremacy. The old tortoise had fortuitously gained fortune, thus achieving his current status. He had even been given the name Ningyan by one of the powerful figures. Ningyan stood up, raising his wine cup. "This cup is for everyone." To the tortoise god. The crowd chorused. Those below were no ordinary people. The first person on the far left is his only son, Ning Taizu. When Ningyan had his son, he was overjoyed. He named him Ning Changqing. However, his fate was unfortunate, and he nearly died young. Later, he was forced to change his name to Ning Taizu, which allowed him to barely survive. But his talent was lacking, and his path of cultivation was fraught with difficulties. Perhaps this was heaven's punishment for Ningyan. Ningyan also has a daughter named Ning Ninglong. His daughter, however, possessed exceptional talent and was a promising cultivator. But she disapproved of her father's actions and moved out of the house years ago. At this moment, footsteps sounded. A fat catfish transformed into human form and swaggered in. "Old man, you dare to be late for the turtle god's banquet." The speaker was the fat catfish's nemesis, a woman with a voluptuous figure. Her true form was a water snake. The fat catfish laughed and tossed a human head to the ground. "Lord Turtle God, this is the arrogant bastard who spouted nonsense a few days ago. I've already killed him, and the woman beside him, well, both their bodies were thrown into the river to feed the fish, to vent Lord Turtle God's anger." Chapter 104 Peace and Safety. These two were both young, independent cultivators passing through the area. They witnessed the turtle god's lawless behavior. The turtle god's followers were even openly abducting innocent young women in the street. The young cultivator immediately intervened and taught them a lesson. He even publicly cursed this damned turtle god. Afterwards, they seemed to realize they had caused trouble. They quickly fled the area, but unexpectedly, they were found. Ningyan nodded slightly, glancing at the young cultivator's head. Then, he disdainfully looked away. "Well done, reward me." The fat catfish bowed. "Thank you, turtle god." The water snake demon beside him rolled its eyes. Ningyan waved his hand. "Take this guy's head away, lest it get caught in my eye." As soon as he finished speaking, Ningyan's expression suddenly froze. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Like being branded with a red-hot iron, the pain sent a shiver down his spine. Turtle god. The demons below were all startled. What happened when they were just having a meal? Ning Taiza stepped forward and helped his father up. "Father." Ningyan was helped back to his seat, his eyes unfocused. "Peace and safety." The four words exploded like thunder in his ears, making Ningyan's heart pound. His dantian surged, turbulent like a stampede of horses. The acupoints and meridians within his body seemed to shake violently. Like a raging storm, like 1,000 whips lashing him, Ningyan's vision went black, as if struck by a heavy blow to the chest. He groaned, his mind nearly shattered. With a whoosh, another mouthful of blood gushed out. His body swayed, and he collapsed to the ground. Chaos erupted immediately at Zhang Shui's residence. Meanwhile, the culprit behind all this, Li Ping'an, had just finished worshipping the turtle god and sat down to enter a meditative state. Xifang, standing nearby, carefully observed Li Ping'an. His breaths were deep and long, like those of a martial artist. A slight look of confusion appeared on Xifang's face. Then, a phrase suddenly came to mind. "The great way is simple." For him, it wasn't just four simple words, but an ineffable meaning. A short while later, Li Ping'an ended his meditation. He had been reciting the Nirvana Sutra in his mind again and again. He was carefully savoring its meaning, seemingly gaining some insight. In repeated silent recitations, he diligently searched for something to contemplate and pursue. The residual Buddhist true energy within his body seemed to have been somewhat depleted. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before. Then it can be completely integrated into one's body and used for one's own purposes. Li Ping'an casually asked, "I've heard people say that besides Qi cultivators, there are also martial artists. Can martial artists also attain enlightenment?" Xifang was taken aback, his pale skin looked even more terrifying in the moonlight. He was suspicious. Why would his teacher suddenly ask this question? But he still honestly replied, "Martial artists are different from Qi cultivators, they don't have the talent for cultivation. Therefore, they cannot become Qi cultivators and can only settle for pursuing the martial path. Although martial artists are incredibly ruthless, it is said that they can even fight across cultivation levels. However, their lifespan is too short. Qi cultivators seized the creation of heaven and earth, living for a long time. But according to the Academy's records, the longest-lived martial artist only lived for a little over 400 years. Qi cultivators pursue longevity, not combat. Therefore, while slightly inferior to martial artists in combat, they overwhelmingly surpass them in all other aspects. Li Pingyan then asked, "Why do martial artists have such short lifespans?" Xifang replied, "Martial artists only train their physical bodies, not their souls, using only pure true qi. It's like a seesaw, if one side is too heavy, it will lose its balance. Not to mention, martial artists often fight with their lives on the line. Every bit of fighting consumes a portion of their body, and over time, this naturally leads to a shorter lifespan." Li Pingyan nodded thoughtfully. Cultivating martial arts depletes lifespan. His system can increase lifespan. A match 3 game? Li Pingyan temporarily put aside this thought. Xifang didn't seem to know much either. After all, it couldn't even fully transform into human form yet. Its tail would occasionally peek out as it walked. Let's wait for a better opportunity later. Time is on my side, there's no rush. Everything will take its natural course. Sleep. The next morning, 2 people, a snake, and an ox, a rather unusual combination, walked down the street. Others didn't notice anything unusual. This turtle-carrying city really didn't have much to offer, except for a turtle god temple, which could be considered a scenic spot. However, going inside inevitably meant offering incense, which Xifang naturally refused to do. Besides, offering incense at the temple wasn't free. So the group just strolled along the riverbank and then went to eat at that hot pot restaurant again. Besides that, the wine of turtle-carrying city was also renowned. The most famous product is Ningjiang wine, a specialty of turtle-carrying city, but it's extremely expensive. Although Li Pingyan enjoys wine, he could only look on longingly at the price. Under the Ningjiang River lies the Qiankan mansion. Ning Taizu, the eldest son of the turtle god Ningyan, paced anxiously. Since his father's cultivation level increased and he occupied this body of water, he hadn't suffered such a serious injury in many years. Ning Taizu discussed the matter with his subordinates and concluded that their former enemies must have used some kind of witchcraft or a curse they were unaware of. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have been injured without reason. What if they attack while father is seriously ill? The water snake demon said, "Young master, don't worry. Although the turtle god is unconscious, we brothers aren't pushovers. Besides, since they've used such despicable means, it proves they dare not show themselves openly and have no strength to come knocking. Therefore, the most urgent tasks are, first, to investigate the murderer, second, to help the turtle god recover as quickly as possible." Ning Taizu nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Then, his not-so-bright little brain worked for a moment, and he said, "Pass down the word, starting today, all the people in the city will increase their offerings to the turtle god from once a day to twice a day. The incense's power is pure, it can not only increase father's cultivation, but also heal father's injuries." Ning Taizu's intelligence is off the charts. Water serpent demon, young master is wise. What? 1 offering a day isn't enough, now it's 2 offerings a day? Xifang's tone was quite dissatisfied. A mere wild god is so insatiable. The shopkeeper sighed helplessly. "There's nothing I can do. It's an order from the church, we must obey." Xifang was about to say something more when Li Pingyan stopped him. "It's alright, it's just burning a few more incense sticks. Don't worry, shopkeeper." The shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this man was reasonable. "Sir, this wild god is far too greedy." After the shopkeeper left, Xifang couldn't help but complain. Li Pingyan said calmly, "Just burning a few more incense sticks, it doesn't take much effort." Xifang flicked his tongue, feeling a pang of jealousy towards this wretched tortoise god. To have someone like the master offer incense, he must have benefited greatly. At this moment, Ningyan, who had benefited greatly, finally awoke from his coma. He slowly opened his eyes. "Father, you're awake." Ning Taizu exclaimed in surprise. Ningyan slowly exhaled a few breaths. "How long was I unconscious?" "A whole day and night." "Father, you scared me to death. I've already had the servants close the water mansion and put it on full alert to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation to attack." Ningyan nodded slightly. His son was naturally slow-witted. However, with his gradual guidance, he was gradually becoming capable of handling things independently. Just as he was about to praise his eldest son, Ning Taizu said again, "I also had them change the incense offerings from once a day to twice a day." Ning Yan's expression froze. He had sensed a problem with the incense's power earlier, but he hadn't had time to speak before losing consciousness. Hearing his son say this now, he suddenly remembered. He was about to speak when, "Pufft," he spat out another mouthful of blood. "Peace and safety. No disaster or calamity." The thunderous voice rang out once more. In the void, some force seemed to be forcing it to bear the karmic consequences of those words. "Father! Father!" Ningyan forced himself to speak. It doesn't smell good. Before he could finish, he fainted again. Outside the mansion gate. Young master, what should we do now? The fat catfish asked anxiously. Ning Taizu pondered for a moment. His father's last words before fainting, it doesn't smell good. What did that mean? Oh, it means the incense offerings weren't enough. Ning Taizu suddenly understood. Don't panic. Go and ask physician Xue to examine my father's pulse. Also, from today onwards, increase the incense offerings from twice a day to 3 times a day. The demon's young master is wise. Chapter 105. It won't lie much longer. After spending another day in Turtle Carrying City, Li Pingyan and his group prepared to leave. Turtle Carrying City simply didn't offer much to do. Before departing, Li Pingyan remembered the innkeeper's instructions. He also lit 3 sticks of incense for the turtle god. May you have a safe journey, free from disaster and hardship. Looking out from the shore, there wasn't a soul in sight, let alone a boat. After waiting for quite a while, they finally spotted the silhouette of a small fishing boat. The boatman was a young woman with a long braid and light green shoes. She looked like a lotus flower in a lotus pond. Miss, are you going to Guangling? The woman replied, yes, but I can't enter the city. Entering the outer city required a toll, and a round trip was a considerable expense. Okay, how much for the boat fare? No fare. The woman said unexpectedly. Cao Shangfei felt he had gotten a bargain. Zifang whispered, Sir, this isn't human. Li Pingyan nodded slightly, having already noticed the change in the hero's pen. It's alright, we'll talk on the boat. The river wind grew colder, more and more biting. The woman smiled and said to Zifang, running out before you fully transformed into human form might lead to trouble if you encounter demon-slaying cultivators. Zifang looked up, slightly surprised, and retorted, aren't you the same? The woman said, I've already transformed into human form, and besides, I haven't done anything wrong. I just ferry people across the river every day, and I don't charge any money, so no one would bully me. Zifang said, I'm a disciple of the academy, not some wild fox. Li Pingyan became interested, is this young lady's true form a fox? The woman didn't mind, stating directly, my true form is a tortoise. Seeing the group getting into a lively conversation, the grass-flying creature nearby shrank back, hiding in a corner, looking somewhat aggrieved. Another demon? Li Pingyan asked, is the tortoise god of Tortoise Carrying City related to you? Upon hearing the mention of the tortoise god, the woman's smile froze on her face. He's an enemy, she said coldly. Li Pingyan listened with great interest. The woman recounted her story, that old bastard is called Ningyan. He occupies a region of Ningjiang, lording it over everyone. He's been a tyrant for years, and he's colluded with the government. Here, he's a local emperor, plundering the people and committing all sorts of atrocities. My mother was one of the women he abducted. Zifang interjected, how many children did he have? The woman sneered, quite the opposite. That beast only had one stupid son. He was probably punished by heaven. Ordinary women can't bear to carry a spirit child, so almost all of them die in agony. Mother and child both died, only my mother survived by chance. That beast didn't expect me to survive, and he considered my mother and me his shame. Afterwards, his children died one after another, and only then did he start to value me again. To prevent people from knowing that I was born of a human woman, he killed my mother. Zifang spat fiercely, filled with righteous indignation. Scumbag. No, scumbag. Wasn't anyone in charge from beginning to end? The woman sneered again, in charge? In charge of what? That old tortoise colluded with the local officials, taking advantage of them. It's the local tyrant of Tortoise City. Li Pingyan said softly, let fate decide, good deeds will be rewarded, and evil deeds will be punished. The woman shook her head with a bitter smile, if there were truly gods watching over the world, how could there be so many disasters, famines, and families torn apart? I just hope to outlive this old beast until his life ends, then kill him to avenge my mother. Li Pingyan casually remarked, tender grass fears frost, frost fears the sun, wicked people will be punished by other wicked people. The seeds he sowed will eventually bear bitter fruit. It seems you have too many worries, which is detrimental to your cultivation. The woman subconsciously turned her head and glanced at Li Pingyan. Are you also a member of the academy, sir? Before Li Pingyan could answer, Zifang interjected. Although you are not a member of the academy, you are a close friend of our headmaster. The dean even gifted his own pen to the teacher. He often sat down to discuss philosophy with my teacher, Master Zhong. Didn't you hear that love poem that caused a sensation in the literary world? My clothes grow looser, yet I have no regrets, for her sake, I grow thin and haggard. That's the poem Master Zhong wrote for my senior brother, Yingyue. Their love was not tolerated by the world. Li Pingyan, the rumors before were one thing, but what's this about his love for Yingyue being not tolerated by the world? Li Pingyan was so angry he almost lost his sight. Although the woman was somewhat confused, she was well aware of the academy's influence. The academy's dean, Master Zhong. Both were renowned Confucian scholars. It was said that Confucian cultivators, upon reaching a certain level, could speak with absolute authority, their words carrying the weight of heaven. Dealing with petty villains would be a piece of cake for them. Li Pingyan, who had met the two, was clearly no ordinary person. The woman immediately knelt down. I, Ning Ninglong, beg you, sir, to save the people of Gichuo City. I will repay you with all my might for the rest of my life. Li Pingyan reached out to help Ning Ninglong up. Miss Ning, please rise. I cannot accept such a bow. You've agreed, sir. Ning Ninglong felt as if she had finally seen a glimmer of hope. Li Pingyan smiled bitterly. I also wish to punish evil and promote good, to give you and the people of Gichuo City justice. However, my abilities are truly limited. I can barely protect myself, let alone kill the river god. Those words from before were merely rumors. I am just an ordinary person. I probably wouldn't even be a match for you, Miss Ning. The light in Ning Ninglong's eyes gradually dimmed. He remained silent for a moment, perhaps fearing that Ning Ninglong would lose all hope and become despondent. Li Pingyan suddenly added, Miss Ning, there's no need to worry. From my observation, that old tortoise probably won't live much longer. Ning Ninglong lowered her head, remaining silent. She knew this was just empty comforting words. Tortoises naturally have long lifespans, often 100 years. Those who attain enlightenment can live for thousands, even millennia. And that old tortoise is currently in its prime. Xifang, standing nearby, also glanced at Li Pingyan with considerable confusion. However, his thoughts differed from Ning Ninglong's. The master is not one to sit idly by and watch coldly. Perhaps he has other plans. Has he already reported this matter to the court? They traveled in silence until they reached the outskirts of Guanling Prefecture. Then, the group prepared to part ways. Xifang had been away from the academy for too long. If he didn't return soon, he might be discovered. Therefore, Li Pingyan and Cao Shangfei headed towards Guanling Prefecture. Xifang, on the other hand, followed Ning Ninglong back to Gichuo City. Chapter 106 Failure to get a job. Ning Ninglong was in low spirits throughout the journey. She had thought she had found hope, only to be met with disappointment again. Xifang noticed her dejection and comforted her. Miss Ning, don't worry. Once I return, I'll report this to the academy, and that old tortoise will certainly suffer. Ning Ninglong forced a smile. The emperor was far away. Which powerful cultivator from the academy would come to such a place? Besides, that old tortoise was in cahoots with the local officials. There were also many fanatical believers in the area. Even if the academy wanted to intervene, it wouldn't have the proper authority. Don't worry, I'm used to it, Ning Ninglong said. Xifang thought for a moment, why don't you come back to the academy with me, Miss Ning? That way, when we mention it to the academy, we'll have proof. Ning Ninglong realized he genuinely wanted to help her and felt grateful. After a slight hesitation, she nodded. All right, let me go back and tidy up. The two immediately went to Ning Ninglong's residence. Ning Ninglong's residence was a dilapidated temple located on the outskirts of turtle-carrying city. It had few worshippers, and its scale was worlds apart from the turtle god temple. However, Ning Ninglong genuinely helped the people, unlike that old tortoise who refused to accept incense. He readily took their lives. Xifang glanced at the dilapidated surroundings and sighed deeply. When did this world become like this? At this moment, a little demon rushed in. Boss, Ning Ninglong said, why are you in such a panic? The little demon gasped. That old tortoise, what happened to it? Did it come to kill me? Ning Ninglong said coldly. It's dead. Ning Ninglong's eyes widened instantly. What? It's absolutely true. Our spies planted in its mansion have all reported it. Now, many water demons in the Ningjiang River are spreading the news like wildfire. Ning Ninglong excitedly grabbed the little demon. What exactly happened? According to people, the old tortoise was eating with everyone just a moment ago, then suddenly vomited blood. It vomited blood several more times, and died a few days later. The surprise came too suddenly, like a tornado. Ning Ninglong was momentarily stunned. Xifang, congratulations. Your father is finally dead. After a long while, Ning Ninglong came to her senses. It's master. She murmured nervously. Master? Xifang asked, puzzled. Then she recalled the words master had spoken before she left. That old tortoise won't live much longer. Xifang suddenly realized. No wonder, so that's how it is. It was master who made the move. Ning Ninglong knelt solemnly in the direction of Guanling Prefecture for her deceased mother and for the people of tortoise-carrying city who had died over the years. She bowed 3 times to Li Pingyan. Her immense kindness and virtue were beyond repayment. With the death of the divine tortoise, the situation in tortoise-carrying city changed drastically. Ning Taizu was a complete fool, both stupid and wicked. His cultivation was mediocre, yet he still had some supporters. Correspondingly, a core group led by Fat Catfish opposed Ning Taizu's replacement of the tortoise god. Soon, a great battle broke out between the two sides. Following this, friction continued, resulting in heavy losses for both sides. Ning Ninglong, however, benefited from this, as she had been secretly accumulating power. Unlike Ning Taizu, Ning Ninglong was exceptionally intelligent and possessed high talent in cultivation. Furthermore, she carried the title of Daughter of the Divine Turtle. She quickly gathered a group of followers. Li Pingyan was still unaware of how many incense sticks he had burned and how many empty bows he had performed. What enormous changes it brought to Gichuo City! At this moment, he sat patiently at the entrance of an alley. Outside the city of Guangling Prefecture, there stood the Suniang Bridge. Beneath the bridge flowed a river, and a rusty iron chain was tethered to the small bridge, one end submerged in the water. The bridge was managed by a gang called Liexingtang, who made a living by collecting tolls and protection money. Every time someone crossed the river, they had to pay him for passage. The amount of goods paid depended on the price, and a safety fee was offered. The passing ships were no exception. This added up to a substantial monthly business. However, Liexingtang was currently facing considerable trouble. Recently, a group of bastards called the Old Dragon Gang had appeared out of nowhere. The underworld has its rules, such as not harming the wives and children of rival gangs. Gang fights cannot involve the government, and displaying weapons in public is forbidden. But these guys were a pack of mad dogs, completely disregarding rules. They specialized in targeting the families of rival gangs behind their backs, and had already swallowed up 2 gangs. Now their target was Liexingtang. Therefore, the leader of Liexingtang planned to hire someone to kill the leader of the Old Dragon Gang. Li Pingyan had come to apply for this job. Firstly, for the money, Liexingtang offered a hefty price. Secondly, and most importantly, entry and exit checks in Guangling Prefecture were extremely strict. Li Pingyan is now a wanted man, so getting into the city won't be easy. Before leaving, Cao Shangfei introduced himself to this job. If he successfully helped Liexingtang promised to send him to the city. The sound of cicadas rose with the wind, drifting through the air. A crescent moon hung on the willow branches, hazy and indistinct. It seemed as if shrouded in a layer of milky white mist. Li Pingyan, dressed in a blue robe, held a cup of tea. He was enjoying a free snack. Meanwhile, his competitor for today's job, a 9-foot-tall man, leaned against the side, eyes closed, resting. A drop of ink seeped into clear water. Slowly spreading, it outlined the martial world in everyone's heart. It was swift horses and swords, it was swift revenge, it was beautiful women with flowing sleeves. And Li Pingyan felt that the martial world was just a free snack in his hands. Would you risk your life for money? Is it worth it? The man with his eyes closed suddenly asked, seemingly trying to scare Li Pingyan away. Li Pingyan said, I'm not doing this for the money, I want to get into the inner city. The man raised an eyebrow slightly, then we have the same goal. You're going into the city too? Yes, my wife gave birth, I need to go back to see her. A moment later, someone came out from the inner room. A middle-aged man in a long robe, none other than Ma Yu, the leader of Liexing Hall. He held 2 iron pellets in his hand. You two were chosen by me from the vast sea of people. Li Pingyan thought to himself, weren't there only 4 in total? Ma Yu, but unfortunately, there can only be 1 assassin. Damn it! The man stepped forward. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Li Pingyan was about to say something. The man said, I only want half the price. Li Pingyan hesitated slightly. The man waved his hand. I don't want the money, just get me into the inner city. Li Pingyan pursed his lips. The man immediately said, I'll even give you 2 taels of silver. Li Pingyan. Ma Yu nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Li Pingyan. Is there anything else you want to say? Li Pingyan shook his head. What else could I say? If I say another word, that man will be in serious trouble. As he left, the man cupped his hands in a respectful gesture to Li Pingyan. Sorry, brother, but I promised my wife I'd go back to see her. Li Pingyan didn't mind. Here's a tael of silver, consider it a treat for a drink, brother. The man pulled out the last ingot of silver from his purse. Li Pingyan smiled, then I'll accept your offer. What's your name? I'll pay you back tomorrow. My surname is Tai. Li Pingyan put the silver in his pocket. What names are you planning to give your children? The man smiled. A boy would be called Tai Ergo, and a girl would be called Tai Niu. I'm not very educated, brother. Can you read? Could you give the children some nicer names? Li Pingyan thought for a moment. The water recedes, the fish weir is shallow, the sky is cold, the dream lake is deep. How about Tai Liang Qian for the boy, and Tai Meng Shen for the girl? The man repeated it twice, then bowed. Thank you, brother. Chapter 107 Assassination. The cicada's song faded into the distance. Li Pingyan woke up under the bridge, the evening breeze warming his face. He had been leading the old ox, having drunk a lot of strong liquor last night with the 1 or 2 taels of silver the man had given him. He didn't want to shake off the effects of the alcohol. His feet felt like they were walking on cotton, a little lightheaded. He arrived at a vegetable market, the air thick with various smells. The stall owners called out their wares, urging on the aroma of their food. The cries of vendors in different accents mingled with the pungent stench of chickens and ducks. Li Pingyan sat down at a small stall. There was only one customer at the stall. In front of him was a pot of wine, a small dish of side dishes, and a bowl of plain noodles. Xifang had left Li Pingyan some money before leaving, enough for a few days' worth of food. 2 bowls of plain noodles, no scallions, no cilantro, just lots of noodles. Li Pingyan said. The noodle stall owner didn't seem to mind. Encountering this kind of person was nothing new. 2 large bowls of noodles were immediately served. Without wine or other dishes, the noodles lacked flavor. Just as they were eating, they suddenly heard a voice behind them. "Hey, old man, what are you doing here? Come back with me quickly." The newcomer was Baizishan, a nickname used in the martial arts world. A person with this nickname was essentially a strategist and advisor to a gang leader. "What's wrong?" Li Pingyan asked, puzzled. Baizishan replied, "The assassination failed. The man is dead." Li Pingyan recalled the man who had said he was going back to see his wife yesterday. He had even used 1 tael of silver from Baizishan to buy himself a fine drink, and he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Then the owner of the stall across the street said, "Boss, 2 more bowls of pig's feet noodles, please." "No noodles, just pig's feet." The Old Dragon Gang. This is a newly risen gang in the south of Guanling Prefecture. The gang leader, Cao Guangshan, is a boxer from the north. He committed a crime in the north and fled to the Guanling area with several disciples. He is ruthless and has offended many in the martial arts world. However, his martial arts skills are superb. After arriving here, Cao Guangshan developed a habit. Every evening after dinner, he walks several laps around the pavilion along the lotus pond. This is called walking the mountain. Legend has it that Cao's ancestor obtained a boxing manual left by a hermit, walking the mountain fist. This is said to have ensured the Cao family's wealth for generations. Now, over 50 years old, Cao Guangshan looks no different from someone in their 40s. He wore a simple gray shirt and smoked a pipe. He strode along, but a closer look revealed he wasn't wandering aimlessly. His steps had a rhythm, each step heavier with each landing. A clear footprint appeared on the ground. These past few days, the path by the lotus pond had been covered with his footprints. It had once astonished many. A figure approached, his face completely hidden in the shadow of a straw hat, as if unwilling to let anyone see his face. Cao Guangshan seemed completely unconcerned about the man, continuing his walk, but his eyes were fixed on the man's hands, observing every movement meticulously. They were martial arts hands, obvious at a glance. The man hadn't made a move yet, but was simply waiting for an opportunity. Whose hands were they? Lu Xingtang? Cao Guangshan immediately identified the person behind the assassin. They must have been responsible for yesterday's assassination attempt. He would teach them a lesson they wouldn't forget. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy footsteps echoed repeatedly. The 2 men didn't slow down, their bodies drawing ever closer. 3 zhang, 2 zhang, 1 zhang, 8 qi. Cao Guangshan held his breath. Within 10 steps, his fists were impervious to any weapon. The final step was extremely heavy. The ground beneath his feet caved in half an inch. Cao Guangshan's hands, twice the size of an ordinary person's, suddenly moved. A muffled thud echoed in the air, like a giant log falling, or a carriage making a sharp turn. Li Pingyan slid a step to the right front. His forearm slammed outward with force. The 2 movements were like a single, fluid motion, completely controlled and extremely natural. They then bypassed Cao Guangshan, neither uttering a single word from beginning to end. This simple change in movement and stillness was enough to reveal the difference in their abilities. Cao Guangshan's body swayed in the autumn wind, like a fallen leaf. Then he stiffly collapsed to the ground. Li Pingyan frowned slightly. Another martial artist? But what rank was he? Such a large place was truly teeming with experts. He would have to be careful in the future. Including this trip, he had taken 3 boat trips in total, and Li Pingyan had grown accustomed to it. Lu Xingtang kept its promise and took Li Pingyan into the inner city in a small fishing boat. Li Pingyan sat at the stern, holding a chicken leg. The cool breeze gently swept away the daytime hustle and bustle, bringing a profound tranquility to his heart. A white paper fan swayed gently, a light breeze caressing his face. He was enthusiastically describing to Li Pingyan the various places to visit in Guanling Prefecture. He was talking about whose wine was the best, whose canteen food was the most delicious, or he was recounting the stories of the martial arts world in Guanling Prefecture. Li Pingyan, holding his wine, looked completely at ease, seemingly uninterested in the conflicts of the martial arts world. He was focused solely on the food and drink on the table. They arrived at the dock. Li Pingyan stepped across. He tossed a bulging money pouch from his arms back to Bai Zishan. Bai Zishan quickly caught it. This was 200 taels of silver that Lai Xingtang had recently taken from their accounts as payment for the assassination. The silver and the pouch clinked together, making a clear, pleasant sound. Bai Zishan was puzzled, master blind. What does this mean? He had never seen an assassin return payment after killing someone. Find the man who died yesterday, find his family, and give this money to his wife. Bai Zishan was taken aback, then gave a thumbs up. He sincerely said, "Sir, you're righteous. If I find out you've taken this money." Before Li Pingyan could finish, Bai Zishan hurriedly interrupted from behind. "Sir, you're underestimating me. In the world of martial arts, loyalty is paramount. Go ask around, our Liaxing Hall is the most disciplined." Li Pingyan turned and stepped into the night. It wasn't that he was righteous, but rather that the 1 tael of silver the man had given him the day before, he had spent it all on wine. The wine was good, and he slept soundly. This 200 taels is considered payment for the wine. Chapter 108 First Visit to Guanling Prefecture. Autumn wind, moonlight, and the cold water flowing emptily. 1,000 lights illuminate the night market, casting shadows on the azure sky. High-rises are bustling with red-sleeved beauties. Upon first arriving in Guanling, one doesn't gaze into the distance, but only at the heart of the street. Fleeting glimpses of light and shadow, the bustling scene unfolds in an instant. Pavilions and towers reflect each other, capturing the essence of late autumn. Everywhere one looks, Guanling's beauty is revealed, captivating the eyes of visitors. Outside, bustling activity; inside, tranquility. One can admire the picturesque white clouds and azure peaks, or find solace amidst the hustle and bustle. Observe and appreciate its wonders, smell and delight its fragrance. Li Pingyan, holding a bamboo pole, leads an old ox through the light and shadow. Though unable to fully appreciate the beauty, he can still feel its many nuances. The old ox moves, telling Li Pingyan about the sights and sounds of Guanling Prefecture. The man and the ox walk slowly. The moonlight shone brightly on the blue stone pavement. Pedestrians thronged the street, some standing, some riding horses. They cast faint shadows on the ground. Old Niu described the women's clothing to Li Pingyan. They were much more open than those in the capital, dressed in flamboyant colors. They swayed and jostled together on the street. The whole street looked like a colorful river. Li Pingyan couldn't help but say, "Old Niu, don't just describe the women's appearances." Old Niu nudged Li Pingyan, as if to say, "You should find a girlfriend, kid." As he walked, the number of people around him dwindled. He didn't know how much time had passed. Li Pingyan sat down under a tea stall and let out a soft sigh. Some had triumphed here, some had fallen into obscurity. Some came, and some left. Li Pingyan thought about when he left. He didn't expect to gain anything, at least he didn't want to lose anything. Li Pingyan became interested. He took out his erhu and began to play a familiar tune. The sound of the erhu was like a clear spring, mountain rocks, or rain pattering on banana leaves. Sometimes long and drawn out, sometimes gentle, it went straight to the heart. As the saying goes, a monk from afar chants better sutras. Guanling Prefecture was full of music, but someone who played the erhu so well was truly rare. Before long, a crowd had gathered. People kept throwing money at him. Most of the people in the inner city were wealthy, and no one cared about a few coins. "Young master, shall we go see the lanterns?" the maid Lan Yu said. Yan Shizhen smiled and nodded, but suddenly noticed a large group of people gathered around. He couldn't help but curiously approach. They were different from the itinerant performers he had imagined. They wore a blue robe and a bamboo hat. Their faces were calm and serene, exuding an air of refinement. The sound of the erhu slowly entered his ears. Yan Shizhen had only listened out of curiosity, but the simple timbre immediately captivated him. The melodious and slow tune flowed gently, winding its way through the air. It grew increasingly urgent, more and more mesmerizing. Like the surging tide in the dead of night, each note a heart-wrenching lament. It was also like the sound flowing from a lonely soul, music imbued with sorrow and bitterness. It made one's heart tremble. Yan Shizhen took a deep breath. The erhu's melody changed again, carrying a faint trace of loss, regret, and sorrow. Yet, it also carried a stubbornness, telling a story of bitterness incomprehensible to ordinary people. The maid, Lan Yu, only felt sadness. Yan Shizhen, however, could empathize deeply. After his mother's death, as an illegitimate child, he suffered endless neglect and scorn, despised by all. At such a young age, he had already tasted the bitterness of human nature. This piece of music seems to express an emotion, a mood. It transcends any other piece of music, it's purely an inner emotion. The piece ends. A moment of silence followed, then thunderous applause erupted. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of money being thrown in continued. Yan Shizhen stood there dumbfounded, only coming to his senses after a long while. Young master, why are you crying? It's nothing. Yan Shizhen smiled wryly. Lan Yu, do we have any money left? Lan Yu took out half a coin. There's some left to buy shoes for young master. Yan Shizhen took the half coin, but instead of throwing it away, he carefully placed it on the ground. Young master, Lan Yu said reluctantly. It's alright, old shoes can still be worn. Yan Shizhen smiled, then gave the erhu player a deep look. Sir, my household needs a musician. Would you be interested? Someone called out. Li Pingyan smiled. Thank you for your kind offer, but I have urgent business to attend to and cannot accept. 5 taels of silver per month. Room and board included. It should be noted that a waiter at an ordinary inn only earns 2 Qi of silver a month. 5 taels of silver was already a high price, but Li Pingyan still refused. The man could only give up disappointedly. One more. One more. Some people started to jeer. Li Pingyan then slowly began to play again. The second time he listened, it was the same melody, but the feeling was completely different. Yan Shizhen stood there quietly. He listened countless times, through waves of people coming and going, until late at night, the blind man put down his erhu. That's enough for today. It was as if he were speaking to himself, yet also to the audience around him. Yan Shizhen tugged at Lan Yu, who was dozing off nearby. Let's go. Young master. Yan Shizhen smiled gently. The moonlight shone on the girl's face, making her eyes sparkle. Name Li Pingyan, lifespan 150 to 160. Erquan Yingyue LV3, 1600/10,000. Ability low-grade spirit bone. Listening wind blade technique 91%, no increase. Drawing sword technique slanting slash 65%, 68%. Turtle breathing technique 93%, no increase. Swallow piercing clouds leap 42%, 43%. Skill, Aura Lock, 63%, 64%. Cultivation Heart Sutra, Nirvana Sutra. Acquired treasures, a cultivator's flying sword, 1 fine rain, 70% control. A staff sword transformed from a fusang tree. Hero's brush, contains some rules set by Confucian sages. Undigested aura within, wine. Residual Buddhist true Qi, completely digested. Destiny, white destiny, diligence can compensate for clumsiness. Cyan destiny, single-mindedness. The system's voice rang in his mind. The improvements weren't significant. Only the sword drawing technique diagonal slash, increased from 65% to 68%. A full 3 percentage points increase, which surprised Li Pingyan somewhat. A slight electric shock emanated from his brain. Holding the hilt of the sword, he could clearly feel the difference from before. The blade slashed through the air, tearing a silver light in the darkness. Fleeting. A gentle breeze swept through the surroundings, the glint of blade spreading like a pool of clear water. Not bad, not bad. Li Pingyan nodded in satisfaction. The improvement in his aura locking and Swallow's leap of faith wasn't obvious, but he could still subtly sense the difference from before. Today's a good day. Li Pingyan squatted down and picked up the money from the ground one by one. Old Niu, looks like we won't have to worry about expenses these next few days. I should have played more tunes in the capital. Old Niu, moo. Li Pingyan yawned and stood up again. I'll take a nap tonight, and tomorrow I'll go to the Duke of Nangwo's mansion to return the seeds of the fusang tree. Old Niu, do you think the old tortoise carrying the city really worked? I just prayed to it, and good luck came my way. Chapter 109 Feast. Guangling Prefecture presented a different scene during the day. While eating breakfast, Li Pingyan inquired about the location of the Duke of Nan's residence. Walking down the wide street, he suddenly heard a whooshing sound. Li Pingyan raised his hand, his index and middle fingers gently pinching together. A round object, no bigger than a horse's eye, appeared in his hand. It turned out to be a group of wealthy young men on the second floor of the Flower Moon Pavilion. Having slept with the courtesans, they were bored. So, they had taken the scantily clad courtesans to the second floor to playfully shoot at passers-by with slingshots. However, these people were not angry at all. Instead, they gathered around and let them shoot. The key was that the projectiles they were shooting were very special. They weren't ordinary pebbles or iron beads. They were solid gold beads. If one found one of these gold beads, that single gold bead was worth almost half a month's food and drink for an ordinary family. Being hit would only result in a small bump on the head, or a brief pain, but this was real gold. Li Pingyan touched the gold bead, finding it somewhat amusing. He was truly lucky. He could pick up money just walking down the street. Hey, young Master Yan, that guy's skills are impressive. A young man in brocade robes laughed. The man called young Master Yan was dressed in inkwash robes, possessing a dashing and elegant air, exuding both grandeur and refinement. Yan Jingyang, a scion of the Duke of Nangwo's mansion. He was naturally very wealthy. Yan Jingyang immediately pulled back his slingshot. Whoosh! The gold bead traced a beautiful arc and landed in front of Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan continued walking, completely unaffected. He put the second gold bead into his pocket as well. Laughter from the courtesans of the Flower Moon Pavilion echoed from the second floor. Yan Jingyang felt slightly embarrassed, and this time he used 2 golden beads. He applied more force in his hands. The 2 golden beads transformed into 2 streaks of golden light in midair with a whoosh. To the average person, it was imperceptible. They only felt that the beads were faster this time. Anyone with even a little martial arts knowledge could tell that Yan Jingyang possessed some skill. Li Pingyan clenched his fist with one hand, a golden bead appearing on his thumb. With a gentle flick, the golden bead in his hand collided with one in midair. A crisp sound rang out. He then reached out and caught the other flying golden bead. The 2 golden beads that collided in midair and then fell together landed perfectly in his other hand. This scene drew cheers from the young gentlemen and courtesans upstairs. Yan Jingyang also looked at him with considerable surprise. "Hey, looks like a blind man," someone said. "Damn, he really is. Amazing. He's got some skill." A young master called out with interest, "Hey, you blind man, come up and have a drink." Li Pingyan pretended not to hear and quickly disappeared into the street. Someone said, "Tch boring. Today is a big day in Guanling Prefecture. It's the ancestor's birthday, and servants are busy running around. Some are setting tables, some are carrying gifts, welcoming and seeing off guests, the scene growing ever larger." The Yan family ancestor fought for the founding emperor of the Sui dynasty, making great contributions on the battlefield. 3 sons and 2 daughters died in battle. After the founding of the Sui dynasty, Emperor Teju, grateful for their contributions, bestowed upon them the title of Duke of the Southern Kingdom, which their descendants could inherit. Thus, the Yan family of Guangling enjoyed centuries of prosperity. However, now, the Yan family of Guangling is truly all show and no substance. Most of the family members are idle and complacent aristocrats, indulging in a life of pleasure and dissipation. They are immersed in a life of debauchery. After all, they have nothing to do but eat and drink without worry. They hold the title of duke, and the family also runs a business. Truly, they exemplify the saying, "Born in hardship, die in comfort." When Li Pingyan arrived at the mansion, a large crowd had already gathered, some whispering, others waving to each other. Li Pingyan was somewhat suspicious. Why was it so lively? He was unaware that today was the birthday of the patriarch of the Duke of the Southern Kingdom. Almost everyone of importance in the Guanling mansion had come to observe the celebration. Even some dignitaries from the capital and other places were present. Though unable to attend in person, they sent valuable gifts through their servants, or they sent younger members of their families to offer their congratulations. Li Pingyan inquired curiously and learned that it was the birthday of the patriarch of the Southern Duke's mansion. He figured he couldn't come empty-handed. Remembering the hibiscus seeds in his pocket, he figured they could serve as a congratulatory gift. At that moment, a servant approached. Seeing Li Pingyan dressed simply, carrying a broken cane, and leading an ox behind him, he looked like he was going to a market, definitely not some high-ranking official. But the world of martial arts was full of hidden talents. Truly important figures, however, preferred not to dress ostentatiously. As a servant of the Duke of Nangwo's mansion, he naturally possessed a certain tact. He stepped forward, bowed, and smiled. "This humble servant is ill-informed. May I ask how this gentleman is addressed?" Li Pingyan replied, "My surname is Li." "Oh, so you are Master Li. Please allow me to see your invitation, Master Li, so you may enter the mansion." Li Pingyan said, "I do not have an invitation. Miss Yan Sun asked me to deliver a message to the Yan family." "Yan Sun?" The servant briefly considered the name. Although the Duke of Nangwo had many sons, none of them bore this name. "Sir, are you sure you haven't mistaken the name? There is no master in the mansion with this name." The servant showed a slightly puzzled expression. Yan Sun left home at a young age and then disappeared for over 10 years. Servants came and went, and now very few in the household even knew the name Yan Sun. "I'm sure I'm not mistaken," Li Pingyan said. "Please inform him for me." The master of the household was busy at this time, and the servants wouldn't bother him with such trivial matters. So he told one of the servants, a junior steward. The junior steward glanced at Li Pingyan, nonchalantly, probably just another freeloader. "Take him to the shaded area outside." The servant said, "He doesn't look like one." "Nonsense. If you can tell, this is the 8th group of people today. Get them out of here." The grand occasion at the Duke of Nangwo's mansion naturally attracted many who wanted to freeload. The reasons were varied, but Li Pingyan's was the simplest among them. There were even more absurd claims, such as being the illegitimate son of some master. The Duke of Nangwo, being wealthy and powerful, simply erected a pavilion outside. He accommodated all those who wanted to freeload in the pavilion. Good wine and food were provided, as long as they didn't cause trouble. Of course, none of them dared to risk their lives and cause trouble at the Duke of Nangwo's mansion. A servant approached again. Although inwardly somewhat disgusted, his smile remained unchanged. Unlike some of the more thoughtless individuals who made sarcastic remarks, he led Li Pingyan to the pavilion and said very tactfully, "Master Li, please help yourself to the food here. We'll refill it if you need anything. Just let us know if you need anything." Chapter 110 The Master of Taking Advantage. Li Pingyan had no choice but to sit down temporarily. The dishes on the table were truly delicious. Li Pingyan twitched his nose, smelling each dish in turn. For happiness, meatballs, braised pork knuckle, mixed lamb, roast chicken, salted shrimp, sweet and sour pork. This table had over 20 dishes, plus 4 soups. A table like this stretched from one end of the street to the other. And this was only for these outsiders who came to freeload, people of no status. If it were the people inside, they'd probably be eating delicacies from land and sea. "Brother, where are you from?" At this moment, a man next to him asked. Li Pingyan, out of town. The man glanced at the old ox behind Li Pingyan. "Brother, you're a master at taking advantage. You even brought your own ox along when you came out to freeload." Li Pingyan smiled. "Brother, you flatter me. Just call me Lu Qiao. Let me introduce you, this is my wife." The woman on the left nodded slightly to Li Pingyan. "That's my dad." The old man held a chicken leg. "That's my mom." The old woman was drinking peanuts from a plate. "Over there are my aunt, my third uncle, my third aunt's husband, my sister's husband, my nephew, and my third aunt's grandmother, my great aunt." Li Pingyan raised his glass. "Brother, a toast to you." Lu Qiao glanced at the erhu on Li Pingyan's back. "Brother, you can play the erhu." Li Pingyan nodded, a little. "I have a job here, want to take it? They're having a funeral in a couple of days, I need to play music for them, there'll be money and food." Li Pingyan, "Thanks, brother, I'll think about it." "What's there to think about? I won't cheat you. They're offering a good amount." Not far away, 2 horses were slowly approaching. Both horses were strong steeds. One was black with a reddish tinge, glossy and shiny. His legs were long and thick, and his eyes were bright and piercing. It was clearly a fine steed. Riding it was a dashing young man, none other than Yan Jingyang, the one who had struck someone with golden beads at the Flower Moon Pavilion. The other horse was pure white. Not a single stray hair, it shimmered and gleamed, as if draped in silver silk. Riding it was a young woman. She had willow leaf eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, her beauty radiating a compelling air of heroism. She wore a flowing red silk dress with tassels, and her hair was styled in a side bun. She was Su Xinlan, daughter of the Su family of King He. The two arrived at the mansion, where servants immediately came out to greet them. Yan Jingyang glanced at the unseemly crowd eating in the pavilion, his expression one of disdain. "What's going on? Where did all these people come from?" The servant replied, "It was the eldest mistress who ordered them. She said it's a joyous occasion today, and these people should all speak well of the old matriarch." Yan Jingyang felt disdain, but he couldn't show it in front of Su Xinlan. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure. The one freeloading in the pavilion was none other than the blind man who had received several gold beads from him downstairs at the Flower Moon Pavilion. Li Pingyan also sensed Yan Jingyang's aura. The other party was quite generous. Although they were far apart and the noise was deafening, Li Pingyan's ears picked up every word of his conversation with the servant. He learned that the other man was the young master of the Southern Duke's mansion. So he walked over, gave a slight bow, and said, "Young master, we meet again." Yan Jingyang frowned. He had met Li Pingyan at the Flower Moon Pavilion. If the other man were to say this in front of Su Xinlan now, his standing and image in Su Xinlan's eyes would be completely ruined. "Meet again? Who are you?" Yan Jingyang pretended not to recognize him. After all, the other man was blind. If he didn't admit it, others would only think he was trying to establish a connection. Li Pingyan wasn't ungrateful. Hearing this, he didn't bother arguing further and went straight to the point. "I would like to trouble young Master Yan." Before he could finish, Yan Jingyang raised his hand to stop Li Pingyan. He gave his servant a look. The servant quickly stepped forward, blocking Li Pingyan's path. Yan Jingyang turned to Su Xinlan and said, "Xinlan, let's go inside." Su Xinlan glanced at Li Pingyan. "This man seems to have something to discuss with you." Yan Jingyang smiled. "They're all freeloaders, I've seen plenty. If there's nothing else, let's go inside." Su Xinlan was a guest, so she didn't say anything more. She followed Yan Jingyang inside. The servant was genuinely angry this time. "Just eat your food properly." His expression was unfriendly as he glared at Li Pingyan, but then he realized Li Pingyan couldn't see him, so he raised his voice. "That's our family's third young master. Are you crazy? I'm telling you, if you keep this up, you won't even get to eat." Li Pingyan was sent back to the pavilion. Lu Qiao, standing to the side, said, "Brother, you've got some nerve. Rushing to a powerful figure to ask for a reward. I advise you to do this kind of thing less often." Li Pingyan took a sip of wine and casually asked, "Why?" Lu Qiao glanced around and lowered his voice. "These powerful figures can kill you like crushing an ant. They wouldn't have any small change in their pockets, they'd have priceless treasures they wouldn't be willing to give you. On the contrary, if you displease them, you'll at least get a beating, at worst, your life will be in danger. Especially that Yan Jingyang, he's from Guangling. Lu Qiao paused, not continuing. Come on, let's drink. He didn't continue, and Li Pingyan didn't press him. Even if Yan Jingyang were the emperor himself, he had nothing to do with him. Young master, is this outfit all right today? Lan Yu was wearing a bright green dress today, which looked brand new. It was already out of style and didn't fit quite right. Yan Shizhen looked at his only maid, a bitter expression creeping onto his face. This outfit was bought for her a year ago. The other maids in the manor wore gold and silver, but Lan Yu, because she was with him, had never enjoyed any such luxuries. I should buy you some fabric tomorrow and make you a new dress. Lan Yu replied nonchalantly, this dress is fine enough, why buy a new one? The two left the side courtyard and entered the main house. It was already filled with distinguished guests, scholars and gentlemen, reciting poetry and enjoying the flowers. Some were sipping tea and discussing philosophy, others were exchanging toasts and laughing, displaying the elegance of a distinguished family. Yan Shizhen found a seat. At that moment, a maid approached. Chapter 111 Son-in-law. A maidservant approached. Yan Shizhen recognized her, she was a maidservant of the second madam. The second madam was Yan Jinjiang's birth mother, the first madam being the legal wife. However, the second madam was favored by the master. The two often spoke veiledly, constantly vying for power. In recent years, the first madam had fallen ill, and the second madam had taken charge of household affairs. Young Master Shizhen, the second madam said there are many guests today, and she wants you to go outside and help greet them. What does this mean? Lan Yu immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Although her young master was not well liked in the household, he was still surnamed Yan. To put it nicely, he was to go outside and greet the guests. To put it bluntly, there were many people today, and he shouldn't embarrass himself here, he should go outside and cool off. Lan Yu. Yan Shizhen stopped Lan Yu, who was about to explode. Let's go. Yan Shizhen and Lan Yu walked out of the mansion gate. Lan Yu's chest heaved with anger, her face contorted with rage. Yan Shizhen, however, was already used to it. He glanced at the pavilion. We probably don't know when we'll eat today. The food here looks good, let's grab a bite. As Yan Shizhen searched for an empty seat, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. He quickly walked over and saw it was the same person who had played the erva by the roadside last night. Yan Shizhen was overjoyed to see him here again. It's you? Li Pingyan was slightly taken aback by the voice. Yan Shizhen explained, Sir, you must not remember me. I was fortunate enough to hear you play a piece yesterday, and I felt a deep connection with you. Li Pingyan suddenly understood and smiled, we really are destined to meet. Yan Shizhen and Lan Yu then sat down. Lu Qiao, a seasoned traveler, was naturally sociable. He then said to Li Pingyan, your friend? Introduce me. Li Pingyan introduced Lu Qiao to Yan Shizhen, only realizing he didn't know Lu Qiao's name when introducing Yan Shizhen. Yan Shizhen didn't hide anything, my name is Yan Shizhen. Yan Shizhen? Lu Qiao thought for a moment, then blurted out, you're the son-in-law of the Yan family. After saying that, he immediately wished he could chop off his own tongue. After those 2 cups of wine, he spoke without thinking. He immediately slapped himself twice. Look at my mouth, I deserve to die. Yan Shizhen waved his hand, quite magnanimously, it's all right. Everyone in Guangling Prefecture knew he was about to become their son-in-law. Yan Shizhen was already used to the strange looks from others. Li Pingyan, however, was quite pleasantly surprised and didn't care about the title son-in-law. The other party's surname was Yan, he was the young master of the Yan family. So he said, young master Yan, I was entrusted by Yan Sun, the daughter of the Yan family. I've returned the hibiscus seeds to the Yan family. Would you please trouble you, young master, to inform them for me? Yan Sun? Yan Shizhen was slightly startled. The name was both unfamiliar and familiar. Unfamiliar because Yan Shizhen had never met Yan Sun. He had only heard his mother mention Yan Sun often when he was young. Yan Sun was the eldest daughter of the Yan family, raised under the care of her patriarch from a young age and deeply loved by him. She was exceptionally intelligent and well-versed in literature. At the age of 9, she left several Confucian scholars at the academy speechless in debate. At 10, she entered the first rank of Confucianism, achieving the state of cultivating virtue and rectifying body. Within half a year, she opened her spiritual platform. 2 years later, she entered the 3rd rank, and a gentlemanly image formed within her spiritual platform, and he gained the approval of the Fuzang tree of the Southern Duke's mansion. Back then, the Yan family ancestor wielded a long sword transformed from the Fuzang tree, invincible and achieving great feats. However, after that, no member of the Yan family gained the Fuzang tree's approval. Until the birth of Yan Sun, the Yan family was immensely proud. But more than 10 years ago, Yan Sun suddenly disappeared without a trace. No news of him ever returned. The patriarch often wept. After receiving divination from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, which indicated that Yan Sun was likely dead, the patriarch nearly died. Now, more than 10 years have passed, and most of the Yan family's servants or younger generation have long forgotten Yan Sun's name. But the older members of the Yan family will never forget this former pride of the family. After a long while, Yan Shizhen finally came to his senses. He stared blankly at the other person, seemingly trying to confirm if they were joking. The other person's pale eyes were calm and unwavering, inspiring awe in those who beheld them. Yan Shizhen hesitated for a moment. Sir, is this true? Absolutely true. Good. Then I'll go and inform them. Li Pingyan gave a slight bow. Thank you for your trouble, young Master Yan. Lu Qiao watched Yan Shizhen's hurried departure with suspicion, then looked at Li Pingyan, somewhat puzzled. Brother, what's going on? Nothing serious, just returning something for someone. Li Pingyan picked up a meatball. Lu Qiao was silent for a moment. So, are you still going to do that freelance work in a couple of days? He added, before finishing. The treatment is truly excellent. Yan Shizhen entered the banquet hall and glanced at the seat bearing his name. Sure enough, it was in an extremely inconspicuous corner. It must have been quite a hassle for them. They clearly found him an eyesore, yet they had no choice but to give him a seat. At this time, the patriarch had not yet arrived. After waiting a while, Yan Jingyang and Su Xinlin entered. Yan Jingyang snorted coldly upon seeing Yan Shizhen, offering no friendly response. Their past grievances were too complex to explain in a short time. Yan Shizhen pretended not to notice. Su Xinlin, however, bowed respectfully, not showing any disrespect despite being a son-in-law of the Yan family. Young Master Shizhen, it's been a long time. Yan Shizhen returned the bow, a bitter smile playing on his lips. Miss Su. He couldn't help but recall his childhood, when his mother was still alive. Mother Su often took Su Xinlin to visit neighbors, and the two children, about the same age, would run wildly in the backyard. Yan Jingyang said irritably, 13. I remember you went outside to greet the guests, didn't you? Are you done? Yan Shizhen remained expressionless. Cousin, I have important matters to report to the ancestor. Yan Jingyang raised an eyebrow slightly. Important matters? It's your marriage, isn't it? 13. Your anxiety is useless. The Lin family's postponement and breach of contract clearly indicate they want to cancel the engagement. Even if you beg the ancestor, it won't help. These words, spoken in public, were tantamount to a slap in the face to Yan Shizhen. Su Xinlin frowned slightly, quite displeased with Yan Jingyang's actions. Even as a son-in-law, he shouldn't be insulted like this. Looking at Yan Shizhen, surprisingly, he didn't show any anger. He didn't even frown, his expression calm. Cousin, you misunderstand. 13 isn't concerned about this matter, but something else entirely. What matter? Yan Jingyang pressed. It's of great importance, Yan 13 said calmly. Yan Jingyang's face darkened with anger. Great importance? So I can't listen to that? Yan 13 remained silent. Yan Jingyang couldn't stand his demeanor the most. Clearly an illegitimate child, his mother nameless and without status. Now a disgrace to the Yan family, yet he always acted so indifferent. Stepping forward, he said fiercely, Yan 13, don't push your luck. Su Xinlin, watching from the side, thought to herself, this Yan Jingyang is truly childish, he'll probably never amount to anything. Yan 13, though his status is despised, possesses a mind far superior to Yan Jingyang's. Just then, a maid's voice came from outside the door. The old madam has arrived. While addressing her privately as grandmother, the form of address changes when appearing before outsiders. Chapter 112 Distinguished Guest. An elderly woman with silver hair and elegant attire entered. This was none other than the Dowager Madame Yan of the Southern Duke's mansion. Everyone rose to offer their congratulations. Supported by her two sons, Dowager Madame Yan beamed. Thank you all for remembering this old woman. The crowd laughed heartily, trying to amuse her. The Dowager Madam smiled broadly, but before she could even sit down, Yan Jingyang said, Grandmother, Yan Shizhen has something important to report to you. Yan Shizhen frowned slightly. He had hesitated, worried that speaking up in this setting might not be appropriate. The Dowager Madam already disliked him, but Yan Jingyang had spoken first. The Dowager Madam, who had been beaming, froze for a moment upon hearing Yan Shizhen's name, and glanced at her second son, Yan Qi, beside her. Yan Qi's expression was slightly embarrassed. Yan Shizhen was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. He couldn't swallow it, couldn't spit it out, it was incredibly uncomfortable. On such a fine day, he had to come and ruin it. I have something to say later, Yan Qi said. Yan Jingyang fanned the flames. Shizhen said it's important, you absolutely must say it. Yan Shizhen remained unfazed. These words were undoubtedly putting him on the line. If he couldn't say anything important later, or if that blind Erho player was a fraud, he would probably be punished again. The old madam waved her hand. Shizhen, what is it? Yan Shizhen stepped forward and took a deep breath. Reporting to grandmother, someone outside requests an audience. Who is it? It's a Erhu player, gentleman. A blind man? Yan Jingyang frowned, immediately connecting the dots to the blind man who had come to him earlier saying he had something to discuss. The blind man happened to be carrying an erhu, a two-stringed bowed instrument, and couldn't. Yan Shizhen continued, he said he was entrusted by Aunt Yan Sun to return the seeds of the fusang tree to the Yan family. This statement caused a stir throughout the room. The fusang tree? Yan Sun? The fusang tree had always been a sacred object of the Yan family. It disappeared more than 10 years ago along with Yan Sun. Both of these names were enough to shock the elders of the Yan family, especially the old Madam Yan. The old Madam Yan suddenly stood up from her seat, her voice hoarse. You say it again. Yan Shizhen prayed in his heart that the blind erhu player wasn't playing a trick on him, otherwise, this situation would be difficult to resolve. However, there was no turning back now. So he repeated what he had just said. The old Madam Yan was breathing heavily. Her two sons quickly supported their elderly mother. The old matriarch, a woman who had seen it all, quickly calmed down. She summoned the steward. Quickly, let that gentleman in. Brother, give me a straight answer about the funeral arrangements. Are you interested or not? Lu Qiao hadn't given up. Li Ping'an, having finished his meal, wiped his mouth. Yan Shizhen still hadn't come out. It seemed he wouldn't be able to go to the Southern Duke's mansion today. He'd come back tomorrow. Brother, wait a minute. Lu Qiao then handed Li Ping'an two large paper packages. One contained some leftover food, and the other contained half a chicken. Think about that funeral again. Li Ping'an smiled, about to thank him. Just then, a middle-aged man in a black robe rushed out. His gaze swept over them, then landed on the maid, Lan Yu. He looked at Li Ping'an and the erhu slung across his back. He confirmed with Lan Yu, is it him? Lan Yu nodded. The steward then said, Sir, our matriarch invites you. Li Ping'an was taken aback. Oh, this way, please. Watching Li Ping'an being led away by the steward, Lu Qiao paused, then called out, Hey, are you going to that funeral in a couple of days or not? The banquet hall. At this moment, the entire focus of the banquet hall shifted dramatically because of Yan Shizhen's words. Everyone in the hall was whispering among themselves. The members of the Yan family were also discussing something. At this moment, the matriarch's feelings were extremely complicated. For the first time in over a decade, she received news of her daughter. Excitement, yet also fear. Deep in her heart, she desperately hoped her daughter was simply hiding somewhere. Then, one day, she would suddenly give her a huge surprise. After much anticipation, amidst the crowd's eager waiting, the butler finally returned, followed by a figure moving at a measured pace. Yan Jingyang, standing in the crowd, widened his eyes. It really was him. Long live the old madam. Li Ping'an gave a slight bow. This was basic etiquette when visiting someone's home. The old madam nodded. May I ask your name, sir, and who your teacher is? No name, no teacher, just a wandering swordsman. Everyone in the hall was sizing up Li Ping'an, including several Qi refining experts, yet they couldn't discern his true strength at all. His appearance, however, was truly indescribable. He wore a faded blue robe, patched quite a bit, but still relatively clean. He clutched a bamboo pole in one hand and held an oiled paper wrapping leftover vegetables in the other. He wore straw sandals. The old lady simply nodded. She wasn't genuinely concerned about his name, it was just a polite formality. She couldn't very well ask him directly right away. With the groundwork laid by the previous exchanges, the old lady finally asked the question she most wanted to ask. My daughter, Yan Sun, how is she now? Li Ping'an was silent for a moment. Please accept my condolences, madam. Although he had expected it, when it was confirmed, the old lady's vision blurred, and she nearly fainted. Mother, it's all right. After a while, the old lady regained her senses. Yan Qi eagerly asked, Sir, what 13 just said that my sister gave you the seed of the fusang tree, is that true? Li Ping'an took out the fusang tree seed, wrapped in cloth, from his robes, returning it to its rightful owner. Everyone stared wide-eyed. The fusang tree had disappeared with Yan Sun for over 10 years, yet it had returned to the Southern Duke's mansion. This was truly sensational news. The fusang tree seed was presented to the old madam and the two family heads for careful examination. It was undoubtedly the seed of the fusang tree, there was no doubt about it. The Yan family members were all extremely excited. The fusang tree was a sacred object of the Yan family. To have it found again after being lost for over 10 years was truly a fortunate event. The old madam immediately rose, tears streaming down her face. I thought I would have no face to face my ancestors after death, but I never imagined I would find the fusang tree again. Sir, please accept my bow. The old madam bowed. The Yan family members present dared not stand any longer and quickly stood up, ready to follow her in bowing. Li Pingyan stepped forward and helped the old madam up. "Old madam, you flatter me," the old madam hurriedly said to the steward beside her. "Quickly, arrange a seat of honor for the gentleman. Sir, you are the benefactor of the Yan family, please take the seat of honor." Yan Shizhen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I gambled correctly." Some were happy, some were sad. Yan Jingyang glared at Yan Shizhen with a dark look. Chapter 113 Lakeside Courtyard. The old matriarch, not forgetting that everyone had come to celebrate her birthday, raised her wine cup. "Thank you all for traveling so far to celebrate this old woman's birthday. This old woman toasts you all." Everyone rose and drank together. Afterwards, the opera troupe, who had been prepared beforehand, entered. The old matriarch loved watching opera. This opera troupe was renowned throughout Jiangnan. Their unique Jiangnan accent was endlessly captivating. The Duke of Nangguo's mansion had spent 50,000 taels of silver to buy this opera troupe. The banquet quickly became lively. However, the old matriarch had no interest in the opera today, her mind solely focused on bombarding Li Pingyan with questions. 13th, you did a good job. Yan Qi rarely praised his illegitimate son. Yan 13th remained unmoved, merely nodding slightly in respect. Yan Qi glanced at Yan Shizhen's attire and frowned slightly. "Didn't the manor pay you your monthly allowance? Dressed so shabbily, what kind of appearance is this? Have someone go to the accounting office and get some silver to make a few sets of clothes." Yan Shizhen, "Thank you, father." On the table in front of Li Pingyan, the only thing he recognized was a plate of braised beef. The beef was as thin as paper, chewy yet tender, with a unique flavor. It also carried an indescribable rich aroma. Old Niu should like this beef. From time to time, people in the hall would glance at Li Pingyan, very curious about the person who had brought back the hibiscus tree seeds for the Yan family. Li Pingyan sat to the side of the main seat, looking more like the host than a guest. The banquet lasted for half a day. The old madam was too old to attend for long. Her children and grandchildren had to receive the guests on her behalf. The old madam drank a cup of tea. Now, besides Li Pingyan, everyone in the room was family. "Mr. Li, we truly don't know how to thank you enough for such a great favor." Li Pingyan replied, "I was merely fulfilling a friend's request. If the old madam wants to thank someone, thank the 13th young master who led me in. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't even be here." Sitting in the corner, Yan Shizhen, not expecting Li Pingyan to mention him, suddenly looked up. The eyes of the Yan family members in the hall all turned to him. The old madam nodded. Though she thoroughly disliked Yan Shizhen, she still said, "Shizhen has also done a good job. Since Mr. Li has said so, then reward him somewhat." Yan Jingyang felt annoyed and somewhat regretful. Why hadn't he listened more to this blind man's words at the gate? He didn't care about the rewards themselves. It was just that Yan Shizhen had gotten such a huge advantage for nothing. Because of the joyous occasion of the fusang tree's return, the old madam found Yan Shizhen much more agreeable. This infuriated Yan Jingyang. "Since things are as they were before, Mr. Li must stay at the mansion for a few more days so we can fulfill our duty as hosts." The old madam and several elders of the Yan family insisted repeatedly. The old madam missed her daughter and naturally wanted to keep this man, who had seen her daughter for the last time, a little longer. Li Pingyan couldn't refuse, so he had no choice but to agree to stay at the mansion for a while longer. The southern duke's mansion had many empty courtyards, and it only took Li Pingyan half a day to prepare a fresh and elegant one. The location was excellent, right by the lake. The courtyard was crisscrossed by interconnected paths, dotted with rocks, creating a secluded and tranquil atmosphere, reminiscent of a traditional garden. Li Pingyan, holding the leftover braised beef, asked, "Old Niu, want to try this? Which family are you related to?" The old ox nudged Li Pingyan with its horns. Inside a magnificent house, the second mistress stood before a mirror, admiring her reflection. Though past 30, her beauty remained undiminished. Beneath her long eyebrows, a pair of bright, phoenix-shaped eyes shone. Her figure was voluptuous, her waist slender and delicate. Below that, a set of pink buttocks, utterly alluring. No wonder she had captivated the eldest master of the Yan family, making him utterly infatuated and showered with her affections. "Jingyang, I have prepared some gifts. Tomorrow, take them to that Mr. Li who lives by the lake." Yan Jingyang said, "Why send him anything? Didn't grandmother already send something today? Grandmother is grandmother, and I am I. Grandmother is very concerned about that Mr. Li right now. If we send him some gifts, she will surely be happy to know." The second madam paused, then continued. "Moreover, I found that Mr. Li to be extraordinary, no ordinary person. It wouldn't be a bad thing to get to know him." Yan Jingyang absent-mindedly replied, "I understand." The second madam continued, "The Lin family will be coming in a few days, probably to discuss the marriage agreement with Yan Shizhen with the old madam." Yan Jingyang smiled smugly, "I expected it. After all, no one wants their daughter to marry a cripple." The second madam said, the two families had an agreement that once Yan Shizhen reached the second rank, he could marry into the Lin family. The Lin family will likely use this agreement to postpone the marriage, making the Southern Duke's mansion lose face as well. Yan Jingyang said, it's been 4 years. He's a rogue cultivator, his future is probably in jeopardy. Alright, stop gloating. Don't forget to visit Mr. Li tomorrow. Don't worry, mother. The next day, Yan Jingyang forgot all about it. He went for a horse ride in the countryside with a few spoiled young men. Early in the morning, someone brought Li Pingyan breakfast. A full 18 dishes. All steaming hot, seemingly fresh from the pot, timed perfectly to preserve the most delicious aroma of the food. After breakfast, Li Pingyan was meditating. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. Sir, I apologize for disturbing you. It was Yan Shizhen and his maid, Lan Yu. Li Pingyan said, I am a guest, staying here temporarily. There's no need for you to disturb me. Are you comfortable staying here, sir? A man of the martial world is comfortable wherever he stays, even in this remote alley under the bridge. Li Pingyan brewed tea for them. This morning, a servant brought over several boxes of osmanthus pastries, saying they were a gift from the old madam, and I, Li, thought I'd take this opportunity to offer them. Lan Yu's eyes lit up, and she pursed her lips. These osmanthus pastries were intensely fragrant, sweet, and delicate. They were also very expensive, and the old madam only bestowed some upon the Yan family members during festivals. Yan Shizhen, of course, wouldn't get any. Lan Yu had been fortunate enough to eat a small piece once, given to her by a maidservant who served other masters. Lan Yu couldn't bear to eat it herself, so she thought of taking it back to share with her young master. Overcome with excitement, she tripped and fell halfway through. A small piece of osmanthus cake spilled into the water. Lan Yu cried for a good part of the day because of this. Yan Shizhen comforted her, promising to take her to eat her fill later. Looking at the osmanthus cake before him, Yan Shizhen smiled wryly. Eat. Young master, please eat first. This girl was always like that, energetic and lively with familiar people, but cautious as a little rabbit in front of strangers. Yan Shizhen picked up a piece of cake and handed it to Lan Yu. After chatting with Li Pingyan for a few more minutes, he suddenly noticed a pen tucked into his waistband. Glancing at Li Pingyan's dark eyes, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Sir, can you write? Chapter 114 Heart Knot. Li Pingyan casually replied, I know a little, just something to pass the time, nothing of real use. Unlike young Master Yan, who, if he could pass the imperial examinations in the future, with the Yan family's status, his future would be limitless. Yan Shizhen shook his head with a wry smile, Mr. Li, you don't understand the situation. I've been registered as a lowly person, and I'm destined to never achieve any official rank. Oh, Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Even though a son of the dignified Duke of Nangwo's mansion isn't well regarded, he shouldn't be registered as a lowly person. Yan Shizhen explained, according to the laws of the Great Sui dynasty, all sons-in-law are considered lowly, classified the same as merchants. A son-in-law is usually someone from a poor family who cannot support themselves, hence the marriage. The term son-in-law was first recorded in historical texts. A man's son is pawned to a rich man as a slave, called a son-in-law. If he isn't redeemed by the due date, the master will arrange a marriage for him, but he will still be a slave. That's called a son-in-law. Li Pingyan sensed the bitterness in Yan Shizhen's voice and offered comfort. The road is long and arduous, but perseverance will lead to your destination. Keep going, and the future is bright. Yan Shizhen paused slightly, pondering the meaning of those words. Sir, do you think I still have hope? Li Pingyan saw the source of the other's distress and smiled faintly. Do you think that if I thought you had no hope, you would jump into the lake and end it all? You don't live for anyone else. Don't let gossip become a part of your life, and don't let it hinder your progress. Yan Shizhen stared blankly at Li Pingyan. Since his mother's passing, besides Lan Yu, no one had ever spoken to him like this. He had heard nothing but ridicule and seen nothing but disdain, though he had long since grown accustomed to it and acted nonchalantly. Yan Shizhen was only 16 years old. The accumulated prejudice of others, without his even realizing it, had become a mountain weighing on his heart. This was perhaps why he had remained stuck at the first grade realm for so many years. It was also the knot in his heart. Li Pingyan put down his teacup, his tone much gentler. Let the rumors drift with the wind, let the gossips come and go. I will emulate the free-flying clouds, not learning to grieve alone. I close my eyes, too lazy to watch the flatterers' faces, I plug my ears, ignoring the neighbors' sorrows. A slight buzz before the cup, I'll let no more worries weigh on my mind. Yan Shizhen, however, was quite knowledgeable about literature and poetry. After carefully reading this poem, he found it truly resonated with his current situation. He couldn't help but praise, Sir, what excellent writing. The power of poetry is most uplifting. Although Yan Shizhen wasn't a Confucian cultivator, he could still empathize. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Yan Shizhen bowed gratefully to Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan had a very good impression of Yan Shizhen. Recalling the day he first arrived in Guangling, he played a tune from Erquan, and Yan Shizhen listened silently for a long time. If he hadn't experienced the coldness of human relationships and understood the many frustrations of the world, he wouldn't have been so captivated by that piece of music. Therefore, Li Pingyan was willing to offer some guidance, since it would only take some time, and time was the one thing he had no shortage of. So, he spread out a sheet of xian paper and took out his hero's brush. "Young Master Yan helped me yesterday, how about I repay you with 2 words? Yan Shizhen was the knot in his heart, and Li Pingyan felt that the hero's brush might be able to help him. He immediately began to write on the paper, asking about the heart. Yan Shizhen stepped forward. The 2 words on the paper seemed to possess a chilling power, causing his heart to sink. He felt a fog before his eyes. Something seemed connected, yet it all seemed chaotic. An invisible pressure weighed him down, making it hard to breathe. His heart pounded inexplicably. Yan Shizhen, you are already condemned to a lowly status, beyond redemption. Why torment yourself? Do you still hold on to a sliver of hope for your life? Li Pingyan's voice boomed in Yan Shizhen's ears like a thunderclap. His heart jolted, his chest heaving. Before him appeared the image of a sage, the ethereal words vast as the sea, the boundless aura filling the heavens and earth, making all beneath his feet seem like ants. It was an arrogance, a disdain for the world. Yet, it possessed an air of oneness with all living beings, irresistible. Every word he spoke was captivating. Yan Shizhen's body trembled, as if something wanted to burst forth from the depths of his heart, but was firmly suppressed by boulders. Yan Shizhen, have you forgotten your mother's expectations of you? Have you forgotten the injustices you've suffered? If you lack the courage to fight to the death, then obediently accept your fate. Every word was like a sharp sword, piercing Yan Shizhen's heart. A surge of emotion welled up within him. Shizhen, your mother won't see you grow up. From now on, you must live well on your own. Don't play with us. You're not a member of the Yan family. Young master, don't cry. Lan Yu will always be with you. After a long while, all was silent. Li Pingyan frowned slightly. Failure? No. No. Yan Shizhen's voice rose from beneath the dust. It was as if he was using his last ounce of strength on this single word, conveying a resolute determination. I don't believe in any bullshit fate. To hell with destiny. In an instant, the saintly Dharma image transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished without a trace. Everything disappeared. After a long while, Yan Shizhen recovered. A strange feeling rose within him. His inner knot had been broken. This was a sign of breaking through a realm. In fact, strictly speaking, Yan Shizhen had already entered the 2nd grade realm. However, due to a long-standing inner conflict, he hadn't been able to complete that final step, thus stagnating at the peak of the 1st rank and unable to progress further. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. Now that his inner conflict has been resolved, his cultivation has naturally advanced to a higher level. Master, I can't repay your great kindness. Please allow me a few days to express my gratitude again. Yan Shizhen thanked him and hurriedly left. His internal energy was surging. He needed to find a quiet place to cultivate in peace and stabilize his cultivation. A few days later, the Southern Duke's mansion, reception room. The matriarch, along with the 2nd master and his wife, Yan Qi, were engaged in a lively conversation with a beautiful woman. This beautiful woman was none other than Madame Xia, the eldest wife of the Lin family. The other day was the old lady's birthday. I traveled day and night but still failed to make it. I apologize for the oversight and neglect. Mrs. Xia said apologetically. The old lady smiled and said, it's nothing at all. It's just a birthday celebration. If it weren't for everyone in the family insisting on a big celebration, I would have just wanted a bowl of noodles. I brought some gifts for you, madam. I hope you will accept them. The gifts were all placed in the hall, the most impressive of which was a jade throne depicting Guanyin Bodhisattva carved from a single piece of beautiful jade. It was truly a rare item. They chatted for a while longer. Finally, Madame Xia felt it was appropriate and revealed the purpose of her visit. She put down her teacup and sighed softly. Back then, the 2 patriarchs were bosom friends. They had their horoscopes calculated and arranged this marriage. It was supposed to be a wonderful thing, but I don't know what those 2 patriarchs were thinking. They insisted that the 13th young master's cultivation path reach the 2nd rank before fulfilling the marriage agreement. But who knew that the 13th young master's cultivation path would stall now? I'm afraid this will hinder the 2 children's progress. Madame Xia paused, observing the expressions of everyone present. Then she continued, however, both patriarchs have passed away, and their agreement has become their dying wish. As the younger generation, we cannot break their agreement. But fearing it would delay the 2 children's marriage, my husband suggested to me that we dissolve the engagement. That would be a win-win situation. Chapter 115. A good show. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Yan family members all changed. Yan Jingyang, who had come specifically with his mother, however, seemed to enjoy watching the drama unfold. Madame Xia smiled gently. "Grandmother, what do you think?" The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat quiet. Su Xinlan frowned. Although she had expected it, she was still shocked by the thought that Yan Shizhen would suffer countless cold stares and ridicule because of it. I couldn't help but sigh. Their mothers were close friends in their childhood, and Su Xinlan and Yan Shizhen could be considered childhood sweethearts. After a moment of silence, the old lady's voice turned colder. "It's just that Shizhen isn't fortunate enough to have it." Madame Xia breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Madam, you can't say that. It's just that the two children are destined to be apart. Why don't you call Shizhen here? I can personally apologize to him." This matter needed to be discussed with the parties involved. So the old lady sent someone to summon Yan Shizhen. A short while later, Yan Shizhen, dressed in a blue robe, strode in. His appearance immediately drew the attention of everyone in the hall. There was worry, reluctance, and even mockery. Yan Shizhen greets grandmother and father. He then bowed to the others. The young man's expression was calm, neither overly respectful nor impolite. Standing in the center, his brows exuded a heroic air, and his very being radiated a resolute spirit. Madame Xia of the Lin family glanced at him impassively. This Yan Shizhen is truly handsome. Unlike the frivolousness of ordinary youths, he gave off an aura of steadfastness. It's just a pity. Thinking of the scene to come, Yan Jinjiang's lips curled into a slight smile. The old madam said, "Let me introduce you, Shizhen. This is Madame Xia, the eldest wife of the Lin family." The Lin family? Yan Shizhen paused slightly, a certain possibility forming in his mind. This junior greets Madame Xia. Madame Xia flattered him insincerely. "Young Master Shizhen has grown so tall, truly a handsome young man." Yan Shizhen smiled faintly. Yan Qi looked at his illegitimate son, his eyes filled with undisguised disdain. Having Madame Xia repeat the words of annulment made him unsure where to put his old face. So he went straight to the point. "Shizhen, Madame Xia has come to discuss." Yan Qi suddenly froze, his brows furrowing involuntarily. He immediately held his breath, exclaiming, "Shizhen, you've broken through." This short sentence stunned everyone present. Yan Shizhen had entered the first-grade realm of rogue cultivators before he was even 11 years old. It truly astonished everyone in the Yan family. Who could have imagined that the first-grade realm would confine him for a full 6 years? After that, everyone thought Yan Shizhen's life would remain the same. After all, he lacked cultivation resources and renowned teachers. Furthermore, being a rogue cultivator was inherently the most difficult path. Breaking through the barrier would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Who knew that today? "Shizhen, you've entered the second-grade realm," the second madam asked in surprise. Yan Shizhen slightly bowed. "Shizhen has entered the third grade." His voice wasn't loud, but it resonated deeply. It was like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Everyone was shocked. Several breaths passed. Yan Qi strode forward and examined the area incredulously. He said in a deep voice, "No mistake, third-grade realm. From first grade to third grade?" Su Xinlan's eyes widened. Yan Jinjiang's expression shifted repeatedly as he muttered to himself. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He desperately hoped his uncle Yan Qi had misjudged. But Yan Qi, being a fifth-grade cultivator, naturally wouldn't make such a basic mistake. 13, let your father take a look. Not only was Yan Jingyang suspicious, but even Yan Qi didn't believe his own judgment. Yan Shizhen took a deep breath, releasing a powerful aura from within. A crisp, high-pitched sound filled the air, seemingly possessing the power to pierce gold and split stone, extremely sharp. But the aura was restrained, clearly indicating there was still power remaining. Now no one doubted him anymore. The many Yin family disciples below all wore complex expressions. They had cultivated since childhood, receiving abundant family resources. But now, however, the old madam's expression remained unchanged throughout, and she asked in a deep voice, "What exactly happened?" Yan Shizhen truthfully recounted, "A few days ago, I went to visit Mr. Li. The master saw the knot in my heart and tested me with a special method. Fortunately, I passed the test, resolved my inner conflict, and overcame this obstacle." Mr. Li? Everyone was stunned. The old madam was the first to react. "You mean Li Pingyan by the lake, Mr. Li?" "That's right." The second madam's expression changed, and she subconsciously looked at her son, Yan Jingyang. Yan Jinjiang's expression was even more complicated. That day, his mother had specifically asked him to bring gifts to visit Mr. Li, but he hadn't taken it seriously. He had forgotten about it immediately and gone horseback riding with his friends in the countryside. Mr. Li. Su Xinlan silently repeated the name twice, remembering that he was the one who presented the hibiscus seeds at the old madam's birthday banquet. Madame Xia, who had come to annul the engagement, was somewhat bewildered. However, outwardly she remained calm, taking a small sip of tea. Her mind raced. Who was this Li Pingyan? She had never heard of a guest retainer surnamed Li in the Southern Duke's mansion before? And how did Yan Shizhen break through to the third rank so quickly? What was supposed to be a good show turned out to be far beyond everyone's expectations. The show was far more exciting than anticipated. Madame Xia didn't mention the annulment of the engagement again, using the excuse of being tired from the journey to rest at the Southern Duke's mansion for a few days. The news of Yan Shizhen's entry into the third rank quickly spread throughout the entire Southern Duke's mansion. It was believed that soon, this matter would be known to some of the powerful families in Guanling Prefecture. I told you to take a gift to visit Mr. Li a few days ago, but you completely forgot. Now the troublemaker has gotten such a great advantage. Back in her room, the second madam, unusually angry with her beloved son, spoke up. Yan Jingyang, knowing he was in the wrong, weakly protested, I forgot, who knew? Who knew Yan Shizhen would beat him to it and get such a stroke of good fortune? The second madam snapped, didn't I tell you? That Mr. Li's demeanor was far from ordinary, but you wouldn't believe me. Yan Jingyang lowered his head. Mother, what can I do now? It's all my fault for being blind. The second madam summoned her personal maid and instructed her to take some people to the storeroom to prepare gifts. Yan Jingyang said, Mother, wouldn't it seem a bit suspicious to send gifts now? The second madam replied softly, it's all right. That Yan Shizhen is just a descendant disliked by the old madam, someone who can't be presented to the public. Your mother is the head of the household, and you are my son, favored by the old madam. There's no reason for Mr. Li not to be on our side. Besides, as the head of the affiliated middle school, it's only right that we visit the Yan family's benefactor. So the mother and son, along with the maid, took the gifts and headed to the lakeside courtyard where Li Pingyan was temporarily staying. Chapter 116 Fine Wine and Crab. A lakeside courtyard. The second madam, accompanied by her son Yan Jingyang and a group of servants, hurried over. The gate was wide open. However, the group didn't go inside. A maid called from outside. Mr. Li, is Mr. Li in? There was no response, but instead, a cow mooed. Moo. He went for a stroll outside. The maid called a few more times, but received no reply. Mother, it seems he's not here. What should we do? Go inside and wait a while. The group entered the courtyard. The house was empty, no one seemed to be there. A maid brought stools, and the second madam and Yan Jingyang sat down. Yan Jingyang's face darkened as he thought of his son-in-law reaching the third rank. He couldn't cheer up at all. He couldn't help but complain, who knew this blind man was actually a reclusive master, dressed like a beggar? How was I supposed to tell? The second wife said sternly, don't speak carelessly. He's not here. Yan Jingyang muttered under his breath, then noticed the old ox beside him staring at him with a deep, unsettling gaze. He suddenly had a strange feeling. The old ox seemed to understand what he was saying. Yan Jingyang couldn't help but chuckle, wondering how he could have come up with such an absurd idea. Waiter, bring the wine. The local customs and traditions reflected in the wine. For Li Pingyan, having wine to drink was truly a happy thing. Not to mention it was currently October, the perfect season for eating crabs. The saying goes, 9 for females, 10 for males. The saying goes, eat female crabs in the 9th lunar month, and male crabs in the 10th. Therefore, there's a saying, round navels in the 9th, pointed navels in the 10th. At this time, the crabs are at their freshest and largest. It's also when the crab roe is at its peak, making the meat incredibly delicious and nutritious. Since ancient times, eating crabs has been considered an elegant pastime. Like appreciating chrysanthemums, drinking wine, composing poetry, and painting, it's a form of enjoyment. Take a bite of crab roe, then a sip of yellow wine. How wonderful! Li Pingyan ordered a large plate of crabs, intending to indulge to his heart's content. A sip of yellow wine brought a refreshing feeling. Paired with a bite of crab roe, it tasted even more delicious. He couldn't help but enthusiastically down a bowl of wine in one gulp. Unfortunately, old Niu refused to move, so he was destined to miss out on this delicacy. At this moment, the waiter approached and said apologetically, I'm so sorry, sir, we've had too many guests today, and we're out of small stoves. Yellow wine needs to be warmed. Warmed wine has a richer aroma and a smoother flavor. However, it shouldn't be heated for too long, otherwise the alcohol will evaporate easily. But at this time of year, everyone is out drinking yellow wine and eating crabs. This has resulted in not enough small stoves in the inn for heating the wine. How about you wait a little longer, or I'll have someone heat it up for you in the kitchen. Heating it in the kitchen certainly wouldn't be as meticulous. When eating out, it must be refined. No need. Do you have ink and paper? The waiter was puzzled. Yes, we do, but what do you need these for, sir? Li Pingyan smiled without answering. A moment later, the waiter brought over ink and paper. He took out his hero's brush from his waist, and with a flourish, wrote the character fire on the paper. The waiter was initially stunned, completely baffled. Sir, what is the meaning of this? Writing a fire character will actually start a fire? The waiter wondered if the customer was a little crazy. Li Pingyan placed his wine cup, filled with yellow wine, on top of the character 4 fire. The waiter chuckled, "Sir, you must be joking with me." Li Pingyan didn't explain further, enjoying himself. The waiter assumed the customer was simply amusing himself and wasn't bothered by the small stove. So, he gave Li Pingyan a complimentary dessert. A while later, a small stove became available. The waiter immediately thought of Li Pingyan. However, Li Pingyan waved his hand, indicating he didn't need it. The waiter turned away, muttering, "This guy's really into this." Night fell, and the shop emptied out. The waiter finally had a chance to catch his breath, his gaze falling on Li Pingyan sitting in the corner. He was startled by the mountain of crab shells piled on Li Pingyan's table. How many crabs did he eat? After a long while, Li Pingyan finally let out a satisfied burp. He paid the bill, wiped his mouth, took his small bamboo pole, and left. "Sir, take your time," the waiter drawled. The waiter muttered to himself as he cleared the table of food. "What a strange person, probably has some intellectual issues." He reached for the wine cup. Wow! A burning sensation spread to his palm. "This wine cup is so hot." The waiter couldn't help but recall what had just happened, his eyes widening as he looked up. But the figure was already gone. The waiter swallowed hard. "Damn! I really met a master." The cicadas chirped, the night was still. A cicada in some tree suddenly let out a long, drawn-out cry, startling a flock of birds. A cool breeze carried the chill of autumn. Li Pingyan abruptly stopped. Before him lay a narrow alley. This alley was narrow and secluded, giving off a sense of oppression. It was rarely frequented, like a tranquil yet secluded long path. 2 small figures huddled in a corner. The moonlight cast long shadows of them. Occasionally, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the roadside leaves, but it couldn't mask their rapid breathing. Li Pingyan paused slightly, then walked over. Besides the 2 children, he sensed another presence. Grasshopper. The 2 had met by boat in the capital, then to turtle-carrying city, and finally to Guangling. They parted ways after entering Guangling Prefecture. Li Pingyan had even eaten a few meals at Grasshopper's place. Eager to return home and reunite with his family, Cao Shangfei introduced Li Pingyan to Liaxing Hall. This allowed Li Pingyan to evade inspection and enter the inner city. He hadn't expected that in such a large place as Guangling Prefecture, the 2 would meet again. Seeing someone arrive, the younger boy immediately retreated behind his sister in fright. Li Pingyan smiled gently, "I'm a friend of your father." Cao Shangfei lay on the ground, reeking of alcohol. He was clearly drunk. Although the autumn wind wasn't strong, sleeping here would inevitably lead to catching a cold. Li Pingyan helped Cao Shangfei up and called his name several times. Cao Shangfei finally managed to open his eyes and glance at Li Pingyan. "Hey, what are you doing here? Come on, let's go drink." His words reeked of alcohol. "How much did you drink? Drinking alone and bringing the children along, aren't you afraid of something happening?" Cao Shangfei laughed, "Something happening? Better if something happens. Death is the end of it all, much better than living." With that, she collapsed into Li Pingyan's arms. Li Pingyan had no choice but to let his 2 young sons lead him to his house. The 2 children obediently led the way. The path wound its way through many twists and turns, and the 2 children walked slowly. It took them a full half-hour. They arrived at a house near the water. "Who else is in your family?" Li Pingyan asked. The slightly older girl kept her head down, seemingly burdened by something difficult to say. She said softly, "Mother, and little brother." The little girl opened the door. "Mother, we're back." The lights weren't on inside, but that didn't bother Li Pingyan. 2 strange figures appeared in Li Pingyan's perception, making him startled. For a long while, he was still in a daze. "This is the woman who flies on the grass?" Chapter 117. I am an assassin, a professional one. The wind howled in the darkness, scattering the leaves. In the center of the room sat a wine vat, nothing unusual. What was unusual was that within the vat lay a human head, eyes lifeless, lips barely moving. "Kill me, kill me." It seemed to only utter this one sentence. In his past life, Li Pingyan had read about such things in books. Human pigs. However, after reading more, he knew that human pigs were unlikely to exist in ancient times. With the medical technology of ancient times, a person couldn't survive after having their limbs severed. But in this world, Li Pingyan remained silent for a long time. "Mother, drink some water." The boy beside him brought a ladle of water. The woman in the wine vat didn't even glance at it. Muttering, "Kill me, please, she won't live much longer." Grasshopper, who had woken up some time earlier, said, "Probably only a couple of days. She was like this when I found her. She was kidnapped by a group of human traffickers while she was buying groceries. I wasn't home, only her and her 3 children were there. Those people probably had their eyes on her for a while." Grasshopper squatted on the ground, gazing at the bright moonlight. Li Pingyan said, I smelled some unusual herbs in the wine jar just now. This gang is quite professional, they're probably not ordinary people. Li Pingyan didn't finish his sentence. With current medical technology, he didn't believe that an ordinary person could survive after having their limbs severed, unless they were a Qi cultivator. We only caught 2 errand boys, we don't know anything else, Cao Shang said in a low voice. Kill me, please. The woman's voice came through intermittently, heartbreaking to hear. She kept telling me to kill her, to give her a release. But I fucking can't do it, how could I possibly do it? As she spoke, Cao Shang Fei began to sob softly. After a moment of silence, Li Pingyan said, take the children away, I'll give her a quick death. The 3 young children were huddled together, peeling the crabs Li Pingyan had given them. They were originally meant for old Niu. Cao Shang Fei came in and stood at the back. You 3 come out with your father for a bit. The 2 little boys obediently put down their crabs and followed Cao Shang Fei outside. The older sister looked up at Li Pingyan, seemingly realizing something. He held the crab roe in his hand to his mother's lips, saying, Mom, this is delicious. After his mother finished eating, he went outside. The 3 children, each holding a crab, leaned against a tree and spread oil paper on the ground. I heard that the master said there are immortals in this world who can bring the dead back to life. If we can find an immortal, my mother's hands and feet can grow back. The little boy said. The other little boy nodded, then we'll go find the fairy tomorrow. The slightly older girl remained silent. A short while later, Li Pingyan emerged again. Cao Shangfei seemed to want to stand up, but his legs were as weak as noodles. Thank you, I'll see you off. They walked for a while. The gentle sound of bells drifted in, mingling with the hazy night. Li Pingyan suddenly stopped. Do you have any money left? Cao Shangfei patted his pockets, only to find he had 1 coin left. He smiled bitterly. Just 1 coin left. 1 coin is enough. Cao Shangfei tossed the coin over. Li Pingyan caught it. By the way, I haven't introduced my profession to you yet. I'm an assassin, a professional. Cao Shangfei was stunned. Li Pingyan continued, consider this money your commission. I'll take care of your enemy for you. According to the rules of the brothel, do you want him alive or dead? Ha! Cao Shangfei hadn't quite grasped the meaning. Alive, I want him alive. After a moment, Cao Shangfei said through gritted teeth. Li Pingyan live requires extra money. How much? I'll go borrow it. Cao Shangfei mentally calculated that he could probably scrape together 20 or 30 taels of silver. Li Pingyan, 2 coins for the living. Cao Shangfei was taken aback. Back at the lakeside courtyard of the Southern Duke's mansion, the second Madame and Yin Jingyang, having waited a long time for Li Pingyan to return, had already left. They could only decide to come back tomorrow. Old ox, moo. Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh? Someone came by, and they were talking badly about me. Old ox snorted. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even know you were being talked about behind your back. Where's the food you brought me? Li Pingyan's hands were empty, and he smiled apologetically. I originally brought you some big crabs, but something unexpected happened, so I thought I'd go buy some from the street vendors. But it was too late, and they were all closed. Moo! Old ox nudged Li Pingyan angrily. You heartless wretch. Li Pingyan sat on the steps and sighed softly. Old Niu, why are some people so evil? They're evil for no reason, it's like they only find joy in seeing others suffer. Old Niu lay on the ground, sulking and ignoring him. Li Pingyan continued, I'd heard about human pigs before, and I just thought it was cruel, nothing more. But after seeing it today, I realize it's more than just cruelty. Especially since that woman's children are still trying to find a deity to make their mother's hands and feet grow back. You know I've always been soft-hearted. That's why I gave them the crabs I brought back for you. Old Niu nudged Li Pingyan again, as if to say, alright, then I forgive you. The next day, Yan Shizhen and his maid Lan Yu went to the lakeside courtyard early in the morning to visit Li Pingyan. On the way, they happened to meet the second Madame and Yin Jingyang. Compared to the gifts brought by the second Madame and Yin Jingyang, Yan Shizhen's gifts were truly insignificant. Lan Yu tugged at Yan Shizhen's sleeve, young master, it's alright, our intentions are enough. We can repay Mr. Li when we have the money. Lan Yu nodded. The second madam glanced at Yan Shizhen and asked knowingly, Shizhen, where are you going? Yan Shizhen replied, replying to Aunt, Shizhen is going to visit Mr. Li by the lake. The second madam nodded. I also need to convey the old lady's greetings to Mr. Li. You can give me the gifts, I'll deliver them for you. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate for someone of your current status to visit Mr. Li. Yan Shizhen ignored the sarcasm in her words. I am deeply grateful for Mr. Li's guidance, which helped me resolve my inner conflicts. I was able to enter the inner sanctum and reach the 3rd rank. I am fortunate to be on par with my cousin Jingyang. How could I not personally express my gratitude for such kindness? Yan Jinjiang's temples throbbed, his teeth itching with anger. He had spent years diligently studying and practicing, receiving guidance from renowned teachers and aided by elixirs. Only then had he managed to cross the threshold of the third rank, only to find that this kid had gotten incredibly lucky. Yan Jingyang suddenly felt that all his years of effort had been in vain. Chapter 118 Inner Demons. A lakeside courtyard. Li Pingyan was warming tea, waiting for his guests. A short while later, footsteps sounded outside, but none of them were the guests he was waiting for. Mr. Li. A warm voice rang out before he even arrived. The second madam entered with a smile. I apologize for the intrusion, Mr. Li. Oh, it's the second madam. I'm so sorry for not greeting you properly. The second madam's smile was perfectly timed. It was the old madam's birthday celebration the past few days. I was so busy welcoming and seeing off guests that I simply couldn't find the time. But I thought Mr. Li was family, and I didn't expect him to mind. So, I've finally finished. My son, Jingyang, kept urging me to come and properly thank Mr. Li, saying he's a benefactor to the Yan family. Li Pingyan almost believed her. Truly a shrewd person among shrewd people. The second madam, pulling Yan Jingyang along, introduced him to Li Pingyan. Sir, this is my son, Jingyang. Jingyang, please greet your master. Li Pingyan, young master Jingyang, we are truly destined to meet. This is our third meeting, isn't it? Yan Jingyang gave an awkward smile. The second madam was delighted. Third meeting? Jingyang, I never imagined you and your master would be so destined for each other. Yan Jingyang felt even more embarrassed. The first meeting was at the Flower Moon Pavilion. Yan Jingyang shot Li Pingyan with a slingshot. The second meeting was at the mansion gate. Li Pingyan asked Yan Jingyang to pass on a message, but Yan Jingyang refused without hesitation. Seeing her son's unpleasant expression, the second madam guessed what had happened. She probably thought the first two meetings had left a bad impression on Li Pingyan. He quickly changed his tune. Jingyang is young and ignorant. If he has offended you, sir, I hope you will forgive him. Li Pingyan waved his hand. No problem, no problem. He then gestured for Yan Shizhen and his servant Lanyu to sit down. He brought out several teacups and poured tea for each of them. With the second madam present, according to etiquette, Yan Shizhen couldn't speak freely. Moreover, the second madam was eloquent and persuasive. It was truly difficult for an ordinary person to find an opening in front of her. However, no matter how eloquently the second madam spoke, Li Pingyan remained unmoved. He was neither impolite nor fooled by her sweet words. The second madam took a sip of tea and finally couldn't help but speak. Sir, I heard that you helped my Shizhen resolve his inner conflict and helped him advance to the third rank. Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow slightly, somewhat surprised himself. Previously, the other party claimed to be at the first rank, but within a few days, they had advanced to the third rank. Yan Shizhen, who hadn't had a chance to speak until now, finally spoke. Sir, thanks to you, I, Shizhen, was able to resolve my inner conflict. I will never forget your great kindness. Li Pingyan said, I only helped you with a small favor. Your success today is due to your own tireless efforts and perseverance. The second madam said, Sir, you are too modest. You are truly talented. Even a little guidance has greatly benefited these juniors. To be honest, my Jingyang and the 13th prince have been very close since childhood. I heard that the 13th prince has finally overcome his inner conflict. He was overjoyed. Yan Shizhen, even her own son, Yan Jingyang, couldn't bear to listen any longer and unconsciously touched his nose. The second madam continued, To be honest, sir, my Jingyang is only halfway to the third rank, and has yet to truly enter the inner circle. He has come today hoping to ask for your guidance. Li Pingyan smiled, Madam, you flatter me. I am but a mortal. The 13th young master's condition was purely due to inner demons, which I assisted him with. The 13th young master overcame these inner demons through sheer willpower, thus reaching the third rank. As for young master Jingyang, my abilities are truly limited. I cannot discern any inner demons in him. I hope madam will not take offense. This was a clear and unequivocal rejection. The second madam remained unfazed, still enthusiastic. Yan Jinjiang's face, however, had already turned cold. After a moment, seeing that things hadn't gone smoothly, the second madam had no choice but to take her leave. As she left, she glanced at Yan Shizhen and said warmly, 13, let's go back together. Auntie will have someone go to the storeroom to get you some of your monthly interest. She certainly didn't mean any harm. She was afraid that Yan Shizhen would stay after she left. What if Li Pingyan passed on some special secret technique to him again? Yan Shizhen saw through her trick immediately. Auntie and cousin, please go back first. I'll get it myself from the storeroom later. No need to trouble you. The second madam smiled and nodded, but her face turned icy cold. On the way back, the second madam looked worried. This Yan Shizhen really got lucky. Sigh. Yan Jingyang lowered his head, silent. At this moment, he probably felt nothing but regret. If only he hadn't refused Li Ping'an's request to deliver a message outside the mansion gate. If only his mother had told him to bring gifts to visit Li Ping'an, he wouldn't have forgotten. Then none of this would happen. He didn't expect Li Ping'an to bring about any change for him, but he absolutely didn't want to see that good-for-nothing break through his mental block and enter the third-grade realm. That was something he absolutely couldn't accept. His inner demons grew. Yan Jingyang slowed his pace and looked at the gray-robed old man following behind the group. Uncle Wu, what is Li Ping'an's cultivation level? The gray-robed old man shook his head and said in a deep voice, I can't see through him. After everyone had left, the person Li Ping'an was waiting for finally arrived. White paper fan of Liexing Hall. When Li Ping'an entered the inner city, he cooperated with Liexing Hall to kill the leader of the old dragon gang. Now Li Ping'an had come to them again. White paper fan wished he had more eyes all the way here. So this blind man had a connection with the Southern Duke's mansion. Extraordinary. Master Blind, I found out what you asked me to inquire about. There is indeed a gang in Guangling Prefecture that's trafficking women. But it's strange, they haven't sold them to brothels for money, nor have they sent them out of the city. Li Ping'an took a sip of tea and listened quietly. The white paper fan continued, Master Blind, if there's anything we can do to help, just say the word. These beasts are ours. Our boss said that your business is our business. Besides, these people are utterly unethical, trafficking women and children, breaking the rules of the trade. Having said that, Bai Xifen awaited Li Ping'an's response. Li Ping'an, however, ignored his words. He left 2 gold beads as payment. Thank you for your hard work. Master Blind, I can't accept this money. Li Ping'an waved his hand, one thing at a time. Chapter 119. A terrible chess player. A carriage slowly pulled up to the alley entrance, where 2 old men were playing chess. The carriage passed them and stopped at a house. The driver, a man in his 40s, holding a whip, lifted the carriage curtain. 2 men immediately carried a rather attractive woman alighting. The woman was already unconscious and was being carried into the courtyard. Inside the courtyard were more than 10 men in their 30s, their chests exposed, with sharp knives tucked into their waistbands. A bearded man came out of the house. Why did you only bring one back? Boss, things are tense these days. The bearded man glared at his subordinate, then reluctantly said, take her inside first. Below the hall, a monk was kneeling on a prayer mat, striking a wooden fish drum and chanting scriptures. A bearded man pushed open the door and entered respectfully, saying, Master Biking, the person has been brought. Master Biking stopped chanting scriptures, not turning his head. Why is there only one? His voice was cold, carrying a chill. The bearded man swallowed hard. Recently, many women have gone missing. The situation is tense, making it difficult to apprehend them. Silence fell in the hall. The bearded man's heart pounded, and he dared not breathe. After a long while, Master Biking said slowly, remove their hands and feet. His voice was soft, yet clearly audible. The bearded man breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Amit Ba. A benevolent smile appeared on Master Biking's lips. Before him were not Buddha statues at all, but a row of 5 wine jars. On each wine jar was a human head. Master Biking was using scriptures to dispel the resentment in their hearts. Only 5 this month. I wonder if it will interfere with Master's cultivation. May Buddha have mercy. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out. The woman who had just been brought here woke up. Monk Biking frowned slightly. Seemingly unable to bear the sight, he closed his eyes again. May Buddha have mercy. The bearded man ordered someone to gag the woman and drag her into a side room. The room was dimly lit. Upon entering, a strong stench of blood assaulted the nostrils. Countless innocent people had perished here. The bearded man took out a ring-pommel sword, took a mouthful of wine, and spat it onto the blade. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The woman let out a whimper. I hope you can hold on. The bearded man was already used to this. He raised the sword and brought it down hard. The woman, eyes closed, let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, no blood splattered. Instead, a sharp clang of metal clashing rang out. The bearded man staggered back 2 steps, a notch breaking in his ring-pommel sword. A streak of silver light appeared in midair. That's a flying sword? A gentle breeze rustled through the alley, teasing the fallen leaves on the path. Li Ping'an stood at the alley entrance, bent over. A blade of grass dangled from his mouth, his attention completely focused on the chessboard between the 2 old men. He had been waiting for ages. One of the lousy chess players had finally gone home for dinner. Li Ping'an sat down. Grandpa, let's play a game. The old man readily agreed. Li Ping'an picked up a white chess piece and tapped it on the corner of the board, producing a crisp sound. Old Niu rolled his eyes in disdain. With your skill level, you could only beat Monk Changqing. That guy's a shameless bastard. A breeze rustled through the courtyard, sometimes carried by the wind, sometimes mingled with the sound of a wooden fish drum. A bright lamp flickered in the wind, emitting a faint yellow glow. A flying sword streaked past like a startled swan, its silver light slightly veered off course, striking a large rock in the courtyard. The man hiding behind the rock stiffened. He coughed up a large amount of blood and collapsed to the ground. The silver sword danced in the air, blood splattering, and the courtyard fell into a deathly silence. 2 doors were violently kicked open. The sound of the wooden fish drum stopped, and Monk Viking frowned slightly. His posture remained unchanged as a silver light slammed into him from behind. Clang! A sharp, crisp sound rang out, sending sparks flying. Amit Ba! A layer of golden aura faintly appeared around Monk Viking. Then, a series of clanging sounds rang out. The sword's blade spun faster and faster, forming a dazzling wall of light. A circle of silver sword light enveloped Monk Viking's body within it. Monk Viking's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and his chanting of Buddhist scriptures accelerated. Hey, young man, why are you constantly fidgeting with your fingers while playing chess? The old man couldn't help but ask. Is there something wrong with you? Li Pingyan was holding a chess piece in one hand. His index and middle fingers were straightened together, while his ring and little fingers were bent. They were constantly swaying in midair, a gentle breeze swirling around them. Li Pingyan smiled. It's nothing, just sparring with a beast. The old man's expression changed. Li Pingyan hurriedly said, I wasn't talking about you. A while later, the old man, whom Li Pingyan considered a terrible chess player, was playing cautiously, seemingly about to secure victory. The old man revealed a smug smile. Young man, still too impetuous. Li Pingyan frowned and pondered for a long time. This game seemed unsolvable. There was no other way but to use his ultimate move. Li Pingyan's expression was grave. He flicked his sleeve, scattering the chessboard. He stood up. I'm not playing anymore. The action was swift and decisive. The old man, after saying that, he turned and left. Ignoring the old man's sweet words behind him, pushing open the courtyard gate, Li Pingyan strode inside. Many people lay sprawled in the courtyard, none of them dead. However, they were all completely immobilized. Almost everyone's tendons in their feet and hands had been severed. There were only 1 or 2, and Li Pingyan didn't control his strength well. He accidentally killed them. He walked straight into the hall. The monk Viking lay in a pool of blood, covered in it. He was completely powerless to resist. Hearing the sound, he turned his head to look. Who are you? What grudge do you hold against this humble monk? Someone paid to take your life. How much? A glimmer of hope rose in Monk Viking's heart. If the other party was paying for a service, then he could pay them too. 1 coin, Li Pingyan said calmly. Monk Viking was stunned. 1 coin? He thought he had misheard. No, I must have misheard. Moo! The old ox, seeing the girl on the wine jar, angrily kicked Monk Viking. You beast! Even the ox couldn't stand it anymore. I ask, you answer. 1 wrong word and you're dead, understand? Monk Viking, understood. Who's behind this? My master, the abbot of Ganyi Temple. Why? For immortality. My master said that for immortality, the death of 1 or 2 people is nothing. Li Pingyan remained silent. The old ox angrily kicked Viking again. It wasn't just 1 person who died, but a mother, a wife, a daughter, an entire family. Even several families. Chapter 120. A knight is always a guest. I've finished asking my questions. I'm hungry. There should be something to eat in the kitchen. Would you like some? Monk Viking thought Li Pingyan was speaking to him. He was overjoyed. Was the other party going to let him go? Amitba, benefactor, you are indeed compassionate. The Buddha said, lay down the butcher's knife and you will become a Buddha on the spot. The sea of suffering is boundless, but turning back is the shore. Heavy footsteps sounded, and Monk Viking saw a short man carrying a wood-chopping knife. Grasshopper, filled with resentment, glared wide-eyed. His hands were still trembling, and the clear sound of his teeth grinding could be heard. Monk Viking suddenly realized something. Let's talk this out, let's resort to the law, okay? We're all civilized people. Before he could finish speaking, Grasshopper had already charged forward like a wild beast. A wood-chopping knife struck the monk's sternum, but when he tried to pull it out, it seemed to be hooked into the bone. He couldn't pull it out no matter what he did. The monk Viking cried out in pain. Cao Shangfei simply abandoned his wood-chopping knife and started throwing punches. He landed blow after blow on the monk's face. Old Niu also joined in, occasionally adding a kick from the side. Here's a kick for you. Li Pingyan went to the kitchen and rummaged through the food. There was only a bag of silver thread noodles, so he started a fire, and in no time, the noodles were cooked. He picked up 3 bowls of noodles and went outside. The stench of blood in the courtyard was even stronger. Cao Shangfei was killing them one by one, venting his rage. Screams echoed from the courtyard, startling the crows and the trees into flight. The monk Viking, however, had been beaten to near death by Li Pingyan, and then Cao Shangfei had tortured him mercilessly. Yet, he was still alive thanks to his strong physique. Are you a Buddhist? Li Pingyan sat down opposite him, eating noodles with gusto. His tone was casual, as if he were chatting. I only know the Confucian cultivation system. What system is your Buddhism? The monk biking sneered, seemingly knowing he was doomed. He stopped begging for mercy and spoke haltingly. My master won't let you go. Old Niu finished his noodles in one gulp, then stared longingly at Li Pingyan's bowl. Li Pingyan picked up a large mouthful and placed it in old Niu's bowl. Your master? Don't worry, I'll send him down to join you in a few days. You, who exactly are you? Didn't I tell you? An assassin, taking money to solve problems. The wind howled coldly outside, and the roof tiles trembled incessantly. Cao Shangfei staggered back, covered in blood, panting heavily. Li Pingyan asked, want some noodles? Cao Shangfei took the noodles, and just then, a piece of bloody flesh stuck to his head fell into the bowl. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Cao Shangfei couldn't hold it in any longer and collapsed to the side, howling as he vomited. After a while, his stomach was completely empty. He plopped down, clutching his head and sobbing. After a while, he reached out and took what Li Pingyan offered. Thinking it was a rag, he was about to wipe his mouth when he realized it was a silver note. I found this in that monk's arms. Take your child and go. Cao Shangfei wiped the blood from his face. This is too much. You keep it. Li Pingyan shrugged. You can't take things from a dead person, otherwise they'll become a vengeful ghost and come after you. I'm afraid he'll come after me, so I can only give it to you. That way, he won't seek revenge. Cao Shangfei knew he was joking and forced a smile. Li Pingyan patted his shoulder. Leave tomorrow morning, get out of here. Why, help me. This isn't helping you, we have an employer-employee relationship. Li Pingyan held up his hand, the coin between his fingers. Cao Shangfei watched Li Pingyan's retreating figure and said solemnly, Thank you, Yingyue, the academy. Yingyue suspiciously sensed a trace of power that had inexplicably appeared within his body. What's going on? This is the educational power unique to the Confucian system, similar to the power of merit in Buddhism. Buddhism saves all sentient beings. Confucianism educates all sentient beings. Confucian scholars, upon reaching a certain level, all possess a personal natal character. When others write this character, it bestows upon the scholar varying degrees of power. The prototype of this natal character is the scholar's own name. The idea of leaving a name in history is a manifestation of the Confucian system. Many Confucian disciples, after completing their studies, travel far and wide, either working as teachers in local areas or serving as officials in the court, organizing ancient texts, and compiling articles. They educate the masses, thereby gaining the power of education. This is a somewhat vague concept, but generally speaking, it always revolves around the direction of education. Yingyue scratched his chin in confusion. He hadn't done anything particularly good lately. Did giving money to the girls in the brothels count? Not only giving money, but also comforting those lonely, empty, and cold girls. Could this also be considered the power of education? The torrential rain poured down like a floodgate had been opened, sending countless arrows flying across the ground. Old Niu gazed at the rain outside, pen in his mouth. He scribbled on a piece of paper, then nudged Li Pingyan. Moo. Li Pingyan asked, Old Niu, what are you writing? Moo. Battle plan? Moo. So much? Old Niu rolled his eyes. It's all for your safety. So, Old Niu gave Li Pingyan a comprehensive overview of his battle plan. Old Niu laid out a complete plan for advance, attack, and retreat, devising a highly targeted tactic. Behind this tactic were many possible contingencies. How to attack, how to strike, how to retreat, how to end it. All were written meticulously, with a detailed map attached. Ganyi Temple. Longevity, longevity, longevity. The old abbot danced a strange dance in the room. His lifespan was nearing its end. The fear of death intensified his torment and drove him to madness. Thus, he turned to the demonic path, hoping to achieve immortality. Bang! Bang! A knock came at the door. The old abbot stopped his eerie dance. Abbot! What is it? Brother Biking asked me to pass on a message. Biking? The old abbot frowned slightly. Biking had been missing for 2 days. He had thought something had happened to the young man. He opened the door. Where is Biking? A hand pressed down on his head. A flash of white light disappeared. Only the sound of rain remained in the temple. An old crow huddled under the eaves, seemingly startled. Suddenly, it cawed and took flight. Back in the lakeside courtyard, Li Pingyan removed his straw raincoat. The old ox mooed, moo. How's it going, kid? Did my plan work? Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment. I guess it did. As he spoke, he wiped the bloodstains from his staff and knife. The old ox blinked, moo. I've left you some food inside. Watching Li Pingyan go inside, the old ox devoured all the lengthy plans he had written. It really didn't work. The rain stopped around midnight. After the rain, the mountains are fresh and the weather turns autumnal in the evening. Li Pingyan moved a stool and sat with the old ox in the courtyard. He chewed on the food sent by the Duke of Nangwo's mansion. As expected of a wealthy family, their cooking is delicious. The old ox agreed, especially pleased with the generous amount of beef. The swordsman's pen at his waist seemed to have undergone some change. Li Pingyan untied the pen and held it in his hand. It felt much more comfortable in his hand than before. The swordsman's pen. Swordsmen are often guests. Because they have power, because they have conscience, because they want to fight against this world. Therefore, they always stand on the opposite side of this powerful force. They soar through the heavens, hidden among the people. In times of turmoil, they always stand up. And therefore, they are always like stray dogs, wandering with nowhere to go. But at this moment, the swordsman's pen brought Li Pingyan more than just a clear mind. Li Pingyan held the pen, a flash of lightning seeming to strike his mind. He picked up the pen and wrote 10 characters in succession. Only then did he feel exhausted. Li Pingyan let out a long breath and smiled. What a pleasant surprise indeed. 1,000 miles away, the academy's dean stood atop a mountain. His aged fingers twitched, and he smiled as well. He exclaimed, "What a pleasant surprise indeed." Chapter 121 Meeting a soulmate over wine. A lakeside courtyard. An old ox, having eaten its fill, strolled along the lakeshore. The emerald lake was shrouded in mist, nestled between two mountains, resembling an ancient painting of an ox drinking from a stream. Li Pingyan sat on a large rock, completely focused, practicing his breathing exercises. The true energy in the air flowed, seemingly dissolved yet not fully dissolved, permeating his heart and body. Clarity arose from stillness, progressing step by step. His mind was like still water, controlling his energy with his spirit. Bound by the turtle breathing technique, like a spring seeping through. Turtle breathing technique. Li Pingyan couldn't cultivate it. He could only rely on the system and his own efforts, accumulating his strength bit by bit. Internal cultivation of breath, external training of muscles and bones. This was his daily practice. He practiced diligently, constantly refining his skills. Soon, he felt a very comfortable pain. This indicated that his strength was increasing, and his bones were changing. Old Niu, what do you think our future will be like? Old Niu could foresee a limited part of the future. He often told Li Pingyan about things that were about to happen. He advised him to avoid misfortune or bring him benefits. For example, rescuing Lu Yun, or where to go to find silver, or which checkpoints were heavily guarded. Old Niu pretended not to hear. A strong, sturdy black horse was tied to a willow tree by the pond, and two people sat leaning against the roots. Yan Shizhen occasionally glanced at Li Pingyan sitting cross-legged in the distance. "What's wrong, Shizhen?" Su Jiwang asked. Su Jiwang was Su Xinlan's eldest brother. He was known for his generosity and righteousness. Both siblings had a good relationship with Yan Shizhen and did not discriminate against him because of his status. Now that Yan Shizhen had entered the third rank, Su Jiwang naturally wanted to offer his congratulations, and also asked Yan Shizhen to treat him to a drink. The two men drank and chatted about anecdotes from the martial world, but Yan Shizhen kept glancing at a figure in the distance. This piqued Su Jiwang's curiosity, and he couldn't help but ask, "Who is that person?" "It's the Mr. Li I told you about." Su Jiwang nodded. "The one who helped you break through your inner turmoil and advance to the third rank?" Yan Shizhen nodded. "Then why not invite him over for a drink?" "The master is in seclusion, it's best not to disturb him," Yan Shizhen said. Su Jiwang couldn't discern any particular reputation. "He seems to be just ordinarily circulating his qi and blood?" Yan Shizhen smiled. "How could we possibly understand the master's level of cultivation?" Su Jiwang took a sip of his wine, somewhat dismissive. Looking up, he saw Li Pingyan suddenly mount an ox and gallop back. Su Jiwang's interest was piqued. "Perfect. Call him over for a drink." Yan Shizhen said, "Don't offend the master. He rides an ox very fast." Su Jiwang laughed nonchalantly, "An ox can't outrun my dragon-riding horse." Su Jiwang joined the army at 11 and served under General Xiahashang. In the Battle of Tiger Mountain, he followed 300 elite soldiers on a night raid of 1,000 li, annihilating over 20 enemy units at Yangma River. After the battle, General Xiaha rewarded Su Jiwang with the dragon-riding horse ridden by the Turkic general. The dragon-riding horse was over 10 feet tall, its body entirely black. Like black satin, it gleamed. Its beard reached its knees, its tail hung to the ground, and its hooves were like cinnabar. Its bones were strong, and its muscles were bulging. Su Jiwang mounted the horse, "Giddy up." The horse snorted, raised its head, puffed out its ears, and its mane stood on end. Its hooves flew like lightning. Like a wisp of black smoke, it galloped straight towards the direction Li Pingyan had gone. "Old ox, hurry up." Li Pingyan had lost track of time while cultivating, almost forgetting something important. The kitchen said they had fried shrimp tails today. He had specifically inquired, the best time to eat fried shrimp tails was about a quarter of an hour after they came out of the pan. About the time it takes to drink 3 cups of tea. And now, almost 3 cups of tea's time had passed. Brave ox, fearless of difficulties. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. Su Zhiwang felt increasingly uneasy as he ran. Just a moment ago, he could still see Li Pingyan's back in the distance, but now he couldn't even see the ox's rear end. Su Zhiwang stubbornly waved his whip. The dragon horse let out a long neigh, as if saying, "Stop hitting me, I can't catch you." Just then, Su Zhiwang's eyes lit up. Ox rear end? The other party slowed down. Su Zhiwang chuckled. I knew it. How could a bull possibly outrun my dragon-riding horse? The other party must have used some kind of talisman to temporarily increase the bull's speed. Giddy up. Su Zhiwang sped up. You've been following me the whole time, is there something you need? Li Pingyan asked. Mr. Li, I'm a friend of Yanshizhen, inviting you for a drink. A powerful aura, mixed with a domineering voice. It sounded like he wasn't there to invite you, but to prepare for a robbery. Li Pingyan said, "Oh, wait a moment, I have something important to attend to, I'll be right back." Su Zhiwang said generously, "Why don't you ride my dragon-riding horse, it's faster." The old bull bellowed in dissatisfaction. Looking down on bulls, huh? Li Pingyan smiled faintly, "No need, I'm used to riding bulls." With that, he patted the old bull's rump. "Let's go. Someone's treating us to drinks later. If you run any faster, you'll get a bag of beef jerky as a reward." Moo! The old ox let out a roar, 2 puffs of white steam billowing from its nostrils. It vanished in the blink of an eye. Su Zhiwang stared at the direction Li Pingyan had disappeared, his lips twitching slightly. Autumn moon over the calm lake, boating on the lake. On the shore, willows, empty chairs, and silhouettes were all tinged with a faint autumn hue. Varying shades, varying heights, near and far, creating a pleasing autumn scene. A bamboo pole punts the stern, 2 green curtains adorn the bow. Sharing cups with friends, leisurely and carefree. Su Zhiwang was a generous man, he ate and slept alongside the soldiers in the military camp. He possessed none of the arrogance often associated with the wealthy and powerful. This was why he was able to become friends with Yanshizhen. Yanshizhen and Li Pingyan were both straightforward and unpretentious. Before long, they became acquainted, chatting and laughing. Cup after cup of fine wine flowed down their heels, their spirits high. The drinking session lasted from afternoon until evening. They were truly kindred spirits, finding kindred spirits in wine. Su Zhiwang, slightly drunk, lay on the cabin deck. "Oldly," he said, "I've heard from Shizhen that you have profound insights and a wealth of knowledge." His form of address had changed from sir to oldly at some point. It sounded much more intimate. Li Pingyan stammered, shaking his head. "I don't deserve such praise. To say that is really." Su Zhiwang patted Li Pingyan on the shoulder and chuckled, "Oldly, you're so modest." Unexpectedly, Li Pingyan continued, "Indeed, I'm being a bit modest." Su Zhiwang laughed heartily, "I like people like Oldly. Let's have another one." The moon, seemingly indifferent, cast a silvery glow. The wind stirred ripples on the water's surface like fish scales. Su Zhiwang said, "Oldly, could you compose a poem about today's scene?" Li Pingyan smiled and shook his head, slurring, What poem could I possibly write? Others write them all." "Sir, you're too modest," Yanshizhen said. The 3 of them were drinking strong liquor that Su Zhiwang had brought back from the border. The effects of the alcohol were intoxicating, and they were reluctant to dissipate it with their inner energy. "Write one, and I'll have 3 jars of this liquor sent to you tomorrow." Li Pingyan hiccuped and pondered for a moment. Drunk, unaware of the sky reflected in the water, a boat full of sweet dreams presses down on the Milky Way. Su Zhiwang, a martial artist, knew very little about poetry and literature, so he simply offered 3 good s in praise, then fell asleep. Yanshizhen, on the other side, had also long since fallen asleep. Li Pingyan smiled and took another large gulp of wine. "It's all mine." Chapter 122 Zhang Tai. The Su Family Garden. Among the many gardens of the Su family, the lingering garden is the most unique. Though man-made, it appears as if created by nature. The entire garden is simple and elegant, its beauty derived from nature rather than elaborate craftsmanship. As the saying goes, mountains are the backbone of a garden, and water is its lifeblood. Without mountains, there is no scenery, without water, there is no life. Mountains come alive with water, and water is enchanting with mountains. And this lingering garden is precisely the essence of classical gardens. Su Zhiwang passed through an artificial hill and an archway. A white stone path led to a hexagonal pavilion. This was the most secluded spot in the garden. Su Zhiwang was dressed in a close-fitting outfit, unlike the usual elegant attire of a young master. He preferred these simple, comfortable clothes. The lingering smell of last night's wine had dissipated. In the hexagonal pavilion stood a woman and an old man. "Brother, where did you go last night?" Su Xinlin questioned reproachfully. I didn't come back, nor did I bring a message. Mother is very worried. Su Zhiwang said, I just went to see mother. Your brother is a grown man, what could possibly happen to me? As he spoke, he stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Mr. Zhang. The old man's name was Zhang Tai, a native of Changzhou, a renowned Confucian scholar, the foremost of the three masters of Guangling. Since the empress's ascension to the throne, he had lived in seclusion, entertaining himself with poetry and painting. 10 years ago, the Su family earnestly invited him, and Zhang Tai, seeing Su Xinlan's extraordinary talent, accepted to stay with the Su family and teach her. Su Xinlan's nose twitched slightly, her delicate brows furrowing. Brother, you've been drinking again. Su Zhiwang smiled. At 13, I've entered the third rank, how could I not celebrate properly? Besides, this drinking session wasn't for nothing, I even made a good brother. Su Xinlan glanced at him. Who isn't your good brother? You drag people out for drinks and swear brotherhood the moment you see them. Zhang Tai's lips curled into a smile as he poured Su Zhiwang a cup of tea. Su Zhiwang waved his hand. This is different. Oldly has both the scholarly air of a gentleman and the straightforwardness of a commoner. He doesn't like putting on airs, that's just my type. Speaking of which, Su Zhiwang suddenly remembered. Oh right, I think I promised Oldly I'd send him 3 jars of wine. I need to go prepare the wine. Su Zhiwang was about to leave when he stopped and said to Zhang Tai, Mr. Zhang, could I trouble you with something? What is it? Zhang Tai asked gently. I'd like you to appraise a poem for me. Zhang Tai smiled. Oh, young Master Su can write poetry? Everyone knew that the young master of the Su family of Ruxi was skilled in martial arts, but not in poetry or painting. He was utterly uncultured. Su Zhiwang, however, didn't seem to care that others called him uncultured. Sir, please don't laugh at me. It's a poem written by a friend. Tell me, young master. Su Zhiwang pondered for a moment, then slowly recited. Drunk, unaware that the sky is reflected in the water, a boat full of dreams presses down on the Milky Way. Su Xinlan, who was practicing calligraphy nearby, suddenly felt her hand go numb. Zhang Tai, who had been looking on with amusement, suddenly had a glint in his eye and murmured the poem twice. Su Xinlan came to her senses and couldn't help but say, what a beautiful poem. Using poetry to depict scenery. Of the three, Zhang Tai was the most learned and a Confucian scholar. The scenery before his eyes was no longer confined to this secular garden. As if half asleep, he saw the reflection of the starry sky in the water, drifting above the Milky Way, and drifted off to sleep amidst a radiant starlight. After a long while, Zhang Tai took a deep breath. What's the next line? Su Zhiwang frowned in thought. I think that's it, or maybe I forgot, I was drunk and didn't hear clearly. Su Zhiwang suddenly noticed that Zhang Tai's gaze was strange, like someone suddenly stopping the faucet while urinating. Su Zhiwang looked at his younger sister. Is this poem good? After receiving an affirmative answer from his sister, Su Zhiwang smiled smugly. His brother was certainly no ordinary man. The Southern Duke's mansion, inside the main hall. Mother, now that 13 has entered the third rank, shouldn't we find him a teacher? The second madam asked tentatively. On one hand, she was trying to gauge the old madam's opinion. On the other hand, if the old madam truly agreed, the second madam could seize the initiative, taking control of the search for a teacher and making it easier to manipulate things. Find a teacher? What's the use? It's just a fluke. The old madam took a sip of tea, completely unconcerned. In the end, he's not one of our Yan family. Let him be. The second madam smiled but didn't echo the old madam's words. The old madam could criticize Yan Shizhen, but as his aunt, she couldn't say so in front of the old madam. Old madam, second madam. A maid entered. Young Master Su, Miss Su, and Mr. Zhang Tai are waiting outside to greet the old madam. Zhang Tai? The old madam and the second madam were both startled. The great scholar Zhang Tai had long since retired from public life, and was later invited by the Su family to become the teacher of Miss Su Xinlan. At the time, the Duke of Nangguo's mansion had gone to great lengths to invite Zhang Tai into their household, even if it was just for a nominal position. Unfortunately, Zhang Tai didn't value fame or fortune. He took a liking to Su Xinlan at first sight. He joined the Su family. Over the years, Zhang Tai had lived a secluded life. However, this did not diminish his standing among scholars. Quickly, invite him in. A moment later, Su Xinlan, Su Zhiwang, and a middle-aged man from the Su family entered the hall. The old matriarch rose and smiled. 15 years have passed since we last met. Mr. Zhang, how have you been? Zhang Tai returned the greeting. Greetings, madam. Thank you for your blessings. I am in good health. Please sit down. The group chatted for a while. The old lady joked, when my late husband was alive, he earnestly invited you to join our Southern Duke's mansion. However, you politely declined and secluded yourself for over 10 years. Today, your return to our gates truly brings honor to our humble Southern Duke's mansion. Zhang Tai smiled. Old madam, you flatter me. I am but a commoner, merely a teacher earning a living. He then produced a painting scroll. On your birthday, old madam, I have nothing of value but this landscape painting. I hope you will accept it. The old lady smiled. Sir, you are too modest. Zhang Jingyuan's paintings are the finest of the 3 treasures of Guangling. Obtaining a painting scroll is worth more than 1,000 rare treasures. Thank you for coming to our mansion in person. Zhang Tai finally revealed the purpose of his visit. Old madam, I have come here today. First, to extend my greetings. Secondly, it was to see someone. Everyone present knew that this second point was the key. Oh, who is it? I've heard that the Duke of Nangguo's mansion has a guest advisor named Li Ping'an. I've happened to hear some of his poems and have come to ask for his advice. The second madam was secretly surprised. What kind of poems could have prompted Zhang Tai to come in person? The old madam suddenly realized, so it's Mr. Li. She quickly called her maid to fetch Li Ping'an from the lakeside courtyard. Chapter 123. A hidden dragon in the abyss, soaring to the 9 heavens. A short while later, the maid-servant hurried back, reporting to the old madam, Mr. Li is taking his afternoon nap. The old madam looked at Zhang Tai. Mr. Zhang, why don't you wait a moment and sample some tea from my southern duke's mansion? Zhang Tai smiled. Since Mr. Li is taking his afternoon nap, I'd better visit him personally at the lakeside courtyard. At this moment, Zhang Tai felt like a reader who had been reading a novel but was suddenly interrupted. He wished he could rush into the author's house. Soon, the group arrived at the lakeside courtyard. A gentle breeze blew, and the lake rippled with enchanting light. In the courtyard, Li Ping'an lay peacefully asleep in a rocking chair. 2 figures were beside him. They were Yan Shizhen and his maid, Lan Yu. Yan Shizhen bowed to everyone. The second madam frowned slightly, but the frown vanished in an instant. She said, Shizhen, what are you doing here? I'm here to help Mr. Li copy books, Yan Shizhen replied. The second madam smiled and said, next time, let Jingyang come with you too. That depends on Mr. Li's opinion. The second madam's smile was forced, and she naturally changed the subject. Is Mr. Li awake? Of course he's awake. Li Ping'an yawned and stood up from the rocking chair. I didn't know you were coming. Please forgive my lack of hospitality. Zhang Tai looked Li Ping'an up and down, then stepped forward and introduced himself. Mr. Li, my surname is Zhang, my given name is Tai, and my courtesy name is Jingyuan. I have the honor of hearing your poetry and have come to learn from you. Li Ping'an raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh? Drunk, unaware that the sky is reflected in the water, a boat full of dreams presses down on the Milky Way. Zhang Tai's voice was slow and gentle, like a spring breeze, drifting into everyone's ears. The old madam and the second madam were not ordinary women, they knew a great deal about poetry. Upon hearing this, their expressions changed. The second wife couldn't help but feel remorse again. She blamed her son, who was more trouble than he was worth. If only she had befriended Li Ping'an back then, there wouldn't have been any chance to take advantage of Yan Shizhen. Now, Li Ping'an clearly had his eye on Yan Shizhen. Zhang Tai looked at Li Ping'an expectantly, waiting for the second half of his sentence. Li Ping'an was taken aback. He had drunk too much last night, and only remembered it when Zhang Tai mentioned it. He didn't mind telling Zhang Tai the first 2 lines. The west wind ages the waves of Dongting Lake, and overnight, Xiangjun's hair turns white. He just didn't know if Dongting Lake existed in this world, or if Xiangjun existed. So, after a slight hesitation, he smiled and said, I just happened to hear this, there's no second half. Zhang Tai's expression immediately soured. It was as if he had finally found an author who had stopped writing after going through countless hardships. He had wanted to use him to threaten the author into continuing to write, but instead discovered the author was dead. Zhang Tai sighed deeply and shook his head. He couldn't help but lose his composure. However, his interest in Li Ping'an grew stronger. Li Ping'an brewed tea for him. Zhang Tai wandered around Li Ping'an's room, admiring his calligraphy. He clicked his tongue in amazement. How could a blind man write such beautiful characters? It was strange, really. Li Ping'an did possess extraordinary talent in certain areas. For example, in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Perhaps this was what the deputy director of the Imperial Observatory meant by a person punished by heaven. Congenitally disabled, yet possessing abilities beyond ordinary people in certain areas. Naturally, Li Ping'an hadn't yet discovered any other special qualities. Zhang Tai was lamenting that his own handwriting was probably worse than a blind man's. Suddenly, he noticed an old ox beside him, a pen in its mouth, writing something on a piece of paper. Zhang Tai couldn't help but smile. Even this ox was imitating him. It was clear how diligently Li Ping'an practiced his calligraphy. Curious, Zhang Tai walked over and took a look. Hiss. Zhang Tai looked at the ox, and the ox glanced at him back. Moo! Move aside, you're blocking the light. Can't you see he's practicing calligraphy? Zhang Tai pursed his lips. This ox's writing isn't bad either. Zhang Tai nodded thoughtfully. Then he stared at the ox in astonishment, something that seemed neither demonic nor not demonic. This was truly strange. With his cultivation level, he couldn't see through it. If he couldn't understand it, he wouldn't think about it. Zhang Tai shook his head and glanced at Yan Shizhen, who was copying a book nearby. Zhang Tai had heard of Yan Shizhen, the son-in-law of the Yan family. Meeting him today, however, he was not as unpleasant as the rumors suggested. He chatted casually with him for a few moments. This conversation, however, led him to a new understanding of the young man. After a long while, Zhang Tai smiled. Not bad at all. Both his speech and his character were unlike ordinary people. The hardships of his childhood had made the young man's character even more resolute. As the saying goes, adversity reveals courage, and tempering leads to perfection. Suffering itself has no meaning. What is meaningful is the lessons learned from suffering, the experience gained, and the abilities improved through overcoming hardship. The more Zhang Tai looked at Yan Shizhen, the more he liked him. This young man is not bad, Li Pingyan suddenly said leisurely. It's just a pity he has no one to guide him. His words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Zhang Tai's eyes flashed. To gain Mr. Li's approval meant that Yan Shizhen was indeed quite remarkable. Does Mr. Li mean for me to tutor Yan Shizhen? The second madam, seeing Zhang Tai chatting with Yan Shizhen for so long, suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Zhang Tai said, Yan Shizhen, if you'd like, you can come to my courtyard with Xinlan every day. So Xinlan was startled and looked at Zhang Tai in surprise. She had previously considered introducing Yan Shizhen to Zhang Tai, but after being rejected once, she didn't dare to bring it up again. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tai took the initiative to offer it today. Yan Shizhen didn't immediately agree. Such matters required consulting the old madam's opinion. After all, he was still a member of the Yan family. The second madam smiled perfectly. Mr. Zhang has extraordinary talent. How could I let you tutor Shizhen? To be honest, I've already found a teacher for Shizhen. Such a small matter shouldn't trouble you. Zhang Tai glanced at the second madam, his mind clear. She smiled gently. 13, what are your thoughts? Yan Shizhen stepped forward and bowed. 13 is willing to follow Mr. Zhang. Seeing that the second madam was about to say something more, Zhang Tai spoke first, saying to the old madam, I truly feel a connection with young Master 13. I hope you will grant me some face. Having said this much, the old madam naturally couldn't refuse. Zhang Tai came to her door to take her as a disciple. How could she refuse? If word got out, who knew how the people of Guanling would view her? After a couple of breaths, the old madam slowly nodded. To receive guidance from Mr. Zhang is his blessing. Smoke rose from the chimneys, the evening glow radiant. Yan Shizhen gazed at the sky, seemingly still in a daze. In just a few days, he had gone from a despised family good-for-nothing to not only reaching the third rank, but also receiving guidance from the great Confucian scholar Zhang Tai. This was tantamount to being half a disciple of Zhang Tai. Others could no longer look down on him as they had before. A dramatic rise and fall, like a dream. That was how Yan Shizhen felt at this moment. And all of this, he turned to look at Li Pingyan. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Li Pingyan was his benefactor. He had helped him overcome his inner turmoil, and Zhang Tai had come today specifically to find Li Pingyan. Yan Shizhen happened to be here. And it was Li Pingyan's words, "It's a pity there's no one to teach me," that prompted Zhang Tai to act on a whim. Thinking of this, Yan Shizhen solemnly bowed to Li Pingyan. "Thank you so much, sir. I will never forget your kindness." The boy's voice echoed across the lakeside. Li Pingyan smiled faintly, turned, and waved. "What does this have to do with me? This is all the result of your own hard work. If you want to thank someone, thank yourself. Yan Shizhen, the path is right beneath your feet, no matter how difficult it may be. As long as you want to walk, the path will be as smooth as flat ground." The boy paused for a moment, then bowed deeply again. "Thank you for enlightening me, sir." Chapter 124 Biological Child? Yan Shizhen has been taken as half a disciple by Zhang Tai. Yan Jinjiang's voice was low as he gazed at the lake. Ever since that blind man came, that guy's been incredibly lucky. Sooner or later, he'll be riding roughshod over me. Yan Jingyang would never forget that winter. Yan Shizhen, who was clearly being bullied at will, had his mother's death anniversary shattered when Yan Jingyang deliberately hid the paper money Yan Shizhen had been saving. This prevented Yan Shizhen from burning paper money for his mother, and he even said that without it, his mother would freeze or starve to death in the afterlife. Yan Shizhen simply walked away without a word. Yan Jingyang didn't think much of it, but when he returned home that night, Yan Shizhen suddenly appeared and smashed a stone on his head. Yan Shizhen had already reached the first rank realm, and at that time, Yan Jingyang was no match for him. He was nearly beaten to death. Although Yan Shizhen was later punished according to family rules and nearly died, it allowed Yan Jingyang to vent his anger, but that experience became a haunting nightmare. As he grew older and embarked on the path of cultivation, it eventually became a knot in his heart. "Uncle Wu, why do you think this happened?" Wu Paitong, dressed in a gray robe, stood aside, pondering for a moment. People have different destinies, some can complement each other, while others are incompatible. A person's fortune also affects the fortunes of those around them. Since Li Pingyan arrived, Yan Shizen's fortune has soared. Yan Jingyang clenched his fist. What if he dies? Wu Paitong's expression changed slightly. No matter how lowly Yan Shizen's status, he is still a descendant of the Yan family. You can bully and humiliate him, but you must never harbor thoughts of killing him. Otherwise, the Yan family will not tolerate you. Yan Jingyang lowered his head. I wasn't talking about Yan Shizen, but Li Pingyan. The moon shone brightly on the lake, the quiet night whispered, and a gentle breeze rustled the willows. The two sat in the pavilion. Wu Paitong, dressed in a gray robe, stood to one side. Yan Jingyang personally rose to pour wine for Li Pingyan. Mr. Li, let me toast you. Let's call it even. Li Pingyan replied, young master, you jest. When did we ever have any grudges? Li Pingyan truly didn't feel he had any enmity with Yan Jingyang. Back at the Flower Moon Pavilion, Yan Jingyang had given Li Pingyan some gold beads. This had allowed Li Pingyan to unwittingly collect several days' worth of wine money. At the gate, Yan Jingyang hadn't reported this to Yan Pingyan. As the saying goes, helping is a favor, not helping is one's right. Besides, at that time, the two were strangers. Therefore, Li Pingyan believed there was no real animosity between them. Yan Jingyang remained silent for a moment, then raised his cup and drank it all in one gulp. Sir, you are magnanimous. Yan Jingyang drank 3 cups in quick succession. Sir, I will be frank. I have a childhood grudge against Yan Shizen. He is a knot in my heart. If I wish to achieve enlightenment and continue on this path of immortality, Yan Shizen will surely be killed by me in the future. But now, thanks to your intentional or unintentional cultivation, Yan Shizen has gained so much. Jingyang is truly troubled and irritable. If you would be willing to cease all contact with Yan Shizen from now on, the Southern Duke's mansion will be eternally grateful, and Jingyang will also be thankful. Li Pingyan paused for a moment, seemingly doubting whether he had misheard. Then he recalled the second madam's shrewdness and looked at her son. He couldn't help but wonder, was Yan Jingyang really the second madam's biological son? How could he be so foolish? After a few breaths, Li Pingyan slowly spoke. The feud between young master Jingyang and the 13th young master has nothing to do with me. As for severing ties with the 13th young master, I cannot accept this unreasonable request. Li Pingyan had already been very polite. To put it bluntly, who the hell are you? Who I associate with is none of your business. Yan Jingyang's expression gradually turned cold. He exhaled deeply and stood up. I remember you said before that you are not a cultivator, right? Li Pingyan nodded. That's right. Yan Jingyang stared at every detail of Li Pingyan's face, as if to confirm whether the other was lying. Then he stood up, hands behind his back, and walked out of the pavilion. Inside the pavilion, only Wu Paitong and Li Pingyan remained standing, sensing the killing intent from the other side. Li Pingyan paused for a moment, then couldn't help but smile. He had initially thought Yan Jingyang was simply being foolish, but now he realized he was wrong. This guy, his foolishness was peculiar, commonly known as exceptionally foolish. I'll enlighten you. Wu Paitong slightly bowed, producing a leaf from his hand. The leaf landed, transforming into thick green vines, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Wu Paitong suddenly raised his hand, and the enormous vines, like pythons whipping their tails, struck through the air with a deafening roar, hurtling towards Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan leaped backward, easily dodging the attack. Another deafening roar, this time even louder than the last, accompanied by howling winds. The sturdy pillar supporting the pavilion was snapped in half. What rank? Li Pingyan couldn't determine the exact nature of the attack, it was only in his perception. These seemingly powerful green vines were as fragile as branches and leaves. He had initially thought his opponent would be stronger. Just as Li Pingyan regained his footing, a green vine shot out from beneath his feet. It quickly wrapped around his entire body, binding him tightly and rendering him immobile. Wu Paitong coldly snorted, "You really aren't a cultivator. Don't blame me." His hand clenched heavily. The green vine emitted a chilling sound. Not only a person, but even an elephant would be crushed to dust at this moment. But the next instant, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. Turtle breathing technique. The aura Li Pingyan had accumulated since childhood had made the turtle breathing technique incredibly vast. Like a bomb, it exploded from within him. The green vine turned into a cloud of green powder. Wu Paitong's face darkened, and he spread his 5 fingers. The green vines, like countless sharp blades, pierced towards Li Pingyan from all directions. Li Pingyan dodged them, his expression remaining relaxed, as if toying with a child. Wu Paitong let out a low roar, and countless green vines snaked their way in. They pressed down from all sides, leaving Li Pingyan with no way to dodge. What rank are you? What path do you follow? Li Pingyan suddenly asked. Wu Paitong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Dead men don't need to know so much. Li Pingyan's right hand rested on the hilt of his staff sword, and he murmured, I just want to confirm what rank my current strength is. Now that I encounter a Qi cultivator, I'll know which rank I should run from and which I can beat up. A sheet of Xian paper popped out from his sleeve. The characters wind and thunder were imprinted on it. A dazzling halo hung in the autumn wind, its echo trembling in my ears. Then it fell into the lake, like a broken rainbow, desolate yet beautiful. The green vine suddenly seemed to lose its life. Wu Paitong's gaze was blank, his clothes torn by the wind. It was as if a knife was hidden in the wind, slicing through his clothes in one stroke, and taking his life. The Fuzang blade? These were his last words left in the world. The blade was sheathed, but Li Pingyan felt it was a waste of ink. In the instant Wu Paitong was defeated, Yingyue turned to flee. Move again, and the blade will veer off course, possibly striking your head. The voice fell with the lake water, and Yingyue dared not move again. Li Pingyan brushed past him. The body is yours to handle. You can probably come up with a plausible excuse. You're the son of the Duke of Nangwo, killing you would be troublesome. But if something like this happens again, even if it's troublesome, I'll have to send you on your way. Finally, one last piece of advice. If you have the chance, get a paternity test done with your mother. Li Pingyan strongly suspected that Yingyue wasn't the second madam's biological son. Then, he walked towards the lakeside courtyard under the moonlight. Having stayed at the Duke of Nangwo's mansion for several days, it seemed it was time to leave. Although he was somewhat reluctant to leave the delicious food at the Duke of Nangwo's mansion, but the hibiscus seeds had already been delivered, it would be impolite to continue mooching off them. Old Niu, where do you think we go next? Old Niu, Mu. Chapter 125 Great Dao Runes. Li Pingyan intended to bid farewell to the old madam and leave the southern duke's mansion. As for where to go, since old Niu didn't want to return to the four towns of Anbei so soon, he would go wherever he ended up. The road was right there, no matter where he wanted to go, no matter how far. He would take it one step at a time, and he would eventually reach his destination. Li Pingyan had no shortage of time. Just as he finished packing, a guest arrived at the lakeside courtyard. The visitor was dressed in simple clothes, with a dark complexion. His weathered eyes shone brightly, giving him an air of authority. Gu Zizhu. Gu Zizhu had agreed to do something for old Mo in exchange for forging the Fuzang blade. The two parted ways at Human Pass, and Li Pingyan escorted Aliyah and the other three to the academy. The golden sunset sank into the lake, a hazy, tranquil scene. A glass of wine, accompanied by a gentle breeze. A toast to the autumn night and the slightly intoxicating evening breeze. Is it resolved? Li Pingyan asked. Gu Zizhu nodded. A little troublesome, but nothing serious. The two set up a copper pot. Meat, meatballs, and vegetables tumbled in the pot. The billowing steam and bubbling broth seemed to melt on the tongue. Both moved their chopsticks rapidly. Gu Zizhu's eyes were like lightning, fixed on the meat in the pot. Li Pingyan used the same trick again. Tell me what old Mo asked you to do, I'm very interested. Gu Zizhu saw through his trick and picked up a large piece of meat with his chopsticks. He ate while giving a perfunctory answer. A small matter, very boring. He didn't forget to set a trap for Li Pingyan. Tell me what happened after I left. I'm very interested. Li Pingyan replied casually, a safe journey, nothing happened. Gu Zizhu narrowed his eyes. I heard you were wanted. Tell me in detail what happened. Li Pingyan stirred the boiling broth with one hand. He moved the slice of meat from Gu Zizhu's side to his own. A small matter, quite boring. Brother Li, perhaps you don't want to tell me? Gu Zizhu used a magical technique to move the meat slice back. Li Pingyan smiled faintly. Brother Gu is joking. Compared to these small matters, I'm more concerned about Brother Gu's affairs. A hot pot is like a battlefield, a moment's distraction can lead to annihilation. Gu Zizhu looked at Li Pingyan, his expression serious. Li Pingyan's expression was equally serious. Brother Li, please go first. Gu Zizhu smiled. Li Pingyan, Brother Gu, please go ahead. Just then, the old ox suddenly leaned over and sneezed towards the hot pot. Achoo! Gu Zizhu glanced at the hot pot, his lips twitching slightly. So that's a trick too? Li Pingyan. Gu Zizhu. Moo. The old ox bellowed, as if to say, are you still eating? If not, I'll eat. An autumn breeze blew, rippling the water's surface, and willow branches swayed. Several unidentified birds flew across the water, sometimes skimming, sometimes swooping, sometimes leaping. Do you think I have a chance to enter the martial arts world? Li Pingyan asked curiously. Gu Zizhu glanced at him. Old Mo said you're a chosen one, destined for darkness. Whether you're a martial artist or a Qi cultivator, you can't follow either path. Martial artists may lack the talent for cultivation, but there's a fundamental difference between you and them. They may lack talent, but they still have a path. But you have no path at all. It's like the difference between someone who can't get an erection and a eunuch. Li Pingyan remained silent for a long time, taken aback by this analogy. Gu Zizhu, seeing Li Pingyan's interest in cultivation methods, patiently explained further. The cultivation system is broadly divided into two systems: martial arts and Qi cultivation. Qi cultivation has numerous branches, each developing its own unique cultivation system. For example, the Confucian school focuses on opening the spiritual platform and cultivating a righteous spirit within. The Daoist school cultivates the hidden palace, and there's also the independent sword cultivation. While there are differences, they are all largely similar. They all have a unified ranking system, from 1 to 9 ranks, with 9 grades per rank. Each realm is further divided into 4 minor realms, each step extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to traverse. Reaching a certain realm, it's no longer enough to simply cultivate and ascend. Many external factors are also required. In short, the path to immortality is long and boundless. Those who can embark on this path and achieve anything are 1 in 10,000. Gu Zizhu paused, then continued. The world changes, dynasties rise and fall, dynasties rise and fall, national grievances and triumphant songs resound. It all seems like an illusion, yet it's ultimately harmless. Throughout history, how much love and hate has there been in this world? How many beautiful women have met tragic ends? How many heroes have bowed down for it? In short, what I'm saying is that you shouldn't be saddened by your inability to cultivate. Whether you live 80 years or 800, you still die. Li Pingyan smiled and said leisurely, I'm not so easily upset by these things. Since I can't cultivate, there's no need to force it. Gu Zizhu glanced at Li Pingyan approvingly, then suddenly remembered something. Although those punished by heaven cannot cultivate, the secrets within you are incredibly powerful. This is a significant difference between you and ordinary Qi cultivators. Golden scarf, heavenly gate, long essence, profound spring, heavenly drum, mud pill. If you place great Dao runes within these 6 secrets, it could be a method of cultivation. Li Pingyan frowned slightly. Great Dao runes. Gu Zizhu explained, great Dao runes are symbols possessing strange power. They are fragmented carriers of the Dao. Qi cultivators cultivate 4 main categories: combat skills, soul skills, spells, and auxiliary methods. Essentially, they all belong to great Dao runes. Adding Dao principles and Dao realms imbues spells with unique life, achieving supernatural powers. Ordinary cultivators' 6 secrets cannot bear great Dao runes. Even if they succeed, they will suffer a backlash from the heavenly Dao. However, those punished by heaven do not have this concern, and the success rate is very high. Previously, a heavenly punishment cultivator appeared in the 9 provinces who entered the Dao through great Dao runes. Li Pingyan asked, was he very impressive? Gu Zizhu replied, very impressive, but he has been missing for a long time. Li Pingyan seemed thoughtful. Gu Zizhu took a sip of wine. However, these great Dao runes are extremely difficult to find, and heavenly punishment cultivators cannot enter the path of cultivation. At most, they live to be a little over 100 years old. So I suspect that person died of old age while searching for the great Dao runes. Li Pingyan smiled faintly. As he said before, the one thing he probably had in abundance was time. Even without embarking on the path to immortality, with the lifespan granted by the system, he could live forever. In that case, he'd just have to search. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, even 10,000 years. With such long years, he needed to find something to do. Otherwise, life would be so boring. Chapter 126 Yellow Fate. Where are you going next? Gu Zizhu leaned back, supporting himself with his arms. I want to try and find the great Dao runes you mentioned. Gu Zizhu chuckled, that thing is indeed magical. After fusion, the entire body becomes an array, enough to contend with a Qi cultivator. However, it's extremely difficult to find. It all depends on fate and luck. Do you think your luck is good enough? Li Pingyan recalled his experiences and then shook his head. Not too good, but what? Nothing. Li Pingyan wanted to say, my luck isn't great, but I have a long lifespan. Gu Zizhu said, anyway, I don't recommend you go looking for that thing. In fact, no one knows where the great Dao runes will appear. They might be in some sacred mountain temple, or they might be in a bustling alley. You could easily miss them. Li Pingyan smiled without saying a word. Gu Zizhu only stayed for 1 day before leaving. He said he had a duel scheduled at Demon Suppressing Pass. Before that, he needed to return to the academy to visit his mentor. Li Pingyan asked, what kind of place is Demon Suppressing Pass? Demon Suppressing Pass is in the northernmost part of Kyushu. Is it interesting? Very interesting. Countless heroes throughout history have come to see it. Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment, then said to Old Ox, that sounds good. Shall we go take a look? Old Ox, moo. Li Pingyan smiled. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Before leaving, Gu Zizhu turned back and said, "If you're going to demon-suppressing pass, you'd better hurry, otherwise missing my fight with that guy would be a loss. If you encounter any demons or monsters, mention my name, Gu Zizhu." Li Pingyan waved, "See you in the martial world." Gu Zizhu laughed heartily and rode away on the wind. Li Pingyan played the erhu to see him off. The sound of the erhu rose, mournful and plaintive, tinged with sorrow. Gu Zizhu turned and looked at Li Pingyan in surprise. Is he sending me away? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for unlocking a yellow destiny. Destiny: a gentleman does not act rashly. When he acts, he does so with principle. Within 5 steps of the body, internal strength is greatly increased, and physical strength is enhanced. Level 1, within 6 steps of the body. Level 2, within 7 steps of the body. Level 3, within 10 steps of the body. Additional, Level 3 generates a special effect. Within 10 steps, the opponent's strength is weakened. Name: Li Pingyan, lifespan 160-170. Erquan Yingyue LV3, 2000/10,000. Talent: low-grade spirit bone. Listening to the wind blade technique, 91%. Drawing sword technique */68%-70%. Turtle breathing technique, 93%. Swallow piercing clouds leap, 43%-45%. Skill: aura lock, 64%-66%. Achievement completed, Erquan Yingyue LV3, 1/5 completed. Cyan Destiny, single-minded devotion. White Destiny, diligence can make up for clumsiness. Upgraded, effects greatly enhanced. Destiny levels: white, cyan, yellow, red, blue, purple. Li Pingyan stood there for a long time, then turned around. The fallen leaves returned to their path. Where is the waning moon and the morning breeze? Floating clouds obscured the sun, the wind blew and monkeys cried. Autumn rain, half blown away by the wind. Li Pingyan told the old lady about his impending departure. Although the old lady tried her best to persuade him to stay, Li Pingyan's mind was made up. Besides the old lady, Li Pingyan didn't disturb anyone else. Informing the old lady was also a matter of courtesy. Li Pingyan's luggage was simple: an erhu, a 2-stringed bowed instrument, a walking stick, usable for both fighting and fishing, a pen at his waist, and a short, handleless flying sword hidden in his sleeve, plus an ox. As the storyteller said, a gavel for a living, a fan for a living. Rivers, lakes, and seas are home, fearless of towering storms. Nowhere is home, yet everywhere is home. Life is short, wealth and status are burdens. You bring nothing into this world and take nothing out. A simple life is a happy life. Li Pingyan wholeheartedly agreed, for he possessed neither wealth nor status. Leaving the southern duke's mansion, he wandered through the bustling city streets and alleys. The millstone gleamed like jade in spring, the beans boiled in the sandpot were as soft as butter. Li Pingyan moved with light steps, as if riding the wind. Halfway there, he suddenly noticed old Niu carrying 2 roast chickens in his mouth. Li Pingyan reluctantly paid for them. He ate while grumbling about old Niu. Before even leaving the city, he sensed several familiar presences. Yan Shizhen and his maid Lan Yu, Su Zhiwang, and Su Xinlan, brother and sister. "Old Li, why didn't you tell us you were leaving?" "That's so inconsiderate," Su Zhiwang said casually. Li Pingyan smiled, though they had only known each other for a short time. The inevitable parting was saddening. "Old Li, where are you headed?" "Jinyeo Pass." "Jinyeo Pass? What are you going to Jinyeo Pass for?" Li Pingyan, "Just taking a stroll. That place is quite far, and the journey isn't safe." Li Pingyan didn't care. "The road is under my feet. As long as I walk, I'll reach any destination, no matter how far." As he said this, he was facing Yan Shizhen. Yan Shizhen bowed. "Rest assured, sir, Shizhen will never forget your teachings." Li Pingyan patted his shoulder and smiled with satisfaction. Then he turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, we'll meet again someday." Dusk fell, and a breeze blew. The setting sun and wisps of smoke rising in the distance. The warmth of human life. This was the kind of world he loved. Chapter 127. In my youth, I felt the stars were within reach. The grass withers, the eagle's eye sharpens, the snow melts, the horse's hooves are light. Li Pingyan and the old ox walked and stopped, abandoning the official road. They walked merrily along the narrow path. The snow fell heavier and heavier, gradually covering the bushes on both sides, a vast expanse of white. They crossed one mountain, and then stepped onto another. The path up the mountain grew narrower, more desolate, and quieter. Man and ox, yet not lonely. Li Pingyan hummed a song. A laugh from the vast sea, the tides surge on both banks. Floating and sinking with the waves, only remembering today. The heavens laugh, the world's tides rise and fall. Who wins, who loses, only heaven knows. After an unknown amount of time, finally, the signs of life appeared ahead. They encountered 3 men carrying New Year's goods, large and small packages, walking from one end of the mountain to the other. From their cheerful expressions and conversation, it was clear they were beaming with joy. It turned out that it was nearing the end of the year, and a bride was getting married in the village. Li Pingyan, along with his old ox, went over to ask for a share of the wedding feast. The village was filled with a festive atmosphere, but the main feast hadn't started yet. The villagers had built makeshift stoves out of blue and red bricks to cook the food. In rural areas, it's customary to attend almost every household's banquet. Their own kitchens were clearly too small, so they had to set up an open-air kitchen to make room. Everyone chatted idly while cracking sunflower seeds. The feast grew larger and larger, the food became more and more plentiful, and the flavors grew richer and richer. Everyone sat around the table, eating and chatting, enjoying themselves immensely. This feeling reminded Li Pingyan of his childhood. He felt he wasn't just eating at a banquet, but rather experiencing the happy atmosphere and the lively spirit. Li Pingyan spontaneously composed a cheerful tune. After all, it was their joyous occasion. They couldn't very well turn down a dishonorable guest. Li Pingyan quite liked the atmosphere. Moreover, the food prepared by the rural chef had a unique flavor. Li Pingyan still felt that the chefs at Huanghialo restaurant couldn't compare to the first grand feast he had eaten at in his small mountain village. Don't laugh at the farmer's homemade wine, for in a bountiful year, he'll have plenty of chicken and pork to entertain guests. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, the bride and groom had already entered their bridal chamber. There was no bridal chamber pranks, and the dishes were almost empty. Li Pingyan walked to a hilltop, intending to enjoy the breeze. But then he saw a boy standing on the hilltop, waving a bamboo stick. He was quite skilled, muttering something under his breath. Li Pingyan smiled. The boy swung the stick with great enthusiasm. After a while, he turned around and noticed Li Pingyan standing behind him, his face instantly turning bright red with embarrassment. Li Pingyan chuckled. Strenuous exercise after a meal isn't good for your health. The boy rubbed his stomach and chuckled. He slung his bamboo stick over his shoulder and looked at Li Pingyan's stick. "Uncle, your stick isn't as nice as mine." Li Pingyan found a clean spot to sit down. "What were you practicing just now? Swordsmanship?" The boy rubbed his hands together and smiled somewhat sheepishly. "Yes, my dream is to be a chivalrous swordsman, wandering the world with a sword." Li Pingyan said, "What's there to be embarrassed about? They all laugh at me, and my mother says I'm childish." "I think you're quite ambitious." "Really?" The boy's eyes shone with excitement, as if gaining someone's approval was a tremendous achievement. "Uncle, let me show you my swordsmanship." The boy brandished his wooden staff in the setting sun. The verdant leaves, a tapestry of green and yellow, told the story of time. Li Pingyan's lips curled into a smile. In his youth, he felt the stars were within reach, and his sword strokes had even brushed away the setting sun. "Uncle, can I borrow your staff to play with?" "You can't play with this staff." Li Pingyan, in high spirits, leaped up from the rock. He took a step, his body growing lighter and lighter. It was the wind that moved him, and his heart. A gentle breeze spread from within him, carrying a fresh scent only found deep in the mountains. A cool sensation permeated every pore of his body. It was as if a fine stream of air had seeped into him. He was no longer atop the mountains, but traversed thousands of miles. From the simple to the vast, from near to far. The boy stared blankly at this scene, as if in a dream. Life shouldn't have dreams, yet it does. He dreamt of a wandering swordsman carrying a jug of wine and lighting a lamp. He spent his life in wine, his steed as swift as the wind. He dreamt of drawing his bow to bid farewell to the Han moon, his arrow piercing the arrogant heavens. He dreamt of his horse drinking at autumn waters, the water cold and the wind like a knife. Life is like a dream, like smoke. The wind scattered the dream, and the boy stood tall on the mountains. Listening to the wind rise and fall, he almost forgot everything in the world. Li Pingyan's sword entered the dream, his robes fluttering. Listening to the wind sword technique, 91%-92%, the boy stood frozen, something in his heart seemed to have been unlocked. A tremor ran through him, and a flash of insight struck him. He seemed to understand something, yet understood nothing at all. After a long while, he came to his senses. The person had vanished. The boy's face was innocent and childlike, showing no fear. Only his large, clear eyes looked around. A leaf drifted down gently. The boy swung his wooden stick again, stirring up a gentle breeze. He spent the night in the village, and the next morning, Li Pingyan set off again, bathed in the rising sun. The boy stood atop a mountain, swinging his wooden stick again and again. Li Pingyan headed straight for Yumen Pass, heading north. He had traveled countless roads and met countless people he himself probably couldn't remember. Rivers, hills, villages. Those distant and unattainable places were gradually left behind his straw sandals. Terrifying scenes were rarely encountered. With nothing to do, he would sit on the old ox and play the erhu. Floating clouds and willow catkins, rootless and adrift, drift freely across the vast heaven and earth. New Year's Day, the beginning of the new year. Li Pingyan walked through the mountains, the towering trees blocking out everything. He couldn't hear the sound of fireworks, nor smell the festive atmosphere of the new year. Only the north wind of the dead of winter blew relentlessly. Old ox, it's New Year's. Li Pingyan opened his mouth, and his stomach filled with wind. Old ox, moo. There's a cave ahead, let's go in and take shelter. The wind and snow were kept out, and the firelight warmed the small cave. A pot sat on top, the ice gradually melting into boiling water. He cooked noodles and ate them with freshly baked flatbread. Li Pingyan raised a cup of wine and clinked it against old Niu's. Happy New Year. Moo. Li Pingyan exhaled a breath of cold air. Damn it, I wonder when we'll reach Jinyeo Pass. When we get to Yumen Pass, we'll definitely give him a good meal. Old Niu nodded in agreement. Li Pingyan smiled and silently wished in his heart. Happy New Year, may all your wishes come true. May everything be joyful and the year peaceful. Chapter 128 The Wine Gourd. Yumen Pass. Li Pingyan, having braved wind and frost, entered Yumen Pass under the snowy moonlight. Fallen leaves from yesterday still clung to his shoulders. Li Pingyan flicked his finger lightly. Sesame seed cakes. Hot mutton offal soup. Duck blood noodles. A cacophony of vendors competed to see who could shout the loudest. His feet trod lightly, the brilliant sunlight spilling between the green tiles and red walls, dappled shadows of trees swaying on the red walls. Every brick and tile added a touch of gentleness to the majestic Yumen Pass. The shop signs and flags fluttering high, the bustling carriages and the endless stream of pedestrians, given a feeling of both familiarity and strangeness to Li Pingyan. The aroma of steaming mutton dishes made him swallow hard. Old Niu, I'll treat you to a big meal today, Li Pingyan said with great enthusiasm. Along the way, Li Pingyan relied on playing folk tunes. They also saved up some money. It wasn't much, but it was more than enough for a good meal and a good night's sleep. Old Niu, give me the money. Old Niu, moo. Li Pingyan frowned slightly. How did the money end up with me? Isn't it over there? Oh. A moment later, passers-by saw a fool arguing with a cow in the street. Li Pingyan, tell me, did you give our money to some heifer? Were you secretly seeing other heifers behind my back? The old cow, moo moo moo. They argued for a while. Li Pingyan felt his pockets, he only had 5 coins left. Old cow, what do you like to eat? We only have 5 coins left. Old ox, moo. Li Pingyan, rice cake? No, not good. Old ox, moo. Fried noodles? Not tasty. Old ox, moo. Li Pingyan still shook his head. Steamed buns, too dry. Li Pingyan thought for a moment. Old ox, do you like sesame seed cakes? Old ox shook his head, indicating he didn't like them at all. Boss, 2 sesame seed cakes. Li Pingyan took 2 sesame seed cakes. Old ox, since you don't like them, then both are mine. Old ox. Li Pingyan opened his mouth wide, about to take a bite. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed past. Like a gust of north wind, a bite landed on the sesame seed cake in Li Pingyan's hand. Then, like a gust of wind, it drifted away into the distance. Li Pingyan was so angry he almost swore, and took off chasing after it. Stop right there. You son of a bitch, instead of grabbing a chicken leg, you're stealing my sesame seed cake. Unacceptable. The crowd felt 2 gusts of wind sweep across the street. They ran from one end of the street to the other, barely catching their breath. Instantly, shouts, exclamations of surprise, and exclamations of admiration filled the air. The other man turned a corner, about to rush into the main street, where crowds were denser. This guy was no ordinary person. In desperation, Li Pingyan simply lifted the old ox up. Go! Soon, the patrolling constables surrounded them. Li Pingyan and the ragged old man were both dragged to a corner and made to stand for an hour. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the white clouds drifting in the blue sky red. The old man smiled at Li Pingyan. Thank you for the sesame seed cake, young man. Li Pingyan gritted his teeth. Come here, let me strangle you. The old man wiped his mouth. It's just a sesame seed cake. I'll compensate you with this ox. The old ox glared at him. I guess I'm just unlucky. Li Pingyan grabbed the ox and turned to leave. Don't go, young brother. The old man caught up. Young brother, I see you have extraordinary bones. You must be a martial artist, right? I've fought so many times, and this is the first time I've been caught. Li Pingyan, then you should thank God you're still alive. The old man untied his wine gourd and chuckled. Li Pingyan's nose twitched, he smelled wine. He reached out and snatched the gourd from the old man. He'd lost 2 sesame seed cakes for nothing and been punished by standing against the wall for over an hour. He couldn't bear not getting something from him for free. The old man chuckled. Young man, this wine isn't something you can just drink casually, most people can't handle it. Li Pingyan took a sip. It didn't feel like drinking wine, but rather like eating a spicy chili pepper. Li Pingyan's expression changed slightly. This feeling was similar to when he drank Lao Mo's wine last time. His blood and qi surged violently, like a raging tide. He felt an invisible pressure, as if a dragon had been swallowed by his body. It surged and roared, passing through his Shenk, Wanmei, Jue, and Tanzong acupoints, soaring into the sky. It submerged every part of his body, every bit of power. However, compared to Lao Mo's wine, this power was like a stream meeting the ocean. A moment later. Here you go. Li Pingyan uttered 2 words lightly and turned to leave. The dirty old man paused, then suddenly laughed, and chased after him in a few steps. Young brother, what's your name? Where do you live? You have excellent potential and extraordinary talent, it would be a pity to let it go to waste. Speak frankly, young brother. I am a Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain. I have come down the mountain to find a destined disciple. So, young brother, are you interested in joining my Longhu Mountain and becoming its chief disciple? No. Li Pingyan burped, the power within him was still churning. The old man seemed not to hear him and continued, do you know the origin of this gourd of wine? This gourd is called the sword nourishing gourd. It can not only nourish flying swords, but also enhance one's physique. Although this sword nourishing gourd is of average quality, it is still a rare treasure for ordinary cultivators. Ordinary people can't drink this wine. You exchange 2 sesame cakes for a sip of my wine, you've made a fortune. Li Pingyan, since this gourd is so good, why not give it to me? The old man quickly clutched the gourd to his chest, then thought for a moment and took it out again. Come with me, and I'll give you this gourd. Not just one, I'll give you 2. Li Pingyan hesitated slightly. How about I introduce you to a disciple, and you give me this gourd in return? I happen to have a flying sword. The fine rain flying sword flowed silently from Li Pingyan's sleeve, like a pool of autumn water. The old man chuckled, tisk tisk, you've even killed a Qi cultivator? And stolen their flying sword, you've got some skills. Li Pingyan said, so, do you agree or not? I'll introduce you to a disciple, and you give me your wine gourd in return. The old man hesitated slightly. Don't introduce any scoundrels to me. Longhu Mountain is a prestigious and righteous section. Oh, how many people are there in total? Including myself and that big yellow dog at the mountain gate, 1 person. Li Pingyan turned to leave. No wonder he became the chief disciple the moment he entered. The old man quickly grabbed him. Brother, you promised to introduce me to disciples, you can't go back on your word. Li Pingyan, the world is so big, you should go and see it. The old man hugged Li Pingyan's leg. Little brother, listen to me. Longhu Mountain has only declined, but that doesn't mean it will always decline. Now we lack a few disciples who can support the future of Longhu Mountain. The great calamity of heaven and earth is approaching. The hopes of the 9 provinces rest entirely on your shoulders, little brother. Li Pingyan sighed helplessly, you're really not a liar. Obviously not. Li Pingyan hesitated slightly, then let's go. The 2 men and the ox walked down the street. The old man recounted to Li Pingyan the glorious past of Longhu Mountain. Li Pingyan, however, showed little interest. The old man suddenly asked, by the way, what kind of disciple are you going to introduce me to? A bit slow-wit, simple-minded. Li Pingyan thought for a moment. But Gu Zizhu said he has exceptional talent, a rare martial arts prodigy. Before leaving, I taught him some ways to conduct himself in society. However, working in the government office, his personality inevitably leads him to offend people. If you could take him as your apprentice, it would be a good thing for him. The old man clicked his tongue. Gu Zizhu, that Gu Zizhu who went from a scholar to a tyrant, do you still know him? They walked through a blue stone alley. The second house on the left. Li Pingyan said, this is the house. The boy has a good character, just a bit simple-minded. You must treat him well. Having said that, he turned and left. The old man asked in surprise, hey, aren't you staying? No, you don't want the wine gourd anymore? Li Pingyan laughed, I was just saying it to test your sincerity. The old man chuckled and tossed the gourd over. Li Pingyan caught it and said, thank you. By the way, what's that kid's name? Qin Shi. Chapter 129 City God. February 21st. Today was the day for worshipping the gods, and Zhang Yun stayed home. She was actually quite curious about what the gods looked like, but her father never told her, and never dared to take her to worship the city god. This was the most important day of the year, worshipped 3 times a year. Every household had to go and offer sacrifices, not just by burning incense. They also had to offer chicken, duck, fish, meat, fruits, and vegetables. Basically, anything valuable was welcomed by the city god. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? Miss, I am a wandering traveler. May I have a cup of water? Zhang Yun hesitated for a moment, then opened the door. Before her stood a man wearing a straw hat and leading an ox. He looked travel-worn, truly like a wandering traveler who had been traveling for a long time. Brother, where are you from? The Great Sui Dynasty. The Great Sui Dynasty? Where is that? Zhang Yun looked curious. Li Pingyan smiled, it's a very far place. A girl this age is naturally very curious about the outside world, and seeing Li Pingyan's kind face, she didn't think he was a bad person. She immediately invited him into the house to warm up and poured him a bowl of water. Li Pingyan then said, "Could you please give my ox some water too? My ox is thirsty." The girl was a little puzzled. Don't travelers usually ride horses? Why ride an ox? However, she had never been far from home, and she had only heard these things from others, so she didn't pay too much attention. Girls in the village didn't have so many restrictions. In the city, unmarried girls couldn't just chat with strange men in their rooms. After chatting for a few moments, Li Pingyan asked, "Where are the people in this village? I've looked in so many houses, but no one's home. Today is the day for worshipping the gods, they've all gone to pay their respects to the city god." Li Pingyan suddenly realized, "Then why didn't you go?" Zhang Yun blinked. "My father won't let me go." "Why?" "My father said the city god likes young women, and if he sees me, it'll be troublesome if he wants to marry me." Li Pingyan frowned. The city god can marry? He'd never heard of that before. City gods are mostly local benevolent people or officials. After their death, people build temples to worship them and sculpt golden statues. If they gain the approval of the imperial court, they can enjoy incense offerings. They protect the peace of the region. A few years ago, Zhang Yun's cousin was abducted by the city god to be his concubine. Since then, Zhang Yun has never seen her. "I heard she's dead." Not all countries are like the Sui dynasty, possessing a system that, while imperfect, is nonetheless quite sound. The emperor surveyed the land, his iron cavalry trampling across vast rivers and mountains. Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism all supplied it with a large number of talented individuals. Beyond the Sui dynasty, chaos reigned. Villages like this, nestled in the mountains, are in the middle of nowhere, 2 mountains away from the county government. No one would remember them, and the one who lords it over here is the local city god. Zhang Yun pulled herself together and squatted down to continue weaving her small bamboo baskets. Each basket costs 3 coins, and she can sell a maximum of 7 or 8 a day. If she catches the market, she can sell even more. But even so, life is still hard. Every year, she has to save money to offer sacrifices to the city god. And she also has to pay taxes. A short while later, Zhang Yun's father, Old Man Zhang, returned. He paused, surprised to see a stranger in the house. Upon learning that Li Pingyan was a wandering traveler, he told his daughter to bring out the tea leaves. The tea was worse than plain tea. However, Li Pingyan wasn't one to be picky. Under the bridge arch, under a small blanket, he wiped away tears. After wiping away his tears, he didn't care, telling everyone he met, "Yes, yes, yes." Zhang Yun noticed that Old Man Zhang had brought back everything he had offered to the city god and asked curiously, "Father, why didn't you give anything to the city god?" Old Man Zhang took a large gulp of tea. "The city god isn't here today. He told us to go again tomorrow." That evening, Old Man Zhang specially made extra cornbread and cooked a pot of cornmeal porridge. But this was barely enough to satisfy Li Pingyan's cravings. The Zhang father and daughter watched in astonishment as Li Pingyan finished the last bowl of porridge in the pot, stuffing the remaining half-eaten cornbread into his mouth. The pickled vegetables were also completely devoured. The father and daughter both had the same thought. "Damn, he can eat." Li Pingyan wiped his mouth after finishing. Knowing the family was poor, he didn't want to eat for free. He gave the last 2 Qi of silver in his pocket to Old Man Zhang. Old Man Zhang was immediately shocked, hurriedly saying, "This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable." 2 Qi of silver was equivalent to more than 2 months' worth of food for a family in this village. Li Pingyan said, "I've been traveling for so many days, I'm tired. If you want to stay here for a day or 2, consider this your lodging fee." After a brief arguing, Old Man Zhang finally accepted the money. The night was deep and quiet, with only the occasional bark of a dog in the village. Li Pingyan sat in the courtyard, seemingly dozing or resting. His breathing was even, as if he were quite comfortable. He held a gourd of wine in his hand, but didn't drink. This was a sword-nurturing gourd given to him by the old Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain. Besides nurturing flying swords, it could also enhance one's physique. Li Pingyan placed his flying sword, Fine Rain, into it. After a few days, he indeed felt changes in his flying sword, Fine Rain. Not only that, but he himself also experienced a significant improvement. A wisp of sword intent flashed through his mind from time to time. Gu Zizhu had once said that Li Pingyan's internal energy and blood were too vigorous, and also mixed with various powers. Let alone ordinary people, even a lower-grade cultivator's body probably couldn't withstand it and would have exploded and died long ago. He had survived until now thanks to the powerful physique of a heavenly punishment person, and the vigorous development of the 6 secrets of the human body: golden scarf, heavenly gate, long essence, mysterious spring, heavenly drum, and mud pill. This would allow Li Pingyan to withstand more power, keeping it contained within his body. At this moment, Zhang Yun came out. "It's cold outside, be careful not to catch a cold." Li Pingyan replied, "It's alright, I'm used to it." My father said that the city god is getting married tomorrow, and there will be a big banquet. Do you want to go and see? Yes, why wouldn't I go if there's food? Li Pingyan answered without hesitation. Chapter 130 The City God's Wedding. The city god was getting married and a grand banquet was being held. The cost wasn't borne by the city god himself, but by the collective efforts of every household in the village. Of course, the bulk of the money came from the village's few landlords. Li Pingyan mingled into the banquet with Old Man Zhang, and no one noticed him. Li Pingyan also conscientiously helped wash vegetables and do chores. After all, freeloading wasn't encouraged. Inside the ancestral hall, the clay statue of the god slowly awoke, transforming into a flesh and blood body. Over 10 feet tall, it resembled a small giant. Wearing a red official robe, a purple gold crown, and a ribbon, it stood tall. Embroidered on its right chest was a red cloud. It looked majestic. Accompanied by several landlords, it emerged. The city god was in a good mood today, laughed heartily, and stepped forward. They removed his hat and then the jade pendant from his waist. Let's all drink to our heart's content today. Everyone offered toasts. Li Pingyan, carrying a jug of wine in one hand and chopsticks in the other, kept sweeping the table. He exuded an air of arrogance. Li Pingyan had been a part of the martial world for many years and was quite adept at seamlessly blending into crowds. He could chat with tea drinkers about national affairs, or gossip with an old lady about everyday matters. After finishing a jug of wine, his attention was completely focused on the roast chicken at the next table. Their table only had 3 plates of meat, and no roast chicken at all. The next table was occupied by the landlord's mentally challenged sons. Li Pingyan had noticed that roast chicken for quite some time. It was the dead of winter, and they were in a remote area. Counting the days, he realized he hadn't eaten meat for half a month. Old Niu, too, swallowed hard, nearly losing his composure. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the other side. The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man being kicked flying by the city god. Bowls and plates shattered on the ground, clanging loudly. The crowd's faces changed, feeling a chill run down their spines. Damn it! It's one thing to have no money, but what have you given me these past few years? And you're still here freeloading. The city god cursed. The man he kicked was Old Wu from the village. Years ago, his only son had been killed by a stone while building a temple for the city god. At that time, the city god had sternly patted Old Wu's hand and said, "I'll take care of you from now on." Looking at the scene now, it was truly heartbreaking. Old Wu had suffered from health problems since his youth, making him unable to do heavy work. The death of his son, coupled with excessive grief, worsened his condition. His family was so poor they couldn't even afford food, let alone any offerings for the city god. The city god's kick was no small feat. Given Old Wu's already frail health and his impending death, the second kick caused him to collapse to the ground like a limp rag doll, completely still. Someone mustered the courage to glance at him. Dead. Quickly, carry him away. Don't spoil the city god's mood. A landlord surnamed Qian hurriedly ordered his servants to carry Old Wu's body away. City god, please calm down. The city god held a large wine vat in his hand, which looked like a toy in his grasp. You think I'm easy to bully if I don't show my power? You, and you too. The city god casually pointed to a few people. Fu Erqiang, you bastard, you secretly buried grain behind your house thinking I didn't know? When I asked you for grain, you said you didn't have any. Fu Erqiang's face turned deathly pale, and he knelt down with a thud. He didn't dare utter a single word. The city god put down his wine jar and glared angrily at another person. And you, this year's grain is half of last year's. The man trembled. City god, my mother is seriously ill. The doctor said she needs to drink more rice porridge, otherwise, being hungry all the time will worsen her condition. To be honest, city god, I've been drinking only herbal soup for over half a month. City god, please grant my request for the sake of my filial piety. The city god sneered, an old woman who's practically on her deathbed. Do you want to go down to the underworld with your mother? The man bowed his head tightly, trembling like a leaf. Hurry up and make up for the lack of grain, or you know the consequences. After reprimanding the two, the city god turned his head again. This time, his gaze was fixed on Old Man Zhang, his smile sinister. Old Man Zhang, where's your daughter? Why didn't you bring her out again? Old Man Jiang's face immediately changed drastically. I never dare bring your daughter when I offer sacrifices to you. Don't think I don't know your little schemes. Today is my wedding day, you'll have to bring your daughter here yourself in a few days. Old Zhang seemed to lose all his strength, collapsing to the ground. The city god made an example of him, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. No one dared to meet his eyes. Everyone trembled, fearing they would be the next to be called upon by the city god. Li Pingyan gave Old Niu a wink. Watch my signal. Old ox. However, having lived together for many years, the man and the ox had developed a deep understanding. The old ox stealthily extended its wicked little hoof and reached for the roast chicken on the next table. Those who haven't paid the full amount, you have half a month to make up the difference, or don't blame me for turning my back on you." With that, the city god tossed the wine jar in his hand into the air. The wine jar traced a beautiful arc in midair before crashing into the crowd. Several people nearby hurriedly dodged to the side. Being hit by such a large wine jar would be, even if it didn't kill them, it would be bad enough. Just as the old ox was about to succeed, with a loud bang, the wine jar slammed heavily onto the table, scattering all the delicious food on the floor. The old ox stood frozen in place. Li Pingyan silently took a sip of wine and stood up. At the same time, the city god also noticed this mortal who did not belong to the village, and narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at him. This man was unlike anyone else. For decades, the city god had grown accustomed to others fearing him, but this man standing there possessed an aura of unapproachable authority. "Who are you?" the city god asked in a deep voice. Li Pingyan's tone was unfriendly. "And what are you?" Upon hearing this, everyone present paled. The city god was used to lording it over everyone. No one dared to even breathe loudly in his presence, let alone insult him. He was instantly enraged, his left hand flashing. "You're asking for death." The slap made the air buzz. Old Ox was bending down, picking up the remaining peanuts. It happened to be blocking Li Pingyan's path. Suddenly, it felt a slap land on its backside. Clap, 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 clap. The sound lingered. The old ox shuddered, raising its head to glare angrily at the city god. "Beast! He doesn't even spare an ox." The city god's gaze was strange. He struck with his palm. This ox, if not dead, would probably be crippled. How come the blow had no effect? The city god's eyes widened, and a tremendous force erupted from his chest. He condensed the power of incense offerings into his hand. "Ignorant mortal, this old man will send you to the 18th level of hell." Chapter 131 Walking. "I'll send you to the 18th level of hell." The city god concentrated the power of incense offerings in his palm. Before he finished speaking, a simple, unadorned punch came flying. With a deafening boom, the punch sent him flying several meters away. The city god was terrified. In his panic, a huge hole appeared in his arm as he tried to block it. The power of incense offerings continuously leaked from the hole. The city god was momentarily stunned. In the past, with just a slight movement, those unruly commoners would either faint or die instantly. Nourished by his comfortable life, he had forgotten what it felt like to be injured. Li Pingyan shook his hand. It really was made of mud. Before the other could react, his figure flashed, appearing above the city god. He stomped on the city god's head. Then another punch landed. "Can't you just eat properly? Why do you have to flip the table to eat? Who spoiled you with this bad habit? Didn't your mother teach you not to waste food? I was planning to deal with you after I finished eating. Why are you so disobedient?" Punch after punch, and soon a large crater appeared in the ground. The city god only let out a wail at first, then fell silent. His body dissipated, turning into a puddle of dirt. This city god, who had lorded it over the small mountain village for decades, was dead. A deathly silence fell. "Run!" someone shouted, and the surrounding people scattered in terror. Only old man Zhang remained seated, stunned. Li Pingyan calmly dusted himself off and found a table with meat. "Don't tell anyone you brought me to this banquet." Old man Zhang was taken aback, then realized the other man was speaking to him and nodded hastily. He understood that the other man didn't want to implicate him. Even the city god wasn't a match for him. Could he be a deity? A short while later, Li Pingyan put down his chopsticks. He felt something was missing without the roast chicken. "Farewell." Li Pingyan picked up his bamboo cane again and sighed softly. Old man Zhang stared blankly for a moment, rubbing his eyes. The other man had only taken a few steps, yet he had vanished in the blink of an eye. Old man Zhang immediately knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times in the direction the other man had disappeared. Li Pingyan didn't leave the village immediately, but instead went to the city god temple. The once towering and magnificent city god statue, now a cold clay figure, lifeless due to the city god's fall. Ironically, while the villagers lived a hand-to-mouth existence, sometimes starving, sometimes barely surviving, the place where the city god, worshipped by the villagers to protect them, resided, was a grand mansion of bricks and glazed tiles, even containing a pavilion and tower. Planted with bamboo and flowers, it resembled a lavish backyard garden. Li Pingyan shook his head. This world was indeed bizarre and surreal. With a deafening roar, the city god temple finally succumbed to the immense pressure. It groaned, dust billowed, and collapsed. It became ruins. The former grandeur was instantly replaced by desolation. Li Pingyan carried a bamboo pole and hummed a song. The disappointment of not getting roast chicken vanished instantly. Before him lay a series of rolling mountains. Li Pingyan was unconcerned. His straw sandals had trodden countless mountains and rivers. "Old Niu, let's go." You're really Mr. Li's friend?" Qin Shi stammered. The old Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain was also led astray. Absolutely. He even took one of my sword nurturing gourds. Qi said, "Oh, then, I'll go cook you a dish." The old Taoist priest had already eaten 4 large steamed buns with pickled vegetables, and upon hearing that there was a dish to cook, "Why didn't you cook me a dish earlier?" the old Taoist said, somewhat disgruntled. Qi replied, "I didn't know you were a friend of the master. That dish was for my mother and me. I won't eat it later." The old Taoist chuckled. "You're quite honest, young man." Qi then began preparing a fire to cook. A tall stack of wood stood nearby. Qi picked up a piece of wood, without even using an axe. With a gentle effort, he tore the wood in half. It seemed no more difficult than tearing a chicken leg. The old Taoist walked beside him, observing him closely. Seeing him dressed in official robes, he asked, "Are you from an official family? What's your position?" "Never mind, judging from your family's appearance, I can tell your position isn't high." Qi lowered his head and added firewood to the fire. "Your talent is indeed extraordinary," the old Taoist nodded in satisfaction. "Young man, do you want to come with me to Longhu Mountain?" "No, no. You haven't even asked me what Longhu Mountain is." Qi continued tearing wood, quickly shredding dozens of pieces. His expression remained blank. No matter how the old Taoist priest eloquently praised Longhu Mountain, he wasn't swayed in the slightest. The old Taoist priest's throat grew dry. "Don't you want to embark on the path to immortality?" Qi hesitated. I'm leaving. What about my mother?" "You can take your mother with you. Not just your mother, but all your aunts and uncles too. It's fine. Our Longhu Mountain is vast and sparsely populated. It's the perfect time to add some life." After a moment of silence, Qi shook his head. The old Taoist priest asked him why, but he remained silent. The old Taoist priest narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. He stretched out his right foot and drew a circle on the ground, encircling himself. He began, "How about this? If you can find a way to get me out of this circle, I'll do as you say. Otherwise, if you can't, then come with me to Longhu Mountain, how about that?" Finally, fearing the other party might refuse, he added, "Your Mr. Li also said that going to Longhu Mountain with me would be a good thing for you." Qi looked up and glanced at the circle. Then he looked at the old Taoist priest. I'm a bit strong, can you handle it?" The old Taoist priest chuckled, urging him to bring it on. Qi spread his 5 fingers, placing them slightly below the other's shoulder, and gently applied pressure. The other remained unmoved. Qi then increased his strength, and when he looked up, he saw the old Taoist priest smiling at him, as if to say, "That's it." Qi was somewhat annoyed and took a breath. He exerted force with both hands. At 11, Qi could move boulders that 5 or 6 men couldn't budge. He could lead a horse as easily as walking a dog. But no matter how strong he was, it was like throwing mud into the sea when he tried to strike the old Taoist priest. Qi's face flushed red. He took a step back and threw a heavy punch. This punch was fast, fierce, and extremely powerful. Even a wall in front of him would be shattered by his punch. However, the old Taoist priest simply extended his right hand and gently grabbed it. He smiled and said, "How about that?" Qi's chest heaved, and he walked away without looking back. "Hey, where are you going? Have you changed your mind?" The old Taoist priest was anxious. I'm going to pack my things." Half a month later, on a mountain path, Qi placed his mother, whom he had been carrying on his back, on a clean rock and handed her the water bottle. "Mother, have some water." Then he practiced the walking stance Li Ping'an had taught him. Even though he had already learned it, he still walked tirelessly. The old Taoist priest squatted to the side, drawing something on the ground with a wooden stick. He didn't look like an old man, but rather a child. Qi, seeing this, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, what are you drawing?" The old Taoist priest sighed, "I'm calculating the fate of this world. A great calamity is coming. I don't know if the 9 provinces can survive this. What does the future hold for the 9 provinces?" The old Taoist priest gazed at the sky, a look of bewilderment appearing in his eyes. Chapter 132. The road ahead is long. Meanwhile, Great Sui Dynasty, Huilu Academy. The sky was as clear as a sheet of blue paper, with a few thin white clouds. Aliyah lay on the academy's evergreen grass, writing a letter to her sister. She had written many letters to Uncle Li Ping'an. She just didn't know where Uncle Li Ping'an was now, so she had to leave them unwritten. "Sister, I hope you find this letter helpful. Don't worry. Aliyah is doing well here. The teachers at the academy are strict, but some are not. Aliyah is a little slow, but fortunately, if she studies hard, she can keep up. No one bullies Aliyah, everyone else at the academy is very nice. Zhao Linger is the best student among us and is often praised by the teacher. Zhao Linger is the most popular with the boys. She secretly told me that several people have already written her love letters, but she doesn't like any of them. Actually, I know who she likes, but she wouldn't let me tell." Fat June was still as gluttonous as ever. One night, he secretly took a chicken leg to the outhouse to eat. He accidentally fell into the latrine, and everyone in the courtyard knew about it. Fat Jun said he was too ashamed to face anyone and kept saying he wanted to go home, but he forgot about it immediately. Sister, how's Wang Yi? He must be very sad to be eliminated from the academy. You must comfort him when you see him. Aliyah folded the letter she wrote to her sister and put it in her bosom. She planned to mail it later, but she didn't know where to send the letter to her uncle. Aliyah sighed and folded the letter to her uncle into a paper airplane. Her uncle taught her to do this, saying that it would allow her to convey what she wanted to say to that person. Aliyah threw the paper airplane. A gentle breeze carried the paper airplane away, to who knows where. Huilu Academy. A chill ran through his crotch and groin. Yingyue squatted in a corner, eyes closed in deep thought. Damn it! He forgot to bring toilet paper. He glanced up at the tree branches. Maybe he could just use it. Just then, a paper airplane drifted by on the wind and landed on his head. Heaven helps me. Yingyue was overjoyed. Then I won't be polite. Suddenly, he curiously opened it. He discovered it was a letter from Aliyah to Li Pingyan. A moment later, Yingyue launched the paper airplane again. Several broken branches lay on the ground. Yingyue walked away, grumbling. Damn it, those branches hurt so much. Human pass. A crisp sound came from the courtyard. It seemed old Imo was forging iron again. Bang, bang. Wang Yi, shirtless, swung a hammer thicker than his arm. He hammered away, again and again. Not enough. Not enough. Old Imo lay back in his rocking chair. Keep going. Wang Yi gasped for breath, complaining, Master, I've already smashed so many walnuts, isn't that enough? Old Imo shook his head, not enough. Wang Yi had no choice but to continue smashing walnuts for old Imo. The girl beside him smiled shyly. Wang Yi glared at her. What's with the smile? The girl snorted and looked away. Wang Yi glanced at the mountain of walnuts piled up beside him. When would they ever finish cracking them all? After a while, Wang Yi suddenly saw the girl squatting down beside him with a hammer, silently cracking walnuts. Wang Yi chuckled. Guangling, the residence of the Duke of Nangguo. The sky is clear and blue, without a single cloud. It's a beautiful day. Sunlight streamed into the courtyard, where the mistress and servant were in their room. One ground ink, the other wrote. After Yan Shizhen finished writing, the maid Lan Yu leaned over to look, murmuring to herself, as heaven maintains vigor through movement, a gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement. This was a saying Li Pingyan had left for Yan Shizhen before he left. To motivate himself, Yan Shizhen copied it down every day. After dinner, the master and servant sat on the stone steps in front of the gate, gazing at the setting sun. I remember the day you came to the manor, it was around this time too. Lan Yu's bright eyes flickered, her face flushing slightly. Young master, you still remember? How could I forget? Yan Shizhen stretched. The girl's face turned even redder. Yan Shizhen asked, is everything packed? Lan Yu nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. Everything that needed packing was packed. The master and servant carried their luggage, Yan Shizhen carrying several heavy bundles on his back. They left the southern duke's manor, bathed in the twilight sun. The great Sui dynasty. At this hour, the palace was sealed off inside and out. However, the Xinyu gate, leading into the palace, was wide open. The sedan chair carrying the eldest princess headed straight for the depths of the palace. That night, no one knew what the princess and the emperor spoke. But not long after, the princess, carrying the emperor's sword and riding the emperor's horse, took half her army, her trump cards, and her life to the gamble. The border, the Turks. The Sui dynasty had declined for over 20 years, and then spent 5 years preparing for war. If she succeeded in this battle, she would be the undisputed heir to the empire. The Sui dynasty would once again rise to glory in her hands. If she lost, the emperor's horse. The emperor's horse, which recognized only royal blood, carried the princess from the central gate of the Meridian Gate towards the palace gates. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The horse's hooves clattered crisply on the stone pavement. According to ancestral rules, only the emperor himself could enter and leave the palace at any time through the central gate of the Meridian Gate without restriction. In addition, the 3 scholars who achieved the highest rank in the imperial examination, the top 3, Zhuanyuan, Banjian, and Tanhua, were allowed to exit through the central gate of the Meridian Gate once. This demonstrated the nation's respect for scholars. The sunlight warmed her shoulders. Lu Yun looked up at the sun, at the azure sky, and suddenly a person flashed into her mind. She shook her head, trying to stop herself from thinking about it. Giddy up! Just as she uttered the word, boom! A loud explosion rang out. An orange-red firework exploded in the sky, instantly spreading outwards. It was a salute for a military expedition. The orange halo illuminated her face like a painting, yet her brows exuded a heroic spirit. A gentle breeze blew, ruffling her beautiful long hair. The horse galloped away, her figure receding into the distance. Majestic snow-capped mountains pierced the sky. Amidst the mist and clouds, a majestic aura permeates the heavens. Step by step, Li Pingyan conquered the endless snow-capped mountains that stood before him. After an unknown amount of time, he finally reached the summit of the highest peak. Li Pingyan spread his arms wide and roared like a fool. The old ox also mooed. The sounds were quickly drowned out by the howling wind, and both man and ox filled their bellies with snow. A sentence echoed in his ears. I have been here, I have fought. I have loved deeply, so I don't care about the ending. The old Taoist laughed heartily. Never mind. Heaven and earth have their own destiny. This world is never short of those who can turn the tide. She carried his mother on his back, and the three of them gradually disappeared into the mountain path. Life's journey is long, and there is never a smooth road. Have you not heard that there are times when man defies heaven, but heaven never closes all doors? My feet tread the dusty path of life, with the sky as my roof and the earth as my dwelling. The spring sun shines brightly, the summer rain is tender. The mountains and rivers await disturbance. I wish to travel with the wind. Let us sing, let us move forward, let us be joyful, let us be at ease. My friends, do not rush, the road is still long. The end. Just kidding. Chapter 133 Caravan. The rain had been falling for 3 days straight, yet its intensity showed no sign of abating. The melody of the urva drifted gently through the rain, sometimes melodious, sometimes soaring, sometimes somber. The northern road in the rain evoked a myriad of thoughts. This was a caravan. They made their living on the ground. They carried goods from the south to the north, from one country to another. Some even carried goods from one prefecture to another. Li Pingyan was among this caravan. He was dressed in black, wearing a straw hat. He sat under the canopy, playing the erhu. He had met this caravan at a market. At that time, he was penniless. He was discussing with the old ox about chopping off a leg, to roast and eat, since they still had 3 legs left. The old ox, enraged, butted him to the ground. Then, he happened to spot this caravan. They were recruiting men to help watch the goods, unload cargo, and so on. The pay wasn't much, but they provided food. So Li Pingyan came. Scarface, pipe in mouth, cursed at the awful weather. He spoke in his local dialect, so few in the caravan understood what he was saying. Scarface was the caravan leader. He had been traveling this route for over 10 years. If the rain continued like this, they would have to rest here for a few more days. Traveling as a caravan was never easy. The road was fraught with steep cliffs and deep ravines, the mountains teemed with hungry tigers and ferocious beasts, the rivers teemed with poisonous snakes and scorpions, and bandits harassed the way. Encountering soldiers was even worse than encountering bandits. Scarface exhaled a puff of smoke. Damn it, when will this rain stop? Li Pingyan held a bowl of leftover noodle soup in one hand and half a flatbread in the other. He chewed on it while humming a little tune. He looked completely at ease. He had no worries about food and drink in the caravan, and the people he traveled with were nice. They didn't bully or look down on him for no reason just because he was blind. He'd then put on a show of bravado and slap them in the face. Although it was uneventful, it was convenient. The next day at noon, the rain finally stopped. A large patch of blue sky and white clouds drifted in from the distant mountains, getting closer and brighter. The caravan set off again, traveling along a narrow, winding path. Hey, what are you thinking about? He Zi nudged Li Pingyan. Nothing. He Zi, like Li Pingyan, had been temporarily pulled in to do odd jobs. Unlike Li Pingyan, He Zi came from a well-off family. He joined the mule caravan to avoid conscription. Looks like you're thinking about Hong Gunyang, huh? He Zi chuckled. Hong Gunyang was the daughter of Scarface, the mule caravan leader. Her mother had passed away this year, and this was her first time working for the caravan with her father. Giddy up! Giddy up! Every now and then, a red figure could be seen darting from the front to the back of the caravan. Hong Gunyang was beautiful, with large, bright eyes. She wore a long braid, her beauty radiating a striking, almost heroic air. Her skin was a little tanned from the sun and wine these past few days, but it didn't bother her much. Many people in the caravan were secretly glancing at her. But that was all. After all, the leader's saber at his waist wasn't just for show. Li Pingyan laughed. I'm blind, I can't see anything, why would I care about her? He Zi said regretfully, that's true, brother, with your eyesight like this, you still come out for a stroll, aren't you afraid something might happen? It's alright, I'm used to it. He Zi patted Li Pingyan on the shoulder. He Zi was a good person. At least in Li Pingyan's eyes, he was a good person. After learning that Li Pingyan was blind, he had always taken good care of him, although his care made Li Pingyan a little. Hey, how do you wipe your butt after using the outhouse? Are you sure you can aim correctly? Let me help you. Are you sure you can hold your pee correctly? I can guide you on how to hold it. Li Pingyan. In short, his enthusiasm made Li Pingyan feel uncomfortable for a while. The mountain path was steep. People had to push the horse from behind for it to dare to climb. so walking was extremely strenuous. Watch your step, He Zi reminded Li Ping'an. Feeling uneasy, he reached out to help Li Ping'an push. Don't push me, watch your step, be careful not to fall. He Zi then started walking uphill step by step, but he wasn't very strong. He lost his balance and almost fell. Just then, another figure approached. I'll help you. The girl in red was even stronger than He Zi. He Zi glanced at the girl in red with surprise, then put in extra effort. Teamwork makes the dream work. In front of a girl, especially a beautiful one, it unleashed all of He Zi's potential. Although the strength of these two was 1 + 1 = 2, the strength of the other person alone was 100. They were incomparable and still moved as slowly as turtles. Let me do it. Li Ping'an smiled, supporting the goods with one hand and pushing the horse's rump with the other. 3 steps became 2, his stride swift and effortless. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the main group. He Zi hesitated for a moment, then scratched his head awkwardly. Pretty good. Hong Gunyong also chuckled. Wandering the world, one inevitably encounters all sorts of people, especially with such a ostentatious caravan. Naturally, there were many with ill intentions, but seeing the size of the caravan, they weighed their own strength and abandoned any thoughts of taking advantage. They also encountered a beautiful woman, without any attendants or companions. A lone woman rode slowly along on horseback. She wore a thin gauze shawl. Her figure was voluptuous, every smile and gesture exuding a unique charm. That kind of elegance was something young girls could never possess. Naturally, her allure to men far surpassed that of girls experiencing their first stirrings of love. The road was uneven, and her horse lurched. The woman's body swayed with it. The caravan members were dumbfounded, their eyes fixed on her. He Zi swallowed hard. Like this, aren't you afraid of running into bad guys? This wasn't the city. A woman traveling alone like this was practically naked. The caravan leader, Scarface, coldly said, keep your thoughts to yourself. The world of martial arts is a deep and dangerous place. If you want to live long, stay away from the most beautiful women. Why? He Zi asked, puzzled. The world is a dangerous place. Do you think that woman wouldn't dare travel alone without some skill? Or rather, even if she had the guts, how did she manage to get this far unscathed? Luck? Scarface snorted. Without some tricks up her sleeve, that woman would have been someone else's plaything long ago, instead of appearing here openly. You think you're the hunter, but the real hunters are all in disguise. Now, do you still find that woman alluring? He Zi pursed his lips, then looked at the woman again, remembering Scarface's words, and couldn't help but shudder. Scarface, pipe in hand, continued, the same goes for that blind man. He Zi paused, following Scarface's gaze to the blind man resting under the tree. Unremarkable. Scarface said, what makes you think a blind man like him dares to roam the martial world alone with an ox? He Zi fell silent. Scarface placed a large hand on his shoulder. Kid, don't use your eyes, use your heart. Otherwise, in the martial world, you're the one who's blind. Chapter 134 An Unexpected Crisis. The caravan traveled steadily, and with their large numbers, they encountered no trouble for several days. For the caravan members, this meant good news. One evening at dusk, as the caravan passed through an ancient road, they encountered a mother carrying her child, collapsed by the roadside. Seeing people approaching, she rushed forward. Grandpa, please have mercy, give us a ride. We were robbed by thieves on the road. Faced with the woman's desperate pleas, Scarface merely glanced at her coldly, ignoring her completely. The others in the caravan did the same, either remaining silent or not even looking at her. At this moment, Red Girl approached. Are you all right? Then why don't you come with us? The woman's eyes lit up, and she said gratefully, Girl, I'll go to the small town ahead. I won't delay you. Girl, don't cause trouble, come back, Scarface said coldly. Red Girl looked up. Father, what if this widow and her child encounter villains on the road? That's none of your business. Red Girl's somewhat immature face showed dissatisfaction. She was 15 or 16 years old, inexperienced in the ways of the world. She had grown up reading novels about chivalry and heroism. She didn't understand why Scarface was doing this. Father, we can't just stand by and watch them die. Besides, it's just letting them come with us. I said no, and that's final. Scarface emphasized. The deputy leader and several trusted subordinates quickly persuaded Red Girl to come back. He Zi, who was following behind, frowned upon seeing this scene. That's too heartless. It's just giving them a ride, it's not like it's any effort. You don't know anything. A man who had been traveling with Scarface's caravan for years slapped He Zi across the neck. Once the caravan sets off, they can't bring people into the group, that's the rule. Besides, this is the middle of nowhere, you believe everything they say? Aren't you afraid of losing your life here? He Zi scratched his head and muttered, is it that serious? You're just a kid who hasn't even grown his hair yet, what do you know? The man walked away cursing. He Zi turned to Li Pingyan. Pingyan, what do you say? Li Pingyan shrugged. Me? What do I say? Just do your work properly. It was getting late. The caravan set up camp beside a stream. 3 miles across the river was a large mountain with a 6-john-wide passage on it, and an 8-mile-long riverbed at its foot. After eating, Li Pingyan lay down on a rock. His muscles felt like they were on fire, numb and itchy, making him very uncomfortable. Ever since he obtained the sword-nurturing gourd, he had been drinking wine every so often. This was the symptom that had appeared in his body. However, after enduring this period, he would notice his physique had increased. But he wasn't in a hurry, still following the old Taoist priest's instructions. He drank a small sip every 3 days, and a large gulp every 5 days. Haste makes waste, steady progress was more important than anything else. The moonlight was hazy, as if seen through a thin mist. The deep sky twinkled with stars, and there was no wind. A slight chill crept over him. Hey, SHH. Hong Gunyang and he Zi huddled together cautiously, each holding food. Taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, they headed into the woods. Li Pingyan, who should have been fast asleep, stirred. Eat quickly. He Zi handed her a pancake. The woman thanked him profusely. Thank you, thank you. Hong Gunyang said, Auntie, eat quickly. The child is so young, don't let him go hungry. The woman wiped away tears from her eyes. You are such kind people, I really don't know how to thank you. He Zi straightened his back, wandering the world. This is what I should do. Even if others saw it, they wouldn't stand by and watch someone die. As soon as the words left his mouth, he knew he had said the wrong thing. After all, during the day, he Zi subconsciously looked at Hong Gunyang. The girl in red lowered her head. I don't know what's wrong with my father. He wasn't like this before, he's actually a very good person. The woman said kindly, one shouldn't have a heart to harm others, but one must be wary of others. I understand your father's actions. Hearing this, he Zi and the girl in red felt even more certain that they had done the right thing. After all, what was there to be wary of a woman and a child? By the way, no one knows you brought me food, right? The woman suddenly asked. He Zi shook his head, thinking the woman was worried they would be scolded. Don't worry, no one knows we came. The woman smiled gently. Then I'm relieved. He Zi frowned slightly. That sounded a little strange. The next instant, the woman suddenly shed her human skin. Several black tentacles emerged from behind her, and a large, wheel-sized tumor hung heavily on the ground. It was a spider demon, yet its head remained human-shaped. The little boy in the woman's arms had also transformed into a small spider. He Zi and Hong Gunyang had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. They felt as if their blood had frozen. A chilling aura swept over them, making even their breathing cold and numb. Run! He Zi managed to squeeze out these words. The boy, now a spider demon, lunged at He Zi. He was about to drain all his life essence. With a whoosh, a bright white flash streaked past. This was followed by the boy's heart-wrenching scream and the woman's horrified cry. My son! He Zi and Hong Gunyang heard a soft snap in their ears, and the tree trunk trembled slightly. Then they saw the boy pinned to the tree, blood gushing from his mouth. The silver light flowed, sharp and razor-sharp. A hazy moonlight seemed to flow around her, possessing a poetic beauty. The woman tried to block with her tentacles, but the silver light easily pierced through them. Without hesitation, the woman grabbed the child who was not yet fully dead from the ground. She formed a shield for herself, simultaneously gathering her magical power. Child, don't blame your mother. A hiltless flying sword, no longer than a finger, drew a sword light more than half a meter long. It easily pierced through the woman's body. Then the hiltless flying sword spun in a circle and quickly disappeared into the night. He Zi and Hong Gunyang stood there, stunned. After a long while, they came to their senses and ran back in a panic. The moonlight flowed like water. Li Pingyan lay on a tree branch, contentedly taking a sip of wine from his gourd. Then he reached out his hand. Not far away, the hiltless flying sword transformed into a streak of light. It retreated back into the sword-nurturing gourd. Li Pingyan yawned. Chapter 135 The Vast Ocean. In the following days, both Hong Gunyang and He Zi were in poor spirits. They had clearly suffered some kind of shock. Especially He Zi, who was so distressed by the child that he was questioning his very existence. He wouldn't say anything when asked. Until one day, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He pulled Li Pingyan aside and said mysteriously, I have something to tell you, don't be afraid. Li Pingyan nodded slightly, go ahead, I'm not afraid. He Zi took a deep breath and cautiously looked around. I encountered a monster. Li Pingyan, oh, He Zi frowned. What I mean is, that's really a pity, Li Pingyan said. Pity? I'm lucky to be alive. Do you know how big that spider demon was? As big as your cow. Li Pingyan smiled without saying a word. He Zi continued, she lured me and Hong Gunyang into the forest, then turned into spiders and tried to eat us. Luckily, a flying sword appeared at the crucial moment. That flying sword was damn cool. Whoosh, whoosh. It killed both monsters in 2 swift moves. He Zi paused mid-sentence. He glanced at Li Pingyan, you don't think I've lost my mind, or you're just teasing me, do you? Li Pingyan shook his head. No. He Zi breathed a sigh of relief. If he said this to anyone else, they would probably think he'd lost his mind. You have no idea how dangerous the situation was. We almost lost our lives. Li Pingyan chuckled and patted his shoulder. So this story teaches us that having a chivalrous heart is a good thing, but before doing good deeds, you must consider everything carefully and never act rashly. Otherwise, you'll end up losing your life in vain. He Zi stared blankly at Li Pingyan's departing figure. He nodded, muttering to himself. Absolutely right, absolutely right. Hey, wait for me. At the first watch, I send this to my lover's pillow. I'll give you silver, I'll give this to my lover. Scarface shouted a caravan song. It wasn't particularly melodious, but it was very loud. Scarface held a woodcutter's axe in one hand, constantly chopping down the bushes blocking his path. Several other men were beside him, wielding their weapons and aiming at these obstacles. They worked quickly and with great skill. In no time, they had cleared a path. This place grows back every year, we have to cut it down every year. Someone complained. These were tasks that no one else could do, only experienced men could do them. Otherwise, it would waste time, and it was easy to injure one's men while cutting down the bushes. The group walked and stopped intermittently. Li Pingyan sat on the old ox, playing the erhu. Name Li Pingyan, lifespan 170 to 172. Unbeknownst to him, his lifespan had increased by 2 years. Seemingly feeling it was enough, he put away his erhu. The deputy leader was telling He Zi stories of the northern road, making He Zi's face change color with each passing moment. Then the deputy leader told He Zi about the local customs and traditions. Where does the northern road end? Li Pingyan asked curiously. End? The end of the northern road is the vast sea. And what lies at the end of the vast sea? At the end of the vast sea is another state. What state? Li Pingyan asked like a curious child. The deputy leader scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Yunzhou. Suddenly, the leader, Scarface, spoke up. Yunzhou is at the end of the vast sea. What? You want to go? Li Pingyan nodded in response. Everyone around him stared at him in surprise. The deputy leader asked in astonishment, what are you going to Yunzhou for? Going to Yunzhou requires crossing the vast sea, few dare to go. Li Pingyan smiled and said, I'm just taking a stroll. Scarface glanced at him and said casually, the northern route is difficult to travel. I've traveled even more difficult roads, Li Pingyan said. The caravan was going to trade from the grasslands to the chieftain's tribe and the herders' tents. Li Pingyan, on the other hand, was going to continue along the northern route. The two were destined to part ways. Upon hearing the news, He Zi was heartbroken for 2 whole days. Throughout the journey, he and Li Pingyan had been the closest of friends. Now, hearing that Li Pingyan was leaving, and that he was going to travel along the northern route all the way to Canghai and Yunzhou, he transformed into a persuasive team, constantly talking to Li Pingyan about the dangers of the northern route and the Canghai region. Wolves, tigers, leopards, demons, and monsters who knew what they might encounter? Why are you going to such a faraway place? Come with us to the grasslands. I'll give you all the money I earned from this horseback riding trip, and I'll even give you 2 pieces of good cloth, He Zi said, patting his chest. However, no matter what conditions he offered, Li Pingyan didn't say he wouldn't go. Li Pingyan didn't find him annoying at all, no matter what He Zi said. He listened patiently. Several times, He Zi mistakenly thought the other person had listened to him, but then came the final question. Li Pingyan said, I still want to see for myself. As the old saying goes, going up a mountain is easy, going down is hard. The further down you go, the steeper the slope. The faster you go, the more dangerous it becomes. He Zi had gone through 7 pairs of shoes. His clothes were already tattered, and there was puddles on the ground. His shoes were full of water, the soles were covered in mud, making walking extremely difficult. Halfway down, the weather suddenly changed. The sun grew stronger. The heat was unbearable, and the shavings from the bushes kept seeping into his clothes, making it unbearably uncomfortable. Damn, this is torture. He Zi wiped the sweat from his brow. His once fair and clean face was now a dark red. His clothes were wet and dirty, and his arms were riddled with thorns. Looking at Li Pingyan in comparison, he felt like a wild man. Even the seasoned caravan men were astonished. When asked about his secret, Li Pingyan simply said to pay attention to a few things. The bushes were especially dense this year, and many of the men clearing the path were finding it difficult to keep up. Scarface glanced at He Zi. Is it all right? He Zi, already itching to try, nodded repeatedly. Scarface then had someone hand He Zi a wood-chopping knife. It was He Zi's first time holding a knife, and he was quite excited. But when he swung the knife, he didn't cut down anything but nearly got cut. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. He Zi blushed and muttered, "What's so funny? Everyone feels like this the first time they hold a knife." The deputy leader walked over with a smile. "That's not how you chop it. You need to pay attention to the method." After learning from the deputy leader for a short while, He Zi mastered the method. Although he was still a bit rusty, at least he wouldn't make the same mistake as before. He Zi grinned and turned to find Li Pingyan, like a child who had just received a toy and couldn't wait to show it off to a friend. "Pingyan." Li Pingyan weighed the wood-chopping knife in his hand. He Zi said, "Hey, Pingyan, what are you doing with that wood-chopping knife?" The leader said they're short-handed and asked me to help. "Are your eyes okay? I'll help you." "No need." He Zi smiled, "Let me tell you, there's a method to chopping this stuff." Swish swish swish. The bushes fell one by one. Li Pingyan held the wood-chopping knife as if he were chopping vegetables. He Zi pursed his lips. It's all right now." "Good knife skills," Scarface said. Li Pingyan smiled and said, "Those who travel the world naturally have some skills." Chapter 136 Xiongda. A lake. "There's a lake ahead," someone exclaimed. Everyone looked up, and sure enough, a lake appeared not far ahead. The lake's surface shimmered, nestled among the trees, carrying the strong scent of lake water and a cool breeze. "Ah!" Everyone screamed like madmen. They rushed forward with a roar. It was as if reaching the lake would completely erase all the fatigue of the journey. Everyone took off their clothes and plunged into the lake. The lake water was cool, flowing over their skin, making them involuntarily sink into it. The lake water soaked through their clothes, and everyone was covered in water droplets, their faces looking as if they had been crying. He Zi really did cry. "It's been so damn tough. Look, Mao Danzi's crying." He Zi turned around and yelled, "Cry your mother." Everyone burst into laughter, especially Honggu Niang, who laughed until tears streamed down her face. Li Pingyan stood in the water, washing his face. The old ox was splashing around happily in the water, jumping and playing with great joy. Li Pingyan slapped its rump. The old ox swung its leg, splashing water all over Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan pounced on it. "Old ox." The old ox flipped over, pinning him beneath it. With a splash, it plunged into the water, the spray flying in all directions like a green bouquet. Man and ox started a water fight on the lake. The night lake was beautiful, ripples shimmering. Reflections shattered, shimmering light danced. The sun had set, but its light pierced through the clouds, flowing gently across the lake's surface. The red light shone on the lake, making it appear as if it were ablaze. The old ox vividly described the scene to Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan smiled, "So beautiful." The old ox, moo. After a long while, Li Pingyan lay down on the ground. With the gentle breeze and bright moonlight, he slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the caravan members, recovering from yesterday's excitement, began to organize their goods. Li Pingyan also packed his things to leave. The caravan members were changing their route to the grasslands, while Li Pingyan would continue along the northern road. He would travel until he reached the end of the northern road, Canghai. From Canghai, he would continue to Yunzhou, until he reached the northernmost part of Yunzhou. It was still early, so Li Pingyan squatted down and tried to weave a few pairs of straw sandals. Straw sandals have several names. Straw sandals are cheap, affordable for everyone, or one could weave them oneself, needing not to borrow, and no one would lend them anyway. Therefore, they were called no-borrowing sandals. Though simple, they could accompany the wearer on long journeys, also known as thousand-mile horses. "Pingyan, let's go." Someone greeted Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan smiled and nodded, saying that they would meet again if fate allowed. There weren't many storms in the martial world, chance encounters were fate. Many people came to greet Li Pingyan. Over the journey, Li Pingyan had built up good relationships. He could drink, chat well, and treated people very well. Therefore, these people all had a good relationship with him. The gang leader, Scarface, gave Li Pingyan 2 bolts of cloth, converted into cash. "Enough for 2 months' worth of food. Isn't that a bit too much?" Li Pingyan said. "Take it," Scarface said, "you saved my daughter's life." Li Pingyan didn't say anything more and accepted the 2 bolts of cloth. At noon, after lunch, the caravan was ready to set off. Li Pingyan hadn't seen He Zi yet. He Zi had been living and eating with him these past few days. Now that they were parting, Li Pingyan felt he should say goodbye. This might be the last time they met. Was this guy angry with me? Li Pingyan smiled and shook his head, leading the old ox. Just as he was about to set off, he suddenly saw a fast horse galloping towards them, with He Zi riding on its back. Li Pingyan looked up. "Let's go." He Zi sniffed, his voice low. "Damn it. The journey is long and arduous, take care of yourself." "You too." Zi didn't want to say anything more, as if afraid his tears would fall. A boy his age rarely experienced separation. Here's some cloth. Have a safe journey. He lashed out with his whip, the crack striking the horse. Giddy up. See you again. Li Pingyan rolled over and climbed onto the old ox's back. Old ox, let's go. The old ox moved and started walking slowly. Li Pingyan hummed a song, his cheerful voice carrying on the wind. Image from the internet. On a hillside, the bear demon Xiongde, clutching his spiked club, was dozing off, snot bubbling from his nose. Omega, zzz. Just then, someone poked him. Hey, stop messing around. Xiongde waved his hand. Hey, wake up. Xiongde opened his eyes and saw a face in front of him. He jumped in fright. Oh my god, that scared me to death. The person opposite him smiled. You're the demon, okay? Xiongde paused, then remembered his identity. Picking up a spiked club, he began, this mountain is mine, this tree is mine, and then. Bear Big scratched his head, clearly having forgotten his lines. The man reminded him, if you want to pass, leave some money. Bear Big suddenly understood. Then the man held out his hand. I'm hungry, hand over the money, or some food. Oh. Bear Big immediately pulled a flatbread from his pocket. The man took the flatbread and tore it in half. He handed the other half to the old ox behind him. My name is Li Pingyan, what's yours? Bear Big. After a moment of surprise, Bear Big reacted. Give me back my flatbread, that's my lunch. Li Pingyan said, is there any water? I'm a little choked. The old ox bellowed, indicating that it was choking too. Xiongde was furious. What do you take me for? Before he could finish, Li Pingyan pressed his hand against a tree as thick as a bucket. He released his inner energy. A small crack quickly spread along the tree. Boom! The tree collapsed with a crash, dust flying everywhere. Xiongde's nose started running. Li Pingyan clapped his hands. Is there any water? Yes. Inside the cave, Xiongde huddled pitifully in a corner. He fidgeted with his fingers, on the verge of tears. Li Pingyan chewed on a carrot and asked, isn't there anything else to eat? Is this all you eat every day? Xiongde nodded, then shook his head. There's also corn and sweet potatoes I grow. Li Pingyan, is it good? Xiongde, not really. Since it's not good, I'll clean it for you. Xiongde rubbed his face. This was unbearable. Watching Li Pingyan and old ox devour most of his provisions, Xiongde was about to cry. Burp. Li Pingyan rubbed his stomach. He felt something was missing without meat. He looked at Xiongde and licked his lips. Bear meat. Xiongde felt a chill run down his spine and trembled. I don't like it. Li Pingyan laughed, just kidding. At that moment, the entire mountain began to shake violently. The sky seemed to have cracked open. Chapter 137 Introducing you a friend. Boom! The sky seemed to have split open, and large raindrops pelted down. The raindrops landed on the ground, exploding layer upon layer of soil as if ignited by artillery shells. Looks like we'll have to rest here for the night, Li Pingyan said. Xiongde's lips twitched slightly, daring not to speak his anger. Li Pingyan sat cross-legged on Xiongde's stone bed, his internal power slowly rising. Golden scarf, heavenly gate, long essence, mysterious spring, heavenly drum, mud pill. This was the secret treasure of the human body that Gu Zizhu had mentioned. An ordinary martial artist, without having entered the path of martial arts, has a limited total body capacity. Therefore, even if their qi and blood are powerful, their body cannot support a vast amount of qi and blood. It's like a small reservoir holding more water than its volume. It will succumb to the pressure and burst from within. Although Li Pingyan was a person of divine punishment, possessing a powerful physique, but ultimately, he was still just a mortal, worlds apart from cultivators who had formed their own inner worlds. Li Pingyan's true specialness lay in being a heavenly punishment giver, possessing an abundant inner reserve. Therefore, he could store excess qi and blood within this reserve. Li Pingyan could vaguely sense that his body's capacity for qi and blood had reached its limit. These past few days, he had been trying to open his Niwen point, a point on the lower abdomen, but he still couldn't achieve the desired effect. In recent days, Li Pingyan vaguely sensed that he was about to break through. That's why he wanted to find a quiet place. Soon afterward, Li Pingyan entered a meditative state again. Azure Destiny, single-minded devotion. White Destiny, diligence can compensate for lack of talent. The attributes of both destinies were greatly enhanced due to the upgrade of the Erhu, a two-stringed bowed instrument. He was empowering himself. Old Niu yawned beside him, though he looked listless. He kept glancing, intentionally or unintentionally, at the cave entrance and the pitiful-looking Xiongde in the corner. He was prepared for any unforeseen events, to launch a surprise attack while Li Pingyan was in a meditative state. Xiongde seemed hungry, cautiously peeking out. Seeing that Li Pingyan hadn't noticed him, he tiptoed and secretly took out a carrot, starting to gnaw on it. Turning his head, he saw Old Ox staring intently at him. Xiongde was startled. Do you want some too? And so, the ox and the bear happily began to gnaw on the carrot. The next morning, Xiongde had played games with Old Ox all night. These included, but were not limited to, gamaku, tic-tac-toe, riddles, and drawing turtle shells. The bear and the ox had successfully become friends. Xiongde stretched, and suddenly an unusually strong pressure enveloped his entire body. Every inch of his skin, every pore, made it hard for him to breathe. Xiongde thought to himself, oh no, he was about to become a dish. My life is over. Xiongde closed his eyes, but after waiting for a long time, nothing changed. Li Pingyan slowly walked out, exhaling a breath of hot air. He felt his body brimming with power. Every bone, every meridian, every muscle felt like it was about to explode. It gave him an urge to fight. With each step, it felt as if a 1,000-pound lead weight had suddenly been released, giving him the sensation of flying. Niwen open. Although it only opened the gate to the Niwen point, a point on the lower abdomen, it had a tremendous effect. The qi and blood within his body surged wildly into the Niwen. A wondrous power spread throughout his body, merging into his very being. Through visualization, Li Pingyan discovered a qualitative change in his qi and blood. It became brighter and smoother. With each breath, he felt a soaring sensation. Xiongde gasped. My goodness! Li Pingyan was completely red, like a freshly baked red-skinned pig. Li Pingyan stepped out of the cave. The rain hadn't stopped, and it was intensifying. Only then did he realize that the river had risen. The water was rushing, carrying him from one river to another. The road below the mountain was flooded. Li Pingyan leaped down from the cave and into the water. The water around him hissed as it touched his body. Then it turned into wisps of white smoke. A moment later, the water reached his neck. A gust of wind blew, and he finally felt a slight coolness. Xiongde wiped the sweat from his forehead. Goodness, he's gotten stronger. Li Pingyan leaped out of the water. Staring intently at Xiongde. Any meat? I'm hungry. Xiongde, why didn't you just say you wanted to eat me? You beast. The firelight crackled and leaped. Li Pingyan was very hungry. How hungry? It was evident in the way he looked at Xiongde. Xiongde trembled, hiding behind the old ox. After last night's interaction, the bear and the ox had formed a deep friendship. The old ox mooed. It seemed to be saying, if you want to eat Xiongde, eat me first. Li Pingyan's greedy gaze locked onto the old ox, muttering to himself, how can bear meat and beef be cooked together to make it taste good? The old ox remained silent for a moment, then quietly turned and hid to the side. I'll pretend I farted just now. I've got an idea. Xiongde slapped his forehead, finally thinking of a way to avoid becoming a dish. There are many other monsters in the mountains, I can go borrow some food from them. Bang bang. A moment later, the door opened. A small white fox poked its head out of the cave. It's Xiongde. What's up? The little fox said blankly. It had only recently cultivated into human form, so its speech wasn't very fluent. Xiongde felt really bad for his brother, but he had no choice to save his life. Brother Fox, do you have any food at home? The little fox blinked and shook his head without hesitation. I don't have 5 bags of rice, 2 bags of dried sweet potatoes, a bag of cured meat, or a bag of flatbread. A 2-second silence fell. Bear Big looked at this little fox, who was even sillier than himself, and said helplessly, I'll introduce you to a friend. The little fox looked in the direction Bear Big was pointing and saw a person standing under a tree not far away. Hey! With his Niwen palace, a point on his body, wide open, Li Pingyan's control over his power increased to a new level. The power of qi and blood emanated from within, shattering the trees to pieces. Little fox, carrot. Shortly afterward, inside the cave, the little fox and Xiongde huddled in a corner, shivering. Besides the plundered food, there was also a wild wolf inside the cave. Li Pingyan was starting a fire, roasting the wolf meat. In no time, the cave was filled with a delicious aroma. Chapter 138 Walking the Dragon. Dense fists of water pounded the ground relentlessly, and the howling wind grew increasingly terrifying. Inside the cave, the sizzling aroma of roasted meat, glistening with oil, permeated the cave walls. Aren't you going to eat? Li Pingyan asked. Bear Big and the little fox huddled together in fear. One wolf wasn't enough, they were planning to eat a bear and a fox. Don't worry, one wolf is enough. Li Pingyan saw through their thoughts. However, Bear Big and the little fox still dared not approach. Only after Li Pingyan and the old ox finished eating did they join in. Large chunks of meat jiggled, making their mouths water. Li Pingyan tossed them the sword nourishing gourd. I won't let you eat for free, here's a sip of wine for you. Bear Big and the little fox inwardly grumbled. What a robber! He stole so much food from them, and all he gives them is a sip of wine. But while they thought this, they dared not say it aloud. Who knew if Li Pingyan would throw them into the pot to boil the next second? So, Xiongde and the little fox each took a sip of the wine from the sword-nurturing gourd. A short while later, they felt as if their bodies were burning. What was going on? Xiangde and the little fox were completely bewildered. The little fox collapsed to the ground. We're doomed, the wine is poisoned. Xiangde was shocked. Does killing us require poison? The little fox wiped away her tears. Mother, I'm so sorry. She plucked a tuft of fur from her body, glued one end together. Using it as the tip of a calligraphy brush, she moistened it with saliva. She prepared to write her will. Xiangde, after all, had a higher cultivation level than the little fox. He quickly realized the peculiarity of this power and hurriedly regulated his breathing. If their bodies were originally like a small stream, then this power was like a storm, pushing the stream higher and higher. Before long, the little fox sat up cross-legged. The bear and fox remained motionless in the cave, like two statues. Li Pingyan, having finished his meal, had nothing to do. He sat down and played Connect 4 with the old ox. Outside, a fierce storm raged, but inside the cave, peace and tranquility prevailed. 2 more days passed. I've succeeded. Bear Big had reached a higher level of understanding through cultivation. At this moment, not only had his bones changed, his once somewhat withered body had become fuller, and his fur had instantly become translucent. I, Bear Big, have finally become stronger. His tone was full of confidence, and a hint of undisguised excitement. The little fox had also grown considerably. He stood proudly with his hands on his hips, brimming with youthful vigor. Li Pingyan stood outside the cave, feeling the rain pattering down. The torrent roared like a frightened wild beast. It devoured everything in its path, unstoppable. A dark, oppressive mass loomed overhead, creating a suffocating feeling, like a massive black mountain pressing down. Li Pingyan looked up. I guess the great king is about to transform into a dragon again, Xiangde said worriedly, glancing at the weather. Hopefully, this time it will go smoothly. Transform into a dragon. Xiangde nodded. Our mountain has a very powerful leader, a python named Zhang San. I've been cultivating for many years. When my great-great-grandfather was alive, Zhang San was the leader of this mountain. Li Pingyan had heard some rumors. Entering the river, it becomes a jiao. Entering the sea, it becomes a dragon. The jiao often travels during a flood. Accompanying it is a severe disaster, destroying bridges and fertile fields wherever it goes. Therefore, the saying arose, a jiao that travels with the current brings harm to all directions. It seems I can only wait until its jiao journey is over. Li Pingyan said helplessly. He had no intention of killing this giant python. A python transforms into a jiao after 500 years, whether it's true or not. Its cultivation level is definitely not shallow. This is vastly different from the giant python he killed when he went to the capital to board the large ship. Let's just wait patiently for the dragon walking challenge to end. Bear Big sighed. If the king fails to walk the dragon, we'll probably be in trouble. What does his failure have to do with you? Bear Big hung his head dejectedly. The king has already tried to walk the dragon 3 times, and every time he failed, he took it out on us. The last time he failed, he spent several days weaving a flower rope. Li Pingyan laughed. Weaving a flower rope? That counts as taking it out on us? Bear Big, the key is that the flower rope was made from a little snake that had become a spirit. Li Pingyan, too cruel. The little fox also sighed deeply. After the king failed to walk the dragon, his body was damaged. He needs to eat some monsters to recover his strength, and we might all become his food. My grandma and my mother were eaten by the king. A monster of the little fox's level naturally wouldn't dare to think about unrealistic ideas like revenge. Survival is more important than anything else. Li Pingyan silently prayed that the guy would succeed in his dragon-walking journey. He hoped the floodwaters would recede soon. Deep in the mountains, a child dressed in white held a mountain peak several inches high, crystal clear. A tiny black shadow coiled within the mountain peak. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't an earthworm, but a small snake. Ha ha ha, Zhang San, you're still such a coward. Don't worry, this tribulation won't strike you. I've already set up an array around you. All the creatures within the mountains will bear the tribulation for you. Correspondingly, you will also bear their karma, but that messy karma won't have much of an impact on you. The small snake burst forth from the mountain peak in the child's hand. Like a shooting star, it landed in the nearby river. Suddenly, it transformed into a giant python thicker than a bowl. The boy smiled. This python was his pet, raised from childhood, which he adored. However, due to the heavy burden of karma, it had indiscriminately slaughtered innocents. It had attempted to transform into a dragon in the river several times, but without success. If it failed again this time, its cultivation would likely be ruined. Helpless, the boy begged his elders to borrow a magical artifact from the family. Combined with this evil technique, he attempted to use all the creatures on the mountain to bear the tribulation of lightning in place of his little snake. Thunder roared, like the cry of a dragon. The river surged, wave after wave, one after another. The mighty torrent of water roared, swallowing up the torrential rain and the silvery light. The giant snake writhed and thrashed within, its tail lashing back and forth. A child hummed a cheerful tune. Below the mountain, villages within a radius of dozens of miles inevitably suffered from the flood. The floodwaters breached the dikes, like a ferocious beast, recklessly rushing into the villages. With a deafening roar, the earth shook and the mountains crumbled, the villages seemingly turning into a lake. Even many towering trees were snapped by the flood, many uprooted. They swayed and swayed incessantly. Not to mention the villagers, they had no way to escape. They could only watch helplessly as the raging floodwaters roared in, swallowing them completely. Accompanying the child's tune were countless cries of agony, struggling, screaming, but only they themselves could hear their own voices. Chapter 139 Tribulation. The rushing sound of water came from all directions. The entire mountain was submerged in a sea of water. Thunder rumbled incessantly atop the mountain. The wind grew stronger, and the temperature plummeted. A deathly silence reigned, devoid of any sign of life. Bear Big and the little fox seemed to sense something. They huddled in a corner, shivering like leaves. The little fox covered its head with its ears. Bear Big buried its head in the ground, only its large rear end sticking out. Li Pingyan couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. When trouble comes, we'll deal with it. Besides, this dragon-like creature shouldn't harm him. Probably. Thinking this, Li Pingyan started a fire. There were some wild vegetables, leftover meat, and noodles. Li Pingyan cooked a pot of shredded meat noodles. Time for noodles. Xiangde crawled out of the ground and quickly ladled himself a bowl of noodles. Then, clutching the noodles, he buried himself back into the burrow. Li Pingyan and Lao Niu sat at the burrow entrance, enjoying the cool breeze and eating their noodles. Roar! The roar was deafening, shaking the surrounding mountains and the earth. The giant python charged across a valley, tumbling and crashing down the mountainside. Giant waves surged, a raging torrent of water swept down, creating towering waves. Trees fell wherever it passed. Everything was swept into this terrifying vortex. Everything it passed was annihilated. Before the giant python appeared a massive arched bridge. This bridge spanned the sheer cliffs on both sides, supported by a rock in the middle of the river. The bridge surface was paved with stone slabs, each more than a foot thick. Standing majestically for over 300 years, the giant python roared, flooding the bridge with water. Only by submerging the bridge could it conceal itself, only by leaping over it could it find its way out. After cultivating its powers, the spirit snake must never pass under this bridge, for it is for humans. If the spirit snake were to pass under it, it would be tantamount to being trampled underfoot, forever condemned to a life without hope of redemption. The giant python could cross the bridge at any time. However, it slightly raised its head, its gaze fixed on the leaping lightning in the sky. Its eyes were filled with fear. It was as if an angry god in the heavens was driving away demons, its roars shaking the earth. In the mountains. The child looked at the pagoda-like artificial mountain in his hands and smiled slightly. With hands forming a hand seal, he uttered a single word. Pardon. As if spoken in gold, the massive magic array outside the mountain slowly rotated. A long golden line formed a strange mark on the ground. Buzz! A clear sound echoed between heaven and earth. Then, two forces intertwined, endlessly renewing themselves. At the same time, all the creatures within the mountain trembled involuntarily. The demons all felt a vast and mysterious power. That terrifyingly powerful force seemed to bind their souls, giving them a suffocating feeling. They could vaguely see their souls being pulled, trying to escape from their bodies. The child smiled. Borrowing your karma to help my little snake withstand the tribulation lightning is a blessing in itself. In the next instant, the lightning tribulation in midair was dispersed by a gust of wind. The karma of the creatures surrounding the mountain had neutralized the lightning tribulation for the python. From now on, whenever these creatures undergo tribulation, they will share the power of today's lightning tribulation. Everything has two sides. They shielded the python from the tribulation, transferring some of their own karma to the python. A strange light shone from the python's body. The previously dim light became much brighter at this moment. The python let out an excited roar. Without further hesitation, it was about to leap over the bridge and enter the river to become a dragon. Half of its body had swept over the bridge, the river's surface almost in front of it. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling light streaked across the sky, illuminating the heavens and earth with extraordinary brightness. With a single stroke, a streak of light tore through the sky. In an instant, it vanished from the horizon, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The giant python let out a shrill cry, its body crashing heavily into the water. Dead and gone, without a trace of life. Deep in the mountains, the previously composed child's expression suddenly changed. A flicker of fear appeared in his soul. The treasure in his hand shattered into dust. Without time to think, he pushed off with his feet, his body soaring into the sky like a star. Strands of lightning, like silver serpents, roamed the heavens, like a pool of thunder. The child's face was already deathly pale, the power of this tribulation was comparable to his father's transformation into a scaled being. With a deafening roar, several columns of water, each over 10 feet high, rose from the river. The child transformed into a dragon. Run! That was his only thought. The instant he leaped into the air, 2 long streaks of light shot towards the child from the left and right. With a deafening roar, the majestic mountain range trembled violently. The mountain peak was cleaved in 2, forming a massive, long, and powerful chasm. The old ox, who was eating noodles, suddenly stumbled. The noodles in his bowl splattered directly onto his face. The heavy rain stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight streamed down. It was bathed in layers of gold. Bear Big and the little fox felt a sense of relief at surviving a calamity. They both collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Li Pingyan's bowl of noodles was empty. He picked up the bowl. He tilted his head back and drank the remaining soup down completely. The rain stopped and the sky cleared. He wondered if the python had successfully transformed into a dragon. Li Pingyan burped and exhaled. It was time to set off again. The sky was a clear, deep blue, as sparkling as a fine sapphire. Sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, like shimmering golden threads. The sky was crimson with clouds, the sea shimmering with golden waves. Bear Big and the little fox stood outside the cave, watching Li Pingyan and the old ox depart. Goodbye. Chapter 140. A bumpy road ahead. In the muddy field, a massive dragon slowly surged. A long trail was left in the ground. It was the boy who had been struck by lightning tribulation in the mountains. His real name was Tong Zishan, son of the dragon, the lord of the river. At the critical moment of life and death, he used his own scales and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Finally, he was forced to destroy his life-protecting magic treasure. Only then did he barely manage to avert the tribulation, but the price was still heavy. Hundreds of years of cultivation were almost destroyed in an instant. He never imagined that it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. He thought of using an evil method to help the python he had raised survive the lightning tribulation. Who knew that his attempt to steal a chicken would backfire so spectacularly? As for the specifics of what happened, he racked his brains but couldn't figure out where things went wrong. Damn it, what bad luck! Tong Zishan cursed inwardly. The lightning tribulation just now would probably attract other cultivators from the surrounding area. In his current state, others might take advantage of him. His immediate priority was to return as soon as possible. Footsteps sounded ahead, and the boy's enormous eyes darted around. It was a man and an ox. Perfect timing. The boy's mouth gaped open, and he quickened his pace. Even a fly's flesh is flesh. His speed was vastly different from before. But to an ordinary person, he was still so fast they could only see a shadow. A reed taller than a man was crushed beneath him. His head slammed heavily into the ground, but the man sensed it first and nimbly leaped backward. Li Pingyan lightly touched the tips of the reeds with his toes, and he was sent flying backward. A python? Li Pingyan frowned. Judging from the other's appearance, it seemed he hadn't successfully transformed into a dragon. Li Pingyan was unaware of Tong Zishan's existence, mistaking him for the giant python that had transformed into a dragon on the mountain. What bad luck! Li Pingyan muttered softly, gripping the hilt of his sword with his right hand. A flash of light streaked past, followed by a muffled thud. The blade had carved a small red flower on Tong Zishan's body. However, it hadn't stopped his massive body. A sharp gust of wind swept past him, and Li Pingyan grunted. His sleeve was torn by the force of the wind. Li Pingyan exhaled softly. Very strong. Tong Zishan was also slightly startled, feeling a chill creep over him. His eyes flashed like lightning, fixed intently on his opponent. Full of vital energy, brimming with masculine vigor. Perfect, nourishing food. Tong Zishan extended his tongue, his body surging again, charging fiercely towards Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan avoided a direct confrontation, dodging to the side. A whistling gust of wind swept in from the side. Tong Zishan's thick tail swept across like autumn leaves in the wind. Without any magical enhancement, speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness were his most powerful attack methods. Swallow soaring through the clouds 45%. Graceful and agile, crossing rivers on a single reed, scaling walls and rooftops. Yellow Fate, a gentleman does not act rashly. When he acts, he does so with principle. When fighting an enemy, his internal strength and physical strength are greatly enhanced within 5 steps of him. With the enhancement of these 2 powers, Li Pingyan narrowly avoided the attack. Tong Zishan's attack failed, and he circled around with a flying swallow returning to its nest maneuver. By the time Li Pingyan reacted, he was already surrounded by the opponent's massive body. The opponent's attacks were too fast and fierce. He had no chance to retaliate and could only dodge rapidly. Suddenly, Li Pingyan bent over, his heart clenching. He spun around, narrowly missing Tong Zishan's head again. Such fast movement. Tong Zishan thought to himself. Although he was now crippled, he was still confident he could defeat this martial artist. There was no need to hold back any longer. He sneered, his attacks becoming increasingly chaotic. Li Pingyan dodged left and right, occasionally unleashing a strike. Each strike was a powerful blow, incredibly fast. But his opponent was tough and resilient, he couldn't be defeated quickly. Tong Zishan was determined to wear him down. However, a full incense stick's worth of time passed. Even though Li Pingyan was cornered, he was still not exhausted. Instead, he grew increasingly fierce in battle, wielding a fusang sword. Every move, every stance, was executed with effortless skill. The secret energy within his Niwen palace gave him more room to maneuver. This battle was perfectly timed for Li Pingyan. If he had arrived any earlier, without activating the secret energy within his Niwen palace, Li Pingyan would likely have had little chance of victory. But now, the battle with Tong Zishan had actually unleashed Li Pingyan's potential. A single breath in this life or death struggle was equivalent to several days of cultivation. This bastard is so troublesome. Tong Zishan cursed inwardly. Not only was he troublesome, but he had also repeatedly humiliated him. To think that he, the son of the god of the river gods, was now being bullied by a mere martial artist. His aura grew even more violent, his mouth agape, a foul stench filling the air. Li Pingyan steadied himself, knowing that to defeat his opponent, it wasn't something that could be done with just a punch or a kick. He thought to himself as he circulated his qi and blood. He took 2 steps forward and slashed out with his sword. Although the young scholar didn't know the origin of the sword, he had already experienced its power and instinctively dodged it. It was in that instant, Li Pingyan suddenly unleashed his full potential, unleashing the strongest strike of his life. 2 fluttering sheets of Xin paper, unnoticed, were now nestled between Li Pingyan's fingers. Inscribed were the characters for wind and fire. These were prepared by Li Pingyan long ago in the cave, just in case. They were specifically for dealing with such unexpected situations. Listening to the wind blade technique, the fusang blade, imbued with the fiery energy of a drawn dragon, expanded in the wind. With a whoosh, an area of 4 or 5 meters in radius was engulfed in a sea of fire. Li Pingyan was extremely confident in this strike, and he was determined to deliver it. He had been lying low for a long time, waiting for this opportunity. This attack lived up to his expectations, aiming straight for the boy's massive head. By the time the boy reacted, it was too late. This kid was hiding his true strength. The dragon's blood sprayed out, falling like raindrops. The sharp blade aura hadn't dissipated yet, and the surroundings stirred without wind. Li Pingyan raised his head, bathed in the blood rain. A thoroughly exhilarating battle gave Li Pingyan a different feeling once again. Old Niu, collect the spoils. The dragon was truly enormous. Li Pingyan used his fusang blade to dig out its gallbladder. He then cut off some more dragon meat and hurriedly ran off with the old ox. Who knew if another dragon might appear? Or perhaps, a cultivator who had been attracted by the dragon's presence would suddenly appear. In short, none of these possibilities were good news for Li Pingyan. The man and the ox traveled for a day and a night, making sure there were no pursuers behind them. Only then did they stop. The old ox took out a large black pot from its back, a gift from his brother Xiongda before they left. He started stewing the dragon meat, but it wasn't cooked after a long time. The old ox added more firewood. Li Pingyan cleaned the dragon's gall and placed it in his sword nurturing gourd. He had seen people make snake gall wine this way before. A dragon is essentially a snake. It can naturally be used in wine, but he didn't know how effective it would be. Li Pingyan sealed the sword nurturing gourd, intending to try it again in some time. Moo! The old ox bellowed excitedly. The dragon meat, simmering for over 4 hours, was finally cooked. The man and the ox immediately began eating from the pot. To be honest, the dragon meat really didn't taste good. It felt like gnawing on leather straps, dry and tough. However, after eating a few pieces, Li Pingyan felt his energy and blood, depleted from the previous battle, replenished. For the next 3 or 4 days, Li Pingyan and the old ox didn't eat a single grain of rice, yet they didn't feel hungry. It must be the dragon meat that had the effect. It was truly miraculous. He should have cut off more pieces. But the situation was unclear at the time, and running away was the wise choice. The next day, the man and the ox walked under the rising sun along the desolate and remote road of the northern route. The northern road ends at the vast sea, the vast sea ends at Yunzhou, and the Yunzhou ends at Jinyeo Pass. Li Pingyan trudged through the mud, his steps uneven. Don't look back, the myriad lights behind you are not your home. Keep moving forward, the road ahead is arduous, but it is your inevitable path. Chapter 141, 100,000 Mountains. Dong dong. The resounding bell echoed through the village. The able-bodied men of the village gathered at the village gate. This was a village built against the mountainside, the houses constructed entirely of bamboo and wood, with thatched roofs. Lanterns hung from the eaves. Dark clouds loomed over the village, seemingly foreshadowing an impending storm. The people wore short-sleeved shirts and large bamboo hats. Outside the village, dozens of black-clad riders stood in a line. One of them, tall and imposing, held aloft a triangular black flag. It fluttered high in the wind. The village chief, an old man, accompanied by 2 men carrying a chest, approached the leader of the black-clad riders. "This is this year's New Year's money." The chief remained silent, and the atmosphere instantly became heavy. Everyone in the village held their breath. After a long pause, a voice slowly broke the silence. "The New Year's allowance has increased this year. This isn't enough for you." Anger surged within everyone, but they dared not speak out. The New Year's allowance had already increased 3 times in a row. "I'll come back in a few days, have the allowance ready then." With that, the black-clad rider swiftly departed. After the black-clad rider left, the crowd dared to curse, but still carefully lowered their voices, as if afraid of being overheard. At this moment, a slightly childish voice rang out. "Are we really going to suffer their oppression forever?" All eyes turned to a short, dark-skinned boy. He wasn't even as tall as the steel fork in his hand. "There are so many of us, why should we be afraid of them? We can organize and fight back." Though the boy was small, his voice was remarkably loud. The crowd found it laughable. No one paid any attention to a child's words. They dared to complain, but they would never dare to actually take up arms and fight back. The old chieftain sighed helplessly. "Disperse, disperse. They only have a dozen or so people, and we, with so many of us, were scared out of our wits." "What cowards!" the boy shouted indignantly from behind. The sun set, turning the sky blood red. The distant wind howled low and suppressed, like a wounded beast. Li Pingyan and the old ox trudged along the muddy path. It had been raining heavily in the forest for 7 or 8 days straight. There were many swamps along the way. One wrong step and you'd sink in. An ordinary person would probably have died 7 or 8 times over by now. A suffocating gloom hung in the air, obscuring the road ahead. Scattered on the ground were black corpses, seemingly some kind of bird. This journey was truly arduous. Li Pingyan mounted the ox and stretched. This forest was so dark you couldn't see a ghost, let alone find food. He picked a few fruits along the way. Upholding the spirit of respecting the elderly and caring for the young, he kindly offered some to the old ox first. After eating them, the old ox transformed into a spray warrior. It sprayed everything in its path. Li Pingyan shook his head. They were indeed poisonous. He then threw the fruits away. The old ox was so angry that it wouldn't let Li Pingyan ride it for several days. One day, Li Pingyan lazily lay on the ox's back. Walking through the woods, 3 wolves suddenly leaped out from ahead. All were dull gray-furred and thin, clearly having gone without food for many days. Their greedy eyes darted around, their long tails held high like drawn swords. Their eyes gleamed with barely suppressed excitement, as if they were overjoyed to have finally found food. The old ox bellowed excitedly. Li Pingyan also jumped up, shouting with rare excitement. "Quick, old ox, don't let them get away." The old ox, moo. The 3 wolves instinctively took a step back, a sudden feeling of fear washing over them. "Oh woo-woo." The wolves' instincts told them that this creature was not to be trifled with, so they tucked their tails between their legs and fled in panic. A ferocious howl echoed behind them. "Moo! Chase them, quick, chase them!" Li Pingyan excitedly waved his cane. Before long, Li Pingyan and old Niu were each gnawing on a wolf leg. Although there was still some dragon meat left, it tasted awful and only filled them up. Wolf meat was much more delicious. The fat was rich but not greasy, tender and fragrant. Below was a layer of lean meat, becoming more flavorful with each chew. The layers of fat and lean were distinct, yet without any sharp edges. After finishing the wolf meat, they continued on their way. This was the great mountain range, known as the 10,000 Mountains. 1,000-foot cliffs, mountains lying prostrate. On one side were high mountains, on the other deep valleys. The winding roads made one dizzy. Beyond the 10,000 mountains lay the end of the northern road, the vast sea. Li Pingyan imagined what the vast sea looked like. Ahead appeared a small river, a little over 5 meters wide, and a huge village came into old Niu's view. Finally, some activity here. Li Pingyan smiled. He washed his face with clear water by the river. The river flowed gently, neither too deep nor too shallow. It was fed by mountain springs, its waters gurgling softly. It was so comforting, one would want to take a nap there. Li Pingyan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and lay down on the small stone pool. He opened the sword-nurturing gourd. He had previously placed the gall bladder of a dragon inside and sealed it for several days. Thinking it was about time, he took a sip. It felt like swallowing a knife. It slid down his throat to his stomach, then throughout his entire body. All the power in his body was mobilized, his strength seemingly connected as a single thread, like stars in motion. It took quite a while for this feeling to subside. Li Pingyan stretched his limbs, making a crisp sound. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the forest. A boy emerged from the woods, slightly startled upon seeing Li Pingyan. Judging from his clothing, he was clearly from out of town. The boy was both wary and curious. Li Pingyan, holding his cane, untied a piece of fishing line from one end. He prepared to catch a few fish. Chapter 142. All phenomena arise from causes and conditions. The little boy looked at the stranger curiously and couldn't help but ask, "Where are you from?" His accent was a bit hard to understand, but his words were still recognizable. That's the good thing about this world, under the influence of the three religions. Although the regions of Kyushu are vastly different, differences in food culture, ideologies, lifestyles, and so on, there are always some similarities. Like language. The reason for this is that a unified language system is extremely beneficial to religion. "A very far place," Li Pingyan said. "How far?" "Far beyond your imagination." Li Pingyan smiled. Thinking back on this journey, he didn't know how many pairs of straw sandals he had worn out. From now on, please call him the Straw Sandal King. Liar. The little boy suddenly stared into Li Pingyan's eyes. "You can't see anything, how could you possibly walk this far?" Li Pingyan didn't argue, patiently waiting for a fish to bite. The little boy just thought he was bragging, and stood a little further away, practicing his horse stance. He would occasionally glance curiously at this strange man. Can a blind man fish? After an unknown amount of time, the fish still wouldn't bite. Li Pingyan's breathing remained steady as time ticked by. "You won't catch any fish like that." The little boy leaned closer and kindly reminded him. Suddenly, the fishing rod jerked up and a large fish, over a foot long, emerged from the water. Then came one fish after another. The little boy was stunned. "So big?" Li Pingyan smiled. "Want one?" The little boy hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He then shook his head. Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow slightly. "I don't want what isn't mine," the little boy said. "Then how about this, you lead the way for me, and I'll give you fish as payment." "Are you going to the village?" Li Pingyan nodded. "Why are you taking a cow with you?" The little boy walked lightly on the stones. "The cow is family, of course I have to take it. I used to have a cow too. I used to take it everywhere I went. It looked similar to yours, but prettier." The old cow bellowed in dissatisfaction. "And what about your cow?" Li Pingyan asked casually. The boy lowered his head, his voice dejected. "I gave it to someone else. Grandpa said if I didn't give them the cow, they would kill me. Those bandits, I shouldn't have to be bullied by them." Li Pingyan didn't ask any more questions, changing the subject. Soon, they arrived at the village. The village, with about 1,000 households, is bisected by two streams that converge into a river that flows through it. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, a large mulberry grove lies along the stream. A breeze stirs the leaves, the lush green leaves swaying gently in the wind. Occasionally, a large yellow dog lies by the door, while a duck leads a flock of ducklings swimming in the stream. A gentle breeze blows, accompanied by the sound of a reed pipe. Unconcerned with the wind or the moon, untouched by emotion, I stroll slowly along the path, leaning on my cane. No catkins dangle from the willow branches, only the croaking of frogs amidst the red flowers. A mountain, a stream, an autumn and a spring, a scene so picturesque it defies description, yet devoid of poetry, it makes me utterly displeased. Li Pingyan suddenly felt an urge to settle down here. He walked on. A leisurely elder sipped wine, enjoying the cool breeze. A beautiful girl, adorned with wildflowers, was embroidering, a sight to behold, like a painting. It was like a paradise on earth. Li Pingyan felt a sense of relief, his whole being lightened considerably. "I'm going home." The boy, holding the fish Li Pingyan had given him, took a few steps, then suddenly turned back. "My name is Yuha." Li Pingyan. Yuha grinned broadly, revealing his gaping teeth, and ran off in 2 strides. Li Pingyan wasn't in a hurry, leisurely strolling around the village. As sunset approached, he finally found a tavern and sat down. A few small dishes and a pot of village brewed wine. It had a hint of sweetness, yet also a touch of spiciness, quite enjoyable. "Please fill my wine gourd." Li Pingyan placed his sword-nurturing gourd on the table. There were no waiters in the tavern, only 2 beautiful girls, fair-skinned and with bright, large eyes. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth revealed 2 dimples on his cheeks, making him look incredibly cute. 2 girls chatted and laughed around Li Pingyan, eventually embracing him on either side. Slightly embarrassed, Li Pingyan hastily finished his drink and prepared to pay the bill and leave. However, when paying, he discovered that the currency here wasn't silver. It was a special metal. Having no other choice, he used a piece of cloth given to him by the caravan scarred man as collateral for the drink. The sun gradually set, a shower of light illuminating the village. Today was a good day, the mountain sunshine was warm. Li Pingyan smiled. Suddenly, he felt life was truly wonderful, all the hardships of the journey had been worthwhile. The paths in the village were mostly stone steps, ascending higher and higher. Step by step, he ascended, as if climbing a ladder to heaven, soaring straight to the clouds. Mountain peaks, one after another, seemed to be beneath his feet. Li Pingyan hummed a mountain song, enjoying the fresh mountain air. This life is carefree, let heaven not question it, all things of the past flow eastward like water. Li Pingyan wasn't in a hurry to find the great Dao runes. Gu Zizhu had said that these things weren't something you could find just by wanting to, it was all about luck. It didn't matter, time would tell. Li Pingyan didn't deliberately search for them. Currently, of the 6 secret treasures within his body, only the Niwen Palace was fully open. Therefore, his focus for this period was to stabilize the Niwen Palace. Li Pingyan stretched, wondering where he should stay for the night. An old ox slowly climbed to the center of a bridge. Just then, a monk walked towards him. The old ox was startled, then bellowed. The monk was also taken aback. Benefactor Li. Li Pingyan straightened up, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. Isn't this the monk Changqing, who plays chess with such ruthless abandon? Some say the 3 best phrases in life are a long-awaited reunion, something lost and found, and a close call. When I left, the snow was like flowers. Now I return, the flowers are like snow. Oh, long time no see, Li Pingyan said with a smile. The monk Changqing performed a Buddhist salute. Amitba, all phenomena arise from causes and conditions. Chapter 143 Encountering an Old Friend. Benefactor, why have you come here? The monk Changqing suppressed his joy. I'm going to the demon-suppressing pass, just taking a leisurely stroll along the way. The demon-suppressing pass? Changqing was slightly surprised. The journey to the demon-suppressing pass is fraught with danger, it will take at least 1 to 2 years. Li Pingyan said, you can always get there. Tell me about yourself, what brings you here? The monk Changqing clasped his hands together. This humble monk is traveling on my master's orders, spreading Buddhism. I've gained much insight along the way. Li Pingyan indeed sensed that the monk Changqing had changed considerably. Previously, the monk Changqing's aura was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist. Now, however, it was like the rising sun, with a powerful energy surging within it. His blood and qi were also purer and more refined. Let's not talk about that. How long have you been here? This humble monk has been here for over 3 months. Li Pingyan smiled, perfect timing, I don't even have a place to stay yet. There's no need for formalities with monk Changqing. Of course, but this humble monk still has some matters to attend to today, and I'll need you to accompany me. Li Pingyan asked curiously, oh, what is it? It's my daily work. It seems monk Changqing is doing quite well here, he's even found a job. Exorcising demons, or presiding over religious ceremonies. Li Pingyan stretched. With friends all over the world, he's fearless wherever he goes. He can enjoy some comfortable days again. Monk Changqing took a bowl from his sleeve and placed it on the ground. Then he sat down against the corner of the wall. Li Pingyan, if I'm not mistaken, this is begging? What are you saying? Monk Changqing said sternly, this is alms begging. A setting sun cast its glow on the water, half the river shimmering green, half crimson. After waiting for a long time, the bowl remained empty. Monk Changqing sighed, not a good harvest today. Li Pingyan took out an erva from behind his back, you'll have to watch me beg for alms. Monk Changqing corrected him righteously, this is alms begging, not begging. Soon, the melodious sound of an erva began to play. The villagers seemed to have never seen this instrument before. Seeing 2 outsiders playing an unfamiliar instrument, they walked over in small groups, quickly attracting a large crowd. Monk Changqing looked at the high stack of money in the bowl, a beaming smile on his face. I can eat 2 bowls of noodles today. Smoke curls from chimneys, a flock of egrets dances gracefully. A rainbow reflects in the stream, exceptionally enchanting. Hidden in the woods, shrouded in mist, the village exudes a quiet and gentle atmosphere. Li Pingyan and monk Changqing sit at a noodle stall, eating the unique stacked melon noodles of the 10,000 mountains. Where will we sleep tonight? Li Pingyan asks. Monk Changqing, the sky will be our blanket, the earth our bed. Li Pingyan guesses. They've been reduced to begging, sleeping on the streets is already quite good. After finishing their noodles, the 2 men and an ox walk through the village under the night sky. Smoke curls from chimneys as they cross a stone bridge. Monk Changqing says leisurely, the 10,000 mountains have 180 bends, each bend has a story, each bridge has a history. That bridge is called Baio Bridge, according to the locals. Long ago, there was a river below, its waters swift and rapid. Those on one side couldn't cross, and those on the other couldn't cross. Then an old monk appeared here, and sat down, transforming into a bridge. Connecting the 2 banks, though the river has now dried up, the story has endured. I've walked countless roads and crossed countless bridges, but this bridge alone has given me a profound understanding. Li Pingyan pondered for a moment, are you trying to tell me that death is inevitable, but its weight can be heavier than Mount Tai, or lighter than a feather, depending on the purpose for which it is used? Changqing, no. I mean we should sleep under this bridge tonight. Li Pingyan. Under the bridge, he covered himself with a small blanket, hiding under it and wiping away tears. After wiping away his tears, he didn't care, and told everyone he met, yes, yes, yes. Li Pingyan was used to sleeping outdoors, at least here he had a blanket. Being picky wasn't in his nature. As usual, before bed, he focused on opening the secret Niwen point within his body. Although the Niwen point had opened its gates, it was still just an empty shell. To fully open it and build a mansion within the required time frame, there was still much to be done. Li Pingyan roughly estimated that at his current pace, it would take at least 10 years to fully open the Niwen point. Li Pingyan wasn't in a hurry to break through. He conservatively estimated it would take 20 years. Laying a solid foundation for building the house was paramount. Idiot, don't run, idiot. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the bridge. Several children blocked a somewhat raggedly dressed child on the bridge. Go ahead and run. What are you running for? The leader kicked him without a word, then slapped him. The boy he hit sat down on the ground with a thud. Snot streamed down his face, and tears welled in his eyes. Go ahead and tell your uncle. Go ahead and tell your uncle again. Tie him to a tree. Just as they were discussing how to deal with this guy, suddenly someone shouted, stop. Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw Ihar charging towards them angrily, wielding a wooden stick. The children, who had been so aggressive, immediately panicked upon seeing Ihar. Run! That madman is coming again. The children screamed and took off running. Take this flying kick. Iha leaped up and unleashed a flying kick. It struck the chubby boy who was in the lead. The chubby boy shoved him away. Iha pounced again. In the struggle, Iha stumbled. He flipped over and screamed as he fell off the bridge. This terrified the others. Some stood frozen in place, while others turned and ran. Iha blinked, headfirst, his legs being held up. Hey, I'm not dead? Then his eyes lit up. It's you, Li Pingyan. Chapter 144 Massacre of the Stronghold. The moon shone like frost, the scenery infinitely serene. His name is Li Huan. He was sick once when he was little, and then the witch said he had something wrong with his brain. Iha, holding a bamboo pole, seemed to have completely forgotten his near-death experience. Li Huan, a glistening snot hanging from the center of his nose, cautiously followed behind Iha. Those guys, I'll teach them a lesson tomorrow, Iha said indignantly. Then he turned and asked, by the way, what were you doing under the bridge? Sleeping, Li Pingyan said calmly. Why are you sleeping down there? We have no money. Little Iha didn't hesitate, then come to my house. If it weren't for you, I might have died just now. The group first took Li Huan home. Li Huan's home was located at the southern end of the village. His mother lived alone. His father had died a few years ago, and his mother had become somewhat mentally unstable. They basically relied entirely on the charity of the villagers. Iha patted Li Huan on the shoulder. Go back. I'll come find you again tomorrow. Li Huan nodded blankly. Then Iha led Li Pingyan and the others home. Iha's home wasn't much better. He only had an elderly, frail grandfather with a leg disability. The house was dirt poor. It was the kind of place where even Changqing would have to keep 2 people there before leaving, but at least there was a house to shelter them from the wind and rain. Li Pingyan rested his head on his cane, not asleep, seemingly lost in thought. The monk Changqing lay down and fell asleep, his familiar, deafening snoring continuing. Soon, it attracted quite a few people. Those unaware of the situation thought Iha's family was slaughtering a pig. Li Pingyan sat up, not because Changqing was keeping him awake, but because he heard strange noises outside. Stepping outside, he found Iha in the backyard, drawing his bow and aiming at a tree. Why aren't you asleep yet? Iha turned around, saying seriously, it's better you don't know about this. Li Pingyan couldn't help but smile. Iha sighed, you shouldn't pry into matters of the martial world. Li Pingyan, you're not going to use this bow to deal with those who bullied Li Huan today, are you? Them. Iha scoffed, they're not worthy. This is for dealing with bandits. Boredom, Li Pingyan found a stool and sat down. You mentioned before that there are many bandits around this village? Iha shook his head. There is one group, called the Black Riders. The surrounding villages are all afraid of them, and they have to give them a lot of money and goods every year. At this point, Iha became even angrier. A bunch of idiots. They only have a few dozen people. We have so many of us, we have nothing to fear from them. The Black Riders are getting increasingly outrageous, demanding food, money, and several beautiful girls every year. Grandpa, the village chief, keeps trying to appease them, but those guys are insatiable. Only by fighting can we subdue them. Li Pingyan nodded thoughtfully. So your village doesn't have its own armed forces? Yes. We used to have a lot of people. My dad used to be the patrol commander. And now, Iha lowered his head. Now, I'm here. He added, before finishing, and Li Huan. Li Pingyan was about to offer some words of comfort when IHA suddenly raised his head again. Don't underestimate us just because there are only 2 of us now. Our strength shouldn't be underestimated. And we'll grow stronger, and then we'll drive all those bandits away. Li Pingyan sincerely praised ambition. Up to the kill village. The setting sun was like blood. Giddy up. The Black Riders rampaged. Corpses lay scattered on the ground, exuding a terrifying aura of death. Naked women were dragged out into the street, violated, and then left as corpses. Such a gruesome scene unfolded in the village, yet no one dared to stop it, not even dared to show a hint of pity. Everyone numbly awaited their fate. They weren't praying for justice, nor did they pray that they had the power to resist. Instead, they hoped the enemy would stop there and spare them. A dozen or so unfortunate men from the villages were dragged out, and the black-clad riders on horseback drew their bows and fired. A volley of arrows followed, and almost all of them were killed. A mother tightly covered her child's eyes, preventing the child from witnessing her father's murder. Still, a deathly silence reigned, everyone kept their heads bowed. The black-clad rider leader looked down at the scene, a cold smile playing on his lips. 3 days. I'll give you 3 last days. If you haven't gathered enough in 3 days, slaughter the entire village. The black-clad riders rode off, leaving behind the still numb crowd. The morning sun shone brightly. Li Pingyan rose early and began practicing his breathing exercises in the courtyard. He practiced the turtle breathing technique. He took a deep breath, circulating his internal energy. This slowed his breathing, making it natural and smooth, and invigorated his spirit. Kung Fu is Kung Fu, it requires determination. One must firmly adhere to the principle of perseverance, without beginning or end, regardless of the season. Seeking quick results easily leads to relapse. Such a person will never succeed in cultivation. After breakfast, Changqing led Li Pingyan and the old ox on a leisurely stroll around the village. The 2 men and the ox arrived at a waterfall outside the village. The waterfall cascaded down a ridge more than 20 meters high, plunging into a pool. A layer of mist always shrouded the surface of the pool, like clouds and fog, ethereal and otherworldly. The sound of the water striking the rocks was extremely pleasant. A handsome young man, holding a folding fan, stood not far away, having heard the commotion. He slightly tilted his head, glancing at the 2 men. This man was Baiyu, the second in command of the Black Rider gang. Get lost. Don't disturb my master's enjoyment. At this moment, his subordinates were about to shoo Li Pingyan and the monk Changqing away. Hey, don't be rude. Baiyu could sense that the other party was no ordinary person, even with the Black Rider gang's power in this area. However, it was better to avoid trouble, especially since they were just strangers. Baiyu gave the 2 men a slight bow. My men didn't mean to offend you, I apologize. It's all right. Neither side intended to cause trouble, after all, who wants to go out and immediately start a life or death battle? Chapter 145 Escape. Leaving the waterfall, Baiyu strolled leisurely down the mountain, fanning himself with a folding fan. 2 henchmen followed behind. Baiyu suddenly smiled and muttered, overestimating yourself. Just then, 2 men rushed down from the treetops on either side. Wielding machetes, they surrounded Baiyu from the left and right. Without a word, they swung their blades. A single blow brought down a scream. An arm of the other burly man had been severed. Moments later, both men lay in pools of blood. Baiyu lightly waved his fan, his white robe stained with blood. Which band of trash has come from again? Baiyu said disdainfully. Disgusting. With that, he stomped on one of the men's heads, crushing it, and cursed as he descended the mountain. The 2 henchmen behind him, also ruthless, simply dared not witness the scene. Following the second in command, they quickly left. Dozens of people were killed in Shanjiao village, and the Black Rider gang even threatened to massacre the entire village if they couldn't gather enough men within 3 days. In the village's ancestral hall sat the respected elders. At this moment, their faces were filled with sorrow. The lessons of the past should guide their future actions. Moreover, Shanjiao village wasn't too far from their village. It was only a little over 2 hours' journey on horseback. The old village chief held a pipe over 2 feet long in one hand and a lighter in the other. He puffed on his pipe, sighing twice. Our village doesn't have much grain to begin with. Everyone's struggling to eat and drink. Where would we get anything to give them? Even if we managed to gather enough, what would we eat and drink for the rest of the year? Someone complained. Then what do you suggest? Not give them any, and wait for them to massacre the village? The villagers looked at each other, silent. Without grain, they couldn't survive. With grain, they'd be even less likely to survive. Or, should we run? Run? Where can we run to with our families? Let's go to the government office and hide for a while. I heard from someone there that they're cracking down on bandits again. We can come back when things calm down. It's better than waiting here to die. The villagers fell silent again. This was probably the only option now. We can't escape. They're all cavalry. We can't outrun them. We have to fight. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Yingye, seemingly out of nowhere, jumped in from the roof beam. He was holding a sketch he had drawn himself. There are only 2 roads into the mountains, one going south and the other east. If we dig an aqueduct through the eastern road, we can block it. The south is a natural barrier. We don't have arrows, but we can use stones. Their cavalry can't get through. Before he could finish, an old man shouted, "Nonsense! How dare a child like you enter the ancestral hall? Throw him out immediately." 2 men immediately grabbed IHA from either side. IHA struggled fiercely. You'd rather pin your hopes on a hopeless escape than fight back? Cowards! You deserve to be bullied. Drag him away. Ouch! IHA arced through the air before landing heavily on his bottom. Then the ancestral hall doors slammed shut. IHA cursed a few times in frustration, but received no response. Just then, Li Huan, who had been hiding to the side, finally stepped forward. "Does your butt hurt?" IHA dusted off his backside. "A sore butt is nothing. If those bandits come in, we'll all be dead." Li Huan sniffled. "Why would they kill us? If they kill us, no one will give them money, right?" IHA looked at Li Huan with surprise. "You can even figure this out? Impressive." Li Huan chuckled. However, IHA changed the subject. "You only know one side of the story. Their actions have become increasingly reckless in recent years. Their audacity has grown, and their desire for wealth has intensified. Only by showing them our resolve, by making them understand the serious consequences of angering us, only when the gains are disproportionate to the costs will they show some restraint." Li Huan stared blankly at IHA, completely bewildered. "Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I told you." "Boss, what do we do now?" Li Huan asked. "Go find someone else to help. These old fogies are unmovable." "I'll listen to you, boss." Li Huan nodded. The moon climbed above the branches. "I'll teach you to talk nonsense, I'll teach you to disobey." The sound of a willow branch whipping a bottom came from the courtyard. Li Pingyan and Monk Changqing heard everything clearly from inside the house. It turned out that during the day, IHA had taken Li Huan door to door looking for people. They wanted more people to join their patrols to fight the Black Rider gang. In the end, IHA's grandfather personally dragged IHA back. The willow branch whipped his bottom, making a loud slapping sound. It was clear that the old man was truly angry about this. "Are you tired of living? Have you forgotten how your father died?" IHA, surprisingly, remained defiant, his buttocks covered in red welts, utterly silent. Finally, the monk Changqing persuaded the furious old man to leave. IHA lay on a small stool, gritting his teeth. Li Pingyan sat beside him, casually asking, "I heard the people of the village are planning to flee to the upper court?" "A bunch of cowards," IHA gritted his teeth. "They can't outrun the Black Riders, idiots." "Ignorant." Li Pingyan was silent for a moment. "If you faced those guys, would you really have the courage to fight back?" "Of course. They're just scary looking," IHA said disdainfully. "Then let's make a bet. If you really have that courage, I'll help you drive them away, okay?" IHA knew Li Pingyan was teasing him. "I'm not a child." He turned his head away, adding another sentence. "This joke isn't funny at all." 2 days later, most of the villagers agreed to go to the upper residence to lay low for a while, so they began packing ahead of time. According to their plan, they intended to sneak off under cover of darkness and head straight for the upper residence. There were soldiers guarding the place, so the Black Riders didn't dare to be too reckless. A bird spread its wings and flew into the room. "Ridiculous." Bai Yu, fanning himself, couldn't help but laugh. "A bunch of fools." The bandit leader didn't even look up. "Since they're courting death, they can't blame us. Have the brothers get ready, we'll give them a big surprise." Bai Yu was both amused and annoyed. How could these guys be so stupid? The bandit leader laughed. "It's normal for a bunch of village men to be stupid. If they weren't stupid, where would our money come from? Enough talk, let's play chess." Chapter 146 Retreat. A fierce wind blew all day, and a huge gap opened in the western clouds. The last rays of sunlight that day were brighter than ever before. Then darkness enveloped the village, and all was deathly silent. Only the howling wind swept lonely through the empty streets and alleys. Soon, shadows appeared in the torchlight. "Hurry! Hurry! Faster! Keep it down! Don't take anything, you spendthrift old woman." The entire village cautiously gathered outside the ancestral hall. Whispers filled the air, some cursed the damned Black Riders, some scolded a crying child. Everyone's heart pounded inexplicably. A moment later, a black dog ran out from the crowd, its eyes darting around. Then it began to bark wildly. "Quickly!" The person closest grabbed a stick and knocked the black dog unconscious. Led by the old chieftain, the group quickly left the village. The journey was uneventful until the next morning. The group rested by a mountain spring and drank some water. Li Huan's eyes widened as he searched the crowd, but he couldn't find his leader anywhere. Where's my leader? Where's the leader? Li Huan started walking around, wandering from one side to the other. His big eyes were filled with confusion. Hey, idiot! He heard someone call out. Li Huan turned around and saw the chubby boy who always bullied him. What are you looking for? Li Huan ignored him, muttering, where's my boss? A bunch of brainless bastards. By the riverbank, IHA, carrying a wooden shovel taller than himself, was painstakingly shoveling mud. Water dripped from his clothes, and sweat poured from his brow. He hoped to use his strength to change the river's course, blocking the road to the east. Only then would he have a chance to contend with the Black Riders. Suddenly, a flock of birds took flight from the distant woods. IHA was startled and quickly pressed his ear to the ground. The sound of hooves. He hadn't expected the Black Riders to return so quickly. Changing course now was definitely too late. IHA immediately jumped onto a tree and hid in a dense foliage. But in the blink of an eye, dozens of Black Riders appeared before him. These knights were all burly men, dressed in black, and together they looked like a pack of wild beasts. But IHA knew they were far more terrifying than wild beasts. IHA swallowed hard, his lips trembling slightly. What to do now? Stop them? No, he couldn't stop them on his own, he could only buy time. Buy time for the people in the village. IHA took out his bow from behind his back. With a creak, the bow was drawn, making a soft sound. Boss! Boss! Just then, a familiar voice rang out. In the distance, a figure was running rapidly towards them. Boss! Who else could it be but the mentally unstable Li Huan? Perhaps because he was running too fast, snot was flying everywhere. Li Huan wiped it away, anxiously looking around. Boss! The Black Riders all reined in their horses, staring in astonishment at the seemingly simple-minded boy. Where did this brat come from? Looks like someone from the stronghold. Hey, kid, did everyone from your stronghold run away and abandon you? Someone shouted. Li Huan wasn't afraid of them, and retorted defiantly, You guys, don't be so arrogant. When my boss comes, he'll wipe you all out. The group burst into laughter at the boy's words. Kid, where's your boss? My boss, my boss. Li Huan looked around blankly. The leader narrowed his eyes slightly. Kid, commendable courage. What's your name? My boss isn't here. Li Huan scratched his head and turned to leave. Whoosh! A whistling arrow grazed past him and embedded itself in the ground beside him. Trying to run away after playing the hero? Kid, you wish. Li Huan finally felt fear and collapsed to the ground. What do you want? My boss won't let you get away with this. Another burst of laughter erupted. Bai Yu waved his hand impatiently. We still have a long way to go, stop talking nonsense. One of his men drew his bow and knocked an arrow, this time aiming at Li Huan's body. Stop! IHA moved like an arrow released from a bow. The person you're looking for is me, let my brother go. And who are you? The leader couldn't help but laugh. IHA stood before the crowd and shouted, IHA, the patrol leader. Patrol? Wasn't the patrol wiped out by us years ago? Where did this patrol come from? IHA roared, the patrol has been re-established, and I am its new leader. Let me tell you, if you want to raise our stronghold, you'll have to step over my dead body first. The leader smiled and shook his head. I remember now, I Fang is your father, isn't he? He was a formidable opponent, but unfortunately, he couldn't think straight. If he had chosen to cooperate with me back then, he wouldn't have ended up with nothing but bones. Boy, your stronghold was actually razed to the ground by our Black Rider gang long ago. The people in the stronghold would rather run away than dare to resist us. The Black Rider gang only has a few dozen members, but all the surrounding strongholds combined number over 10,000. But we've trampled over 10,000 people under our feet for nearly 10 years. The leader sighed for IHA. Boy, you think you're a hero, but nobody sees you as one. They'll just think you're a fool. If you were surrounded by hundreds, even thousands of people from your village right now, each armed and blocking our path, do you think we'd still be so reckless? But unfortunately, it's just you. Let me tell you what's going to happen next. We'll climb over your dead body to catch up with your people. Then we'll kill a dozen or so of them as punishment. I guarantee not a single one of them will dare to resist. Everyone will be thinking, it won't be my turn, it won't be my turn. And then they'll become cowards cowering in the crowd. The leader let out a chilling, eerie laugh. IHA's teeth chattered, and his hands trembled. Go to hell, Li Huan roared. Boss, don't listen to his nonsense, I'm here with you. Let's fight him. IHA glanced at Li Huan in surprise, then roared back. Fight him. The leader frowned. Just like his father. He waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 sharp arrows shot through the air. They were aimed straight at IHA and Li Huan. IHA shoved Li Huan aside, brandishing his wooden stick as if trying to block the arrows. But in the instant he made his move, a flash of light appeared. "Kid, back off." Chapter 147. The restless mind is hard to control, and the wandering will is difficult to tame. 2 figures suddenly appeared on either side of IHA. Li Pingyan, wearing a bamboo hat, patted him on the shoulder. "Do you remember our promise?" IHA paused, then recalled their conversation that night. He nodded vigorously. Li Pingyan smiled. "Now I'm here to fulfill my promise." Amit Ba. The monk Changqing clasped his hands together, observing the expressions of the black riders before him. Sure enough, the grand finale is impressive. "Benefactor, lay down your butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot." The leader sized up the 2 who had suddenly appeared. One monk wore a white robe, a string of prayer beads around his neck, his expression kind yet dignified. The other wore a bamboo hat and carried a bamboo pole. "Who are you?" The monk Changqing said, "You have committed too many sins, benefactor. Only by laying down your weapons can you find redemption." Li Pingyan's smile vanished. "Come, I will send you on the path to redemption." Seeing that they showed no sign of backing down, the leader said coldly, "Kill them. Close your eyes." Li Pingyan's voice rang in the ears of the 2 children. Suddenly, his figure soared into the center of the air, and he drew his sword abruptly. With a single slash, a curtain of blades appeared. It was as if all the air and wind were absorbed by this single strike, creating an overwhelming aura. A violent killing intent surged within it. The enemies who charged forward were instantly enveloped by the blade's light. Some had their heads cleaved in 2, some were severed at the waist, and the lucky ones had their breastbones shattered. They crashed to the ground with a dull thud. This strike seemed to cleave them and the earth in 2. Finally, a piercing scream pierced the air. The visual impact of this strike was indescribable for the remaining people. They felt the blade's energy like a raging torrent, frantically devouring their souls. In their utter terror, all they could do was stand frozen in place. Bai Yu, the usually arrogant second-in-command who considered himself a second-grade rogue cultivator, was now slumped to the ground. Li Pingyan's toe rested on a leaf on a bamboo branch. "Even if you don't make a move today, I won't let you go." Li Pingyan's words plunged everyone into an icy abyss. "Follow." Though the voice wasn't loud, it pierced everyone's ears like an awl, snapping them out of their terror. "Fight! Fight!" Li Pingyan stood on a bamboo leaf, about 2 jong, approximately 6.6 meters, off the ground. The crowd charged towards the Changqing monk. The monk Changqing exuded an intense fighting spirit. He clasped his hands together, producing a resounding clang. The sound was like a heavy hammer blow, striking the heartstrings of everyone present. It made every bone in their bodies tremble. The 2 closest to Changqing coughed up blood, their bones broken. The man collapsed to the ground, weakly crying out, "Master, didn't you say that laying down the butcher's knife leads to enlightenment?" "I've laid it down, please spare me." Changqing smiled and nodded. "I am very pleased that you have such an understanding, benefactor." The man was delighted. Compared to the man in the straw hat, this monk was much easier to talk to. At this moment, the bald monk continued speaking. "This humble monk will now send you to see Buddha, so you may cultivate by Buddha's side." With that, he struck the man dead with a single palm strike. Bai Yu's lips twitched slightly. Changqing, however, remained calm, as if he had just converted another person. "Amit Ba, immeasurable merit. Don't think we black riders are easy to bully." Bai Yu shouted, fanning himself with his fan. With a boom, a gust of wind shot out. Those nearby felt a scorching heat. They immediately turned and ran, leaping onto their horses. A talisman of speed was affixed to the horse's back. "Giddy up." It was all done in one smooth motion. This scene caught everyone present completely off guard. Li Pingyan couldn't help but smile, softly uttering a single word. "Go!" The hiltless flying sword in the wine gourd transformed into a long rainbow, swift as the wind and lightning, shooting out. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yu, the second-in-command, who had been about to disappear from everyone's sight, stumbled and fell to the ground. On the mountain path, Li Pingyan took the gourd from his waist and took a sip of wine. IHA and Li Huan followed behind, insisting on escorting the 2 down the mountain. "Aren't you going to stay a few more days?" IHA pressed. "No, we still have a long way to go." IHA was a little disappointed. "Uncle, you 2 are really amazing. When will I be as amazing as you?" Li Pingyan smiled. "You're amazing too. When I was your age, I wouldn't have dared to face so many ruthless bandits alone." IHA grinned, revealing a bright smile. He patted Li Huan's shoulder. "Li Huan is amazing too." Li Huan grinned foolishly. The mountain path eventually came to an end, and soon they reached the foot of the mountain. "Go back, don't worry your family." IHA nodded. "Uncle, take care on your journey, and remember to come back to see us." Li Pingyan suddenly asked a strange question, "Little Iha, what do you think is the hardest hurdle in life?" Iha was taken aback, then shook his head. "I don't know. The first hurdle in life is the hardest. Before this hurdle begins, life is without difficulty. After this hurdle begins, one difficulty after another arises. The mind is restless, and the will is hard to control." Iha stared blankly at Li Pingyan, his small eyes filled with great confusion. The monk Changqing, standing to the side, silently recited the words several times, pondering their meaning. Then his expression changed slightly, and he looked at Li Pingyan with surprise. Li Pingyan didn't explain further, but gently tapped Iha's brow. "Boy, we'll meet again if fate allows." The sun shines brightly, the spring breeze rises, and the mountain flowers bloom in their full glory. Chapter 148 Heavenly Dew. The 10,000 mountains stretched endlessly. These mountain ranges connected one after another, a verdant expanse as far as the eye could see. The deeper they ventured into the mountains, the less human habitation they saw. Fortunately, food was plentiful. Every now and then, a wild beast or two would appear. However, none were a match for Li Pingyan and the monk Changqing. Admittedly, many terrifying beings lurked deep within the mountains, but their numbers were few in this vast expanse. The probability of encountering them was extremely low, unless one was an unlucky soul struck by lightning 8 times in a single day. Li Pingyan sat on a rock, his mind wandering, gazing down at the earth. The sun and moon alternated, the seasons changed. Beasts ran, birds flew, vegetation withered. The energy within him flowed, every blade of grass, every insignificant rock. It seemed as if they all possessed an indescribable emotion. Something in the darkness seemed to be calling to him. He allowed his body to resonate with it. Turtle breathing technique, 93%-94%. A light, ethereal energy circulated through Li Pingyan's meridians. It flowed down from the top of his head, converging into the snow-capped peaks on his back. Then it rushed into the Niwen point, expanding its interior. It gave him an extremely comfortable feeling, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Like a blade of grass, a stone, he had formed a close connection with the workings of the universe. The surroundings moved without wind, the power of nature flowing within them. He sensed the changes in Li Pingyan. The monk Changqing clasped his hands together, Amitba. One flower, one world, one tree, one Bodhi. The mortal world is the best training ground, the present moment holds the Zen wisdom we seek. It is truly remarkable that Benefactor Li has reached this level of understanding. If one can one day achieve the same state of mind as this humble monk, unmoved by external gains or losses, that will be stepping on to a higher level. He finished speaking with a somewhat smug smile. Old Niu glared at him, swatting away the monk Changqing's sneaky little hand, his target fixed on the flatbread in old Niu's bundle. Changqing withdrew his hand, saying leisurely, "The world is going to the dogs, even the ox's ways are outdated." The melodious sound of the erhu rose again. This kind of music, no matter how many times you listen, you never tire of it. Rain began to fall on the mountain. The distant mountains were shrouded in mist and rain, appearing and disappearing. A faint coolness permeated the air, giving one the illusion of being isolated from the world. A hazy mist filled the view, and this hazy scenery was also quite beautiful. Li Pingyan, Changqing, and Lao Niu hid in a mountain cave. The sound of rustling leaves through the trees was accompanied by the strains of an erhu. The monk Changqing carried only one item, a tea set. Especially when it came to drinking tea, Changqing was extremely particular. To the point of being meticulous, he wouldn't touch it without following a single step. He covered the teapot and let it steep for about half an incense stick's time. After the hot water on the outside of the teapot had evaporated, he poured it out. He poured the brewed tea into a tea pitcher. Finally, he poured the tea from the aroma cup into the tasting cup, first observing the color changes of the tea in the aroma cup. Then he smelled the aroma in the aroma cup before tasting it. Lao Niu often scolded him for being overly fussy. The monk Changqing replied, No, drinking tea is also a form of spiritual practice. If any step is missing, this humble monk would rather not drink it at all. Li Pingyan then asked him, if you were trapped in the desert, and you only had a cup of imperfect tea and a cup of urine, which would you choose to drink? The monk Changqing pondered for a long time but couldn't come up with an answer. Finally, he wrote the question down in his notebook. The two arrived at the foot of a mountain, an extremely steep one. They had no choice but to slowly climb upwards. The old ox was too large, and its hooves couldn't provide any leverage. Finally, Li Pingyan came up with a desperate, albeit imperfect, solution. He tied the old ox to his body. He then used a knife to carve into the cliff face, one cut after another, and slowly began to climb. The sight was so gruesome that even the monk Changqing would be amazed. It took them 2 whole days to finally reach the summit. Standing on the edge of the cliff, he looked around. His heart felt cleansed, and birds flew home. At that moment, he felt a sudden sense of liberation. All distracting thoughts vanished, all worries were cast to the winds. A blind man wearing a straw hat, a bald monk in a robe. and an old ox sitting on the ground. The two men and the ox sat atop the peak, gazing at the setting sun. The clouds draped them in a soft golden light. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would brush against their robes, making them flutter. Old ox, moo. Li Pingyan, ah, that feels good. Monk Changqing, ba. The urge to urinate surged, and the old ox stood up first. The wind chilled his crotch and testicles. The floodgates opened. Li Pingyan lifted his robe and stood up as well. Old ox, you're so lame. Watch this. The old ox rolled its eyes. The monk Changqing shook his head. That's not right. You need to know the proper way to urinate to go further and higher. Urinate with style and flair. Let me demonstrate for you. He then took a deep breath. A jet of water gushed out. Li Pingyan and old Niu were both astonished and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. What a beautiful scene. The 10,000 mountains truly live up to their name. John Song took a deep breath and opened his arms as if embracing the mountains. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he exuded an aura of dominance. John Song smiled and said to the sword behind him, "Hey, did you see that? After leaping over this mountain, we can leave the 10,000 mountains and see the vast ocean. Once we reach the ocean, we can head straight for Yinzhou, and beyond Yinzhou is the demon-suppressing pass." The sword seemed to understand him, emitting a series of buzzing sounds. Suddenly, a shower of dew fell from the sky. John Song couldn't help but be delighted and looked up. The dew landed squarely on his face. Dew from the sky? Why does it have a strange smell? John Song was puzzled. The next instant, a jet of water sprayed onto his face. Damn, that smells awful. John Song nodded. The person who urinated there must have been overheated. At times like this, he should drink more chrysanthemum tea to cool down. A moment later, John Song realized. Damn it, who's so rude, urinating on the mountaintop? Chapter 149. There is an inn. On the mountaintop stood an inn. The inn's name was simply the inn. The inn was built against the mountainside, surrounded by a forest. Without competition, it enjoyed a unique and advantageous location. Naturally, in this desolate wilderness, it would be strange to find anyone else. Li Pingyan and the monk Changqing were surprised to find an inn in such a place. What surprised them even more was that the inn was quite full. "Oh, sirs, please come in." A friendly waiter greeted them and ushered them into the inn. Two young Taoist priests were drinking and chatting. A burly man with thick eyebrows and a purplish face sat in a corner. Several others sat around a wooden table. On the table were a pot of wine and a few small dishes. All of them were flushed and tipsy, clearly having drunk quite a bit. "Oh, where do you come from, sir?" The proprietress, dressed in a sexy and unrestrained style, leaned against the counter. She was a beauty, an absolute beauty. Her beauty exuded a wild and untamed air, a fearless demeanor. Her eyes, naturally deep and alluring, held a hint of the wicked within their gentle charm. The monk Changqing said, "Ba, this humble monk is from the great Sui dynasty, passing through this place. I hope the proprietress will take good care of me." The proprietress smiled sweetly, her gaze shifting between Li Pingyan and the monk Changqing. The monk Changqing was visibly nervous, whether from seeing the beautiful woman or something else, it was unclear. So they were two virgins, the proprietress thought with amusement. "Do you have money to pay for your drinks?" "Yes, yes." The monk Changqing took out the money he had collected from alms. The proprietress glanced at them and said casually, "We don't accept this kind of money here. We have some things, could we use them to pay for the meal?" Li Pingyan, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. The caravan leader, Scarface, had given him only half a bolt of cloth. The proprietress gave him a quick look and smiled. "All right, you're new here, and you're quite good looking." Li Pingyan and Changqing thanked her and sat down in the southeast corner. Shortly, fine wine and dishes were served. Besides several dishes that looked and smelled delicious, there were also many exquisite pastries. The fish dish was especially enticing. The soup was so fresh and delicious that you couldn't stop eating. Li Pingyan set aside old Niu's portion and began to eat with Changqing and the monk. Compared to these delicacies, what they had eaten a few days ago was practically pig swill. There was also a meat dish that was tender and fragrant, but he couldn't name it or identify what kind of meat it was. The waiter explained that the dish was called venison jerky. It's dried venison, made by sun-drying fresh venison from Liaodong. The meat is firm and very delicious. "Is it from Funan or Liaodong?" Changqing asked. "Of course." The monk Changqing whispered to Li Pingyan. "Funan and Liaodong are hundreds of thousands of miles away, spanning 2 continents. This shop is definitely not an ordinary one." Li Pingyan smiled. He thought to himself, is that even a question? What ordinary shop would be here? At this moment, the waiter walked to the burly man with thick eyebrows and a purple face sitting in the corner. "Sir, you've finished your tea. Would you like to order something?" The purple-faced man shook his head. "No, thank you." The waiter's smile remained unchanged. Sir, it's the rule here that a cup of tea can only be served for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The purple-faced man said, I'm waiting for someone. Sir, that's the rule. The purple-faced man remained silent. After a long pause, he managed to utter a sentence. I'm out of money. The proprietress behind the counter took out a pipe from somewhere and leaned back lazily. Her gaze was intentionally or unintentionally fixed on the monk Changqing, completely ignoring the commotion from the purple-faced man's side. The wisps of smoke exhaled from her lips added to her hazy beauty. Brother, if you don't mind, join us at our table, Li Pingyan said casually. The purple-faced man glanced at Li Pingyan, then carried a stool over. Seeing this, the waiter said nothing more. As long as the rules weren't broken, it wasn't his business. Thank you. The purple-faced man cupped his hands in thanks. Just a wandering swordsman lending a hand, Li Pingyan said. The purple-faced man thanked him and then clutched the things in his arms. He remained motionless, like a wooden statue. The monk Changqing said, Benefactor, why don't you eat? May I eat? The purple-faced man asked. Li Pingyan and the monk Changqing couldn't help but smile. Of course you can. If you don't mind us, please make yourselves at home, brother. The purple-faced man thanked him again and began to eat heartily. During their conversation, Li Pingyan asked, Where are you going, brother? Right here. I'm here to kill someone. The purple-faced man buried his head in his bowl and said calmly. A short while later, another person walked in from outside. It was Zhang Song, who had been doused with sweet dew by Li Pingyan and the monk Changqing at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Song, carrying a fine sword, possessed a rather dignified appearance. He expertly produced several crystal-clear spirit stones. Bring out the best wine and food. The proprietress smiled slightly. Zhang Song sat down at an empty seat. Oh, quite a few guests today. A young man in brocade robes followed closely behind. Where did these two juniors come from? Oh, so you're disciples of the Suan sect. You dare to drink here? The young man in brocade robes sized up the two young Taoists. The two young Taoists didn't dare utter a word. They cupped their hands in greeting and hurriedly left the inn. Then, the young man in brocade robes' gaze fell upon the Qi cultivators drinking at the wooden table. What kind of slovenly Qi cultivators are these? Where did they come from? Who the hell are you calling a bastard? One of them immediately slammed his fist on the table. But before he could finish speaking, he was stopped by his companions. After whispering a few words, the man's expression changed drastically, and he remained silent for 2 seconds. He tremblingly gave the young man in brocade a bow, then left with his companion. The proprietress ignored him, saying indifferently, As soon as you arrived, all my customers ran away. I'll compensate you. The young man in brocade tossed out several fine spirit stones. Then he walked to Zhang Song, who was carrying a sword, and coldly uttered, Get lost. Zhang Song's expression remained stern, seemingly completely unafraid of the other man. Chapter 150 This humble monk will take responsibility for you. There are countless cultivators in the world. Embarking on the path to immortality, they achieve enlightenment with a single thought. Rare treasures and grudges abound. Inevitably, battles and struggles are inevitable, like those between martial artists and military cultivators. Life or death combat is the most beneficial form of cultivation for both. However, few cultivators are willing to provoke sword cultivators, because these guys are quick to fight to the death. Even the smallest matter requires them to achieve enlightenment with a single thought, a pure sword heart. Therefore, they cannot tolerate any anger. It is often said that sword cultivators, relying on their swords, do not need to curry favor with anyone. Zhang Song was a pure sword cultivator. The young man in brocade coldly said, Get lost. Zhang Song slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. He said with great defiance, Fine, I'll get lost. Having said that, he picked up his noodles, walked outside and squatted in a corner to eat. Li Pingyan poured himself a cup of wine and took a sip. He picked up a piece of meat and began to eat slowly and deliberately. He thought to himself, from the heart. The young man in brocade robes snorted disdainfully. The rest of the people in the shop also discreetly left. The young man in brocade robes was named Li Ziao, and his father was an 8th-rank Qi cultivator who owned the Jinaya Tower. The Li family was also a renowned and prestigious family. Even if they disliked him, most people were unwilling to offend the Li family, who controlled the Jinaya Tower. At this moment, the purple-faced man put down his chopsticks. Thank you, I'm full. The person I was waiting for has arrived. Thank you for your hospitality. He stood up. Li Ziao? I'd like to learn a few moves from you. Go outside, don't break the rules here. Li Ziao's sharp eyes swept over the purple-faced man. Who do you think you are? Please come in. The purple-faced man didn't say anything more and strode out. Li Ziao smiled contemptuously and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to the landlady. Landlady, let me deal with this clueless fellow first, then I'll come and keep you company alone. The landlady smiled. All right, I'll wait for you." The purple-faced man and Li Ziao walked out of the inn one after the other. The weather, which had been windless, suddenly picked up. The gale blew to both sides, shattering a table near the door into pieces, sending splinters flying. The roof was even blown open with a 5 or 6 inch wide skylight. But before the debris could fall to the ground, the landlady gently exhaled a puff of smoke. Everything returned to normal. "Ba," the monk Changqing chanted. Li Pingyan munched on a chicken leg. A moment later, the inn's door opened again. The purple-faced man walked in unharmed, cupping his fists in a respectful greeting to Li Pingyan and the monk Changqing. "Brothers, until we meet again." With that, he left. The remaining people in the inn curiously went outside. Li Pingyan and the monk Changqing also went to investigate. The distant mountain peaks had turned a deep red. A pungent odor wafted through the air with each gust of mountain wind. The mountaintops looked as if they had been bitten by some enormous monster, with dust from the rubble scattering in the air. The atmosphere around them was deathly heavy. Such a powerful martial artist. At least a 6th rank. No, he should be stronger. John Song squatted by the door, holding the bowl of unfinished noodles. He had just witnessed the battle. Li Ziao, as expected of a member of the Li family, possessed numerous magical treasures. Each one was an extremely precious item. Unfortunately, he faced a martial artist whose cultivation was a level higher than his own. Not only that, he even arrogantly allowed himself to be within 5 steps of his opponent. His opponent killed this prodigy with just 2 punches. Li Pingyan could clearly sense the immense power of this force, even though the battle had long ended. However, that powerful aura lingered in the center of the world, refusing to dissipate. Is this what it means to be a strong person? Night. Li Pingyan lay on his bed in the inn, unable to fall asleep for a long time. The shock of the day's battle was no less than that of a naive young man who suddenly found his father's treasured DVD. Cultivators, Li Pingyan had seen many. From Yang Kai, whom he had killed at Yumen Pass. Then there were the Zhang brothers, Zhang Deming and Zhang Dihei, in the capital. Li Pingyan didn't actually find cultivators particularly frightening. Perhaps he was so used to seeing weak cultivators that he overlooked the truly powerful ones. For example, the people in the inn today. Not to mention the purple-faced man, or the arrogant Li Ziao. Even the 2 young Taoists Li Ziao had driven out were no match for him. Li Pingyan rolled over, realizing he was ultimately too weak. The journey to Jinyeo Pass was still long. He silently told himself that keeping a low profile was always the right thing to do. There was no need to compete with anyone. If he encountered something he couldn't stand, he would fight if he could, and if he couldn't, he would pretend he didn't see it. A clear conscience was enough. That night, Li Pingyan was sleepless. He cultivated all night, continuing to expand his Niwen palace. His current physical strength meant that going without sleep for several days and nights was nothing to him. They had originally planned to leave the following afternoon. However, just before leaving, the landlady suddenly sent word that she wanted to see Changqing alone. "Won't something happen?" Li Pingyan asked warily. Changqing replied, "There's no past grudge or recent enmity, there's no danger." Li Pingyan said, "I'm afraid she'll eat you alive. I felt it yesterday, her gaze was fixed on you." Changqing smiled confidently, "This humble monk is a monk, I've long since severed all worldly desires. Women only hinder my chanting." Li Pingyan patted his shoulder, "All right. Then I'll await your triumphant return." Changqing left Li Pingyan with a confident and composed back view. In the innermost bedroom on the 2nd floor of the inn, bright sunlight streamed through the bamboo window, falling on the sandalwood table and chairs. A purple gauze curtain hung over the bamboo window. Diagonally opposite the bed was a dressing table inlaid with colorful seashells, and to the right was a soft hibiscus-patterned couch, covered with a layer of light blue gauze. Outside the window were artificial hills, a small pond, and emerald lotus roots. The proprietress lay on her side on the couch, beneath a soft silk blanket that exuded a faint, delicate fragrance. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled at the bald monk sitting in the room. "This young monk is truly handsome." The proprietress had seen many handsome men, but someone like Changqing was truly rare. Her features were clear and elegant, her skin fair and delicate, yet not sickly pale. Instead, it was as gentle and refined as jade, flawless and radiant, breathtakingly beautiful. Tisk tisk. Changqing's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, his throat bobbing. His forehead was covered in sweat. Benefactor, what brings you to this humble monk?" "I must be traveling with a friend." The proprietress smiled charmingly. "Nothing else? Can't I come to you?" Her voice could melt a man's bones. Changqing felt a chill run down his spine. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Esteemed benefactor. This humble monk has long since severed all worldly desires and emotions since entering the Buddhist order at a young age, and has no interest in such matters. The proprietress smiled and stepped down from the hibiscus couch. "Being a monk is so boring, I'll teach you some more interesting things." "Hey, benefactor, what are you doing? You should have some self-respect." The proprietress opened her delicate red lips and exhaled a puff of ethereal mist. Changqing's eyes immediately froze. I just like Buddhist disciples like you. The proprietress reached out her slender hand and stroked Changqing's crown. Hiss. Suddenly, a burning sensation spread to his palm. He quickly withdrew his hand, his palm turning crimson. The proprietress frowned, and a faint golden light appeared behind Changqing. It transformed into the image of an old monk, Amitabha. The proprietress took a step back and chuckled. What an interesting Buddhist disciple. The proprietress seemed to recognize the old monk. Hey, old monk, who exactly is this young monk? Amitabha, I hope you will show mercy. You want me to show mercy? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for me to show mercy? I couldn't beat you before, but now you're just a wisp of energy. How about 3 moves? If this wisp of energy of mine can withstand 3 moves from you, then you will spare my disciple. The proprietress smiled and readily agreed, all right. After a long while, Li Pingyan, hearing the strange noises inside, couldn't help but push open the door. Changqing? In Li Pingyan's perception, he saw monk Changqing hugging a stool, kissing and nibbling at it. Miss, don't worry, this humble monk will take responsibility for you. This scene was one Li Pingyan would never forget. Chapter 151. This is not the end. The sky was clear and blue, without a single cloud, the distant mountains shrouded in mist, and a warm breeze blew. 2 people and an ox walked down the mountain path. I haven't done anything strange before, have I? The monk Changqing asked anxiously. Li Pingyan thought of the battered stool and pursed his lips. No, nothing strange. Changqing carefully pulled up his pants, suddenly realizing, it hurts so much down there. The landlady lay on the 2nd floor of the inn, her heavy breasts pressed against the counter. Watching the 2 people leave, she smiled. This is getting more and more interesting. The Canghai Sea, a vast sea connecting Yunzhou and Zhongzhou. Crisis streams crisscross its coastline, numbering over 100. It was first recorded in the Yunzhou Yuwuji, Records of Strange Things of Yunzhou, Sheou County. Guest, your rolling fish noodles are here, and master, your vegetarian noodles are ready too. Rolling fish noodles are actually loach noodles. Adding an egg makes the loach meat even more tender. The loach must be marinated raw, not cut into pieces. This preserves its original flavor fresh without being fishy, tender without being mushy. Li Pingyan tasted it, it was indeed delicious. Fresh, tender, spicy, and fragrant, it suited his taste perfectly, and he couldn't help but eat heartily. It's truly not easy to get here, it feels like a dream, Li Pingyan said with a smile. Yes. The monk Changqing also smiled. Li Pingyan said calmly, though the road is long, perseverance will lead to the destination, though the task is difficult, success will be achieved. The monk Changqing, who was eating his noodles, suddenly looked up, his expression strange. Then, he solemnly said again, Benefactor Li, it's truly a great pity you don't enter the Buddhist order. You've said that 800 times on the way here. If it could lead Benefactor Li to the Buddhist order, I'd say it 8,000 times, let alone 800. Throughout the journey, Li Pingyan always managed to say things that enlightened Changqing. Sometimes, he would say something seemingly out of nowhere. But in reality, every word he said, upon closer examination, seemed profoundly meaningful. I still have many desires, I can't be a monk. Sigh. Changqing sighed. Bang, bang. At that moment, the sound of firecrackers crackled outside. Li Pingyan curiously asked the waiter what day it was. The waiter told them it was the Sea Worship Festival. As the saying goes, those who live near the mountains live off the mountains, and those who live near the water live off the water. Most people in Sheou County rely on the water for their livelihood, fishing. Over time, this led to the Sea Worship Festival. Every year at this time, they burn incense and paper money, set off firecrackers and fireworks, and bow towards the sea. Carp are used to worship the dragon king of the sea, symbolizing that carp leaping over the dragon gate, a metaphor for great success. Changqing, Li Pingyan, and Lao Niu finished their meal and went to the dock. They saw a dense mass of boats, large and small. First, they worshipped the gods on the boats, burning petitions. This was commonly called offering petitions, to pray for a safe fishing trip. A light wisp of morning mist still lingered on the river. Many boats filed out in long lines, like a string of albatrosses. Finally, only tiny black shadows moved into the distance. The sound of waves crashing against the shore and the sea breeze echoed in Li Pingyan's ears. He took off his shoes and socks and slowly walked into the sea, the water rising and falling gently. So beautiful! Li Pingyan exclaimed. The monk Changqing said, to have reached this place is truly a blessing in life. The vast ocean was not the end. Reaching the ocean, this journey was probably not even halfway over. Finding a boat to cross the ocean was difficult. After all, no fisherman would be so idle as to sail across an entire continent. Of course, ordinary fishing boats couldn't do it either. Li Pingyan and Changqing searched for several days without finding a boat that could take them to Yunzhou. Half a month passed in a flash, and Changqing was starting to get anxious. Li Ping'an, however, continued as before, cultivating, taking walks, searching for a boat. He seemed completely unhurried. In fact, he really wasn't in a hurry. This is like finding the great Dao runes, it all depends on fate. If there's no fate, then you can only grind it down little by little over time. Li Ping'an returned from his walk with the old ox, hands behind his back, humming a song. Little sister, I sit at the bow, brother, you walk on the shore. He entered the room. The monk Changqing sat cross-legged on the bed, lost in thought. What's wrong? Something on your mind? Li Ping'an asked casually. This humble monk feels that my temperament is far, far inferior to yours, benefactor. Why do you say that? Take this small matter of finding a boat, for example. These past few days, this humble monk has been thinking about finding a boat to cross the sea as quickly as possible, and my mind has inevitably become somewhat agitated. But benefactor, you are calm and composed, without ego, anger, joy, or sorrow. Seeing only a glimpse, this humble monk still hasn't reached the pinnacle of cultivation. That day, Li Ping'an went to the newspaper office that sold tabloids as usual. While tabloid news can be unreliable, it still holds some value. Moreover, compared to official gazettes, taboos are cheaper and don't have as much bureaucratic jargon. They're quite entertaining. The tabloid vendor looked at the blind man strangely. The tabloid was published every 5 days, and the man came every 5 days. A blind man buying a newspaper, that wasn't the strangest thing. Even stranger was that after buying the newspaper, the man would drink free tea from a large bowl, without even reading it. Instead, he would hand the newspaper to the cow behind him. The cow would spread the newspaper on the stool and moo. The blind man would nod occasionally, as if he truly understood something. The vendor thought this man was probably a fool. And there he was, the blind man again. The vendor handed him today's newspaper, exchanging the paper for the money. The stall owner glanced at his eyes and kindly said, "Brother, how about I read it to you?" Li Ping'an smiled faintly, "Thanks, but no need." The stall owner shook his head and sighed, "Poor thing." The old ox continued reading the newspaper to Li Ping'an as usual. Li Ping'an drank a large pot of tea. Someone is looking for companions going to Yunzhou? Moo. They even left contact information. Moo. What's their name? Where do they live? Let's go find them. Moo. The man and the ox quickly left. The stall owner stood there, stunned, his lips twitching slightly. Damn. This ox can actually read. Chapter 152, Giving Money. Dashun Prefecture. The Zhou family of Dashun Prefecture was renowned as the wealthiest family in the land. Their businesses encompassed 23 banks, 13 gold shops, 32 grain stores, and 120 cotton shops. The Zhou family patriarch had a son late in life, whom he doted on from a young age. This young master had absolutely no interest in food, drink, or pleasure. Instead, he had a penchant for strange and unusual things. A year ago, he obtained a so-called treasure map and prepared to set sail to find it. He hired shipbuilders at great expense and spent a year building a massive ship capable of crossing the vast ocean. This feat was known throughout Dashun Prefecture. These past few days, the ship was about to set sail. Young Master Zhou invited like-minded heroes from all walks of life to join him in the search for that elusive treasure. The hefty price attracted all sorts of scoundrels. I ask you, do you even know what this expedition is for? In the main hall, a somewhat overweight young man asked with a half-smile, a hint of naivete in his eyes. It was Zhou Yuki, the young master of the Zhou family. To find treasure. Vulgar. You don't even know the meaning of an expedition? Someone like you doesn't deserve to be my companion. Get out. The man walked out of the hall dejectedly. The crowd outside gathered around. How was it? What did he ask? The man glanced at the crowd, realizing he had no chance anyway. Why tell them the question beforehand? So he just scoffed and turned to leave. The butler, carrying a folding fan, came out. Next, Li Ping'an silently took a sip of tea. Although the hall was soundproof, soundproof doesn't mean you can't hear anything, especially for someone with Li Ping'an's heightened senses. The meaning of exploration? Li Ping'an pondered. After several more failed attempts, it was finally Li Ping'an's turn. Li Ping'an stood up, about to go inside. Hey, your eyes? The steward stopped him. You're blind, don't wander around. Go back. Li Ping'an cupped his hands in greeting. Brother, the notice doesn't say blind people can't come. The steward said, nonsense, is that even a question? Once you're on the ship, we'll have to take care of you. Our young master is looking for like-minded companions, so don't meddle. Li Ping'an said, I hope you'll give me another chance. The steward waved his hand impatiently. All right, don't waste time here. Next one, next one. Midnight, the moon was setting in the west, and the sky was full of stars. Not a single one is satisfactory. It's infuriating. Zhou Yuki stormed out of the hall, fanning himself. The steward said, "Young master, 1,000 pieces of gold are easy to find, but a good general is hard to come by. Finding like-minded partners isn't so easy." Zhou Yuki nodded thoughtfully. 1,000 pieces of gold are hard to come by, how about 10,000? The steward was speechless for a moment. Ahem. Just then, a voice suddenly came. The steward turned around, his brow furrowing. "Hey, what are you still doing here?" Li Pingyan, holding a wine gourd, took a sip of wine. "Since I haven't had the chance to meet you, young master, I have no choice but to wait here." "Get out." "Hey." Young Master Zhou stopped the steward. "Guests from afar are guests. Pay them, then send them away." "Yes. Someone, pay them." Li Pingyan was slightly taken aback. Was this how wealthy people greeted each other? "Young Master Zhou, haven't you been looking for like-minded companions? Although I lack experience, I've come step by step from the great Sui dynasty. I wouldn't say I've traveled 10,000 miles, but I'm not far off." "The great Sui dynasty?" The steward snorted. "You're quite the braggart." Old Niu silently clenched his legs. Zhou Yuki glanced at Li Pingyan and smiled. "In that case, I'd like to ask you a question. I'll answer to the best of my knowledge." Zhou Yuki, "Brother, do you know the meaning of this adventure?" "Adventure has no meaning whatsoever." "What?" Zhou Yuki's expression immediately changed. "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Get out of here right now." Li Pingyan said calmly, "Exploration itself is meaningless. What's truly meaningful is the people and events you encounter on the journey, and the personal growth you experience. The greatest value of life lies in adventure, or rather, life itself is an adventure. Every day is full of unknowns, because you never know whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. In fact, adventure is more than just courage and boldness. Its extraordinary significance lies in the fact that, regardless of the final outcome, success or failure, you won't have any regrets. When you muster your courage, let go of fear and doubt, and take each step forward, you'll find that with each step, you can clearly see the path ahead." He paused here. Judging from Zhou Yuki's fluctuating aura, he seemed to have already succeeded halfway. He just needed to give it his all. Thinking this, Li Pingyan looked up, glancing at the sky. A slight smile appeared on his lips. As he spoke, his breath stirred a gentle breeze. The sound carried on the wind. "The road ahead is long and arduous, but I will persevere in my pursuit." These words seemed to penetrate from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, shaking him to his core. Zhou Yuki couldn't help but shudder, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Good, good, good," he excitedly repeated "good" 3 times in a row. Li Pingyan smiled faintly, knowing that today's matter was settled. Zhou Yuki excitedly said, "Quickly, brother, please come inside. Steward, quickly bring tea, the best tea." "Yes, sir." The steward hurriedly agreed, glancing at Li Pingyan. Thinking to himself, what kind of mess is this, sending a blind man with the young master at sea? The monk Changqing waited for Li Pingyan at the inn for a long time, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Where could benefactor Li have gone so late at night? Just then, the door was pushed open. Li Pingyan and a chubby young man walked in, arm in arm. Both reeked of alcohol, clearly having drunk quite a bit. "Let me introduce you, this is Changqing. Changqing, this is young Master Zhou. He can take us across the sea to Yunzhou." Changqing's expression brightened. "Really?" Zhou Yuki let out a burp and patted Li Pingyan on the shoulder. "Your brother Li's friend? Then you're my friend, Zhou Yuki's friend. Here, pay up." The servant immediately handed over a box. Upon opening the box, it was filled with gleaming silver. Changqing took a deep breath and said tactfully, This isn't appropriate, is it? Fine, then I won't give it to you." The servant immediately closed the box and left. Changqing. Chapter 153 Gathering. Zhou Yuki was a chatterbox, almost as annoying as Mei Jingyu. However, his only redeeming quality was his wealth. At this moment, Li Pingyan and the monk Changqing were lying in a luxurious pavilion in the Zhou family's back garden. The garden was adorned with rocks and exuded grandeur. It was opulent and luxurious, possessing the air of a royal palace. The most magnificent feature was the coral tree over 9 zhang tall beside it, resembling a canopy, truly a spectacular sight. The branches of the trees were laden with copper bells. A gentle breeze blew, and they tinkled melodiously. Li Pingyan lay in a rocking chair, casually plucking a glistening grape and popping it into his mouth. Listening to the pleasant music, with the gentle breeze caressing his cheeks, he felt utterly content. He hadn't enjoyed such a leisurely and affluent life in a long time. After a satisfying meal, he would sip a pot of fragrant tea. This was truly one of life's great pleasures. Zhou Yuki squatted down beside him. "Brother, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Should I go and call a few more young ladies for you?" Changqing suddenly opened his eyes. Li Pingyan said, "No need for young ladies." The monk Changqing closed his eyes again. Zhou Yukai said, "Brother, let's wait a few more days. Once everything is ready, we can set off." "Thank you for your trouble, Brother Zhou." "Hey, brother, you're treating me like an outsider. Speaking of which, brother, you've truly come all the way from the Great Sui dynasty." "Of course, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that the journey from the Great Sui to here has been arduous." Li Pingyan said, "As the saying goes, without climbing high mountains, one cannot know the height of the sky. Without standing by deep streams, one cannot know the depth of the earth. All the hardships along the way have been worthwhile." Zhou Yukai's eyes lit up. "That's wonderful. That's incredibly touching. Brother Li, I truly regret not meeting you sooner." Zhou Yukai hurriedly called to his servant, Bibi. "Quickly, get a pen." Zhou Yukai wrote furiously, write this down, this sentence must be written down. "Without climbing high mountains, one cannot know the height of the sky. Without standing by deep streams, one cannot know the depth of the earth." Li Pingyan shook his head and couldn't help but smile. Young master, these are today's spirit stones." At this moment, a servant came over carrying a plate. "I know, put it there," Zhou Yukai said casually. "Spirit stones?" Li Pingyan was slightly curious. He had only heard that spirit stones were a kind of currency circulating among cultivators, but he didn't know much about the specifics. Zhou Yukai picked up a spirit stone. The spirit stone was crystal clear and shimmering. He held it in his palm and inhaled deeply. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy flowed from the stone into his body. After a while, the spirit stone gradually lost its color, eventually becoming dull and lifeless. It looked like an ordinary pebble. "Who?" Zhou Yukai exhaled. Li Pingyan asked curiously, "Brother Zhou, what are you doing?" Zhou Yukai replied, "I've been sickly since childhood, and someone shattered my foundation. I can only sustain my life with these spirit stones every day." Li Pingyan seemed thoughtful. Zhou Yukai noticed his curiosity. "Brother Li, you've never seen this before." While spirit stones aren't exactly rare among cultivators, ordinary people would probably never see one in their entire lives. "May I take a look?" "Naturally." The moment Li Pingyan's palm touched the cyan stone, he immediately felt a warm, smooth sensation. In his perception, the spirit stone emitted a peculiar luster, with a mysterious power flowing within it. With a thought, a faint energy fluctuation emanated from it. In the blink of an eye, the spirit stone was completely absorbed. Li Pingyan felt a faint energy rapidly seep into his body. It circulated once, then became part of his body's power. I didn't realize Brother Li was also a cultivator," Zhou Yukai said in surprise. Li Pingyan shook his head. "No, it's not. Brother Li, you're not a cultivator, how could you absorb these spirit stones?" Li Pingyan was quite puzzled. "I don't know how it happened either." With a thought, the energy of these spirit stones transferred to me. "I hope Brother Zhou won't take offense." Zhou Yukai waved his hand. "We're brothers, we don't need to talk about such things. If Brother Li likes them, I'll give you some." Li Pingyan didn't know if the other party was just being polite or genuinely sincere. He was simply curious. "If Brother Zhou doesn't mind, consider it a loan. I'll definitely repay it later." It's nothing. Zhou Yukai was generous, directly giving Li Pingyan a bag of spirit stones. And judging from their quality, they were all extremely valuable. Zhou Yukai was also a low-level qi refining cultivator. According to his explanation, spirit stones served both as currency and as a means of cultivating qi. Spirit stones could provide cultivators with contained spiritual energy. However, it doesn't directly enhance a cultivator's strength. Its function is similar to a health potion in a game. Cultivators consume spiritual energy when fighting, cultivating, or doing other things. Spirit stones replenish spiritual energy. But Li Pingyan absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit stones and directly converted it into power. It seems, it was absorbed by the Niwan acupoint, one of the 6 secrets of the human body. The absorption was too fast just now, and Li Pingyan wasn't sure. That's why he borrowed a bag of spirit stones from Zhou Yukai. Now, he poured out all the spirit stones. Holding them in his palm, he quickly found a way to absorb them. In less than the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, the entire bag of spirit stones was absorbed by him. That power was indeed absorbed into the Niwan acupoint. Not only was it nourishing the Niwan acupoint, but it also seemed to have a significant effect on his breakthrough to the other 5 secrets. Li Pingyan picked up a spirit stone that had turned into a pebble. It was a good thing, but unfortunately, he didn't have any. This bag of spirit stones was borrowed from Zhou Yukai, and a loan must be repaid. Besides, this bag of spirit stones was quite valuable. Although Zhou Yukai wasn't short of money, the two had only known each other for 2 days. Even if they had known each other for a long time, there was no reason to take something for free. It might seem like a small matter, but little things add up. Li Pingyan put the spirit stones, now indistinguishable from pebbles, back into his pocket. For a cultivator to achieve anything, method, wealth, companion, and place are indispensable. Now it seems that this is true. However, being penniless now doesn't mean he'll be penniless in the future. Things change over time. No rush, no rush. Li Pingyan wasn't used to the soft, fluffy silk pillow. He preferred to sleep with his head on the old ox's head. The old ox habitually stretched out a leg for Li Pingyan to lean on. The next day, after breakfast, Zhou Yuki prepared to take Li Pingyan and Changqing to see the large ship. But just as they stepped out, they encountered a purple-faced man. "Excuse me, which one of you is young Master Zhou?" "It's you." The purple-faced man cupped his hands in greeting. "So it's you two brothers." 3 months ago, Li Pingyan and Changqing had met this purple-faced man at an inn. They had even treated him to a meal then. Afterwards, the purple-faced man killed the arrogant cultivator named Li Xiao and left. Unexpectedly, they met him here today. "Which one of you is young Master Zhou?" "That's me." The chubby Zhou Yuki stepped forward, finding the man's appearance somewhat intimidating. "You, who are you?" "I heard young Master Zhou is looking for someone to accompany him to Yunzhou. I happen to be going to Yunzhou as well, and I'd like to offer to protect young Master Zhou personally." Zhou Yuki sniffed and hid behind Li Pingyan. "I have brotherly protecting me, so I don't need your protection. Besides, I've already found my companion, so please leave." Zhou Yuki didn't think this purple-faced man knew anything. Did he understand the true meaning of adventure? Could he compose poetry? In short, this guy was definitely not as good as brotherly. The purple-faced man stood still, scratched his head, and then looked at Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan deliberately remained silent. The purple-faced man cupped his hands and said, "I hope you can put in a good word for me, brother." Li Pingyan then said, "Brother Zhou, I know this gentleman quite well. Why not, for my sake, let him travel with us? He can help us along the way." Zhou Yuki nodded. "Since brotherly has said so, then so be it." The purple-faced man said, "Thank you, brother. My name is Wen Tao. Including the favor I received for the meal before, I already owe you 2 favors, which I will repay in the future. Then how about adding me to the list?" At this moment, another person strolled over. "Isn't this a coincidence? We've all met at an inn." The newcomer was none other than Zhang Song, the sword cultivator who had been baptized by the nectar of Li Pingyan, Changqing, and Lao Niu in the 10,000 mountains. Facing the formidable enemy Li Xiao, he shouted without hesitation, "Get lost." "So you are the swordsman of the heart," Li Pingyan said. Zhang Song was taken aback. "The swordsman of the heart? What a strange title. But none of that matters." Zhang Song said confidently, "You can all rest assured with me protecting you. Count me in." Li Pingyan smiled slightly. "This trip shouldn't be too lonely, it'll be quite lively." Chapter 154 Going to Sea. As the saying goes, sailing to gather the essence of the sea, hoisting the sails to collect the moonlit sea. The large ship sailed downhill with the wind, like a chariot crushing a mantis, pressing down the towering waves, sailing further and further away. "Father! I'm leaving!" Zhou Yuki shouted to the shore. Zhou's father, his eyes already blurred with tears, said, "Son, be careful on your journey." The large ship sailed out of the dock, heading towards distant lands. The multi-storied ship, like a reed, traversed the waves, swift and steady. After a night, some people sat on the deck, admiring the sea view, while others drank wine on the deck. The sea and sky stretched endlessly, and the ship was like a mustard seed in the ocean. Li Pingyan sat on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze. "Old Niu, once we cross the vast sea, we'll reach Yunzhou. We've already traveled halfway." Old Niu bellowed excitedly. Li Pingyan rested his head on his hands. "The world is so big. How long do you think it would take us to travel the whole way?" Zhang Song, standing beside him, said, "I didn't expect brotherly to have such ambitions." "Just bored," Li Pingyan smiled. "I haven't asked brother John what he's going to Yunzhou for." "Me? I'm just passing through Yunzhou. I'm heading to Jinyeo Pass." Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow slightly. "That's quite a coincidence." Zhang Song said, "Brotherly, that's interesting. You just had to wander around Jinyeo Pass. And what brings you here, brother Zhang?" Zhang Song casually replied, "I'm going to return a sword." Li Pingyan smiled and didn't ask further. In the world of martial arts, everyone has a few stories to tell. Li Pingyan opened his wine flask. "Cheers!" Through twists and turns, who is destined to meet whom, and who just brushes past whom? In this mortal world, there are too many attachments. Rather than carrying too many burdens, it's better to have a flask of wine and a horse. Singing loudly, drinking freely in the world. A horse? Old Niu kicked it. "You heartless bastard. Who told you to ride me all this way, and now you're complaining? The moon is high tonight, the landscape is picturesque, the night is serene. The sea wind is strong, so a large pot of hot food is cooked on the boat. A group of people gather around, enjoying the sea breeze, watching the steaming broth, listening to the glug, glug sound. They eat with great enthusiasm. With chopsticks, a tender slice of lamb enters the mouth full of meaty flavor. One person eats the food's pure taste, a group of people eat the flavor of the meal. John Song said, "Eat more, after a while, you won't be able to eat this anymore." Food at sea is not lacking, but it's not plentiful. Only things from the sea. "This tender mutton won't keep for long," Zhou Yuki said. "Brother John, don't worry," Zhou Yuki said. "There's still plenty of tender mutton in the storage bags in the cabin." John Song said, "Storage bags? Even one storage bag can't hold much. That's why I got 30. John Song's throat bobbed. "I'll pretend I farted." Li Pingyan was quite curious. Logically, even if the Zhou family was wealthy, it was still just worldly wealth. How could they have so many things related to cultivation? John Song explained, "Brotherly, you don't know this, but the Zhou family isn't just an ordinary wealthy family. The Zhou family's ancestor was a renowned god of wealth, with influence spanning every continent. Don't even mention 30 storage bags, we wouldn't care about 300 people." Li Pingyan suddenly realized Zhou Yuki had such a background. It seemed he was in for a comfortable journey. The dawn slowly broke. "Brotherly, have some porridge." The purple-faced man, Wen Tao, strode over. Li Pingyan thanked him, and after a bowl of porridge, a warm current instantly spread throughout his body. He then lazily yawned. Leaning against the old ox, he leisurely said, "Traveling thousands of miles under the stars and moon, always laden with joy. The sound of the cart accompanies happiness, finding freedom on the road at dawn. Life's hardships will pass by, a bright future awaits you." Excellent poem. Excellent poem. Zhou Yuki quickly pulled out his notebook. "Brotherly, speak slowly, I'll write it all down." Li Pingyan had expected to encounter many thrilling events along the way, but sometimes life is as interesting as a drama, and sometimes life is just life. For half a month, everything was peaceful. All they could see was the sea, nothing but the sea. The initial excitement gradually faded. A thick fog descended, with waves of fog slowly rolling in. John Song wandered aimlessly on the deck. "It's so boring. We're not going to encounter anything, not even a small trouble." Li Pingyan laughed. "You seem unhappy that things are going smoothly?" John Song sighed. "It's not unhappiness, it's just boredom. How can I demonstrate my superb swordsmanship if I don't encounter anything?" Li Pingyan smiled and shook his head. Being safe and sound was already the luckiest thing. It was just that John Song had such a jinx. No sooner had he finished speaking than the ship crashed into an island. The fog was too thick. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Fortunately, the ship wasn't severely damaged. "Young master, what do you think we should do now?" the accompanying steward asked. Zhou Yuki glanced around. "I think the scenery here is quite nice. Why don't we stay here a few more days? Who knows, we might even discover some treasure." He then looked at Li Pingyan. "Brotherly, what do you say?" "I'll leave it to you, young master." The island didn't look very large, but the scenery was beautiful. There were several small hills, a small plain, and several streams winding through it. Ancient trees reached for the sky, and the forest was dense. Something fun to do. "Anyone want to come for a stroll?" Seeing no one answer, John Song, sword slung over his shoulder, leaped into the air and disappeared from sight. The purple-faced man, Wen Tao, practiced his fist techniques as if no one else was around. On the boat, he was also reluctant to speak, spending his free time practicing his fist techniques alone. He only spoke more to Li Pingyan. "Brother Wen, what kind of fist technique are you practicing?" Li Pingyan asked curiously. Wen Tao assumed a stance, his entire body radiating fist energy. "This is the sky-supporting fist. My master instructed me to practice it diligently." "I haven't asked which sect you belong to, Brother Wen." "I am a disciple of the Shi Jun sect." "Which sect do you belong to, Brotherly?" "Me? No sect, no affiliation, just a freelancer." Li Pingyan chuckled self-deprecatingly. "In that case, why not join our Shi Jun sect? My master will surely agree." Li Pingyan smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Wen, but I am not a cultivator." "How could that be? Brotherly's chi and blood are so vigorous, you must be a martial artist." Li Pingyan said, "Speaking of which, I happen to have something I'd like to trouble you with, Brother Wen. Please speak freely. I would like to spar with Brother Wen. What do you say?" Li Pingyan was still unsure of his current strength and had been looking for an opportunity to test it out. Chapter 155 The Age of Great Contention. Li Pingyan and Wen Tao stood on opposite sides. "Brotherly, what rank do you want me to suppress to?" "May I ask, Brother Wen, what rank are you currently at?" "6th rank martial artist." "Hiss." Zhou Yuki gasped, tugging at Li Pingyan. "Brotherly, a 6th rank martial artist is no joke. My father said a 6th rank martial artist can easily defeat a Qi cultivator of the same rank, unless they possess a powerful magic weapon. Besides, most of these martial artists are a little bit mentally unstable. It's alright. Seeing Li Pingyan's insistence, Zhou Yukai didn't say anything more. His expression was full of worry. He hoped Li Pingyan wouldn't damage his brain. Li Pingyan, 2nd rank, how about that? No problem, but even if I suppress my strength to 2nd rank, it doesn't mean an ordinary 2nd rank cultivator can contend with me. Li Pingyan placed his staff and sword on the ground, ready to spar. Naturally, he didn't need to use the fusang blade. I understand. Then I'll have to offend you. Wen Tao's aura suddenly changed, and he took a step forward. A fist came flying. This punch was fast and fierce, extremely sharp. Martial artists are known for their speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. One punch can break all techniques. They don't play fancy tricks. There's a long-circulated joke that mocks martial artists for being unreasonable. Qi cultivator, I have a technique that can overturn rivers and seas. Martial artist, take this punch. Qi cultivator, I have a technique that can pluck the sun and moon. Martial artist, take this punch. Qi cultivator, I have a technique that can travel beyond time. Martial artist, take this, kick. Qi cultivator, what else can you do besides punches and kicks? Martial artist, take this headbutt. Li Pingyan didn't dodge, he met the punch head-on. Before Wen Tao could even recover from his initial punch, he unleashed another. Li Pingyan withstood the force of 3 consecutive punches. His secret techniques, including the Niwen point, turtle breathing skill, and the destiny principle of a gentleman does not act rashly. When he acts, there is a reason. Even with the combined power of these techniques, Li Pingyan was still forced back 8 steps. His hand bones felt like they were cracked, and a long tear appeared in his clothes on the back. Huff, huff. Not bad. Wen Tao nodded in praise. Brotherly, I won't hold back now. Swallow soaring through the clouds 45%. Li Pingyan used his movement technique. Wen Tao flipped his right palm, executing a river blocking move, blocking his path. After a long while, Li Pingyan collapsed to the ground with a thud. He was completely weak, unable even to stand steadily. His internal energy and blood seemed to have been drained. It would probably take several days to recover. Brother Li, you are indeed formidable, Wen Tao said sincerely. During the exchange, he confirmed that his opponent was not a cultivator. However, this was what truly astonished Wen Tao. An ordinary martial artist had actually forced him to advance to the 3rd rank before the battle ended. Otherwise, Li Pingyan could have at least held out for half an hour. This was not the qi and blood power of an ordinary martial artist, but rather that of a lower 3rd rank martial artist. Li Pingyan was too weak to speak, only managing a forced smile. His ability to hold out against Wen Tao until now was thanks to his opening of the Niwen point, and to his years of cultivating the turtle breathing technique. Although progress in the turtle breathing technique was extremely slow, once mastered, one's mind would become calm and peaceful, and one's breath would be long and deep, a state beyond the reach of ordinary people. An ordinary person would have been exhausted long ago. The night was deep, and the air was thick with a stifling humidity. Li Pingyan ate something to replenish his strength, then drank almost half of the contents of his sword-nurturing gourd. He circulated his turtle breathing technique. After a night's rest, his body gradually recovered. He stretched his limbs, and his strength seemed even more refined. Brother Wen, how about we have another round? Wen Tao looked at Li Pingyan with surprise, then paused, stunned. He then laughed. Brother Li, you are truly extraordinary. Zhou Yukai tilted his head, watching Li Pingyan and Wen Tao's lively exchange. He was somewhat dissatisfied. He had clearly been there first. Now that they were on the island, it was natural to explore. Moreover, Zhou Yukai hadn't forgotten his mission, exploration. Brother Li, where do you think the treasure is? The group walked along a path thick with bushes, Zhou Yukai restlessly running around. Wen Tao said in a deep voice, you're already so rich, why do you still need to search for treasure? Zhou Yukai scoffed dismissively, I don't care about the treasure, I care about the process of exploration. Indeed, only Brother Li understood him. Zhou Yukai watched Li Pingyan's retreating figure, a like-minded companion, and a feeling of mutual respect welled up in his heart. The island was teeming with wild beasts, leopards, wild boars, and masked palm civets. They hadn't walked far before encountering at least 4 or 5. However, Wen Tao's aura was overwhelming, and before they could even make a move, the beasts all fled in terror. Wen Tao didn't even need to lift a finger, relying solely on his powerful qi and blood. He killed a wild boar from a distance, making it their dinner. Night fell, and it was too late to return. They found a cave to stay in. Luckily, the old ox had brought pots, pans, and many leftover spice bottles. They quickly processed the wild boar and placed it over the fire. I'm so hungry. When will it be cooked? Zhou Yukai clutched his belly. Wen Tao, soon. Zhou Yukai grimaced, you said that half an hour ago. The monk Changqing was brewing a pot of wild vegetable soup. Li Pingyan reminded him, Changqing, are you sure these vegetables aren't poisonous? Changqing smiled confidently, this humble monk has traveled far and wide, I can distinguish between poisonous and non-poisonous vegetables. Otherwise, I would have been a corpse lying in the wilderness long ago. He then drank the soup in one gulp. A moment later, he foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. When Tao checked his pulse, it's nothing serious, just poisoning. He'll be fine after a nap. Li Pingyan silently took a bite of the wild boar meat. Zhou Yuki whispered, brotherly, did this monk come with you all the way here? Li Pingyan replied without hesitation, no, I don't know him well. Li Pingyan rested his head on the cow's leg, humming a little tune. He raised his head, facing the sky. The era of great strife had arrived. The demon race was stirring at the demon-suppressing pass. Zhongzhou, Yinzhou, Yangzhou, Yanzhou, Qingzhou, Shangluo, Shuichuan, Qizhou, Fangjing. The 9 provinces were in chaos, rife with internal strife. There were few peaceful places in the world. Some had already taken the stage, while others were still struggling. Some remained behind the scenes, while others, yet to step onto the stage of history, were secretly accumulating power. Some, however, had unknowingly sown the seeds for this great era. Li Pingyan reached out and grasped at the air. As the saying goes, he who does not contend, none in the world can contend with him. He was neither a pawn nor a player. He journeyed north, where undercurrents surged, fraught with danger. But all of this was irrelevant to him. Li Pingyan turned over and went to sleep. When will this vast ocean ever end? Chapter 156 The Great Disaster. In the dead of night, Li Pingyan was suddenly awakened by the old ox. Old ox, what are you doing? Without a word, the old ox pulled Li Pingyan away from the cave. After winding and turning, they arrived at another cave. Inside the cave stood a huge stone tablet. Mist swirled around it, obscuring the tablet with a hazy veil. Li Pingyan, old ox, what is this? The old ox shook its head, indicating it had only discovered it on a whim. You don't know either? Then why did you bring me here? What does it say on this tablet? The old ox examined it carefully. Moo. Trespassers will die. Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow. Such a blatant threat? Who knows, there might be treasure inside. Old Niu nodded again and added a sentence. However, the level of danger was hard to say. Li Pingyan pondered for a moment, then took out a copper coin. Then let fate decide. If this coin lands heads up, I'll obediently go back to sleep. If it lands tails up, I'll obediently go back to sleep. If it stands upright, then I'll go search for treasure. Old ox, be a fair witness for me. Hey, old ox, why are you pointing your ox pen at me? Are you trying to say I'm an ox pen? Li Pingyan took a deep breath. It was all fate's choice. Then, he tossed the copper coin to the ground. At that moment, many thoughts flashed through Li Pingyan's mind. The copper coin tumbled in midair before landing on the ground with a crisp sound. A moment later, it stood upright on the ground. Li Pingyan's expression remained unchanged as he stomped the copper coin under his foot. Actually, the moment I tossed the coin up, I had already made my decision. With that, he turned and left the cave, leaving only his back to the old ox. The old ox rolled its eyes. Just say you're a coward, why go through all this trouble? Do you really think I don't know what kind of person you are? Li Pingyan stepped out of the cave and stretched. The old ox's prediction this time was too unreliable. The treasure and the level of danger were both Schrodinger's cat. Forget it, survival is more important. Just as he stepped out of the cave, a wisp of green smoke drifted over, then transformed into an old man. Earth God, greetings, immortal master. Earth God? Li Pingyan smiled and returned the greeting. I never expected there to be an Earth God here. We were too presumptuous. This place doesn't even have a human presence, yet there's an Earth God. Besides, the country to which this island belongs is unknown. The local deity sat down to the side. I haven't spoken to anyone for almost 10 years. I'm overjoyed that someone has come. May I ask which dynasty you belong to, land deity? The land deity sighed. What dynasty is there anymore? Just a lonely island in the vast ocean. It has no value whatsoever, you can't even find it on a map. 100 years ago, a dynasty existed on a nearby large island. The land deity was appointed as the land deity of this small island at that time. However, an accident occurred, the dynasty collapsed, and the large island sank. The land deity remained here. Without the power of offerings, he has endured until now. It's fate, it's destiny. Then why has the land deity come here? I dare not conceal this from you, immortal master. This old man begs for a sliver of hope, and I humbly request your mercy. Then you've mistaken me for someone else, Earth God. I am but an ordinary person. The Earth God hesitated, then finally sighed heavily. Since you are unwilling to help, immortal master, then this old man will take his leave. It's not easy to have endured until now. Li Pingyan's mind stirred, and he suddenly spoke. Earth God, do you know of a treasure here? The Earth God was slightly startled. He had sensed this place upon arrival. The Immortal Master was indeed extraordinary. Immortal Master, you are unaware that this treasure has existed for far longer than I have, but it is protected by a mountain guarding array. With my current magical power, I'm afraid. You are already on the verge of death. Why don't you even have the courage to fight? This. The Earth God lowered his head. If he were killed by the mountain guarding array, it wouldn't be a simple death. Instead, his body would be completely annihilated, never to exist again in this world. However, Li Pingyan had no idea this. He had simply said it casually. After all, in his view, dying in a few days was the same as dying anyway. He might as well take a gamble. Perhaps there was still a chance to live. The Earth God, unlike him, didn't have plenty of time. Therefore, for Li Pingyan, this treasure was neither here nor there. But for the Earth God, it was of extraordinary significance. Since you don't even have the courage to fight to the death, how can you expect to live? Don't you cultivators all pursue enlightenment in a single thought, a state of no return? Besides, you are already a dying man. What do you care about? The Earth God was speechless. Li Pingyan smiled. Of course, after all, I'm not you, and only you know the truth. I hope the Earth God won't mind some idle gossip. The Earth God quickly replied, no, of course not. It's just a pity about my friends. One is a sword cultivator who only knows how to run away, another is a pure martial artist. One is an unreliable monk, and the other is a rich 18th generation who only knows how to throw money around. Li Pingyan shook his head and gave a slight bow. Farewell. The Earth God, leaning on his cane, returned to the cave entrance. The hazy mist on the stone tablet seemed to be the shackles in his heart, binding him for 100 years. If he failed, it would truly be utter destruction. But if he died like this, he would be filled with resentment. The Earth God closed his eyes, recalling the past. Remembering his youthful ambitions, the heroic spirit of wielding his sword to slay demons, the carefree life revered by all, he thought. The Earth God let out a deep breath. Cast a divination. He usually came here every day to cast a divination. Rain or shine. He only cast one divination each day, and always received only one result. Ominous. This time, perhaps, would be the last. He relaxed his entire body, focused his mind, and cleared his thoughts. The coin fell to the ground. The Earth God stared intently. Ominous. Still extremely ominous. This journey is fraught with danger. The Earth God sighed heavily, then his gaze suddenly fell on another coin. This isn't the coin from his divination. Is it the same coin from the Celestial Master? The Earth God's expression suddenly changed. Several copper coins were linked together, intertwining and forming a peculiar hexagram. It was like a crucial piece in a chess game. A miraculous resurrection, a turn of fortune from misfortune. The Earth God was stunned for a moment, then a thought struck him. Suddenly, he burst into wild laughter. He understood everything. Thank you for your guidance, Immortal Master. The Earth God's body spun abruptly, soaring into the sky. Earth God Liu Kan, seeking a sliver of hope, will break the formation today. Chapter 157 exploded. I'm not bragging, but I encountered 7 or 8 sword cultivators on the island earlier. They saw me and tried to attack me, but I single-handedly chopped their heads off with my sword. Zhang Song. No, to be precise, his name should be Zhang Kanzin. He was bragging to a few people. You can still see the wounds? Zhang Song stuck his butt out. The monk Changqing said, Benefactor, look, there are cows flying in the sky. Zhang Song looked up. Cows? Where? How can cows fly in the sky? You made it up, the monk Changqing said calmly. The wounds on your buttocks are clearly from being bitten by a wolf. The sailors who had been listening enthusiastically all began to cast disdainful glances at Zhang Song. Zhang Song argued, that wolf was a demon wolf, and it was very big, okay. TCH. The crowd made disdainful sounds. Zhou Yuki shook his head. In the end, he was still too impetuous. His gaze fell on Li Pingyan, a smile spreading across his lips. My brother Li is the best. Let's get on the boat, we should set off. Get on the boat. The group greeted each other. Li Pingyan opened his wine gourd and took a sip. He then offered some to old Niu. Hey, don't drink it all, leave some for me. Li Pingyan stood up, ready to depart again. Many of life's beautiful moments are unexpected encounters along the way. Let's go. Hey, brother Li, do you believe me? I really didn't lie to you, the demon wolf was that big. Zhang Song tugged at Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan smiled without saying a word. 2 months later. Seagulls circled incessantly on the small island, sometimes flapping their wings, sometimes resting. Just then, a column of smoke rose into the air. The Earth God Liu Kan emerged from the ground. His body, already crippled from the lack of incense offerings, now seemed to be plated with gold, his form growing even taller and his aura overwhelming. Thank you for your guidance, immortal master. Lucan bowed 3 times deeply in the direction the large ship had departed. Then he stood up. That damned wolf demon, I'm going to get my revenge. On the small island, besides the local earth god, there was also a wolf demon, its cultivation unfathomable. It was once a pet kept by a cultivator, later lost and brought to this island. Since then, this wolf demon had roamed the island like a tyrant. Even the local earth god was often chased around by it. However, things were different now. The local earth god immediately set out to seek revenge on the wolf demon, but after searching 2 or 3 places, he found nothing. Only after inquiring with the other lesser demons on the island did he learn that the wolf demon was dead. Standing before the wolf demon's corpse, the local deity Lucan discovered that its head had been severed by a single sword strike. Even after so much time, faint traces of sword energy still lingered in the air. Such terrifying power. Brother Li, will you teach me to play the erhu? One day, Zhang Song said, bored. Li Pingyan, sitting at the bow of the boat, stopped playing the erhu upon hearing this. You want to learn the erhu? It's not that I want to learn, it's just that I'm so bored. Zhang Song yawned. I wish I could enjoy myself like Brother Li someday. Li Pingyan said, growing up in a beggar's hut like me, I'm content as long as I have food to eat and a place to sleep. Zhang Song smiled. Brother Li, come play a game of chess. Zhou Yuki called to Li Pingyan. Let's play chess. Li Pingyan put away his erhu. I'll teach you when you're really interested. He patted Zhang Song on the shoulder. Brother Li, I've thought of a way to beat you today. Zhou Yuki had studied chess manuals for several days and often played against several chess players on the ship. He finally felt he had gained some skill. Li Pingyan smiled. Alright, I'll play with you then. Both sides picked up their pieces and placed them. The black and white pieces intertwined on the board, like dragons and snakes, locked in combat. However, after less than 40 moves, Zhou Yuki was clearly defeated. Li Pingyan smiled faintly. Zhou Yuki took a deep breath, reverse yin and yang. With that, he overturned the chessboard. Then, without changing his expression, he said, Brother Li, the chessboard accidentally fell apart, how about we play another game? Li Pingyan, who did you learn this trick from? The monk Changqing. This shameless fellow. It's one thing to learn evil tricks himself, but now he's even deceiving an ignorant child. The wind is rising. The dark clouds in the distance grew darker and lower, pressing down directly onto the sea. In an instant, a bolt of lightning ripped across the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. Large raindrops, the size of copper coins, pounded heavily on the sea. The entire ship shuddered. Even a mast fell from the side of the ship, and the hull rocked violently. At this moment, another giant wave crashed in. Everyone, return to your cabins. Be careful not to get blown overboard. The helmsman shouted. Get in quickly. Li Pingyan stood at the bow, hands behind his back, his expression calm. Aren't you going to go inside and take shelter? Rain always reminds me of her. Zhang Song looked up. Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, whenever raindrops hit me, I feel like she's embracing me. Zhang Song stretched out his hands. Li Pingyan, speak human language. Zhang Song's expression twisted in a grimace, my leg cramped up. A thunderous roar echoed across the sea, and a 10-foot-high wave crashed towards the shore. The weather at sea is unpredictable, heaven and hell can change in an instant. 2 more days passed. The storm continued, intensifying instead. The waves grew larger and larger, the massive waves like a pack of ferocious beasts, eager to swallow the ship whole. Oh no! We've encountered the Dragon King unleashing his fury. Before the helmsman could finish his sentence, a deafening roar erupted, and a gigantic wave crashed in. The people inside the cabin were thrown about. Changqing said, Omitba, it's precisely in times like these that we must remain calm. Li Pingyan said, Master, could you please stop clinging to my old ox? My old ox isn't even married yet. Changqing clung tightly to the sturdiest of the boats. Omitba, this humble monk can't swim. The large ship swayed and creaked like a drunkard. When Tao asked in a deep voice, Brother Zhou, is your boat sturdy? Zhou Yuki hugged a pillar. Naturally, it's incredibly sturdy. Bottom of the cabin. The butler muttered, Nini, Daddy will rescue you. Then, he placed pre-prepared gunpowder in a corner of the cabin bottom. Old ox, moo. What? The ship's going to explode? Li Pingyan was shocked. The fact that Old Ox dared to say it so decisively proved that the prophecy was definitely correct. How much time do we have left? Old Ox stretched out 2 hooves. Li Pingyan, 2 hours? 2, 1. Boom! Li Pingyan couldn't help but curse, Old Ox, you damn good for nothing. Chapter 158 Determining the Fate. With a deafening roar, before anyone on the ship could react, they were thrown into the sea by the explosion. The water was pitch black, giving them a feeling of falling into hell. A massive whirlpool formed in the middle of the sea, emitting a sharp whistling sound as it sucked in all the seawater. Old Niu. How much time had passed, he didn't know. Li Pingyan emerged from the water, clutching a plank of wood. Old Niu lay on his back, panting heavily. Thankfully, he could swim, and even more so, he was grateful for his abundant internal energy. This gave him the strength to fight off the waves and keep him from sinking. What should he do now? Li Pingyan couldn't think of a solution. The ship was destroyed. He couldn't very well cling to this plank and carry old Niu across the ocean, could he? What about the others? In the instant of the explosion, he only had time to protect old Niu and Zhou Yuki, who were closest to him. Zhou Yuki, swept into the sea, vanished without a trace. The old ox bellowed, "Moo!" In the distance, amidst the storm, a figure stood in the sea. Fist raised to the sky, arms clenched, causing the seawater to churn. A powerful aura emanated from the figure. Even from a distance, the sharpness of the aura could be felt. Wen Tao. The fist's aura carried a terrifying killing intent, accompanied by a deafening roar. Brotherly, save me." Zhou Yuki's voice rang out. Zhou Yuki was indeed a Qi refiner, but only a second-grade Qi refiner. His physique was weak, and his foundation was poorly established. The difference between second-grade and second-grade Qi refiners could sometimes be worlds apart. With Zhou Yuki's strength, he was at most a first-grade Qi refiner. The towering waves were far beyond his capabilities. He was saved from being swept to the bottom of the sea by a water-repelling pearl. However, in the chaos, the pearl was also swept underwater by the waves. Help! A giant wave surged towards him, and Zhou Yuki was about to be swept away. At the last second, he grabbed something. He squeezed it tightly, then quickly climbed onto the old ox's back. The old ox's expression twitched slightly. Beast! The weight of an ox and a man, plus the churning waves around them. Li Pingyan gritted his teeth and leaped out of the water, his toes barely touching the surface. Swallow soaring through the clouds 45%. He spun around and leaped. He dodged the crashing wave. Boom! The aura of a 6th-rank martial artist erupted without reservation. Wen Tao seemed to be fighting against the heavens, throwing a punch against the wind. The howling wind drowned out everything on the waves, shattering towering waves. Each punch contained immense power, enough to shatter a mountain. It was terrifying, yet fueled a fighting spirit that only intensified the battle. Wen Tao's qi and blood surged like a surging tide, creating a confrontation with the sea, colliding fiercely. However, a martial artist is ultimately just a martial artist. Besides being skilled in fighting, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was completely ignorant of everything else. If a third-rank Qi cultivator were present at this moment, they would likely be more effective than Wen Tao. Wen Tao attempted to disperse this hurricane, but his power only made the surrounding waves even more violent. The two forces combined, their effects were amplified, but the energy itself didn't dissipate. Zhou Yuki, brother Wen. Stop! Stop fighting! Li Pingyan drew his swordsman's brush. Old Niu. Old Niu pulled a scroll about the length of a finger from his robes. He pulled out the xian paper hidden inside and spread it out in midair. Li Pingyan swung his hand, the brush landing on the paper. Each stroke exuded a vast and powerful aura, giving one a feeling of overwhelming power. Another huge wave crashed in. Li Pingyan lifted his right palm upward, and the swordsman's brush soared into the air again, circling once. Li Pingyan rose and fell with the giant wave, experiencing the artistic conception on the paper. Stop! 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 3 large characters poured forth from the tip of his brush. Li Pingyan poured all his energy into it. This was something he had never tried before, and the corresponding energy contained within it far exceeded anything he had experienced before. With each character he wrote, Li Pingyan's face paled further. The light emanating from the pen tip grew increasingly intense, as if he were holding not a pen, but a sphere of light. After writing 3 stop characters, he pressed down heavily. A gust of wind blew, and the once white paper. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. Flames burst forth from the pile of paper, like a blooming flower. With a deafening boom, the sea surged like a towering mountain. Raging upwards, reaching a height of 100 feet, it exploded with a deafening roar. A powerful domain enveloped everything around it. Instantly, the wind and waves subsided, the clouds parted, and the moon shone brightly, without a ripple. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. One stroke determined the fate of the world. Zhou Yuki's eyes widened, his fat cheeks trembling uncontrollably. Brotherly, glug glug. Before he could finish speaking, he sank into the water. Zhou Yuki awoke from his unconsciousness. Where am I? The king of hell? Zhou Yuki touched his face. Still alive? He sat up, looking at the calm sea in the distance. Then his gaze shifted, landing on Li Pingyan, who was pale-faced not far away. Brother Li. Zhou Yuki excitedly rushed over. We're not dead? Li Pingyan forced a smile. Yes, not dead. Those 3 words seemed to drain all of Li Pingyan's energy. Wen Tao led them to the nearest small island. Although the storm had temporarily subsided, the ship was destroyed. Where's Brother Wen? He's going to look for other survivors. Li Pingyan used his turtle breathing technique, allowing his strength to gradually recover. Not long after, Wen Tao came rushing from the sea not far away. The sea, which offered no foothold, felt like solid ground beneath his feet. With a few strides, they leaped onto the small island. Wen Tao carried a box containing some of the remaining cured meat. We only found one person, but he's long dead. The others were swept away by the sea. All dead? Zhou Yuki swallowed hard. Probably, Wen Tao said. Changqing, Zhang Song, Zhang Kingzin, and the steward, so many servants, sailors? Zhou Yuki seemed unable to accept it for a moment. Li Pingyan calmly said, the ship was bombed. Someone wanted to harm you. Harm me. Yes. Li Pingyan maintained his posture and began practicing the breathing technique of the turtle breathing exercise. With each breath, his breathing gradually became heavier. A vortex of energy slowly rose from his danshan, flowing towards his danshan, growing larger and larger. Just to kill me, they killed so many people, even going so far as to blow up the ship? Zhou Yuki, a flower raised in a greenhouse since childhood, had never experienced anything like this before, and at this moment, he couldn't help but fall into a state of existential doubt. Instead of thinking about this, let's think about what we should do next. Chapter 159 starting over. Night had erased the last rays of the setting sun. Under the inky black sky, only an endless sea remained. 2 rabbits crackled and popped over the fire, releasing an enticing aroma. What should we do now? A gust of wind blew, and Zhou Yuki moved closer to the fire. Li Pingyan threw some dry branches into the fire, making it burn brighter. He tore open a roasted rabbit leg and took a big bite. 2 options: either wait here for a passing ship, or build a boat. Build a boat? Cross the vast ocean? Zhou Yuki thought this idea was a bit too far-fetched. But then he thought, if Brother Li could resolve everything with a single stroke, calming the storm, what else could be impossible? Li Pingyan said, Brother Wen and Brother Zhou, I'll leave the food gathering to you. It would be best if you could get some easily stored food. Old Niu and I will handle the boat construction. Wen Tao nodded, don't worry. The next morning, the sea breeze carried a salty smell, giving a damp feeling. A ray of sunlight shone down, illuminating the lonely island in the vast sea. On the island, tree after tree crashed down. Flying swords rained down, scattering a white light. Li Pingyan sat on a rock, gnawing on the remaining dragon meat. Li Pingyan couldn't build a complex boat, but he was quite skilled at making a canoe. Choose a large tree, cut it down, and burn the center. Once the center is charred, hollow it out, and that's how you make a canoe. However, a single canoe certainly wouldn't be enough. Li Pingyan then made 3 in one go. He then used 4 crossbeams to connect the 3 canoes together, thus securing them as one. This journey has been much more exciting than I imagined. Li Pingyan sighed as he meticulously refined the details of the canoe. Changqing monk is incredibly lucky, that guy should be alright. Zhou Yuki, meanwhile, followed Wen Tao and hunted a lot of game. After pickling, they were easy to carry. 7 or 8 days passed. The 3 men and the ox finally set off again, paddling their 3 canoes linked together, drifting on the sea. The sun set, and the sky seemed to be ablaze. Thick, heavy clouds clung to the sky. Li Pingyan lay on the canoe, yawning. The setting sun shone on the hull, splashing up a shower of light, like a dazzling tail. Life on the canoe was monotonous and dull. There wasn't even a place to stretch his legs, so Wen Tao sometimes jumped off. Standing on the sea, he pulled the 3 canoes linked together forward as quickly as possible. This martial artist truly knew no magic whatsoever. Logically, a 6th-rank Qi cultivator should already be able to fly. Li Pingyan asked Wen Tao if he could fly, and Wen Tao said he could only jump. Li Pingyan said he lacked singing and rapping. Wen Tao didn't understand what he meant. Only a peak 8th-rank martial artist could ride the wind. He could barely stand on the sea by concentrating his mind, that was already quite an achievement. Indeed, everything in the world has 2 sides. The martial artist possessed a powerful physique and combat strength. But apart from these 2, he was far inferior to a Qi cultivator in every other aspect. The vast ocean separates 2 continents. Beneath it teems with aquatic creatures, and the old turtle is just an ordinary member among them. Sometimes, it rescues drowning sailors or performs divination to avert disaster for others. However, its cultivation level remains stagnant. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. It's simply a waste of lifespan. Luckily, turtles are born with long lives, otherwise, they would probably be long gone like old friends. The old turtle was leisurely strolling in the sea when it suddenly noticed 3 small wooden boats on the surface. The vast ocean is notoriously dangerous, even government warships risk annihilation with the slightest carelessness. These people dare to sail on the vast ocean in just small boats. They're incredibly bold. Such fragrant wine. The old turtle, smelling the aroma, couldn't resist going forward to ask for a sip. Gurgle, gurgle. The sea stirred. A huge turtle surfaced, staring at Li Pingyan. To be precise, it was the wine gourd at Li Pingyan's waist. Li Pingyan smiled and reached out to pat its head. The turtle obediently lowered its head. What? Want some of my wine? The turtle seemed to understand Li Pingyan's words, blowing a few bubbles. Drink if you want, but I only have one sip left. I don't even know when I'll reach Yunzhou. Li Pingyan untied the wine gourd, accidentally pulling out his swordsman's brush as well. The turtle was startled and quickly darted back into the sea. Trembling, it dared not approach again. Once, a dragon roamed the sea, stirring up storms. A sage passed through this place and slew the dragon here. Legend has it that a dragon summoned the vast ocean, causing it to soar 100 feet into the air, intending to use its power to destroy a sage. But the sage, with a single stroke, severed half the ocean. The old tortoise hadn't witnessed it firsthand, but his father had told him about it. His father had repeatedly warned him to avoid scholars in the future. When these guys try to reason with you, you'd better be grateful. Because if they don't reason with you, it means they're already prepared to beat you until you agree with their point of view. The old tortoise sensed an innate, overwhelming power emanating from that pen. Could it be a Confucian sage? No. Sages aren't so easy to encounter. But even if it wasn't a sage, it was definitely not an ordinary Confucian cultivator. Hey, brother tortoise, are you still drinking? Li Pingyan called out. The old tortoise shrank back, not daring to utter a sound. Li Pingyan smiled helplessly and poured a little wine from his gourd into the seawater. The old turtle cautiously approached and tasted it with its tongue. It smacked its lips, shook its head, and seemed quite content. Good wine, truly good wine. Brother turtle, show yourself. Hearing the call again, the old turtle finally poked its head out. Old turtle Kihen greets immortal master. Immortal master is too kind. Li Pingyan shook the wine gourd. There's still a little bit left. I'll give it all to you. Thank you, immortal master. An immortal bestowing wine. This would be a legendary tale if word got out. Good wine, truly good wine. The old turtle chuckled, seeing that Li Pingyan not only lacked the airs of a scholar but also possessed a down-to-earth, stock market charm. It couldn't help but chat with him, and they quickly became acquainted. Hearing Li Pingyan say he was going to Yunzhou, the old tortoise tied the canoe's rope to itself and set off for Yunzhou. This was at least several times faster than before. A small sip of wine, and a friend was gained. Li Pingyan felt it was well worth it. Chapter 160 Contentment Brings Happiness. Li Pingyan sat at the bow of the boat, practicing the breathing technique of the turtle breathing skill. The flying sword, Fine Rain, had been in the sword-nurturing gourd for many days, becoming even sharper. It had also faintly developed a touch of sentience, gaining a bit more vitality. Even unconsciously, if danger arose, Fine Rain could proactively leave its body to protect him. A few days ago, a seagull flew by. It seemed to want to leave a dropping on Li Pingyan, but before it could land, Fine Rain's flying sword shot it into the sea. Li Pingyan flicked his finger, and the flying sword vibrated, as if light was scattering from its blade. It emitted a sword's cry, echoing across the seashore. The flying sword drew a curve in midair. Then it shot into the water, retrieving a fish. Li Pingyan reached out and grabbed the fish perfectly. This fish was quite large, probably weighing over 20 pounds. I'll make fish soup tonight, Li Pingyan said with a smile. From a pampered rich young master, where everything was done for him, to a destitute vagrant, this was a significant blow to Zhou Yuki. However, he adapted quickly and soon adjusted. When Tao continued his daily boxing practice as before, day after day, he often faced off against Li Pingyan on the sea. At first, however, he had to concentrate on his footing to avoid falling into the water, while also dealing with Wen Tao. This caused Li Pingyan to frequently fall into the sea unexpectedly. But thanks to his destiny of single-mindedness and diligence, he quickly adapted after several days of practice. One day, Li Pingyan suddenly sensed something unusual in the air. Powerful auras emanated from him, causing the flying sword in his gourd to vibrate. Several people looked up and saw a silver ribbon flying from one end of the sky to the other. Flying swords. So many flying swords. One after another, cultivators dressed in white robes rode on flying swords. A soft hum filled the air, and a thin, translucent silver-white light flashed in mid-air before shooting off into the distance, accompanied by a swirling wind. Countless soft hums merged into one, continuous and unbroken. Like a bolt of lightning, a curtain of swords was cast across the sky. Zhou Yuki's mouth dropped open. Wow! This scene was truly a rare sight. Countless cultivators marched off into the distance in a vast, untamed procession. The soft, dazzling sunlight hung in the air, and the whistling wind whispered in their ears. Those countless sword lights, each one so elegant and graceful, so clear, so alluring. A dazzling display of swordplay, a drunken laugh echoing through the martial world. My poems hold lingering dreams, a life dedicated to deep affection. Truly, they are the envy of all. Zhou Yuki couldn't help but exclaim, damn, they're so cool. Brother Li, when do you think I can be like them? Li Pingyan smiled, stroking the old ox's head. It will happen, everything will happen. At first, Li Pingyan kept track of the days, but as time went on, he forgot which day was which. These days, Li Pingyan devoted most of his time to cultivation. He comprehended many profound mysteries, and his strength reached another level, becoming more and more adept with each practice. He even learned a unique skill, picking pieces, placing them. Although it was still a contest, the chessboard had been replaced by a large stone. The chess pieces transformed into pebbles. Zhou Yuki frowned deeply. Reverse yin and yang. He then overturned the chessboard. Brother Li, I accidentally overturned it. Let's play again. Li Pingyan smiled slightly. Take my ultimate technique, time reversal. He then set up the chessboard again. Come, let's continue. Zhou Yuki. Brother Li is truly a genius. Li Pingyan smiled faintly, a touch of sadness in his eyes. If he were to meet the Changqing monk again, he would definitely be able to beat him. He just didn't know whether the bald monk was alive or dead. At this moment, the old tortoise said, Immortal Master, we'll reach Yunzhou in 2 more days of water travel. Zhou Yuki looked at the fish soup and sighed. I feel like throwing up whenever I see fish now. Li Pingyan ate the last piece of fish. Having something to eat is already good enough. The remaining days were numbered. The old tortoise worked even harder, arriving a day ahead of schedule. From the moment they set out until now, they saw land again. The group was overjoyed, and the canoe docked at a pier. Zhou Yuki, tears streaming down his face, choked out, it was so difficult. I did it. I did it. Li Pingyan looked back and couldn't help but smile. Some things are like that, they seem incredibly difficult, with no end in sight. But once you've succeeded, looking back, you'll find that it wasn't so hard after all. Everything seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. Many seemingly impossible things are accomplished step by step. There is no wasted effort in this world, nor is there accidental success. Everything that seems unintentional is actually the natural result of circumstances. Li Pingyan thought about giving the old tortoise some money. After all, it had pulled them for so long. It was only right and proper to repay it. However, he didn't have any extra money on him, and besides, he figured the old tortoise wouldn't care about worldly money. Brother Turtle, I'll leave this bracelet with you. You can exchange it for spirit stones at my Zhou family bank later. If you don't want to exchange it, that's fine too. This bracelet is a magical artifact. Zhou Yuki said, reaching to remove the bracelet from his wrist. The old turtle knew the bracelet was no ordinary item, it knew a little about the Zhou family. The things the Zhou family's young master carried were undoubtedly extraordinary. However, the old turtle was unwilling to accept it. It helped them only because Li Pingyan had given it the last half pot of wine. Moreover, the old turtle had also experienced the wonder of the wine in the gourd. It was enough for it. Contentment brings happiness. More than one gains isn't always a good thing. Li Pingyan didn't try to persuade them further. After saying goodbye, he left the dock with Wen Tao and Zhou Yuki. The old turtle watched their figures disappear from the dock until fate allows. Just as it was about to leave, it noticed something glittering on the canoe. Could it be that the immortal master left something here? The old tortoise picked up the glittering, black pebble-like object. This is a snake gallstone. The old tortoise was shocked, judging by its quality. This snake gallstone must have been taken from a dragon at the very least. How could the immortal master have left something so valuable here? The old tortoise quickly realized. This was something immortal Master Li deliberately left for him. The old tortoise was overjoyed and bowed deeply towards the distance. Thank you, immortal Master Li. In the distance, Li Pingyan put the packet of snake gallstones back into his robes. He had taken 9 snake gallstones from the flood dragon child. 2 were used to make medicinal wine, and 1 was given to the old tortoise. 6 remained. Besides making medicinal wine, Li Pingyan really didn't know what other use these things had. Giving them away didn't bother him much. After all, what goes around comes around. Gains and losses in this world are sometimes so imperceptible. The workings of heaven and earth are wondrous beyond words, all is self-inflicted. Do good deeds and don't worry about the future. Chapter 161 Yunzhou. Yunzhou, as recorded in ancient chronicles. Yunzhou was a bustling commercial hub, a gathering place for merchants, renowned far and wide. Street vendors sold candy, displayed chess manuals, sold musical instruments, performed arts. The sheer variety was dazzling, too numerous to count. It was a feast for the eyes, a sight to behold. Because of its location in the north, the bustling market and the people on the streets mostly had a rugged appearance. Li Pingyan walked among them, experiencing the lively atmosphere and prosperity. New voices and laughter echoed through the willow-lined streets and flower-filled lanes, while music played in tea houses and taverns. Because of its coastal location, goods flowed constantly. The scenery changed with the seasons, offering endless enjoyment. Shall we go get something to eat? Joe Uki, gazing at the surrounding food, the dazzling array of snacks, couldn't help but wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. Honey cakes, stuffed lotus root, seasonal fruits, flowers and fruits, fresh fish, pork and lamb trotters. But we're out of money, Wen Tao said. Good. Not far away, someone clapped and cheered. It was a group of street performers. Li Pingyan had a sudden thought. I have an idea. Come and see. We, your humble servants, have come to this esteemed place on a business trip. Unexpectedly, we've lost all our capital, so we've taken the liberty of performing here. We hope those with money will support us financially, and those without will support us by showing our faces. Thank you all in advance. His booming voice seemed to echo through the sky. Another group of street performers. Let's go see. The sound was louder than gongs and drums, attracting the attention of the crowd on the street. Li Pingyan clasped his hands in a fist salute. Fellow villagers, as the saying goes, mountains face west, waters flow east, and the sea surges north and south. People make friends in the martial world, meeting wherever they go. With swords and axes on the battlefield, their names spread far and wide. Zhou Uki admired Li Pingyan even more. So rhyming. Absolutely so. Brother Li is truly a master of rhyme. Li Pingyan, having roamed the martial world, naturally knew this rhyme by heart. The crowd saw a naked man lying on the ground, a thick stone slab pressing down on him. A dignified 6th-rank martial artist, reduced to street performances. Wen Tao felt he had somewhat disgraced his section. Just to be safe, he cut 2 holes in his sock and pulled it over his head. That way, I won't be so shameful. Breaking a boulder on your chest? I've seen that before. Exactly, nothing new. In this area, people come and go. These people are well-traveled and knowledgeable, naturally knowing a lot. It seems ordinary tricks won't fool them. Li Pingyan shouted, wrong. We're not breaking boulder on our chest, we're breaking boulder on our foreheads. Right, Zhou Uki chimed in. Someone shouted, we've seen that too. Exactly. Li Pingyan blurted out, then we can break boulder between our legs, have you seen that? Everyone shook their heads. Breaking boulder between the legs? Just thinking about it hurts. Wen Tao, Li Pingyan whispered, Brother Wen, are you sure you can do it? Wen Tao said in a deep voice, come on. Wen Tao, as expected of a 6th-rank martial artist, became as hard as iron when he channeled his energy. The women nearby, seeing this scene, all looked at Wen Tao with a changed expression. This man is really strong. Of course, praise couldn't be limited to just a simple act of breaking a boulder between the legs. Come on, little ox, give them something special. The old ox immediately kicked off with all 4 hooves and did a backflip. Bravo! The crowd couldn't help but clap and cheer. An ox can do a backflip? This was much more entertaining than breaking a boulder between the legs. One more. The old ox immediately stood up, wiggling its belly and dancing. Some cheered, some clapped, some shouted, laughter filled the air. Soon, a crowd gathered. The old ox wiggled its rump, as expected. This family was bound to fall apart without me. Not far away, a man at a tea stall lingered on Zhou Uki's face for a moment. Then, watching them enter an inn, he turned and left. Waiter, bring another serving of everything on the table. Zhou Uki called out. Eat your fill. The waiter rushed the dishes to the table, thinking, has he not eaten in ages? Excellent food and wine. Li Pingyan rubbed his stomach and reclined in his chair. Brother Li, Brother Zhou, I must be leaving. Wen Tao cupped his hands in greeting. Wen Tao was returning to his sect. Once he reached Yunzhou, he wouldn't be going the same way as Li Pingyan and his companions. Li Pingyan was heading to Jinyeo Pass. The Zhou family owned many properties in Yunzhou, and with Zhou Uki in this state, he would surely inform his family. Then I'll take my leave. Wen Tao cupped his hands in greeting. We'll meet again someday, Li Pingyan said with a smile. Wen Tao said, welcome to visit me at Shaijun sect. That's how the martial world is, novice heroes meet countless people. Then comes the immediate separation. In this process, some people, bored and idle, become legitimate middle-aged men. Some, unwilling to give up, drew their swords again, ready to return to the martial world once more. Standing in the known future, they looked back on a turbulent and unpredictable era, recalling the trials and tribulations that shaped every face. Li Pingyan felt that one day, he wouldn't want to leave. He would find a mountaintop and slowly recall everything he had experienced. Oh, once. I was on a boat with a man surnamed when we were capsized. Then we built a wooden boat and crossed the entire ocean. There weren't many life and death cycles or bizarre twists and turns. We just spent a long time together on a boat and ate a lot of fish. Caught between these memories of youthful exuberance, love, and hate. Wasn't that quite interesting? Lying on the inn's bed, a long-awaited respite, Zhou Uki was so happy he almost cried. These days, sleeping on the hard wooden planks was incredibly uncomfortable. "Brother Li, aren't you sleeping in the bed? It's very comfortable." They only had enough money for one room, so the two of them had to squeeze into one room. Li Pingyan, using the old ox's legs as a pillow, said, "It's alright, I'm used to it. Go to sleep early, we have to travel tomorrow morning." "Yes, we have to travel tomorrow morning." Zhou Yuki yawned. Normally, getting up early would be absolutely impossible for him. His sleeping and waking up depended entirely on his mood, but this journey had unknowingly cultivated many good habits in him. The evening clouds dispersed, revealing a pale, clear sky. A faint, almost inaudible sound drifted on the breeze. "Did you see clearly?" "Yes, I saw it clearly. It's in the first room on the left on the second floor." Several figures lurked in the darkness of the inn's backyard. "What a lucky guy, surviving at sea. Make your move. Don't forget to cut off a finger to claim credit after you've succeeded." A dark, windy night, perfect for murder and arson. The window was gently pushed open a crack. The man in black was about to jump in when suddenly he felt a chill on his neck. Upon looking closer, he realized it was a hiltless short sword pressed against his throat, but the sword's wielder was nowhere to be seen. The man in black tilted his head slightly, trying to dodge the sword, but the sword seemed to sense his movement. For every slight movement, the sword shifted. It remained firmly pressed against his neck. A cultivator? The man in black focused his mind, held his breath, and suddenly reached out to grab the flying sword. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Big brother. The man in black fell heavily out of the window. The man in black clutched the bleeding wound on his arm. "Run." Li Pingyan shook his head slightly. Things aren't peaceful anymore. Chapter 162 72 Styles of Azure Lotus Sword, a single stroke of wind traveling 1,000 miles. The next day, early morning, Li Pingyan planned to first take Zhou Yuki to the Zhou family's branch in Yunzhou. Although it wasn't on his way, he couldn't just abandon Zhou Yuki. "Brother Li, you're so kind to me." Zhou Yuki was deeply moved. "Brother Li, don't worry, I'll definitely repay you when I get home." "You've already paid," Li Pingyan said casually. "Ha. When?" "That bag of spirit stones." Li Pingyan hadn't forgotten the bag of spirit stones Zhou Yuki had given him at the beginning. "Ha." Zhou Yuki scratched his head, realizing he'd completely forgotten about that small thing. "Hey, Brother Li, wait for me." "Brother Li, why aren't we taking the official road? The travel documents have all been swallowed by the sea, aren't we afraid of being arrested?" The two men and the ox left the city and walked along a forest path. I'd already inquired and learned that one of the Zhou family's branch households was located in Yuchen. It was about a 10-day walk from here. A light drizzle began to fall, but there wasn't a breath of wind in the forest, not even the leaves rustled. There was a tea stall ahead, perfect for a cup of tea and some shelter from the rain. "Waiter, 3 bowls of tea, please." The waiter bowed and responded, carrying the tea as he approached. "Where have you two come from?" Before he finished speaking, his hand holding the teacup twitched slightly. A flash of cold light shot towards Zhou Yuki. Li Pingyan caught a chopstick, barely an inch long, between 2 fingers and flicked it with his middle finger. With a snap, it struck the waiter's waist. The waiter shuddered and fell to the ground. Even so, Zhou Yuki was drenched in a cold sweat. He comforted himself, "I'm a second-grade cultivator, I'm not afraid." Li Pingyan took a sip of tea. "Let's finish this and get going. Looks like we're being watched." Zhou Yuki stared at the waiter. "Tell me, who sent you to kill me?" "Never mind, I won't tell. Yunzhou tea is different from Zhongzhou tea. The former is milder and has a stronger traditional flavor. The latter has a higher aroma and a stronger grassy taste. Each has its own characteristics." Li Pingyan drank 3 large bowls in one go. "Let's go." Shortly after the two left, a carriage stopped in front of the tea stall. Inside the carriage was a young man, leisurely leaning back in his chair. Wearing black cloth shoes and a blue robe, he looked like a scholar. His right hand held a dazzling sword inlaid with jewels. "Where is he?" The waiter from before stumbled over. "They've gone east." A woman in red stood before the sedan chair, holding a tortoise shell with Zhou Yuki's birth date and time printed on its back. "Young master, they're going west." The waiter was incredulous. "How is that possible? I clearly saw them going east." The young swordsman snorted. "Good tactic, you piece of trash. You've been tricked and don't even know it." The carriage chased after them westward. "Brother Li, I suspect the person who wants to kill me might be my second brother." "Aren't you an only son?" "Not my biological brother." Li Pingyan gave an O, without saying much more. His mission was simply to safely deliver Zhou Yuki to the Zhou family's branch residence. As for family feuds, love affairs, and the struggle for succession, he had no interest whatsoever. They followed a long, steep, narrow path until nightfall, finally finding a dilapidated temple. The temple was pitch black, and a musty smell filled the air. It didn't look like a habitable place at all. Li Pingyan and Zhou Yuki each ate their food. Suddenly, they heard footsteps outside. Then the door was pushed open, and a carriage brazenly barged in. "Young master, the person has been found." A maid in red bowed slightly. From inside the carriage, a voice as sharp as a sword, "Kill him." The maid in red asked, "Is there one more person? Should we kill him too? Don't you have any professional ethics?" "I said kill one person, and I kill one person." The young master spoke righteously. For servants immediately split into two groups and attacked Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan weaved between the four longswords, deflecting them all in the blink of an eye. "Not bad. Looks like we'll need the young master's personal intervention," the maid in red said. The young swordsman inside the carriage snorted, "What a bunch of trash." The maid in red looked at Li Pingyan. "Which sect do you belong to?" "None." "In that case, I advise you not to meddle. Do you know my young master's name? I hope you'll enlighten me." 72 styles of the Azure Lotus Sword, a single point of wind that travels 1,000 miles. You should have heard of it, right? Li Pingyan, sorry, no. Why waste your breath talking to him about that? The young master gripped the sword hilt, pushed off with his legs, and was about to get up from the carriage. Boom! The horses pulling the carriage neighed in panic. A gust of wind swept in. With a crack, dust flew up. The young master hadn't even stepped out of the carriage, hadn't even drawn his sword. The palanquin's frame had already been sent flying 3 or 4 jong, approximately 10 to 15 meters, high. The opponent's fist was right in front of him, just 2/10 of an inch away from his forehead. The violent force of his blood and chi smashed the 2 doors of the dilapidated temple to pieces. Without a doubt, if it hadn't been for that slight deviation, it would be the young master's head that was now shattered. 72 styles of the Azure Lotus Sword, a single point, 1,000 miles of swift wind, quite famous. The young master's expression was stiff. This is my master's name." "Oh." Li Pingyan drew the young master's sword. "Not bad." Then, with a flick of his wrist, with a whoosh, the longsword was sheathed. The red-clad maid who had been shouting earlier now stood frozen in place, too afraid to move. Li Pingyan completely ignored her and asked the young master, "What rank are you?" Third rank." "Third rank? A sword cultivator?" "No. It seems not all swordsmen are sword cultivators." Li Pingyan understood. Most importantly, he now knew that he could easily defeat a third-rank Qi cultivator. It seems the people they can find are of limited strength. Li Pingyan, riding on the old ox. Zhou Yuki said smugly, "Cultivators aren't easy to find, let alone a reckless one. If I die, my father, my grandfather, the entire Zhou family will investigate thoroughly. Our Zhou family may not be very strong, but we have plenty of money. Then there will be a whole world hunting down the murderer, he won't be able to escape." In a fit of rage, even the murderer's family members are not spared. Li Pingyan nodded, that made sense. Chapter 163, Stone Mountain. The fields, newly cleared after the rain, were exceptionally open and vast. As dawn broke, the white mist and red clouds were tinged with gold. Zhou Yuki suddenly cried out, "Brother Li! Brother Li!" A huge banner suddenly appeared in mid-air, bearing several conspicuous characters. "Young Master Zhou, upon seeing this message, please proceed to the nearest branch family in Yu City. It's our Zhou family." Zhou Yuki exclaimed with joy. In the following days, more banners floated in the air. There were also many bounty notices. It seemed the Zhou family had received news of the bombing of their young master's ship and also learned that Zhou Yuki was alive and had safely reached Jinzhou. Li Pingyan quickened his pace, and 3 days later, he finally arrived in Yu City. Outside the city, portraits of Zhou Yuki were everywhere, large and small. Officials were even using his portrait to question people entering and leaving the city. A middle-aged man stood outside the city gate, anxiously gazing towards the main road. A round face, a red robe with black cloud pattern sleeves, clearly a valuable possession. In truth, the man bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Yuki. Several officials in official robes stood beside the middle-aged man. "That's my second uncle." Zhou Yuki's eyes lit up. His second uncle was from his maternal family. Even if his uncles couldn't be trusted, his maternal relatives were absolutely trustworthy. Because his maternal family had no right to contest his inheritance, they would protect him without reservation. But his uncles with the same surname were different. "Trustworthy?" Li Pingyan asked. "Trustworthy, trustworthy." Zhou Yuki jumped down excitedly. "Second uncle. Second uncle." His second uncle looked up at the sound, overjoyed. "Oh, my chubby nephew. You scared your second uncle to death." "Second uncle, I almost didn't make it back." Zhou Yuki's eyes reddened, and he couldn't help but cry. "Quickly, let your second uncle check if you're injured." Several officials gathered around, all breathing a sigh of relief. The Zhou family's young master was alive. "No, he's perfectly fine," Zhou Yuki said. "Second uncle, you must thank Brother Li properly. If it weren't for him, I would be dead." "Don't worry, nephew, our family always repays kindness. We won't treat him unfairly." Zhou Yuki nodded. "He saved me several times." He turned his head. "Brother Li? Brother Li?" He looked around, but Li Pingyan was nowhere to be found, not even old Niu. "Waiter, fill this wine gourd." "Coming right away." The waiter took the wine gourd and handed it to Li Pingyan in a moment. "Sir, your wine." Li Pingyan sniffed it. "The wine is good." Li Pingyan paid and placed the wine gourd at his waist. He led the ox and disappeared into the street. Soon, he vanished into the crowd. Yunzhou is divided into north and south, with the Wei River as the dividing line. The south, due to its convenient transportation, has a thriving trade. The north, however, is mountainous and plagued by bandits, and with the added harassment of soldiers, it's even worse than banditry. It's mostly a land of miasma, remote and treacherous, where the people live in misery. On a rocky mountain, there is a cave. Hanging on the cave wall is a rope, with a noose below, and a person is suspended from it. A band of mountain bandits, led by a man named Jin Yanbiao, lurked inside the cave. Jin Yanbiao was originally a petty thief. His eyes were said to be able to see mosquitoes from 100 meters away. He possessed extraordinary skills, particularly in acupuncture with silver needles. He attacked silently and stealthily. Few could rival him. Several villages in the surrounding area had been robbed by them. The people hated them to the core, yet also feared them like tigers. At this moment, Jin Yanbiao and his bandits were gathered together, drinking and making merry. Each of them was accompanied by a disheveled woman, clearly abducted from somewhere. To survive, they had no choice but to submit. Especially the woman in the center of the group, who was exceptionally beautiful. But now she was deathly pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Her husband was the very man hanging on the cave wall. "Dance. Dance well, and your man will live," Jin Yanbiao said coldly. The woman hesitated for 2 seconds before shakily standing up. "Dance." The woman had dance training, and her clothes were already mostly torn off. She occasionally revealed glimpses of her skin, eliciting lewd laughter from the crowd. "Boss, this woman." The second in command couldn't help but speak up. Jin Yanbiao glanced at him. "Look at you, kid. You can't hold back much." The second in command chuckled, then heard Jin Yanbiao continue. "We brothers will enjoy this woman together. Long live boss. Boss is wise." The crowd cheered excitedly. The woman was already deathly pale, seemingly anticipating her fate. "Boss, someone outside requests an audience." At that moment, a bandit ran in. "Who is it?" A blind man, quite arrogant, claims to be an old acquaintance of the boss. A blind man? An old acquaintance? Jin Yanbiao racked his brains. He didn't know anyone like that. Let him in. Jin Yanbiao wasn't worried the other man was playing a trick on him. After all, who the hell would be so reckless as to come to a bandit's den and be the boss's joker? A moment later, a blind man walked in. Jin Yanbiao sized him up. "You say you know me?" Li Pingyan walked straight over. Several bandits around him stood up. But the man simply took a stool from under the table and sat down. Jin Yanbiao narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand, signaling everyone to be calm. Li Pingyan poured himself a glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. "I come from the south, and I haven't had a proper meal in days. My ox is starving with me." Before he could finish, one of the bandits couldn't hold back any longer. "You've got some nerve. No money for food, so you come to our stone mountain to freeload." Jin Yanbiao sneered. "Brother, quite the audacity. But while your audacity is great, I wonder if you have the ability." Li Pingyan waved his hand. "To be honest, I'm only good at dealing with petty thieves like you. If you actually had any cultivators, I'd have to think twice. Fortunately, I've inquired, and this place is perfectly safe." He then pulled out a series of wanted posters from his robes. Jin Yanbiao, real name Jin Changgong, a Jui man. He had originally worked as a farmhand for a family, but he took a liking to the wife of that family. He then raped and murdered her, and to cover it up, he also killed the entire family and became an outlaw. A reward will be given to anyone who can capture this man, dead or alive. Golden-eyed Leopard sneered. "Very well. Today I'll see just how much guts you have." Chapter 164 Purchasing Goods. The second in command, wielding a large, ornate axe, roared and charged forward. Li Pingyan swung his axe. With a sharp crack, the handle snapped. The heavy axe slammed shut, severing the second in command's toes. "Ah, I'll fight you to the death today." Li Pingyan shrugged. "You did this yourself." He slammed the door shut. The bandits outside, sensing danger, tried to rush in. With a deafening bang, the heavy door slammed shut. The force of the impact sent the two closest bandits flying more than 10 feet away, suffering considerable pain. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They hadn't expected anyone to dare break into the mountain stronghold. And alone at that. What do we do now? One of the underlings shouted, break down the door. A moment later, several bandits carried a thick log and hurried in. Bang! Bang! They pounded on the door several times, but it wouldn't break down. Instead, it opened from the inside. Creak! Li Pingyan held a whole roasted chicken in his hand and carried 2 jugs of wine. He also had a bundle slung over his back. Blood had already pooled on the ground. A strong, pungent smell of blood filled the air. He opened his eyes wide and looked inside. There were more than 10 corpses lying haphazardly in the hall. They were the leader and several other leaders. The gruesome deaths of each person were shocking. Everyone's head had been severed. Li Pingyan hadn't had much effort killing them, but collecting their heads had taken considerable effort. After all, it was a wanted notice from the authorities. You couldn't just say you killed them and call it a day. You needed some kind of proof, and the best proof was none other than their heads. The bandits were startled and retreated hastily. Kill! Kill them to avenge our leader! Someone shouted. There were over 100 bandits at the foot of Stone Mountain. Surely they could defeat them. Besides, their leader was now dead. Whoever could kill him would rightfully become the next leader. Li Pingyan opened his wine gourd, and a beam of white light shot out. Whoosh! It rescued the person who had been hanging on the cave wall. Then he charged into the crowd, slaughtering everyone in his path. The people didn't even have time to cry out. Every sword strike was fatal. His speed was unbelievable. One of them, seeing the situation was dire, tried to sneak away. But with a flash of sword light, he vanished. Li Pingyan exhaled and turned to the abducted women. Come down the mountain with me to the government office. I can get a better reward. The women dared not agree. The bag behind this man was full of severed heads. If he angered them, he might just cut their heads off with a single sword stroke. Qingshui County Government Office. 2 tall, imposing vermilion gates were adorned with 2 carriage lanterns. The county magistrate and his 3 wives were playing mahjong. Sunlight pierced the clouds like golden threads, crisscrossing and illuminating the rooftops clearly. Several constables yawned outside the gate. What a smug scene. Truly, behind the red gates, the stench of wine and meat, on the streets, frozen ghosts. At this moment, a subordinate rushed in with a report. Master, master. What's all the commotion? Someone else has come to complain. Tell them I'm ill today. Sir, someone's come to claim a reward. A reward? The magistrate frowned. Yes, they say they killed bandits on Stone Mountain. The magistrate hesitated slightly. Let me go see. Oh, sir, please play with us a little longer, said the 3rd wife. That's right, it's just someone who killed a bandit and came to claim a reward. What's there to see? What do women know? Wait for me to return. The magistrate and his clerk walked down to the hall, glancing sideways at the newcomer. He took a small sip of tea. The clerk said, "This is our magistrate." Li Pingyan bowed. The magistrate frowned, staring into the man's eyes. Blind. Yes. The clerk hadn't noticed before, but the man's demeanor upon entering didn't suggest he was blind at all. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the man was indeed blind. The magistrate understood immediately. He must have found the bandit's corpse somewhere. Then, having heard rumors, he came here to claim credit. His hand was pretty good, but this guy ruined it. Damn it, he's asking for it. The magistrate slammed his gavel, startling the drowsy constable. You! Before he could speak, Li Pingyan took the bundle behind him. He poured out its contents, which rolled onto the ground. Everyone was shocked by the sight. Their expressions changed drastically, and several constables broke out in a cold sweat. Li Pingyan, however, calmly produced wanted posters. This is Jin Yanbiao, this is Zhang Dao, the second in command of Stone Mountain, and this is. Li Pingyan affixed the wanted posters to the foreheads of the men in turn. Then he looked up, a total of 72 taels of silver, I'll take 70 taels. The men's lips twitched slightly. Are you buying merchandise here? The magistrate swallowed hard, regaining his composure. He waved for the head constable to come over. After the head constable verified his identity, he said, "Very well, may I ask this brave man's name?" Li Pingyan. The magistrate's expression became solemn, and his attitude became much more sincere. Instruct the clerk beside him to prepare a welcome feast for Li Pingyan. Soon, a table laden with fine wine and food was prepared. Li Pingyan said, "Could you please add a few dishes for my ox as well? My ox enjoys eating." Although the magistrate was puzzled, he ordered the feast to be done. He drank 4 jars of wine and ate all the food and wine. Only then did Li Pingyan pat his belly contentedly. Just then, a commotion arose outside. It turned out that after the women returned home, the villagers, having heard that a hero had wiped out the bandits on Stone Mountain, had brought their food and valuables to thank the hero. "Hero, please accept this old man's bow." Li Pingyan helped him up. "Sir, there's no need for such formality. Hero, you don't know how utterly wicked those bandits were. Just because I didn't pay enough money, They skinned my son and hung his skin at the village entrance to intimidate everyone. They're worse than animals. The county magistrate chuckled awkwardly. Finally, he'd managed to get rid of these people. They offered Li Pingyan gifts, which he couldn't refuse. There were free-range eggs, pork, tea, steamed buns, and some dry rations. These things, though worthless, were sometimes life-saving sustenance for these common people. Li Pingyan smiled. Just then, a servant came to deliver a message. "Brave sir, our master invites you to the back garden for a chat." Li Pingyan followed the servant to the back garden. The night was deep and quiet, but the county magistrate was nowhere to be seen. An old man dressed in a gray robe sat in the pavilion, staring intently at Li Pingyan. Beside him were two burly men. Chapter 165 Arrest Warrant. Before the old man in the gray robe lay a black gukkan, its head carved with a bull's head. He said coldly, "State your name." "I do not kill nameless ghosts." Li Pingyan sat on a rock, puzzled. "We have no past grudges or recent enmity, why do you want to kill me? Your memory is truly poor. You just killed my disciples and their descendants on Stone Mountain, and now you deny it." "Oh, you are the master of that group." "Indeed, it is I." Li Pingyan suddenly realized, "So you are in cahoots with this county magistrate." "I am his third uncle." "No wonder," Li Pingyan said. "You people are not content with just extracting wealth from the government, so you secretly raise bandits to bolster yourselves. Your methods are truly brilliant." The old man in the gray robe snorted coldly, saying, "Boy, today I will let you die knowing why." The old man's slender fingers plucked the strings. The sound was high-pitched, tinkling, a gentle yet resonant quality. Li Pingyan suddenly felt his heart tighten, and at the same time, a thunderous sound rang in his ears. "A Qi refiner?" The gray-robed old man snorted, "Boy, now you know there are heavens beyond heavens, and people beyond people." Buzz! 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 Li Pingyan's heart trembled violently, and his condensed qi and blood instantly dissipated. Seeing Li Pingyan's appearance, the gray-robed old man laughed. His finger technique suddenly became rapid, from 8 strikes to 100, each strike like a thunderclap exploding in his ears. Thrilling, awe-inspiring. But, the gray-robed old man's face slowly darkened. Logically, the other party should have collapsed long ago, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Why is he still standing there? A cold glint flashed in the gray-robed old man's eyes, and he flicked his 10 fingers rapidly. Li Pingyan raised his head, his expression relaxed. "That's it." The gray-robed old man's expression suddenly changed. Li Pingyan's blood and qi surged like a wheel as he leisurely took a step forward. "This fighting style is new to me, but it doesn't seem very effective." 2 burly men immediately stepped in front of the gray-robed old man. Their presence was solely to protect the gray-robed old man, who was not skilled in close combat. Their massive bodies formed a wall. A cloud of dust rose around Li Pingyan's feet as he swept past them. The gray-robed old man was deathly pale. "Sir, I am a disciple of the 3-section sect, perhaps we..." Before he finished speaking, Li Pingyan pointed a finger at his throat. A trickle of blood escaped the gray-robed old man's lips. His breathing became erratic, and a trace of sorrow appeared in his eyes. Li Pingyan didn't bother listening to his nonsense. He hadn't expected that his attempt to collect a reward would instead expose his protector. Indeed, the crackdown on organized crime is imperative. "Mercy, sir. He coerced me, it has nothing to do with me." Old Niu dragged the county magistrate, who was trying to escape, back with him. "Where's my silver?" The promised reward hadn't been paid yet, and Li Pingyan held out his hand. "Yes, yes." The county magistrate immediately reached into his bag and pulled out 5 silver ingots and a piece of gold. "Let me go, and all of this is yours." Old Niu kicked him and mooed. "Fool, even if we kill you, all this money will be ours." A few lonely crows perched on the mountain path, occasionally letting out a mournful cry. A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, and a man and an ox strolled slowly by. Li Pingyan carried a small bag and a secret manual. These were all items belonging to the gray-robed old man. The manual was about a qi cultivation method, of little use to Li Pingyan. However, the contents of the small bag were quite valuable. It was a bag of spirit stones. Although in terms of quality and other aspects, it wasn't as good as Zhou Yuki's bag, but even fly meat is meat. Moreover, there was a very special spirit stone among them, of excellent quality. Li Pingyan immediately found a place to rest. Instead of absorbing them immediately, he began to study the spirit stones. Soon, he discovered a problem. The benefit of absorbing several spirit stones at once was far less than absorbing one at a time. This might be what they mean by haste makes waste. Making the most of what he had, Li Pingyan only absorbed 2 spirit stones. He then put away the remaining spirit stones, placing them together with the snake gallstones. His little treasures had been accumulating along the way. An ervu, a fusang sword, a sword-nurturing gourd, a handleless flying sword called Fine Rain, and a chivalrous brush. 6 snake gallstones, and now 12 spirit stones. He had also acquired an iron pot from Xiong Da. This would ensure that Li Ping'an and Lao Niu could have a hot meal wherever they went. Li Ping'an smiled, a sense of satisfaction welling up within him. It was like collecting sticks, tree roots, shields, and the like when he was a child. They were clearly worthless trinkets, yet he treasured them so much that others wouldn't trade them for gold. The wind blew, the grass and trees swayed, a desolate scene unfolded. On the grass, 2 brown rabbits stared intently ahead. Such adorable rabbits, but compared to each other, roasted rabbits seemed even cuter. The next instant, 2 wooden sticks were inserted into their bodies. The air was filled with a subtle, intoxicating night fragrance. The evening breeze took its last weary stroll. The 2 rabbits crackled and popped in the fire, occasionally colliding with the heat. Soon, they emitted an enticing aroma. Li Ping'an leisurely ate the roasted rabbit, a glass of wine in one hand, enjoying the night breeze. Old Niu lay on the ground, studying a map. The map was found at the county magistrate's house. Moo. We seem to have taken the wrong road? Old Niu, moo. Do we have to go back? Li Ping'an didn't seem to care much. Since they had taken the wrong road, they would simply walk back. 3 days later, Li Ping'an rode his old ox, playing his erhu at a leisurely pace along a path. These days, the system hadn't given him any decent rewards. The higher the level, the longer he needed to play. Slow and steady wins the race. Li Ping'an thought taking it slow was good. After all, he didn't know how long he would live. Thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even longer. A person always needs to find something to do. Just then, 2 men on horseback appeared in the distance. Brother, is that him? It's him. A whoosh. A hurried voice came from the air. Li Ping'an slightly tilted his head, easily dodging the attack. Kid, you're unlucky to have met us today. Come with us to the government office to collect your reward, and you'll suffer less. They were probably similar to bounty hunters or smugglers from Zhongzhou. Although Yinzhou was chaotic, Li Ping'an had killed a county magistrate. That was no small matter. Li Ping'an laughed. Then you'd better catch me, old Niu. Giddy up. The man cracked his whip, and his horse's hooves flew. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Not only were there pursuers behind him, but many people also appeared from all sides, blocking Li Ping'an's path. Old Niu turned and galloped up the mountain. Chase him. Don't let him get away. Damn, how can that ox run so fast? Li Ping'an used his bamboo stick to knock away a sharp arrow. At the same time, he bent down and grabbed a melon. Someone shouted, "It's a dead end ahead, he can't escape." Rapid sounds rang out all around, as if the group was calling for their companions. Arrows flew past every now and then. Li Ping'an wiped the melon with his sleeve and took a big bite. The mountain peak, overgrown with weeds and shrubs, abruptly ended here. About 7 or 8 zhang away was another mountain peak. Kid, stop running. The leader of the group looked determined. The old ox didn't stop, its 4 hooves leaping forward. The 7 or 8 zhang distance was covered in the blink of an eye. It landed heavily on the other mountain peak. The scene truly shocked everyone. The leader of the group sharply pulled on the reins, and the 2 horses pushed off with their front hooves. With a soft neigh, they came to a stop on the broken peak. Li Ping'an waved his hand and laughed. Next time, get a faster horse to chase me. Damn it. Chapter 166. Life is not easy. Under the gray sky, a solemn atmosphere prevailed, a calm before the storm. Soon, a figure appeared. The rain finally began to fall. The rain in Yunzhou lost some of its beauty, gaining instead a heavy, oppressive feel. It stung my face like needles, icy and piercing. The sound of the erhu, a 2-string bowed instrument, grew louder as it approached, quickly drowned out by the rain. It's raining. Li Ping'an leisurely put away his erhu and walked under the eaves. Inside the tavern, a dozen or so people sat drinking, waiting for the rain to stop. In a corner, a middle-aged man and an elderly man drank tea, conversing. The rain grew heavier, with a faint, expanding sound. It was as if the sky was slowly opening its mouth, letting out a sigh. The waiter said, "Sir, come inside and order a pot of wine to warm yourself." Li Ping'an smiled. "I'm afraid you'll poison me." The waiter laughed back. "Sir, you jest. This isn't a black market in broad daylight. You really won't give up. This is the 9th time in 2 months." For a moment, the dozen or so people who had been drinking fell silent. The middle-aged man and the old man in the corner also stopped talking. Only the sound of wind and rain could be heard. After a while, the old man stood up. "There's no other way. Your skills are exceptional. We had no choice but to ambush you here. It's not exactly honorable, but it's a last resort." Li Ping'an yawned helplessly, somewhat impatient. Ever since he killed the county magistrate, bandits, executioners, and constables from the mountains of Yunzhou had swarmed here. It was as if they were flies, and Li Ping'an was the fragrant dung. He even encountered cultivators twice, though fortunately their ranks weren't too high. But this ambush was different from the previous ones. Li Pingyan heard the taut clatter of crossbows all around him. It felt as if he would be riddled with arrows at any moment. Li Pingyan leaped up, his feet pushing off. With a flick of his left hand, 5 or 6 of the crossbowmen fell with screams. "Stop him!" The middle-aged man thrust out a spear. The spear was faster than an arrow. With a soft thud, the spear struck a tree trunk, severing it in half. A flurry of figures appeared, and more than 10 people surrounded Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan kicked one of them away, his blue robe billowing. He took a step, inhaling deeply. After completing the 24 hexagrams, he slowly exhaled. Even though he was moving swiftly, his mind was at ease. Swallow soars through the clouds. In the blink of an eye, he had leaped past more than 10 people and picked up a table. On the table were laid out dishes and wine. With a clang, the old man's broadsword, held in his right hand, was drawn from its sheath. The moment the sword was drawn, a chilling aura emanated from it. The old man had a deep scar on his left eyebrow, his eyebrows were broken. He was the leader of the 5 Tigers Severing Gate Sword Sect, a third-rank martial artist. His attack was swift, the sword slashed down. A flash of cold light, a whistling wind. If this strike landed, his head and shoulder would be severed. However, the old man's hand suddenly went numb. Li Pingyan's bamboo staff struck his hand first. The broadsword fell to the ground with a thud. Having just dealt with the old man, the tip of his spear flashed coldly. The middle-aged man withdrew, his movements fierce. Li Pingyan easily leaped over him, drifting through the rain. A barrage of crossbow bolts rained down from all sides as Li Pingyan clung to the table. Like a spider suspended in midair, he rose and fell, perfectly dodging the crossbow bolts. Li Pingyan touched the rooftop with his toes, leaving behind a single sentence. "It better we never see each other again. Don't run." The old man with the knife and the middle-aged man with the gun leaped up simultaneously. But apart from the rain, nothing else could be seen on the street. "What's he doing holding the table?" the middle-aged man asked suspiciously. "Is he trying to humiliate us? Even if he's holding the table, we can't catch him?" The old man was enraged. "That damned bastard." In a secluded, sheltered spot, Li Pingyan and old Niu sat at opposite ends of a table. The dishes on the table were plentiful. Li Pingyan counted them. There were 4 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes. "Leave me some peanuts. Use chopsticks. Don't just drink from the plate." Old Niu rolled his eyes. "Hurry up and eat, so we can continue our journey," Li Pingyan said. "Have you figured out the map?" The old ox nodded confidently. "Moo. Don't worry, if we hadn't held the map upside down last time, we wouldn't have taken so many wrong turns." Li Pingyan got annoyed at this. "You have the nerve to say that? You can even read a map upside down. Look at other people's oxen, and then look at you. Can't you be a little more respectable?" The old ox lay on the ground, giving Li Pingyan a resentful look. "Moo." The old ox nudged Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan said, "Where are we going to find you a book in this desolate wilderness? We'll talk about it when we get to a slightly larger town." The old ox had a little hobby, reading. He read all kinds of books, from those on statecraft to those unsuitable for children. He could read them all with great interest. But in Yunzhou, where they would spend most of their time in the mountains, there really weren't any books to read. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk, sigh. "Life is tough," Niu sighed. After eating, Li Pingyan sat cross-legged on the ground. After absorbing 3 spirit stones, he continued his cultivation, expanding his Niuan, a point on the lower body. After a long time, Li Pingyan exhaled a breath of stale air and skillfully took out his erhu, a 2-stringed bowed instrument. Every day was the same, playing the erhu, cultivating, playing the erhu, cultivating. The system's voice rang in his mind, like a gentle breeze brushing his earlobe. Name: Li Pingyan, lifespan 190-200. His lifespan limit had reached 200 years. Perfectly round, not bad. Li Pingyan continued playing the erhu. A full moon rose, like a bright lamp, hanging high in the sky. Old Niu, accompanied by the melody, slowly fell asleep. What will tomorrow bring? After a long while, Li Pingyan leaned against the old ox. He hoped he wouldn't encounter so many people trying to capture him for the reward tomorrow, and he hoped to reach the demon-suppressing pass soon. Chapter 167. There are monsters in the mountains. Sanhua Village. The village night was quiet and deserted. Occasionally, the soft sound of footsteps echoed on the road, carrying the scent of earth and grass. Li Pingyan walked to a house at the village entrance and knocked on the door. "Excuse me, is anyone home?" A large yellow dog lay at the door, barking wildly at Li Pingyan upon seeing a stranger. Now, there were many portraits of him on the streets. Going to tea houses or restaurants would only bring trouble. He had money but couldn't spend it. A woman came out. "Excuse me, could you please have a drink of water?" "Go away. Go ask someone else." The woman turned and went back into the house, muttering as she went, "Stinky beggar." Having no other choice, Li Pingyan went to another house. Soon, the door opened. A man dressed in coarse cloth and wearing hemp shoes came out. "What can I do for you? I'm a traveler on a long journey. May I have a drink of water?" The man sized up Li Pingyan. "Sure, please come in." Li Pingyan drank 3 large bowls of cold water. The man then enthusiastically offered some melon seeds. "Brother, where are you headed?" "North." "North?" The man's expression changed slightly. Li Pingyan sensed something was wrong in his tone. "What happened to the north?" The man smiled bitterly. "Brother, you don't know, but Manhwa village only has 2 roads, one to the south and one to the north. But the northern road is impassable now." "The road was swallowed by a flash flood?" The man whispered, "Not a flash flood, but something even more terrifying, a monster. Many people in the village have perished. Now nobody dares to go north." "Isn't the government doing anything?" Li Pingyan asked. "Who cares about this desolate wilderness? Besides, the monster only lives in the northern mountains. If we don't go north, we'll be fine. There's more than one way out of the village anyway." Li Pingyan hesitated. How much longer would it take to go north? "At least 2 months. Li Pingyan frowned slightly. "That far?" The man said, "It's sandwiched between 2 mountains. Going around it would be incredibly difficult, and it gets harder the further we go. Besides, there's nothing in the north." Li Pingyan was in a dilemma. "Brother, I advise you not to go. Nothing is more important than your life. A few months ago, a guy from our village named Lu Dodden went up the mountain after drinking some alcohol, and he hasn't come back yet. He's probably dead." The man sighed. Although Li Pingyan didn't want to cause trouble, going out of his way. "It's too late tonight, why don't you stay at my house?" "Thank you for your trouble." Dinner was simple, thin porridge with pickled vegetables. Because of Li Pingyan, the man cooked 2 dishes. However, they weren't very oily and tasted astringent. The man's daughter wore a coarse cloth dress, clean but rather thin. It was clearly the result of long-term malnutrition. "Here, these are potatoes we grew ourselves." The man was very hospitable. After dinner, Li Pingyan went to the yard to enjoy the breeze. The little girl came over, winking mischievously. "Uncle, can you stay with us for a few more days?" "Why?" The little girl leaned closer and whispered in Li Pingyan's ear, "Because with you here, Daddy can cook delicious food." Li Pingyan couldn't help but smile and patted her head. "So what do you usually eat?" "Porridge and pickled vegetables," the little girl pouted. Li Pingyan couldn't help but ask the man, "Brother, are your taxes very heavy?" The man smiled bitterly. "Originally, after paying the taxes, the family could manage. We pay 5 taels of silver a year. On the market, 500 copper coins can be exchanged for 1 tael of silver. At market price, we only need to pay 2,500 copper coins to offset the tax. But now the court stipulates that it must be paid in silver, but where do ordinary people get silver? They all use copper coins. There's no other way but to exchange it for silver at the government office. And the government office charges 800 copper coins for silver, so the annual tax becomes 4,000 copper coins." Li Pingyan nodded, saying nothing more. "These are all common tricks used by the government, he's experienced them before." What was that saying again? "So a single grain of millet in spring, reap 10,000 grains in autumn. Even with fertile land under heaven, farmers still starve. This damned world." That night, as she went to bed, the little girl gave Li Pingyan a piece of candy she had hidden during the New Year. She begged him to stay a few more days so she could have vegetables the next day. Li Pingyan smiled and agreed. The little girl went to sleep happily. But the next day, Li Pingyan said goodbye to the man and his family. The little girl stared blankly at Li Pingyan, then large tears streamed down her face. The innocent child, in that moment, witnessed the cruelty of the world. Her mother asked her what was wrong, but the child wouldn't say. Li Pingyan couldn't help but touch her little nose and whispered, "Uncle, I put your candy under your pillow." "Really?" the little girl mumbled. "Uncle, I never lie." The little girl puffed out her cheeks. "You lied to me last night." Li Pingyan smiled without saying a word. After Li Pingyan left, the little girl ran to the bedside and removed her pillow. Suddenly, she froze. There was no candy. "My candy!" The little girl was about to burst into tears when she suddenly noticed a small, glittering silver stone. The little girl didn't recognize it and cried out, "Daddy! What's this?" The man came over and his face changed drastically. "Silver! Niu, where did you get this?" The man realized that his brother from last night must have forgotten it. He chased after him, but he had already disappeared. The man looked at the large silver ingot in his hand and swallowed hard. This was worth at least 20 taels of silver. He had never seen so much money in his life. Niu blinked. "Where's the candy?" She plopped down on the ground and began to sob. Adults are all liars. In the distance, Li Pingyan led the old ox towards the distant mountains. He had a piece of candy in his mouth. He nodded, it was quite sweet. The old ox nudged him with its horns. "Didn't you even bring me one?" Li Pingyan said, "Just one." I'll pick some fruit for you when we get up the mountain. Speaking of which, could there really be a monster on this mountain? I wonder what kind of monster it is. Meanwhile, senior brother, that's the mountain. Two young men and women dressed in Taoist robes appeared at the foot of the mountain. Indeed, demonic energy is overwhelming. Junior sister, let's go. Senior brother, I have a bad feeling about this. Perhaps we should go back and report to master? The young female Taoist said with concern. What are you afraid of? We have this demon-slaying sword. Unlike the female Taoist, the male Taoist was full of confidence. Chapter 168. Don't be so polite. Li Ping'an and the old ox walked through the forest, each step accompanied by the fragrant scent of grass and trees, a truly refreshing experience. They spotted a small pavilion on the outskirts and rested there for a while. Birds sang and flowers bloomed in the forest, and a stream murmured. If they hadn't known beforehand, they would never have believed that any demons could be found in this place. 7 or 8 days later, in a dense thicket, Li Ping'an and the old ox stood by the riverbank, the tranquil water rippling gently. The bright moon cast a silvery light. They drank some spring water and rested against a tree for a while. Suddenly, they heard footsteps. A young Taoist couple emerged from the forest. This was the first time in days that Li Ping'an had sensed human presence. The two men cautiously examined Li Ping'an, confirming that he emanated no malevolent aura. He had just lowered his sword, but his vigilance remained. Greetings, two Daoist priests. Li Ping'an greeted them first. The two returned the greeting. The male Daoist asked, Brother, where are you headed? The north. Brother, are you perhaps from out of town? Aren't you aware of the rumors about monsters lurking in these mountains? Li Ping'an nodded. I am from out of town, that's true, but I've heard quite a few rumors. Then why did you come up the mountain? Aren't you afraid of encountering monsters? Li Ping'an laughed. If the road was full of monsters, would we even be able to walk? The female Daoist cautioned, I advise you to go back quickly, or wait until we exorcise the monsters before you come up the mountain. There really are monsters on this mountain. The male Taoist priest glanced at Li Ping'an's eyes. Brother's eyes? An eye ailment, an old problem. The male Taoist priest continued, the demonic energy on this mountain is very strong. This monster must be quite powerful. My sister and I came here specifically to slay the demon. Li Ping'an cupped his hands in greeting. I didn't expect you two to possess such abilities at such a young age. Your chivalrous hearts are even more commendable. Upon hearing this, the male and female Taoist priest's impression of Li Ping'an immediately improved. They were both young, and although Li Ping'an's words had a hint of flattery, who doesn't like to hear kind words? That monster kills without blinking an eye. For your safety, you should descend the mountain quickly, lest you be accidentally injured. The young Taoist priest's tone was sincere. Li Ping'an hesitated for a moment. If he went back now, wouldn't it add several days to his journey? So he said, how about this, I'll stay here for the night. After you two Taoist priests slay the monster, I'll continue up the mountain. The male Taoist priest nodded, all right. They chatted for a while longer, and Li Ping'an learned that the male Taoist priest was named Zhou Beisan, and the female Taoist priest was named Lin Xian. Both were disciples of a certain Taoist temple. It seemed to be their first time down the mountain, although they didn't say so. Li Ping'an could tell from their conversation. Young and inexperienced, Li Ping'an couldn't help but worry. Would these two be a match for the monster? However, seeing their confidence, Li Ping'an didn't say anything. Saying too much would only make them disliked. How do you two intend to deal with the monster? Li Ping'an asked tentatively. Zhou Beisan, being a few years older, hesitated for a moment and remained silent. A young female Taoist priest named Lin Xian spoke frankly. The demon-slaying sword behind my senior brother is incredibly powerful, it fears no demons or monsters. Zhou Beisan glared at his junior sister, immediately revealing the color of her underwear. Lin Xian seemed to realize her mistake, rubbed her stomach, and quickly changed the subject. Senior brother, I'm hungry. Zhou Beisan pulled out a flatbread. Lin Xian sighed, flatbread again? Eat it or leave it, Zhou Beisan said irritably. Li Ping'an untied the fishing line from his bamboo pole and smiled, you two Taoist priests have vanquished demons and monsters for the people, acting on behalf of heaven, performing chivalrous deeds. Unfortunately, I have nothing of value, so let me treat you to a meal as a farewell gift. A short while later, Li Ping'an had caught 5 or 6 fish. While Li Ping'an was fishing, old Niu had already prepared the water in the pot. When the wind blows, there is a strong fishy smell. Li Ping'an removed the pots and pans from the old ox and took a bag of salt from his pocket. He also happened to have 3 raw eggs. He placed the sliced fish in a clean bowl, added the appropriate amount of salt and eggs. Finally, he cooked it into a fish soup, which he then ate with the sesame seed cakes. Lin Xian picked up her chopsticks and wolfed down her food, sweating profusely. The fresh fish was plump and tender, with a unique aroma. This made the two young Taoists, who had been eating sesame seed cakes for several days, unable to stop eating. Li Pingyan, however, did not touch his chopsticks. Having eaten and drunk their fill, the two prepared to set off. Li Pingyan cupped his hands in greeting and said, "May you two achieve great success. No need to see me off." The two returned the greeting and quickly disappeared ahead. Li Pingyan cleaned the pot and sat down again by the pond to fish. He closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. The sky gradually brightened. Fallen leaves began to fall again, and the mist thinned. Li Pingyan stood up. Zhou Beishan and Lin Xian hadn't returned all night. It was unclear whether they had succeeded or simply hadn't found the monster. Li Pingyan led the old ox and set off again. The mountain path was difficult, the most challenging sections being a large dense forest and a ravine. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the forest. "Help!" A woman dressed in white stumbled along, followed by two naked men. "Hey girl, don't run. Let us have some fun." The woman's robes were torn open, revealing her snow-white thighs and her ample, white breasts, a truly alluring sight. Seeing Li Pingyan, the woman rushed over. "Hero, save us!" Li Pingyan remained calm, one hand behind his back. With a light tap of his toes, a gentle breeze swept by. Before the two men could react, they felt a sharp pain in their chins. They were sent flying, crashing heavily into a tree. Dizzy and disoriented, they huddled together on the ground. "Hero!" The woman made a move to throw herself into Li Pingyan's arms. Li Pingyan smiled and took a step back. "Your great kindness is beyond my ability to repay, except with my body." The woman bowed, her posture rich and generous. "With your body? The woman nodded, glancing around. "Young master, there's no one around here. How about we make our move? Here, is it all right? What's wrong with it? I'm very experienced. I mean, it's my first time too, and I think it'll be more exciting here." Li Pingyan coughed lightly. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." The woman chuckled. "There's no need to stand on ceremony." Li Pingyan suddenly brandished his other hand and slammed a brick hard onto the woman's head. Chapter 169. A touch of sword intent across 1,000 rivers. A note was pasted on the brick, bearing a large character. "Pardon." The woman shuddered, immediately revealing her true form. So it was a spider demon. The two burly men who had been chasing the woman also revealed their true forms at the same time. They were actually two paper figures. This self-directed and self-acted drama was quite impressive. "Ah!" The spider demon let out a scream. The blow from the brick had shaken her soul, nearly causing her to faint. She gritted her teeth and said, "We just caught 2 Taoist priests yesterday, and another one comes along today. You're a bit smarter than them." Li Pingyan weighed the brick in his hand. So the 2 Taoist priests had already been captured. He thought they hadn't found the demon. They are now. Before he could finish speaking, the enormous spider demon opened its mouth and spat out a web. At the same time, it swung its thick, whip-like claws. Li Pingyan leaped backward, snapping a nearby tree in half instantly. The spider demon swiftly climbed a tree, using its 8 claws to gain a higher position. It continued to spit out webs, seemingly trying to trap Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan easily dodged one. Then suddenly, he stopped moving, enveloped in the large web. Li Pingyan smelled an extremely foul odor. It was like wearing underwear for months, soaking in water for half a month, and then being put on again. Ugh! Old Niu couldn't stand it and lay down beside him, howling as he vomited. "Die!" The spider demon sneered. Li Pingyan pinched his nose and uttered a single word. "Go!" A stream of light shot out from the sword-nurturing gourd at his waist, transforming into a flying sword in midair. A flying sword? The spider demon was startled and immediately turned to flee. The moment the flying sword struck, the spider demon spun in midair, barely dodging the attack. However, the first strike missed, but there was a second. Puffed! The flying sword spun back, tracing an arc. A spray of green blood appeared, and the spider demon collapsed to the ground. "Immortal Master, spare me! Immortal Master, spare me!" Li Pingyan tore through the spider web and retrieved the flying sword. The spider demon struggled to get up. "Immortal Master, spare me! I'm very skilled. I can do whatever you want. I have 8 legs, ordinary women only have 2. I can satisfy you." The spider cave was built in a natural cave. There was a narrow opening, just wide enough for one person to pass through, blocked by a huge rock. Even in daylight, it was difficult to spot. Inside the cave was a large spider web. The spiders inside could sense even the slightest movement. "Junior sister! Junior sister!" At Zhou Beishan's repeated calls, Lin Xian finally opened her eyes. Senior brother, where are we?" She paused for a second, then realized. "You forgot? We've been captured by a monster." At this moment, the two were tightly bound by spider silk, like 2 rice dumplings with only their heads showing, hanging upside down on the cave wall. Lin Xian then remembered that she and her senior brother had originally planned to go up the mountain to slay demons. Who knew that before they could even fight, they would fall victim to the spider demon's poisonous trap? The cave was filled with a chilling, foul stench. The spider webs were dense, a hazy gray. Besides these, there were dozens of people suspended in spider webs. Only their heads were visible, emaciated as skeletons. It was originally an exaggeration, but Lin Xian felt that the word couldn't be more fitting to describe these dead bodies now. These people looked as if they had been drained dry by a spider demon. The thought of soon becoming like that terrified Lin Xian, turning her face pale. This inexperienced young girl had never encountered anything so bizarre before. Senior brother. Don't be afraid, I'll be able to untangle these spider webs soon. Zhou Beishan repeatedly circulated the Vajra mantra. His spiritual energy circulated through his body several times, but he was still a little short. Anxiety made him flustered, and fine beads of sweat appeared on Zhou Beishan's forehead. By the way, could you take me with you if you run away? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Lin Xian turned her head and saw a scruffy bearded man grinning at her. You were captured too? We're about the same age, the man said. My name is Zhang Song. Are you two Taoist priests? You're almost dead, so don't bother introducing yourself. A sinister voice rang out. Then a spider demon, over 2 zhang tall, crawled down its web. Even a glance from afar exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Despite its enormous body, it possessed a tiny human head. Caught 3 in one go, 2 of them even possessing spiritual energy. Delicious. The spider demon's eyes gleamed greedily. Zhang Song shouted, Don't eat me. Eat them first, okay? I don't like bathing, and my farts stink, they must taste awful. Lin Xian glared at him and said, You're so mean. Eat him first, his heart is definitely black, just what you'd like. Hey, how can you talk like that, girl? The two started arguing back and forth. The spider demon roared, Stop arguing. If you keep arguing, you'll eat them both. Seeing that the spider demon's attention had been diverted, the plan was half successful. Zhou Beishan gritted his teeth, having circulated the Vajra technique several times. The power surged from within, several times stronger than before. Boom! The spider web binding his body exploded instantly. Zhou Beishan fell from the sky, his target the demon-slaying sword hanging nearby. If he hadn't fallen for the demon's trick, with the demon-slaying sword in hand, Zhou Beishan was certain of victory. Watch me. Die, you demon! Zhou Beishan roared. Just how dazzling was he at this moment? Only heaven knows. He really wanted to record this scene. His first battle was his peak. Bang! The next second, Zhou Beishan's knees slammed heavily to the ground, kneeling before the spider demon. Time seemed to stand still for a few seconds. Senior brother, even if you can't beat it, there's no need to do this. Lin Xian's heart shattered. Zhang Song mentally gave him a thumbs up. Damn it, you're even more of a coward than me. Zhou Beishan's lips twitched, he had no strength left. After breaking free of the restraints, all the strength in his body suddenly seemed to have been drained away. Zhou Beishan didn't realize that although he had broken through the spider web, he had also triggered the poison on it. My master won't let you go. Do you know who my master is? All Zhou Beishan could do now was utter threats. The spider demon scoffed disdainfully, I don't care who your master is. My cave protecting formation isn't something just anyone can break. Since you're the loudest, then let's start with you. She walked over, opening her mouth to bite. Zhou Beishan couldn't even resist, the poison was spreading, and he couldn't even move. Only one thought remained in his mind. My life is over. Li Pingyan had just finished writing the character, Ji, meaning swift or swift. Old ox, moo. Li Pingyan frowned slightly, what? Too late. He immediately took out his wine gourd and tapped it. It's up to you. He placed the character on it. In the instant the sky shifted between black and white, a flash of silver light disappeared. The spider demon heard a soft snap in her ear. The sword, like a white snake spitting its tongue, hissed and pierced the wind. Swift as lightning, falling leaves scattered. Each strike seemed to sweep across every inch of space within a 5 zhang radius. A single point of sword intent encompassed 1,000 rivers, sleeves adorned with white clouds reaching 10,000 fathoms high. One sword landed outside the cave, its tip's arc of light instantly shattering the magic array outside. It plunged into the cave, like the first ray of dawn breaking through the darkness. The spider demon's sharp fangs had already pierced Zhou Beishan's neck, poised to devour him. From the breaking of the array to the influx of light from the flying sword, almost instantaneous. The spider demon clearly hadn't reacted in time, its movement slightly halting. The sharp sword energy coalesced into a line, unleashing a single strike. In a moment, the sword wind dissipated. The spider demon screamed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The flying sword only left a small wound on its body, but its internal structure had been utterly destroyed by the sword energy. Zhou Beishan was stunned for a moment. Yes, that's right. This is exactly the kind of entrance he wanted. Chapter 170, The Most Formidable Pass Under Heaven. Resolved. Li Pingyan relaxed and took a sip of wine. When he arrived at the cave entrance, Zhou Beishan and the other two were already helping each other out. Li Pingyan sheathed his flying sword and strolled over leisurely. "It's you?" Zhou Beishan was startled. Li Pingyan smiled. "We meet again?" "Pingyan." Zhang Song's eyes widened. "Pingyan, it really is you. You're still alive." Zhang Qingzin. After the large ship exploded at sea, they were separated. He never expected to meet him here again. Reunion with an old friend is always a joy. "How did you survive?" Li Pingyan asked curiously. Zhang Song patted his chest. "Don't even mention it. Luckily I was lucky. I clung to a plank of wood and drifted at sea all night, finally rescued by a passing merchant ship." "What about the others?" Zhang Song shook his head. "I don't know." Although he hadn't received any news of the Changqing monk, Zhang Song had survived. That bald monk was lucky. He probably wouldn't die. "I hope so." Zhou Beishan opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. "It was you who saved me." However, afflicted by spider venom, he couldn't speak properly. Li Pingyan took out the sword nurturing gourd. "Everyone take a sip, maybe it will cure the poison." The three of them each took a sip. "So spicy." Lin Xian felt her lips go numb instantly, and her tongue was also burned and lost all feeling. A moment later, a heat rose in her body. It was like a fire burning, growing stronger and stronger. The fire surged through his body, unbearably hot, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. However, after enduring it, he felt completely refreshed. His strength returned. Zhou Beishan and Lin Xian exchanged a glance, regaining their composure, and quickly bowed to Li Pingyan in gratitude. "Thank you for saving us. My brother and I were overconfident, thinking we were invincible after learning some skills." Zhou Beishan had matured considerably after this incident. Li Pingyan snatched his wine gourd back from Zhang Song, knowing it would be empty if he drank from it again, and said, "As a novice, one must naturally suffer some hardship and misfortune to learn from experience. What you learn will benefit you for a lifetime. Take the spider demon back with you, it will give you an explanation to your section." The two smiled knowingly upon hearing this. He bowed deeply to Li Pingyan again, saying, "Great kindness needs no words of thanks." Zhou Beishan and Lin Xian prepared to rest before dealing with the spider demon's remains. Li Pingyan wandered around the cave but found nothing of value. After bidding farewell to Zhou Beishan and Lin Xian, he left with Zhang Song. Both were heading to the demon-suppressing pass. Zhang Song said he was going to return the sword, but he didn't elaborate. Li Pingyan didn't understand, but didn't ask further. Several days later, the mountain path was rugged and uneven, with endless peaks. As they walked, they suddenly disappeared at the foot of another mountain. Thinking there was no way forward, they turned a corner, and suddenly another mountain path appeared before them. Truly, 10 miles rugged, half a mile flat, one peak bids farewell, another welcomes. The green mountains wrap like a cocoon, yet I do not believe there is a road ahead. Zhang Song didn't mind the fatigue, while Li Pingyan rode the old ox, playing the erhu. He was below, rambling on, of course not actually rambling. Otherwise, the old ox would have kicked him away long ago. "Back in the day, my enemies ambushed me. I was in the outhouse when suddenly hundreds of burly men rushed out. I didn't even pull up my pants, I just grabbed my sword and started hacking and slashing." The scene. Li Pingyan imagined it for a moment, then frowned and said, "That scene must have been quite a spectacle." "Absolutely. Since you're so powerful, how did you get captured by the spider demon?" Zhang Song chuckled. "What do you know? My sword energy can't be used casually, it's all stored within me. I need to deliver the sword, several tough battles await me. If I use it now, I won't be able to use it later." Li Pingyan smiled without saying a word. After that, the two men and the ox continued walking forward step by step. The journey was relatively smooth. He crossed mountains and rivers. The more he traveled, the more beautiful the scenery became, and his worries lessened considerably. As he traveled further, those who wanted to capture him for the reward disappeared without a trace. Upon reaching a certain mountain, sunlight streamed in from the other side, casting a radiant glow on the ridge. Li Pingyan sat down on the mountaintop and began playing the erhu. Whether it was an illusion or something else, in this kind of place, playing the erhu always gave Li Pingyan a feeling of achieving twice the result with half the effort. Name: Li Pingyan, lifespan 200 to 210. Erquan Yingyue LV3, 3000/10,000. Ability: low-grade spirit bone. Listening wind blade technique 93%, no increase. Drawing sword technique *slanting / 70%-72%. Turtle breathing technique 93%, no increase. Swallow piercing clouds leap 45%-50%. Congratulations, host, swallow piercing clouds leap has reached 50%. Special effect gained: shrinking the ground to an inch, leaping 5 jong in one step. Skills: Aura Lock 66%-68%. Yellow destiny, a gentleman does not act rashly. When he acts, he does so with principle. When fighting an enemy, within 5 to 6 steps, internal strength is greatly increased, and physical strength is enhanced. Cyan destiny, single-minded. White destiny, diligence can make up for lack of talent. Destiny level, white, cyan, yellow, red, blue, purple. Cultivation Heart Sutra, Nirvana Sutra. Acquired treasures, a cultivator's flying sword, 1 fine rain, control level 70%-85%. A staff sword transformed from a fusang tree. Hero's brush, the brush retains some rules set by Confucian sages. 6 secrets of the human body, Niwen, completed 20%. Golden turban, heavenly gate, long essence, mysterious spring, heavenly drum, undeveloped. Not bad, another upgrade. The sound of the erhu is like a clear spring flowing from beneath the clouds. It flows slowly across the green mountains, echoing in the silent valleys. Days pass by like this, one step at a time. As the old saying goes, one must walk one step at a time, taking too big a step. Snap! It's easy to tear your balls. On a desolate field beyond the mountains. Ahead lies Jingmen Mountain. Beyond this point, you'll see Jinyeo Pass, known as the most formidable pass in the 9 provinces. Zhang Song shouted at the top of his lungs. Li Pingyan was a little dazed. Was it really time? Chapter 171, Jingmen Mountain. Jingmen Mountain. Layer upon layer of peaks, like a screen. On the treetops atop the peaks, it seemed as if colorful clouds hung. Looks like it'll be quite a climb. However, the number of mountains beneath Li Pingyan's feet was already countless. One more or one less wouldn't make a difference. Before climbing, Li Pingyan began to reweave straw sandals. His original straw sandals were worn out. He estimated they wouldn't last even halfway up the mountain. Just then, a strong wind swept through the mountains. 2 streaks of light, one red and one purple, flashed across the sky. Upon closer inspection, they were 2 young men traveling on swords. Both were dressed in light blue robes. The pale color, however, accentuated their extraordinary bearing. The one on the left had a long sword tucked into his back, its red tassel fluttering in the wind. He grabbed the little girl, her face already pale with fright, and laughed loudly. "I'll ask you one last time, will you be my hand warmer?" The little girl stammered, unable to speak. I will." Too late. The man released her, and the little girl fell from mid-air. Accompanied by the little girl's scream, Li Pingyan braced himself against the ground, soaring into the air. He caught the falling girl and landed lightly on the ground. "Stop screaming." The little girl was still trembling, staring at Li Pingyan in terror. Zhang Song looked up at the 2 young men and snorted. Where did these 2 reckless brats come from? Don't they know the airspace above Jingmen Mountain is a no-fly zone? Before he finished speaking, 2 dazzling streaks of light descended from mid-air. Immediately afterward, a trench more than 10 meters long and nearly a meter deep appeared on the ground. 2 bodies lay buried in the ravine, the very young men who had been so arrogant in the air just moments before. Now, they were 2 lifeless corpses, unable to utter a sound. Zhang Song glanced at them. They didn't die unjustly. Knowing the rules of Jingmen Mountain yet daring to be so presumptuous, they must have someone backing them up. It's clear their usual behavior was arrogant and domineering, relying on powerful connections. But this time, their sect or family probably won't even utter a peep. Li Pingyan sensed the sharp aura emanating from them, wondering which powerful figure had made the move. Indeed, it's best to keep a low profile. These 2 were just wasting their time. Li Pingyan put the little girl down from his arms. The girl was about 11 or 12 years old, with an oval face and 2 braids. She had large, sweet, and beautiful eyes. Although still quite childish, her figure was well developed, no less than that of an adult woman. No wonder one of them had asked her to be their hand warmer. The little girl gave Li Pingyan a proper curtsy. "Thank you, young master." Her face hadn't yet regained its color. The girl's name was Xiao Jun, originally a young master's maid. However, on the way to Jinyeo Pass with her young master, she was kidnapped by these 2 men. Fortunately, these 2 men were extremely arrogant and received their just deserts. And with Li Pingyan's help, she escaped death. Li Pingyan asked Xiao Jun where she was going next. Xiao Jun said she was going to Jinyeo Pass to find her young master, and it just so happened that she and Li Pingyan were going the same way. Li Pingyan then wove an extra pair of straw sandals. These sandals won't be tiring when climbing mountains. Xiao Jun took the straw sandals and looked at the silk shoes she was wearing. Her slender feet, paired with the delicate upturned toes of the shoes, matched the color of her clothes perfectly. Then she looked at the straw sandals. Hesitating for a moment, Xiao Jun cautiously glanced into Li Pingyan's eyes. Knowing he couldn't see, she didn't wear the straw sandals. But she didn't throw them away. Instead, she hung them around her waist. Li Pingyan noticed, but said nothing. He pretended not to know. After climbing the mountain for a while, walking several dozen steps, Xiao Jun felt as if a heavy weight was strapped to her feet. Every step felt heavy. She had traveled with the young master in a luxurious carriage all the way. She had never climbed such a steep mountain path before. During a rest, Xiao Jun inadvertently touched the straw sandals around her waist. She quickly put them on. Wearing the straw sandals, aside from being slightly prickly, caused no discomfort whatsoever. In fact, it felt like a great weight had been lifted. There was no need for a break-in period. Climbing the mountain path became much easier. Xiao Jun grinned and said, "Young master, your straw sandals are so well woven, they could be sold." However, a pair of straw sandals couldn't change much. Most of the time, Xiao Jun could only sit on the old ox's back. The old ox's lips curled slightly. Used to carrying rough men, it felt a little shy carrying a young girl. Omega. Atop Jingmen Mountain, atop a solitary peak. Surrounded by mountains, with mountains beyond mountains. A waterfall, like a 100-jan-long jade dragon, soared into the sky and plunged into the abyss. Like a road to heaven, shrouded in mist. Looking into the distance, nestled deep within the verdant greenery, stands an ancient temple. Green tiles and red walls adorn the landscape. This is the ancient Buddhist temple, White Horse Temple. To the east of White Horse Temple stands the Spring and Autumn Pavilion. Built against the mountain, it exudes a magnificent presence. Constructed of verdant bamboo, it leans against a solitary peak. This is a Taoist temple. Looking west, there is an antique-style pavilion, its design simple yet elegant. A plaque hangs above the eaves, inscribed with the 4 large characters Wenchang Academy. The calligraphy is vigorous and powerful, clearly the work of a renowned calligrapher. This is a Confucian academy. The 3 religions, Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, guard the only route from Jingmen Mountain to Jinyeo Pass. Disciples of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism pass through here. According to custom, each must follow their designated path, each heading to their respective ancient temple, monastery, or academy. Another wide road was prepared for cultivators from various schools and independent practitioners. Zhang Song, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, spoke eloquently. Li Pingyan and Xiao Jun listened silently. Zhang Song said, "Brother, when I came here last time, I was quite the star. Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism all invited me to follow their paths. I was showered with favor, but I, your humble servant, am just different." Xiao Jun blinked, asking cutely, "Then why are you so powerful before, now fallen on hard times?" Zhang Song waved his hand, "Go away, what do you know, you little brat? Remember, keep your mouth shut when you get to the demon suppression pass, or you'll get a beating." Xiao Jun shrank back and ran to Li Pingyan's side. Zhang Song strode along, it was clear, he was genuinely happy to have reached the demon-suppressing pass. He touched the sword behind him and smiled, "Brother, we're almost there." Li Pingyan also whispered to Old Niu, "We've really arrived." Chapter 172 The Peak Master of the Three-No Peak. The road between Jinyeo Pass and the mortal realm had long been blocked, the only way to enter was by flying boat. An old man sat leaning against a bare tree trunk. He sat motionless, like a statue. People came and went in an endless stream, waiting on the mountaintop for the flying boat to break through the clouds and carry them to Jinyeo Pass. When Li Pingyan and his group arrived, the queue was already incredibly long. Xiao Jun glanced at the queue and said, "How long will this take?" Zhang Song patted his chest, "See that old man at the gate? I'm an old friend of his. Let's ask him to let us cut in line." "Will that work?" Zhang Song snorted, "What do you mean will that work? It's a must." With that, Zhang Song strode over, head held high, "Hey, give me some face, cut in line?" "No, get lost." "All right." Zhang Song returned. He said that global warming has caused sea levels to rise, directly leading to eutrophication, which in turn has resulted in large-scale algae blooms, red tides, and massive mangrove insect infestations. Furthermore, the eutrophication of the Haihe River in recent years has led to a massive proliferation of plankton, which release toxins and consume oxygen in the water, causing fish deaths. Now, fishermen in shallow waters are finding it very difficult to catch fish, severely impacting economic growth. Therefore, we can't cut in line. Li Pingyan, Xiao Jun, sounds very reasonable. At this moment, surrounded by several people, an old man leading a young child joined the queue behind Li Pingyan and the others. The old man's beard and hair were wild and bristling in the biting north wind, yet he possessed a unique air of authority. It was getting late, it was time for dinner. The cultivators who could come to Jinyeo Pass were no ordinary people. After all, who would choose to come here instead of staying home and cultivating? There's no need for meals, some younger cultivators simply take a fasting pill. "Are you hungry?" Li Pingyan asked Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun looked up, "No." Before she could finish, her stomach growled loudly. Xiao Jun paused for 2 seconds, then said confidently, "See, even my little tummy says it's not hungry." Li Pingyan couldn't help but smile. He took a bag from the old ox, filled with some cured meat. Another bag contained wild vegetables, potatoes, eggs, corn, and sweet potatoes. It was like a treasure chest. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to have a barbecue. In no time, Li Pingyan had set up a simple barbecue grill. He placed it on the ground, using stones as a base. A fire was lit, and soon the aroma wafted through the air. Li Pingyan then poured some wine for himself and Zhang Song. "Grandpa, I want some too." The toddler beside the old man smelled the aroma of barbecue. The old man slightly opened his eyes. On the path to immortality, it's best to give up on gluttony, especially since this stuff is bad for your health. Avoid it if you can. No, I want to eat. The toddler didn't care about any of that, he just thought the barbecue smelled delicious, and seeing them eat it made it even more appealing. The old man waved his hand helplessly. The servant understood and went to discuss it with Li Pingyan. They intended to pay, but Li Pingyan refused. A small child probably wouldn't eat much, it would just mean adding another pair of chopsticks. It wasn't worth taking money for that. The toddler immediately sat down next to Xia Jun and picked up a piece of roasted potato. "Oh, it's hot. Eat slowly, blow on it." Xia Jun smiled, her eyes clear as blue water, the curve of her lips as perfect as a crescent moon. This child was even younger than her, which stirred a protective instinct within her. Her smile revealed bright, white teeth. The toddler blinked, then suddenly pointed at Xia Jun and said, "I want you to be my servant." Xia Jun was taken aback, her large, beautiful eyes filled with confusion. "I want you to be my servant." The toddler stood up and repeated. Xia Jun shook her head, "No." The toddler stared, ran back a few steps, and told her grandfather about it. The old man chuckled, glancing at the little girl his grandson had mentioned. Though her natural talent was lacking, she possessed a certain beauty for her young age. She would surely grow up to be a beauty. The old man remained silent. A servant beside him stepped forward and gave Li Pingyan a slight bow. "Sir, my young master wishes to buy this little girl. Would you mind naming a price?" Xiao Jun initially thought it was a childish joke, but upon hearing this, she was startled. She turned to look at Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan calmly replied, "This girl is my friend's child, not a servant." The servant glanced at his master. The old man closed his eyes and remained silent. The servant understood immediately and introduced himself. "My master is the peak master of the Three-No Peak in Qingzhou, named Basehan. May I ask who you are?" Although Li Pingyan didn't know the meaning of the three characters Three-No Peak, the fact that the other party dared to say it so confidently indicated that he was someone of considerable importance. Sure enough, upon hearing this name, many people around instinctively looked at the old man. Xiao Jun's expression changed drastically, and she murmured, Three-No Peak. Xiao Jun and her young master were also from Qingzhou, and because of her young master, she knew a little about the major sections. While not considered a top-tier sect in King's Hu's deist circles, their strength was not to be underestimated. Those who could establish their own sects throughout history were no ordinary people. Their peak master was also a very influential figure in Qingzhou. Even among the top-tier deist sects in Qingzhou, this girl possessed a certain reputation. The servant revealed a barely perceptible smile. His master's fame was prestigious, and the servant felt a sense of pride. Seeing the servant's lack of response, he naturally assumed the servant was intimidated. "My master is willing to pay a high price for this girl, and will then offer some guidance. This girl might have a bright future, and her parents will surely be very happy." His words were impeccably polite, given the presence of so many people. He couldn't very well act like a bandit, abducting someone's daughter. That wouldn't look good on his reputation. Zhang Song kept his head down, fiddling with the barbecue, saying nothing. He seemed to have heard and seen nothing. Li Pingyan ignored the servant and asked Xiao Jun, "Are you willing?" Xiao Jun bit her lip, deeply unwilling. But the other party was powerful, even her young master couldn't afford to offend them here. She didn't want to cause Li Pingyan any trouble. Just as she was about to say she was willing, Li Pingyan suddenly spoke. "If you're not willing, then you're not willing. If you're willing, then you're willing. Just tell the truth." Li Pingyan actually felt that Xiao Jun's young master wasn't very reliable, otherwise Xiao Jun wouldn't have been kidnapped. Being with someone with a stronger background wouldn't be a bad thing. Of course, all of this was predicated on Xiao Jun's willingness. Xiao Jun looked at Li Pingyan, speechless for a moment. Chapter 173 Demon Suppression Pass. Xiao Jun took a deep breath. Li Pingyan's words suddenly gave her a strange sense of security. I don't want to." Xiao Jun's voice was barely audible. Li Pingyan, louder. "Didn't you just eat? How will you operate the warship afterward?" Xiao Jun blinked in confusion. Although she didn't understand the second half of the sentence, she understood the first. "I don't want to." Li Pingyan then said to the servant, "She doesn't want to." "Grandpa." The child anxiously tugged at the old man's sleeve. The servant's smile remained unchanged. "What does a child know?" "Sir, please consider it again. Perhaps you could make an offer." Li Pingyan ignored him and stood up, bowing slightly to the old man. "I've heard my master mention you before. I've long admired your name. This junior pays my respects. The Three-No Peak master of Basin finally opened his eyes, casually glancing at Li Pingyan. He didn't care about the master the other person mentioned, more people knew him than eels in a river. He stated bluntly, 10 high-grade spirit stones for this girl. Those around him subtly glanced at Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan smiled lightly, little June has already said she's unwilling, so please don't make things difficult for us, sir. Grandpa. The child stamped his foot anxiously. Bao Shan frowned slightly, but quickly regained his composure. He said in a deep voice, young man, you do have some courage. What's your name? Li Pingyan remained expressionless. I am Yingyue from Huilu Academy. Huilu Academy? One of the 3 great Confucian academies in Zhongzhou. Everyone knows it. Compared to this, the Three-No Peak, a second-rate force within the Qingzhou Daoist sect, was truly nothing. Basehand's expression remained unchanged. You don't seem like a scholar. To be honest, my cultivation is insufficient, and I cannot comprehend the writings of the ancients. Therefore, I traveled here on my master's orders. Before leaving, my master worried that I might encounter trouble I couldn't handle. He specifically asked the dean for this swordsman's pen for self-defense. Li Pingyan held the swordsman's pen in his hand, his tone calm. However, even the calm tone, coupled with these words, felt like a heavy hammer blow, struck at the heart, causing a chill to run down one's spine, especially for Basehand, the peak master of Three-No Peak. The swordsman's pen, this couldn't be faked. He paused for a moment, then surprisingly bowed to a junior, saying, I'm sorry for what happened today. Li Pingyan smiled slightly, remaining silent. Grandpa, I want that maid. The child persisted. Grandpa, please kill that blind man. I want my maid. Before the words were finished, a loud smack echoed. The child's cheek swelled up, a hard slap from Basehand. You wretched thing! Basehand roared. The child immediately collapsed to the ground, wailing. Basehand wasn't afraid of Li Pingyan, who wielded the swordsman's pen. Even if he gave Li Pingyan all the treasures a sage used, let alone a pen, Basehand could easily crush Li Pingyan. The real threat came from the person behind the swordsman's pen. Giving him the swordsman's pen signified the attitude of a Confucian sage. This person is under my protection. It's like a gangster sending his henchman to collect a debt. The henchman swaggers around, but no one dares to touch him, because they know this henchman represents the boss behind him. Excuse me. Basehand's face was grim. He'd lost face today. He couldn't possibly offend Confucian sages for the sake of a little girl. Those guys were extremely protective of their own. Li Pingyan returned the greeting and said nothing more. Then, Basehand left with his grandson and servants. After what had happened, he had no right to stay any longer. Even if he came again, he'd wait until Li Pingyan and the others had left. Li Pingyan breathed a sigh of relief and sat down again. Whether in the imperial court, or the martial world, or even the world of so-called Qi cultivators, having a background, or making others mistakenly believe they have one, can save a lot of trouble. It's alright, continue eating. Xiao Jun lowered her head, not daring to speak, fidgeting with her fingers. Not eating anymore. Li Pingyan gently patted her head. Xiao Jun whispered, it's all my fault. You little girl, you're quite good at taking responsibility. Li Pingyan placed a piece of meat on her plate. Exactly. What's it to you? Those guys were clearly being unreasonable. Zhang Song finally dared to raise his head. If it weren't for Xiao Pingyan, I would have beaten the shit out of them. Xiao Jun rolled her eyes at him. All talk and no action. At crucial moments, it's still young Master Li who matters. Zhang Song shook his head. I already said I can't break the sword energy within me. I need to save it for later fights. But if they go too far, I wouldn't mind separating a wisp of sword energy. Xiao Jun turned her head away, ignoring him. She placed a large piece of meat on Li Pingyan's plate. Young master, please eat. Li Pingyan smiled. By the way, young master, what did you say about Yingyue? What's going on? Xiao Jun asked curiously. Him? He's a friend of mine. Then won't he be angry if you impersonate him? No, Li Pingyan added softly. It's not like it's the first or second time. In a brothel in the capital city. Oh, young master, please come in. Ugh, how long has it been since you last visited? A flamboyantly dressed woman flaunted her presence, enticing customers. As night deepened, more and more customers came and went. Yingyue stood a short distance away, observing. After these days of infiltration, he found this place safe and the girls beautiful. These 2 points were crucial. Yingyue, fanning himself with a folding fan, stepped inside. The madam, seeing his distinguished appearance and elegant attire, immediately went to greet him. Oh my, this young master is quite handsome. Is this your first time here? He looks unfamiliar. If it's your first time, find me 2 pretty girls, preferably without any unusual fetishes. Yingyue recalled the last time he was whipped all night. He still felt a lingering fear. Don't worry. By the way, young master, you haven't told them your name yet. Yingyue smiled slightly. Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan suddenly felt a chill. Ha! What's going on? Before he could think further, he heard a shout. The flying boat is here. In the misty sky, a dark shadow appeared and disappeared. The next instant, the shadow broke through the layers of mist. A cloud several meters in diameter billowed up, then suddenly sank downwards. Immediately afterwards, a gigantic ship appeared before the crowd. Among the group were many who were visiting the demon-suppressing pass for the first time, and they were all stunned by the enormous flying ship. The flying ship resembled a tall building, shrouded in mist. It was like a giant dragon weaving through the clouds, giving off a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. Let's board! Li Pingyan stood at the bow of the flying ship, feeling the gentle breeze flowing through his temples. Below the flying ship was a lush maple forest, its leaves ablaze like fire. Amidst the verdant maple leaves, the faint sounds of Taoist chanting, reading, and the tapping of wooden fish could be heard, echoing the distant sound of the wind and waves in the mountains. The old ox bellowed excitedly, "We're flying! The ox is in the sky!" The flying ship glided smoothly through the air for about several hours. The flying boat descended slowly, once again breaking through the clouds. And there stood the demon-suppressing pass, known as the most formidable pass under heaven, before them. Chapter 174 Daily Necessities. Demon-suppressing pass. While not the most heavily fortified area, it was one of the most prosperous places in the entire demon-suppressing pass. This place alone boasted over 100 flying sword towers, each guarded by a silver-armored guard, 3 jong tall. At the top stood pavilions. Each level was connected by a flying bridge. This was the demon-suppressing pass, hailed as the most formidable pass under heaven. Its power shook the world, inspiring awe and vigilance in all who came. "Sir, your dishes are ready." A clear voice rang out. A faint aroma of food wafted over, and Li Pingyan inhaled. The food appeared ordinary, yet for some reason, it possessed an irresistible fragrance. Zhang Song explained, because most of the people here are cultivators, most of the ingredients here are infused with medicinal herbs or other tonics. Li Pingyan took a bite, and a unique fragrance filled his mouth. Then, a wave of indescribable comfort washed over him. "It's really good," Li Pingyan commented. Xiao Jun nodded vigorously. Zhang Song also nodded. "It's just a bit pricey." Li Pingyan asked curiously, "How expensive?" "Hurry up and wash the dishes. The customers outside are waiting." "Damn it, they dare to come here to freeload without any money." The waiter's voice boomed in his ears. The three of them washed the dishes in silence. Zhang Song nudged Li Pingyan with his elbow and whispered, "Now you know how expensive it is, right? I specifically chose this place just to show you." Li Pingyan smiled slightly and said in a very ruthless tone, "Get lost. How long are we going to have to wash them?" Xiao Jun pouted, almost crying. "Just the dishes we ate, conservatively speaking, it'll cost this much." Zhang Song held up one finger. "Xiao Jun, a decade." Zhang Song shook his head. Large tears welled up in Xiao Jun's eyes. "A year." Zhang Song shook his head again. "It's washing dishes continuously." Xiao Jun's face turned deathly pale. Li Pingyan said without turning his head, "Don't scare her." Zhang Song smiled. Xiao Jun knew she'd been tricked, and glared at Zhang Song with puffed-out cheeks. The dishes were washed until late into the night. Li Pingyan told Xiao Jun to go to sleep first, and he and Zhang Song finished washing the remaining dishes. The innkeeper, being very considerate, arranged a place for Li Pingyan and the others to sleep and informed them that they would continue washing dishes the next day. Li Pingyan sat on a rock in the courtyard, inexplicably wanting to laugh. He never imagined that his first time in Jinyeo Pass would result in washing dishes here. The epic battles, fortuitous encounters, and winding, circuitous stories he had imagined all seemed like mere fantasies. But this was quite fitting for him. The martial world isn't just about fine clothes, spirited horses, swift retribution, and the clash of swords. It's also about the mundane realities of life, the struggles between powerful figures and the petty squabbles between ordinary people. "That's good." Li Pingyan returned to the room the innkeeper had arranged for them. It had previously been a storage room, containing only a bed and a small table. The rest was filled with miscellaneous items. Zhang Song was washing his feet, looking content. "A hot foot bath feels so good. This shopkeeper is really nice." Li Pingyan sat beside him, focusing his breathing. He concentrated his spirit, preventing it from wandering, entering a meditative state. When Li Pingyan emerged from his meditative state, it was almost dawn. He then crawled into bed. Although with his current energy, he could go more than 10 days without sleep. But who could resist the comfort of lying in bed? Zhang Song slept soundly. Even while sleeping, he carried his sword. He never took it off when he went to the toilet. Li Pingyan found the image of him quite comical whenever he thought about it. When the shop wasn't busy, Li Pingyan would lead the old ox around within the demon-suppressing pass. Beyond the demon-suppressing pass lay the territory of the demon race. However, he couldn't see any demons. In the distance, there was only a vast expanse of chaos. It gave one a feeling of a north wind sweeping the land, bending all the grass. The outline of some kind of building could be vaguely seen from afar, resembling a giant beast crouching on the ground. Many people on the street exuded an extraordinary aura. Most were Qi cultivators or martial artists. Some carried swords, some held knives, and some wielded unusual weapons. Strangely, if one had seen these people on the street before, they would all be arrogant and disdainful, looking down on everyone. Even the officials in the government would give them a wide berth. But here, these cultivators were all humble, polite, and extremely cautious. They must have all understood that those who could come here were no ordinary people. No one dared to offend them. Li Pingyan wanted to go up to the city wall to take a look, but the guard stopped him. So he found a high tower and sat down on it. A wind blew from the northern lands inhabited by the demon race. The outlines of the surrounding scenery appeared in his senses, the old ox describing the details to him. Li Pingyan rested his head on his hands, a slight smile playing on his lips. Thinking about his journey, he felt somewhat dazed. A faint light shone from an ancient tower in the distance. Snow began to fall. The snow fell heavily, quickly turning the entire Demon Suppression Pass into a white expanse. Gu Zizhu had mentioned that he had arranged a duel at Demon Suppression Pass. He needed to go to Huelu Academy first to bid farewell to his master before coming to Demon Suppression Pass. Counting the days, the duel Gu Zizhu mentioned hadn't even begun. He would have to wait a few more weeks. Li Pingyan had three main purposes for coming to Demon Suppression Pass. First, he hoped to find some great Dao runes along the way. Of course, Li Pingyan didn't expect to actually encounter such a low probability event. Secondly, it was also to broaden his horizons and see a wider world. Thirdly, it was to improve his own abilities along the way. Considering what he had gained along the way, overall, this trip was worthwhile. Chapter 175 The Pavilion of 10,000 Things. The inn was bustling with activity, welcoming and seeing off guests. Li Pingyan, carrying a tattered cloth, greeted three guests with a beaming smile and ushered them into the inn. He wiped the table, and after the three ordered, they sat down at the counter. The innkeeper was a very kind person. Even though Li Pingyan and his companions owed money, they were treated like ordinary employees. Make money? What do you need to do with it? The innkeeper fiddled with his abacus. Li Pingyan replied, naturally, to pay you back. Besides, a poor family needs to be prepared for a long journey. One should always have some money on hand. As the saying goes, a man with money is a hero, a man without money is nothing. The innkeeper looked up. If you work for me, you can easily find other temporary jobs. Any other business? Li Pingyan asked in a deep voice. Ideally, I'd like to earn some spirit stones. Spirit stones are naturally not easy to earn in the common world. However, in Yingyue Pass, a place where Qi cultivators from all over the world gather, it's a different story. Having come this far, Li Pingyan naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. The shopkeeper understood the meaning behind his words and smiled. I didn't realize you had such high ambitions, lad. I hope the shopkeeper can show me the way. There's a 10,000 Things pavilion on Sword Immortal Street, specializing in handling miscellaneous matters. You could go and see if there's anything suitable for you. So the next day, Li Pingyan took advantage of his afternoon break to find this so-called 10,000 Things pavilion. A large three-story pavilion stood at the end of the bustling street. There were several auxiliary buildings and a side room. Upon entering, there was a tea room and a small main hall. Many people were coming and going, and Li Pingyan, leading an ox, stood at the entrance. He was quite conspicuous. A waiter approached. What's your name, sir? Li. Mr. Li, you look unfamiliar. Are you new to Yingyue Pass? Li Pingyan nodded. The waiter poured Li Pingyan a pot of tea. He'd seen plenty of people like Li Pingyan here. New to Yingyue Pass, unfamiliar with the place and its people, and short of money. 60% of the Wanshi GE's business relied on people like Li Pingyan. Looking to do something for someone? Li Pingyan replied. The waiter continued, may I ask, sir, are you a Qi cultivator or a martial artist? What rank are you? Could you tell me which school of martial arts I follow? Li Pingyan smiled somewhat awkwardly. I don't have any cultivation yet. The waiter raised an eyebrow, his smile fading slightly. Sir, our business here only serves Qi cultivators. I can do what Qi cultivators usually do. Seeing Li Pingyan's sincerity, the waiter chuckled softly. Sir, the difference between an ordinary person and a Qi cultivator is worlds apart. As he spoke, he picked up a tea leaf. He flicked it lightly. The tea leaves traced an arc, landing on a tree outside the courtyard. The waiter picked up his teacup, a signal that he was about to see the guest out. He'd shown off this skill to let the guest know that there are always people more capable than oneself, and that no one is more skilled than you. He wanted to prevent the guest from getting into trouble outside. The waiter himself was just an ordinary person, having worked hard for a long time to earn a living here. Therefore, he didn't act superior or look down on anyone. On the contrary, he felt a certain fondness for ordinary people like himself. Li Pingyan activated his turtle breathing technique and grabbed a tea leaf. Whoosh! A burst of energy shot past, and a shrill cry echoed from the treetop. The shopkeeper glanced impassively at the tree almost pierced by the tea leaf, and coughed lightly. Not bad hand-to-hand combat. Specializing in hidden weapons? But what's the use of knowing hidden weapons? Qi cultivators aren't afraid of those things. Strength is what matters most. Come on, hit me with a punch. Li Pingyan hesitated. Isn't that inappropriate? What's inappropriate? I don't believe you can take me down with one punch. The Myriad Affairs Pavilion is divided into 3 levels, corresponding to different levels of events. Of the 3 levels, the first level has the most people. The second level is next, and the third level has very few. The first level mostly deals with harmless miscellaneous tasks, which are popular among independent cultivators. After all, there's no danger, and you can obtain spirit stones. Jade tablets hung above, each containing a corresponding event. By injecting a little spiritual energy, one could learn the ins and outs of the matter. At this moment, many people were searching for suitable jade tablets in the lobby on the first floor. Bang! Just then, a sound of wind breaking rang out. The shopkeeper had studied diligently for many years. Although he was only at the 2nd rank, his foundation was not weak. Furthermore, he had received guidance from a renowned master and practiced appropriate techniques. Compared to other rogue cultivators at the 3rd rank in the martial world, he was stronger. With one hand behind his back, he blocked Li Pingyan's punch with the other. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Indeed, not bad. I underestimated you." Li Pingyan withdrew his fist and gave a slight bow. "Excuse me. In that case, go to the first floor and find a jade tablet. Someone will tell you what to do." "Thank you." Li Pingyan turned and walked out. The waiter watched his figure disappear, his indifferent expression finally changing. His lips twitched slightly, and he clenched his fist. "Ouch! Damn it!" Just then, Li Pingyan returned. The waiter lay on the ground, stunned for half a second, before regaining his composure. "I was practicing Toad Kung Fu. Why are you back again?" "Oh, I forgot my staff." Li Pingyan picked up the bamboo staff, turned, and left. The waiter clutched his right hand. It seemed he wouldn't be able to reward himself for the next few days. The jade tablets needed to be infused with spiritual energy to reveal the commission task, but Li Pingyan had no spiritual energy at all. Fortunately, the back of each jade tablet had the client's address and contact information. He could simply go there. He took down a jade tablet and registered. This commission was worth 15 low-grade spirit stones, clearly a bit too little. Therefore, even on the first floor, no one accepted it. Tasks like this were likely to be buried. Luckily, Li Pingyan ran into him. His first mission required him to leave an item as collateral. Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment. His erhu, a 2-string bowed instrument, was his livelihood, but the other party considered it worthless. His valuable possessions were his sword-nurturing gourd and his staff knife. He kept both for self-defense. Who knew what danger he might encounter? Wait a moment. A short while later, Li Pingyan carried the old ox in. "This is my brother. Can I leave him here as collateral?" Old ox. Finally, Li Pingyan reluctantly handed over his sword-nurturing gourd. At this moment, another person approached. He handed over the jade token, dejectedly saying, "I really can't figure out the case in the south of the city. The person registering the information side, not only do they skin people, but they also dig out their hearts. He's most likely a heretical cultivator. We've already found 3 corpses." Li Pingyan overheard this but didn't pay much attention. Following the address on the back of the jade token, he found the client's address. He knocked on the door, and a middle-aged man opened it. Li Pingyan explained his purpose and handed over the jade token to prove his identity. The middle-aged man welcomed him inside and then recounted the cause of the incident. After listening, Li Pingyan's expression turned grave. Why did the sow keep squealing in the middle of the night? Chapter 176 Pigsty. The middle-aged man was named Ge Dali. He was a large-scale pig farmer, a well-off family. However, recently, his old sow had been inexplicably squealing pitifully in the middle of the night, and every few days, one of his sows would disappear. He hired someone to watch over the pigsty at night, and nothing happened. But as soon as no one was around, the same thing would happen again. He couldn't possibly have someone guarding the pigsty every night. At first, Ge Dali suspected it was human intervention, but then he thought that with such tight security, it was unlikely anyone would be so bold. After being reminded by someone, he began to suspect it was the work of demons. So he went to the Wanshi Ge 10,000 Things Pavilion. However, more than half a month had passed since the commission was posted, and no one had accepted it. After all, what cultivator would have the time to go to a pigsty to investigate? Li Pingyan nodded thoughtfully. This task was perfect for him, 0 risk. 15 spirit stones were nothing to others. but for Li Pingyan, this was already a high return. "Leave this to me." Ge Dali was delighted. It was still early, so he immediately ordered the kitchen to prepare a table full of fine wine and dishes. After a hearty meal, dusk gradually fell. Li Pingyan asked Ge Dali to prepare a sheet of Xian paper for him, and wrote a large character with a chivalrous brush. "Hidden." He then stuck it to his forehead to conceal his aura, so that Ge Dali and the others would act as usual. He then secretly crept to a corner of the pigsty and hid, waiting for the culprit to appear. The moon was dim, the stars were sparse, and the entire earth seemed to be asleep. Li Pingyan summoned the fine rain flying sword from his sleeve. Although the sword-nourishing gourd was held at the Myriad Affairs Pavilion, Li Pingyan had already retrieved the fine rain flying sword beforehand. Li Pingyan didn't wait idly, his internal energy sea began to rise and fall. Inhalation and exhalation should both be deep, slow, and even, with every part of the body relaxed. The turtle breathing technique can be practiced at any time. Aside from slow progress, it has almost no other drawbacks. With perseverance, one will feel a surging heat throughout the body. With a flying sword nearby to provide early warning, there's no fear of sudden attacks from villains. And so the night passed. Tonight, the sow was peaceful and didn't scream. Li Pingyan ate a quick breakfast and left with the old ox, planning to return later that evening. Zhang Song stood at the inn's entrance, sword in hand, gazing into the distance. "What are you looking at?" "Sword pavilion." "Sword pavilion?" Zhang Song said, "There's a sword pavilion at Demon Suppression Pass, established 1,000 years ago by someone known as the Sword Ancestor. The swords of any swordsman who dies in the Battle of Demon Suppression Pass are placed in the sword pool of the pavilion to commemorate their loyalty." Li Pingyan recalled what Zhang Song had said before. "So you came here this time just to place your sword in the sword pool?" Zhang Song smiled. "This isn't my sword, it belongs to a friend." That night, Li Pingyan left the inn again with old Niu. They hid in the sow pen. For several days in a row, Li Pingyan persisted. Zhang Song watched Li Pingyan's figure, tears of emotion welling up in his eyes. "Damn, he's so dedicated." As usual, Li Pingyan used the rocks and branches for cover. He meditated and regulated his breathing while observing his surroundings. The moon was high in the sky. The grass and trees were all covered with a layer of silvery moonlight. Just as Li Pingyan thought he would gain nothing again tonight, he suddenly sensed a presence. "Oh, finally!" Li Pingyan perked up immediately. The dark figure slipped into the pig pen and looked around. Then it pounced on a sleeping sow. Just as it was about to commit its wicked act, a loud voice rang out. "You audacious little thief! Let go of that sow!" The dark figure was startled and turned to run. Li Pingyan didn't rush to chase, unsure of the other's strength. A fight here could easily injure others. The dark figure ran further and further away, covering more than 10 miles. Li Pingyan lightly touched the ground with his toes, using the swallow soaring through the clouds technique to shrink the distance to an inch. The dark figure glanced back, only to see the person following closely behind. The next instant, the person was right in front of him. With a whoosh, a palm strike was delivered. The dark figure was slammed heavily to the ground. It was a fox. The little fox collapsed to the ground, pale-faced, too afraid to move. "Speak, why did you defile the yellow-spotted sow?" The little fox, cry? Crying counts as time. Outside the city, in a cave, a little red fox, wrapped in gauze, lay on a stone bed. Its chubby little face puffed up and down, listlessly blowing bubbles. Just then, it heard a noise coming from outside the cave. "Cousin, you're back." Looking up, she saw a human standing before her. The bubbles in the red fox's mouth immediately burst, and its expression changed drastically. Hesitating for half a second, it decisively closed its eyes and played dead. It coiled its long tail around its head. "You can't see me, you can't see me." Li Pingyan asked, "Is this idiot your sister or your brother?" A slightly larger fox stepped out from behind Li Pingyan. "She's my cousin." "Cousin?" The little red fox exclaimed in surprise. "How come you're with a human?" "Cousin, this is Mr. Li." "Mr. Li, this is my cousin, Ah Hong." The two little foxes were named Ah Hong and Ah Bai. They were cousins, and the two little foxes had been betrothed long ago. Demons are divided into good and bad. One type diligently cultivates, like Ah Hong and Ah Bai. The other type is like the spider demon Li Pingyan encountered. But sometimes, humans are even worse than demons. The two foxes lived a simple but warm life. Suddenly, they encountered a Taoist priest who was capturing demons for cultivation. He attacked and injured Ah Hong at a crucial moment. Ah Bai escaped with Ah Hong and hid in this cave. However, Ah Hong was injured, so Ah Bai could only catch livestock every few days to replenish her energy. "Wah, we didn't mean to. When I earn money, I'll compensate them with the little sow." "How old are you to still cry?" Li Pingyan said. "Besides, you can steal a pig, but you have to target one family specifically." Ah Bai lowered her head, scratching her little paws. It was my first time too, I had no experience. I'll be more careful next time. There's going to be a next time? Li Pingyan walked over and felt Ah Hong's pulse. Fortunately, the injury wasn't too serious. However, for the two little foxes with low cultivation levels, they really didn't know what to do. The little fox drank a lot more pig's blood, but instead of recovering, its injuries worsened. Li Pingyan thought the wine in the sword nurturing gourd might be helpful. However, the gourd was pawned at the Wanshi Ge 10,000 Things Pavilion, so he took out 3 small scrolls and took out some paper. He carefully wrote 3 large characters on each paper and stuck one on the little fox's head. Ouch! Ah Hong blinked. What's this? It's to help you heal. Thank you, sir. Ah Bai imitated a human, bowing its paws. Chapter 177. Killing someone isn't enough, you also have to destroy their spirit. These 3 sheets of paper should be enough for one day. Don't steal other people's sows again. The 2 little foxes nodded vigorously. Li Pingyan added, but you still need to come back with me and apologize to the sow's owner. Remember to return the money. Ah Bai nodded again. Then Li Pingyan and Ah Bai left the cave and went to Ge Dali's house. Ah Bai sincerely apologized to Ge Dali and promised to return the money. Ge Dali had initially thought it was the work of an evil spirit, but it turned out to be 2 little foxes. Now that the matter was resolved, he didn't take it too seriously. With his wealth, a few more sows wouldn't make a difference. The matter was resolved satisfactorily. Li Pingyan went to the Wanshi Ge 10,000 Things Pavilion, returned the jade token, and exchanged it for 15 spirit stones. He carefully put them into his pocket, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. To thank Li Pingyan, Ah Bai offered to treat him to a grand meal inside the cave. Li Pingyan, remembering he hadn't eaten dinner yet, readily agreed. The night was dark, devoid of any light, creating a sense of oppression. The wind whispered lonely, and the eerie silver light slanted across rows of cold stone tablets. A man, an ox, and a small white fox walked under the desolate moonlight. A gentle breeze rustled, and a mournful cry echoed from the treetops. Suddenly, Li Pingyan stopped. He pulled the little fox into the nearby bushes. The ox, with perfect coordination, performed a backflip, landing silently behind the bushes. Lying on the ground, its legs tightly curled, it remained motionless. Li Pingyan pulled out the character, hidden, which still retained some of its power. He placed it on Ah Bai's forehead. Then, with a whoosh, a thin figure darted out. He walked to a solitary grave, stood before it, and began digging with both hands. He dug faster and faster, soon creating a large hole. By the moonlight, Ah Bai could see the person clearly. His eyes widened in shock. It was the Taoist priest who had injured Ah Hong. The priest was carrying a corpse, and after the hole was dug, he reburied the body. He cautiously looked around before turning and leaving. Sir, that's the Taoist priest I told you about, Ah Bai whispered. Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Go take a look. Arriving at the spot where the priest had buried the body, the soil had just been filled in, making it easy to dig. Upon seeing the corpses inside, Ah Bai's already pale fox-like face turned even paler. It was a human corpse, and more than one. Soon, they unearthed 6 corpses. Each body had been skinned. The gruesome sight of their deaths was horrifying. Besides, Li Pingyan noticed that in addition to being skinned, the hearts of the corpses were also gone. So cruel? Killing someone and then destroying their heart? Sir, we'd better leave quickly, that old Taoist is too terrifying. Ah Bai trembled, clinging to the old ox's tail. Li Pingyan secretly noted down the location where the old Taoist had buried the bodies. He recalled the conversation he'd overheard at the registration desk a few days ago when he visited the Wanshi Ge. Skinned, missing hearts. He then reburied the body and left the place. The next day, Li Pingyan returned to the inn. Of the 15 low-grade spirit stones from last night, only 5 remained. Although the power contained in low-grade spirit stones was small, it was still quite good for Li Pingyan. He could directly extract power from the spirit stones to expand his hidden treasures and enhance his strength. Sir, what have you been doing these past 2 days? Xiao Jun asked curiously. Nothing much, just trying to earn some extra money so we can redeem ourselves sooner. Xiao Jun said softly, actually, it's quite nice here. We wouldn't even have a place to sleep if we left. Li Pingyan smiled. In reality, he was just saying it casually. If they left, they would have to sleep on the streets. At the inn, they had food and a place to sleep. The work they did every day wasn't tiring. That night, Li Pingyan returned to his room. Zhang Song was squatting at the door, his large buttocks sticking out. A whetstone lay on the ground. He was sharpening the sword, producing a crisp, clear sound. This was the first time Zhang Song had revealed the sword. Its blade was smooth and lustrous, with a beautiful, gentle curve. It was indeed a fine sword. In comparison, the whetstone looked extremely ordinary, like a brick. It was dull and lacked any luster. Are you going to the sword pavilion to return the sword? Zhang Song shook his head. Not yet. By the way, how did things go with your business at the Myriad Affairs Pavilion? Li Pingyan took off his coat. It went fairly smoothly. I got 15 spirit stones. John Song leaned closer, chuckling, brother, take me with you next time. What for? To make money. We're going to the sword pavilion to test our swords. With all the attention, we need a decent outfit. Li Pingyan neither agreed nor disagreed. Is there any hot water? Yes. I've saved some for you. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Li Pingyan said, didn't you say you couldn't participate? Hee, that's why I have you, brother. John Song said, don't worry, John Song, am not one to take advantage of others. This whetstone is yours after the job is done. What do I need it for? Don't be ungrateful, kid. This is priceless. I wouldn't give it to just anyone, this is only because of our friendship. Li Pingyan finished washing his face and said, okay, I've just found a job I like. The next day, Li Pingyan went to the Wanxi Qi again. He found the shop assistant he knew. The waiter's right hand was wrapped in bandages, and he looked miserable. Li Pingyan asked curiously, what happened to your hand? The waiter coughed lightly, nothing. He had taken a punch from Li Pingyan earlier, but thankfully the injury wasn't serious, and he had taken some medicine in time. He had also applied a plaster, and it was already healed. However, in the dead of night, he couldn't resist rewarding himself with a blow. This caused a dislocation, making it even more serious. The waiter said, you did a good job on this mission. Interested in taking on a more challenging one? Like this one, the case of the theft of a 90-year-old woman's undergarment. Or perhaps, an old nun's door being knocked on every night, suspected to be the work of ghosts. Li Pingyan cut to the chase. I heard that several people have gone missing in the south of the city, their skin peeled off, and their hearts ripped out. The shopkeeper nodded. That's true, but don't even think about it. This matter is too high level, someone's already in charge. Most of the shopkeeper's frustration these days stemmed from this incident. Every day he searched for clues, rummaged through files, his head spinning. His hair was falling out in droves. In the end, he still failed to complete the task on time and got a severe scolding from his boss. Li Pingyan, I have a clue. What? The shopkeeper's expression changed drastically. I have a clue, Li Pingyan repeated. Really? Godfather? Li Pingyan ignored his form of address. More real than pearls. How many spirit stones is this information worth? Take me to see it first. Outside the city, in a cemetery. The shopkeeper covered his nose, showing a look of disgust. Damn it, that bastard. He even buried the body here. John Song squatted on the ground. And that's not all. There's some kind of barrier around this cave, ordinary Qi finding techniques can't find it. The waiter said, don't alert him yet. Let's bury the body back. Turning his head, he caught sight of an old Taoist priest suddenly emerging from the bushes. The waiter frowned, his tone icy. We're from the Wanxi Qi. Master, you need to keep your mouth shut. The old Taoist priest paused for a moment. He nodded and turned to leave. The waiter straightened his collar. You two need to keep this a secret. Li Pingyan, excuse me, that old Taoist priest just now. The waiter smiled confidently, don't worry, that old Taoist won't dare say much. You'll understand the weight of the name Wanxi Qi later. Li Pingyan, no. I meant that old Taoist priest is the murderer. The waiter, Chapter 178. He went up and stabbed her. Chase! John Song roared and took off after him. The waiter, is this guy running the wrong way? Li Pingyan thought, the earth is round, he's probably thinking of coming back. Grab it. We can't let that guy get away. The waiter leaped into a thicket of bushes. The old Taoist priest, using some kind of magic, moved with unparalleled speed. The waiter mustered all his strength and quickly ran out of the woods, reaching a grassy hillside. Just then, the waiter suddenly felt his footing give way. He only had time to scream. He tumbled down a valley several meters high. Much faster this way. Li Pingyan's light voice came from beside him. Quick, chase. Li Pingyan said, that old Taoist priest might be very powerful. I don't have any cultivation, I might not be able to beat him. The waiter, rolling around, spoke haltingly. His cultivation isn't high, don't play dumb. Li Pingyan hesitated, there's still a certain risk, you know me. Waiter, I'll pay more. Sure. The old Taoist priest ran for a while, then suddenly noticed something amiss in the bushes a few feet away. Whoosh! The old Taoist priest dodged to the left, avoiding the attack. Kid, don't be stupid. Let me tell you, when I get angry, even I'm afraid of myself. The old Taoist priest glared angrily. Oh, Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow slightly, then can I see for myself? A fierce glint flashed in the old Taoist priest's eyes. You forced me to this. Take my heavenly demon creation array. What a brutal name. Li Pingyan summoned his flying sword, Fine Rain, and gripped the hilt of his fusang blade. The old Taoist sneered, take this. Before the words were finished, he spun around. His feet quickened, using the bushes as cover, moving with lightning speed. He escaped. Li Pingyan froze for half a second. What a feint! A sharp whooshing sound rang in the old Taoist's ears. Without thinking, he ducked. He tried to dodge to the right, but hadn't expected the flying sword to be so fast. The old Taoist shouted, twisting his body and slashing at the flying sword with his sword. Just then, another flash of lightning streaked past. The old Taoist groaned and fell to the ground beneath a tree. With a flick of his sleeve, branches swayed, and pine needles flew everywhere. Li Pingyan took a step forward. The old Taoist priest sneered, "Fine. Good lad, since you won't give me a way out, then don't blame me." A strange sound suddenly emanated from his throat, and his body withered at a visible speed. He was already thin, but now he looked more like a dried-up corpse. His hands were withered like bird claws, yet crimson like blood, extremely eerie. Black mist swirled around him, a terrifying aura. Like a venomous snake leaping from hell, carrying a sinister deathly aura. "Boy, today you will surely die." Before he could finish speaking, a blade tip emerged from his chest. Then, he drew the blade and swiftly slashed back. The old Taoist priest's eyes widened in shock, and his head flew off. "Ha! What happened? I'm dead?" Until he lost consciousness, the old Taoist priest probably didn't even realize what had happened. Li Pingyan remained calm and spoke slowly and deliberately. "Have you ever seen an assassin wait for a mage to unleash their ultimate attack? Just now, the power emanating from the old Taoist was truly terrifying. It contained a sharp killing intent, subtly hinting at mutual destruction. The only drawback might be its slow release." Coincidentally, Li Pingyan had just mastered the shrinking earth technique in his swallow-piercing clouds leap, greatly increasing his burst speed. Initially, Li Pingyan was slightly worried when the old Taoist attacked, but who knew that the opponent wouldn't attack for so long, instead gathering his strength in place. Li Pingyan wasn't stupid. He didn't just stand there in astonishment, agreeing with Li Pingyan's description of how terrifying the move was. "I'll just go straight for it and deliver a strike." However, although the battle was over, the old Taoist's body suddenly erupted with a crimson light, then rapidly expanded. Boom! A violent surge of energy, centered on a single point, swept outwards at incredible speed. Its force swept in all directions, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. The entire area trembled. A powerful, unparalleled gust of wind slammed outwards. Li Pingyan reacted with lightning speed, his body suddenly arcing through the air. He floated several meters away, but before he could land, he was forcefully thrown back by the sudden whooshing sound. His blood and energy surged, as if forming a protective shield around him. Cough, cough. Li Pingyan got back up, thankful that he had acted quickly enough. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. The explosion's power was astonishing. The surrounding ground cracked open, revealing numerous dark craters. A tense, sharp pressure hung in the air, as if it would slice a person to pieces. The old Taoist's body had long since turned to ashes, leaving only a single red fragment in the crater. Li Pingyan tentatively reached out and grasped the fragment. "This is?" All the old Taoist's belongings had been blasted to dust, yet this single red fragment remained. It must be a treasure. Without hesitation, Li Pingyan stuffed the fragment into his pocket. A while later, the waiter, hearing the commotion, ran over. "How is it?" Li Pingyan briefly explained the situation to him. The waiter glanced around. "It's all turned to rubble. Did he leave anything behind?" Honest and trustworthy Li Pingyan shook his head, his expression unchanged. "No." The waiter then contacted the Wanshi Ge 10,000 Things Pavilion, and left the rest to them. Although the old Taoist priest was dead, the mutilated corpses he had mutilated were still buried in the grave, enough to prove he was the culprit. As for the reward, the innkeeper told Li Pingyan to go home and wait for news. Back at the inn, Li Pingyan took out the fragments he had looted from the old Taoist priest and began to examine them curiously. Chapter 179 Rune Fragments. The fragment had now lost its luster, resembling an ordinary stone fragment. However, it gave off an extremely unusual feeling. Li Pingyan studied it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. At this moment, the fragment emitted a hazy light. Immediately afterwards, a piece of text appeared in Li Pingyan's perception. "Attacking Eagle, sweetheart, how is it? Did you suppress the rune fragment?" Sweetheart? What a strange name. This old Taoist priest is indeed a psychopath. Li Pingyan frowned slightly, but that wasn't the point. Runes? His first thought was of the Great Dao runes. Was he really that lucky? However, from the other party's words, the Great Dao rune he obtained was not complete, only a fragment. Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment, then replied to the other party. "Sweetheart, yes, I've suppressed it. Attacking Eagle, that's good. I thought something had happened to you." At this moment, another message appeared. "Happy big boy, my fragments have been unusually active lately, making me quite uneasy for days. Attacking Eagle, you're the same as little sweetheart. Happy big boy, little sweetheart, what method did you use to suppress the fragments?" Faced with this message, Li Pingyan remained silent for a moment, pretending not to see it. That would easily arouse suspicion. Thinking of the old Taoist priest who owned the jade tablet, who skinned and gutted people, he guessed it was to suppress the rune fragments, so he spoke. Little sweetheart, I used some kind of secret technique. Happy big boy, same as always, tell me what secret technique it is, and I'll trade you a treasure or do you a favor. Little sweetheart, sorry, secret techniques are not shared. Happy big boy, sigh, there's nothing I can do about it then. Then they started chatting again. Li Pingyan, disguised as little sweetheart, silently went into hiding. Thus, he obtained a lot of useful information. Including the deceased old Taoist priest, there are 5 people who possess these rune fragments. Although the identities of the other 4 are still unknown, they seem to have obtained these rune fragments, either unintentionally or intentionally, just like him. He then discovered that one rune fragment can connect with the other 4. Could it be like a Dragon Ball? He needs to collect all 5 fragments to complete a single Great Dao rune? According to Gu Zizhu, he possesses the heavenly punishment body. If he can unleash the full power of the 6 secrets within him, he can support 6 Great Dao runes. Although he has only obtained 1 fragment of a Great Dao rune, it is already an unexpected surprise for Li Pingyan. If each Great Dao rune has 5 fragments, then he has already collected 1/30th. Li Pingyan couldn't help but smile, excitedly hugging the old ox. Old ox, we've taken the first step towards success. Old ox, moo. He must celebrate with some beef today. Li Pingyan held the rune fragment in his palm, feeling its power. What should he do now? After the initial excitement came confusion. Yo, good stuff. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. Li Pingyan instinctively took a step back. Aura locked in 68%, his divine sense could now cover an area of several feet. Even so, he still couldn't sense when the other party had approached. Don't get excited, it's me. John Song leaned closer, his eyes wide with curiosity. Great Dao runes? Wow, good stuff. Did you find them on that old Taoist priest? Li Pingyan nodded. You knew about them too? Great Dao runes aren't exactly a secret, Zhang Song said. You got 1 fragment. Did you contact the other 4? Yes. Li Pingyan looked suspicious. Zhang Song waved his hand. Don't make that strange face. Don't you know who your brother is? It's not surprising I know this. But let me give you a friendly reminder, obtaining a rune fragment isn't necessarily a good thing. Everyone who obtains a rune fragment wants to collect the other 4. So the best way, Li Pingyan said in a deep voice, to kill each other. That's right. Zhang Song snapped his fingers. So remember, when communicating with other fragment owners, never reveal your identity, or you'll most likely be killed. Li Pingyan inexplicably thought of the dark forest theory. Everyone who possesses a rune fragment is a hunter with a gun, lurking like a ghost in the forest. If they discover other rune owners, there's only one thing they can do: shoot and eliminate them. Others are hell. Li Pingyan nodded thoughtfully and solemnly said to Zhang Song, Thank you, Zhang Kengzin. Zhang Song ignored his strange form of address and continued. A single rune fragment isn't very useful. Even if you obtain a complete Great Dao rune, very few people can control it. A slight mistake can lead to utter destruction. Therefore, not many people compete for it, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. Skilled and daring, they play for the thrill, fantasizing about instant success. Collecting 5 fragments will allow you to gather a complete Great Dao rune. Then, you can absorb it into your secret Niwen Palace. Of course, the prerequisite is that your Niwen Palace can withstand the Great Dao rune, otherwise, bang. Li Pingyan pondered for a moment, then put away the rune fragment. I understand. Zhang Song patted him on the shoulder. Then let's go for a drink, your treat. Why should I treat? Li Pingyan looked up. Zhang Song smiled smugly. Did you think my explanation was free? Indeed, cultured people never starve. Li Pingyan smiled helplessly. Alright, let's go. The next day, Li Pingyan received his reward from the Wanxi Ge 10 Things Pavilion. 10 mid-grade spirit stones, 30 low-grade spirit stones, plus a Qi gathering pill. The Qi gathering pill was useless to Li Pingyan, so he had the Wanxi Ge exchange it for money and used it to buy Zhang Song an incredibly handsome outfit. He also exchanged several spirit stones, intending to repay the innkeeper. On his way back, he learned that Xiao Jun's son had already paid off the debts they owed. It turned out that when Li Pingyan went to the Wanxi Ge, Xiao Jun's son happened to be at the inn for dinner and unexpectedly encountered Xiao Jun, who was there paying off his debts. After learning the whole story, he paid off all 3 of their debts. Thank you both for saving me, otherwise, I would probably be dead already. You two may not know this, but Xiaojun's mother is my wet nurse, and I've always treated Xiaojun like my own sister. If something really happened to Xiaojun this time, I truly don't know how I would explain it to her mother. Wen Shun solemnly thanked Li Pingyan and Zhang Song. Then, Xiaojun tearfully bid farewell to Li Pingyan and Zhang Song and left with her young master. Watching their departing figures, Zhang Song joked, "I was even thinking that girl would be my future child bride, what a pity." Chapter 180. You just wait. Although he had paid off his debt to his boss, he had nowhere to go for the time being, so Li Pingyan stayed. Strangely, Zhang Song hadn't left either. Li Pingyan asked him if he wasn't going to return the sword. Zhang Song leisurely replied, "It's not the right time yet." In the days that followed, Li Pingyan occasionally took on odd jobs at the Myriad Affairs Pavilion to earn spirit stones. Although the pay was low, the risk was practically zero. Occasionally, information about other rune fragment owners would emanate from the rune fragments, but most of the time they were just chatting. In these chats, they subtly extracted information from each other. They analyzed each other's identities from snippets of conversation, striving to collect the remaining rune fragments as soon as possible. 5 people, 800 schemes. That day, Li Pingyan accepted another commission. Find a lost dog. The dog's owner was a cultivator. Since the owner cultivated, the dog possessed some intelligence. Later, it mistakenly ate its master's elixir and developed sentience. The cultivator found raising a spirit pet quite interesting, so he began teaching it how to behave like a dog, tirelessly instructing it in cultivation and learning. Who knew that one day, the dog would leave a letter and run away from home? "You must help me find it." The cultivator hugged Li Pingyan. "For it, I'll give everything." Li Pingyan sighed, "Because you have nothing." This rogue cultivator was truly poor. Li Pingyan strongly suspected that the dog disliked its master's poverty. That's why it ran away. However, since he had accepted the task, he should still do his best. Li Pingyan wrote the character, sun, meaning search, on the paper. Then he folded the paper into a paper crane and tied a hair from the dog's fur to it. The paper crane immediately seemed to come alive, flapping its wings and flying away. This was a newly developed technique by Li Pingyan, although its range was limited. It was enough for small tasks. Following the paper crane, they arrived at a cave in the suburbs. Why did this cave seem so familiar? Brother, cheers. Cheers. Inside the cave, a white fox and a small dog were drinking, their arms around each other's shoulders. A little red fox brought them roasted potatoes and a plate of steamed buns. "Ah bai and ah hong. Who are you?" The small dog noticed Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan said, "Little Gray, right? I've come to take you home." "Home? Go home my ass." Little Gray slammed his fist on the table, looking quite comical. "I'm not going back. Get lost. Or I'll have my brother beat you up. My brother knows a very powerful immortal master, right, brother?" Ah Bai, hands on hips, nodded drunkenly. Li Pingyan didn't get angry, he just smiled. Little Gray strode over. "What are you looking at, you brat?" Ah Bai opened his eyes groggily. Sir." Ah Bai suddenly realized. "Let me tell you, my brother here is something else. Some old Taoist priest injured my sister-in-law. My brother chased that old priest for 7 days and 7 nights, then fought him for 7 days and 7 nights, and finally, my brother subdued him." Little Gray chattered on, boasting. Ah Bai's face turned even redder, and he quickly covered Little Gray's mouth. Stop blowing." Ah Bai said, "Sir, what brings you here?" Li Pingyan pointed to Little Gray, looking for it. It turned out that after Little Gray ran away from home, it unexpectedly met Ah Bai, who was looking for food. The fox and the dog hit it off immediately and became sworn brothers. Little Gray then stayed at Ah Bai's house temporarily. When Li Pingyan offered to take Little Gray back, Little Gray turned its head away. "I can't go back." "Why is that? Is your master treating you badly?" Little Gray said pitifully, "Every day he forces me to get up before dawn to study until late at night. He won't let me play with other puppies, and he won't even let me see female puppies. If I can't memorize my lessons, he hits my hands." Li Pingyan tried to reason with it patiently, but Little Gray still acted as if nothing could change its mind. Li Pingyan's smile remained unchanged. "A gentleman who lacks severity lacks authority." "Little Gray, do you know what that means?" "No, and I don't want to know." Little Gray proudly raised its head. Li Pingyan explained, "It means that a gentleman must hit hard when he hits someone, otherwise he can't establish authority." Little Gray paused. Was that what it meant? "Thank you so much." The rogue cultivator excitedly grabbed Li Pingyan's hand. "You're welcome. I've already given it a good talking to, and it deeply understands its mistake." The rogue cultivator, "You didn't hit it, did you?" "How could I? Corporal punishment is discouraged. I only gave it a verbal lesson. You can ask it if you don't believe me." Little Gray, its body wrapped in bandages, nodded. "That's right, I accidentally fell down." "All right, then I'll be going." Having successfully completed its mission, Li Pingyan departed. Little Gray shed stubborn tears. At this moment, it finally understood the importance of diligent cultivation. "From now on, I must study hard and improve every day. I will become the overlord of the demons. You just wait, Jingyu of the academy. I'll remember you." A few thin white clouds, as if melted by the sunlight, floated slowly in the wind. On his way back, suddenly, I noticed a monk squatting in a corner with a bowl in front of him. Oh, Li Pingyan was stunned for a moment. Changqing? Changqing heard someone call his name and looked up. His eyes were blurry with tears. This humble monk has finally found you. Inside the inn, most of the guests were curiously staring at the monk wolfing down his food in the corner. The bowls in front of him were already stacked half a person high, almost reaching the top on the table. Li Pingyan felt a pang of regret for the money in his pocket. Luckily, this guy didn't eat meat or drink alcohol. Otherwise, he'd be sitting here like an ox. Li Pingyan took a sip of wine. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. More than an hour passed. Li Pingyan couldn't help but ask, why is your face so much rounder? Logically, Changqing should have lost a lot of weight since he hadn't had enough to eat or wear on the journey. How come he'd gained so much weight instead? Changqing then began to recount his tragic experiences. He'd been adrift at sea for over half a month, his face swollen from being submerged. No wonder he'd gained weight. Finally, he was rescued by a turtle that had become a spirit. Otherwise, who knows how long he'd drifted away. Coincidentally, the turtle and Li Pingyan had quite a history. Li Pingyan gave the turtle a sip of wine. The turtle then pulled Li Pingyan, Uki, and went out across the vast ocean. Feeling a little guilty, Li Pingyan left the old turtle a dragon's gallstone. Unexpectedly, this old turtle later saved Changqing. Li Pingyan couldn't help but smile. In this world, cause and effect truly are reciprocated. Chapter 181. Asking the sword at the demon suppressing pass. Leisurely and carefree, I slept until the sun was high in the east window. Since arriving at demon suppression pass, Li Pingyan felt he had gained a few pounds. No wonder, life was just too good. His days consisted of doing quests, earning spirit stones, and playing some tunes. He chatted and boasted with monk Changqing and Zhang Song. Occasionally, he would chat with the other 4 members of the rune fragment group. They exchanged gossip, probing each other's true identities. It was like playing werewolf, quite interesting. That day, a major event occurred at Demon Suppression Pass. Gu Zizhu, who had transitioned from a Confucian scholar to a tyrannical ruler, was to engage in a decisive battle outside Demon Suppression Pass. He would fulfill his 8-year-old promise to 3 peak-level 8th-ranked demons. This matter had been widely rumored for 8 years. Now that the 8-year agreement has arrived, many cultivators have made a special trip to Yingyue Pass. After all, such a spectacular battle concerns the honor of humanity, and no one wants to miss it. On the day of the decisive battle, Li Pingyan, Lao Niu, Zhang Song, and Changqing, the 3 of them and their ox, squeezed into the crowd. There were simply too many people. Everyone was desperately pushing and shoving, making it impossible to move. Those with even a little strength used various methods to leave Yingyue Pass and head to the center of the battlefield. Some flew on swords, some rode the wind, and some flew hundreds of feet away with a few words. But those like Li Pingyan, who had little strength but didn't want to miss the excitement, squeezed onto the city wall, jostling to get a better spot. They wanted to get the best position to catch a glimpse of this man who might one day become a top-tier martial artist. Li Pingyan and his companions had arrived early, so they found a good spot. The 3 of them and their ox sat on the stone steps, eating the flatbread they had bought. We waited from noon until midnight. Li Pingyan listened to the noisy, bustling sounds around him. A smile played on his lips. Those stories felt both distant and close. Li Pingyan looked up and took a swig of strong liquor. Old ox, isn't it beautiful? Old ox, moo. Li Pingyan said, do you think we'll become as powerful as Gu Zizhu someday? Old ox said that was a given. You'd be able to beat 10 Gu Zizhaos. Li Pingyan laughed heartily and said, if I can beat 10 Gu Zizhaos, I'll find you 10 heifers. Changqing, who was handsome, had his butt touched by some female hooligan. He said fiercely, don't let this humble monk catch her. Then he lowered his head and smiled shyly. Actually, that day, the crowd huddled on the wall saw nothing. They only felt the occasional gusts of wind. Most of them were young people with low cultivation levels, their eyes filled with beautiful dreams for the future. The story of their generation has only just begun. Layer upon layer of mountain shadows, boundless waves. Be as cautious at the end as at the beginning, and you will never fail. What you hold dear will surely resonate. Li Pingyan stretched. The sky was crimson with clouds, the sea shimmered with gold. Like clouds, like rosy dawn, like a dream, like an illusion. A gentle breeze caressed his face. It was a new day. In the distance, a figure slowly approached. It was Gu Zizhu. Li Pingyan didn't greet him, but simply smiled at him from within the crowd. The bearded man suddenly leaped up, transforming into a streak of light, soaring straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he vanished beyond the demon-suppressing pass. Later, I heard that Gu Zizhu fought 3 peak 8th-ranked demons alone in this battle. At the brink of death, he transcended his current state and broke through to the next realm. Li Pingyan was very happy for him. Life should be like this, Zhang Song said lightly. Li Pingyan smiled and shook his head, not refuting him, but he felt that everyone has their own way of living. A life of great excitement is indeed attractive, but a simple and peaceful life is also good. Li Pingyan didn't know Zhang Song's background and never asked. Just as Zhang Song never asked Li Pingyan. Zhang Song was a rather unreliable person. The innkeeper asked him to buy soy sauce. Passing by a tea house, he started bragging to others and forgot about buying soy sauce. Once, Zhang Song was bragging to someone about how great his inn was. "You bunch of poor bastards. You can't even afford the food at our inn." Someone immediately retorted, "You can afford it?" Zhang Song, hands on his hips, said defiantly, "I can eat the leftovers." Silence fell immediately. Someone quietly said, "Leave some for me next time." Li Pingyan, feeling too embarrassed, dragged Zhang Song back to the inn. Lately, Zhang Song had been sharpening his sword more and more frequently. He said he would be returning his sword to the sword pavilion soon. Li Pingyan felt that Zhang Song possessed all the characteristics of a master, but he couldn't tell if the guy was feigning weakness or genuinely weak. He said his sword energy was hidden and couldn't be easily revealed. One should be humble. But then, he was chased all over the street for bragging. Li Pingyan could tolerate Chang Qing's snoring, because Chang Qing's snoring was loud, but always in one tone. You get used to it after a while. But Zhang Song's snoring felt like someone was banging a gong in your ear 1 minute, then beating a drum the next. After a while, it sounded like someone was slaughtering a pig, then like someone was sharpening a cleaver. The snoring was different every single time he snored all night. So one day, when Zhang Song got up in the middle of the night, he found his sock stuffed into his mouth. Li Pingyan swore on the lifespan of the monk Chang Qing, saying, "I definitely didn't do it." One night, the scenery was beautiful. A hazy crescent moon peeked out from behind the transparent clouds, hanging obliquely in the night sky. 3 people and an ox sat in the courtyard. A pot of fatty mutton stewed in the pot, its aroma filling the air. They were enjoying the strongest wind, eating the most delicious meat, and drinking the strongest liquor. Chang Qing, with a bitter face, drank vegetable soup. Zhang Song, slightly drunk, laughed, "The moon is so beautiful tonight." Li Pingyan nodded in agreement. Zhang Song, clutching his wine jar, said, "I once loved a woman." Li Pingyan said, "It's strange that you like men." Zhang Song laughed heartily, saying, "This woman was extraordinary." Li Pingyan, also a little drunk, chuckled, "Did she have horns on her head, or a tail behind her?" Zhang Song also burst into laughter. The group was in high spirits today. After a long pause, he spoke again in a deep voice. "She was a swordswoman, and also my master. A swordswoman guarding the demon-suppressing pass. She was traveling throughout the 9 provinces. She was injured when she met me and began teaching me swordsmanship. Unfortunately, I was incredibly clumsy. She told me her parents were swordsmen who died in the Battle of Jinyeo Pass. After her death, her sword would be placed in the Sword Guardian Pavilion. That was her honor. I told her I would go anywhere in the 9 provinces with her. At that time, she rubbed my head and said, 'Come find me at Jinyeo Pass when you've mastered your swordsmanship.'" Zhang Song paused, then continued, "Unfortunately, she taught a clumsy apprentice. Until she died in the Battle of Jinyeo Pass, I never mastered my swordsmanship. She was also framed, and her sword wasn't placed in the Sword Guardian Pavilion. I've come here 3 times, on and off, but these people don't care about me at all, much less a dead man. Since these old bastards are unreasonable, then I'll just plunge my sword into this sword guarding pavilion myself." Li Pingyan listened silently. This was the first time Zhang Song had told him his story. Zhang Song finished a large jar of wine and stood up. He gripped the sword he had been sharpening for so long. His figure suddenly shot up, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the demon-suppressing pass. Today, Zhang Song challenges the demon-suppressing pass with his sword. Chapter 182. Why ask the sword? Demon-suppressing pass, the first line of defense protecting the demon race in the 9 provinces. Within demon-suppressing pass, cultivators abound, and extraordinary individuals are everywhere. The city lords of each era have been great masters of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. A new lord reigns every 500 years, and currently guarding demon-suppressing pass is Qingxian, a disciple of the Dao ancestor. Having cultivated for thousands of years, he possesses 3 immortal swords, and his swordsmanship is unfathomable. Sitting at demon-suppressing pass, with perfect timing, location, and popular support, his combat power is unparalleled, and he is invincible. A young man in white robes hurriedly walked to the high platform and bowed to the people there. City Lord Qingxian was in seclusion. Replacing the city lord steward was a man in a thin robe with a blue mole between his brows. A faint smile graced his face, his refined elegance tinged with a subtle composure. This was Kong Yang, a disciple of the Confucian school. Beside Kong Yang stood a man with an air of otherworldly grace. A long sword was sheathed in his back. He possessed an imposing air, yet a hint of worry lingered between his brows. Yang Jianbei, a cultivator from the Daoist section. How long has it been since anyone dared to challenge a sword at Yingyue Pass? 1,312 years, Kong Yang said calmly. Kill them, as a warning to others. An elderly man with white hair and beard, holding a wine gourd in his hand. Clad in a green robe, he possessed an elegant demeanor. His extraordinary bearing exuded a subtle, intimidating authority. He seemed to have just been drinking and had been summoned unexpectedly, hence his current displeasure. The first to appear was a young man in a white robe, of lower status. Therefore, he merely adopted a solemn demeanor and an expression of honor. Kong Yang nodded slightly to him. The young man understood and waved his hand. 12 figures shot into the sky like a fleeting glimpse of light. Today, Zhang Song challenges the demon-suppressing pass with his sword. The voice echoed in the air, carrying an imposing aura. Long swords were drawn. Under the moonlight, the sword light shone like autumn water. 12 white lights approached one after another. One tall figure glowed with red light, while another radiated azure light, exuding a strong killing intent. They were not human, but two Taoist armored talisman generals. They shattered instantly upon contact with the silver light on the sword tip. No one saw the opponent's movements clearly. Only a white light shot into the sky, and the two powerful talisman generals were engulfed by a chilling sword aura. The third figure did not retreat hastily despite the failure of the two talisman generals. Instead, he launched a fierce counterattack. A lotus flower, faintly visible beneath his feet, emitted a 10-foot-long beam of azure light, swirling around him. An invisible pressure seemed to emanate from him, inducing a sense of awe in those who beheld him. However, a flash of sword light appeared, and a surge of sword energy was already upon his head. It seemed to be only inches from the top of his head. The man quickly dodged, no longer daring to obstruct him. The other party, showing no intention of killing him, continued charging forward. The man wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling for the first time how close he had come to death. At the same time, most of the cultivators inside the demon-suppressing pass sensed something amiss. Some held whisks, some carried longswords, some had soft swords at their waists, and some wielded weapons. Some stroked their beards and smiled, enjoying the spectacle. Some faces paled slightly, and some even trembled. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. An indescribable pressure enveloped them. It made it hard for them to breathe, and many cultivators were speechless. The sword pavilion's grand formation was activated. As the formation opened, Zhang Song felt as if he were bound by countless soft ropes, struggling to move. It was like being trapped in a flowing swamp, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Zhang Song had rarely fought in his life. He had drawn his sword even fewer times, countable on one hand. His talent was too dull, his sword energy diminished with each use. He felt he was unsuitable to be a swordsman, but someone had said he could become the greatest swordsman in the world. His parents had died early, and by then he had already spent over a decade wandering the land. He was still just a callow youth. The woman who said he would become the greatest swordsman in the world had eyes that narrowed to slits when she smiled, but a heroic spirit shone between her brows. She, too, possessed a sword. Later, he learned that those who make a living with swords will one day die by their own. When he thought too much, he would practice swordsmanship frantically. He immersed himself in swordsmanship day and night, all for this moment. If the heart has aspirations, what fear is there of a long and arduous path? Break for me. With a swing of his longsword, the 3-foot-long blade exuded a desolate aura, its killing intent chilling. Under his control, a single strike was unleashed, carrying an earth-shattering, domineering intent. Nothing could stop the sword's edge. Boom! A series of explosions resounded. The figure landed on the sword pavilion. The man was strange, his eyes were piercing and his aura imposing. He was like a sharp sword. Yet, his expression carried a faint sense of vicissitude. For some reason, he possessed a contradictory and complex aura. Everyone was scrutinizing him, observing this strange man who had suddenly decided to challenge the swordsman of Yingyue Pass. Zhang Song grinned. So this was what it felt like to achieve fame and fortune. No wonder so many people wanted to become masters and be revered. A faint smile played on his lips. It was a calm and unhurried, enigmatic smile. "Sir, why do you challenge me?" An old man asked slowly and deliberately. For a woman, he answered without hesitation, "Tang Xian, she is also a swordsman of Yingyue Pass." A look of bewilderment appeared on everyone's faces. Zhang Song smiled again. "She's been dead for many years, I doubt anyone remembers her. I've come today to place her sword in the Sword Guardian Pavilion." The old man said, "As a swordswoman from Demon Suppression Pass, who died in battle there, her sword should rightfully be placed in the Sword Guardian Pavilion." Chapter 183 Sword Name No Regrets. Zhang Song's voice was low and deep. "She's been framed. You say she's a traitor. The demon-suppressing pass has stood for 10,000 years, with the demon and human races locked in mutual hostility. They are intertwined, each with their own presence. This is nothing unusual. The old man said in a deep voice, "If there are any hidden circumstances, the demon-suppressing pass will investigate." "You say she was framed, but do you have any evidence?" Zhang Song raised his head. "Yes, I have conclusive evidence. But you kept telling me to go back and wait for news. I've waited 20 years, coming to the demon-suppressing pass 3 times, on and off. I'm sorry, I can't wait any longer." The sword was drawn. Today, the score would be settled. "Who will face me?" Zhang Song swung his sword. The sound of wind and thunder was deafening, and the sword light grew larger and larger like the rising sun. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire area, causing everyone to hold their breath and their minds to tremble. Where the sword pointed, the wind and clouds changed color. The old man's kind and gentle expression suddenly changed, a terrifying killing intent flashing in his eyes. A chilling arrogance, looking down upon all living beings, filled his gaze. His long sword was drawn, emitting a deep, resonant sound. The two sword energies collided. Everyone in the arena retreated, forced to retreat. The pressure from the clash of the two swords was suffocating. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests, an unbearable pressure. Clang, clang. The longsword fell to the ground with a deafening, thunderous sound. The old man's arm jolted, his blood surged, and his body lurched. He fell backward. "Form an array!" Someone roared. "Stop him!" Regardless of right or wrong, if they allowed him to break into the sword pavilion today, the sword pavilion's reputation would be ruined. On the high platform, the young man in white robes, who had just directed the attack on Zhang Song, wore a bitter smile. Kong Yang, acting as the city lord steward, remained expressionless. The old man in blue robes who had been drinking earlier snorted, "Not bad lad. I'll have a go at him." The spiritual energy above the sword pavilion was disturbed by some invisible force, becoming subdued. "Zhang Song? That name sounds unfamiliar." The old man's voice was booming. He thought for a long time but couldn't recall such a person. Zhang Song said, "I'm not very capable, I haven't made a name for myself in the martial world, please excuse my poor performance. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, you can live today." Zhang Song laughed heartily, "I'm here to cause trouble today, so go ahead and fight." Arrogant. Zhang Song's figure, as swift as a rainbow, seemed to be struck by the power contained in those 2 words, abruptly stopping. The long sword in his hand trembled incessantly, the force seeming to crush him. Zhang Song forced a smile. "Nothing special." He continued walking forward. He walked slowly, but his chest was ramrod straight. On the high platform, the old man in the blue robe, whose aura was as steady as a mountain, subtly changed. He raised his right hand slightly, and with a flick of his wide sleeve, the clouds before him instantly vanished. A streak of light flashed through the clouds. Like a shooting star, it descended from the sky. Zhang Song didn't even look. The long sword in his hand moved like a nimble serpent. It flashed past overhead, accompanied by a deafening roar. Zhang Song took a deep breath and landed. The instant he took that step, a soft sound echoed in the void, as if an invisible cage had shattered. Then, with each step he took, the platform trembled slightly, but silence remained beneath his feet. With each step, he took a deep breath, his breathing becoming heavy. 3 moves had been executed. The old man in the blue robe, his face grave, waved his sleeve. He rose and left the platform. Yang Jian watched the scene, a strange light flashing in his eyes, and sighed. "What a pity." With that, he turned and left as well. Kong Yang gave a bitter smile, drifting away, and after walking more than 10 zhang, he couldn't help but look back. Zhang Song staggered onto the platform, without a single scratch. But in just a few zhang, he had transformed from a vibrant young man into a weary old man. His hair and beard were completely white, and his body was slightly thin. His expression remained resolute, yet tinged with a hint of desolation. His slender figure, at this moment, revealed an indomitable spirit. Kong Yang said to the white-robed young man beside him, "Investigate the female swordsman he mentioned." "Yes." The white-robed young man nodded solemnly, "But should we really let him plant his sword in the sword pavilion? If word gets out, the reputation of the sword guardian pavilion." Kong Yang was silent for a moment. "Let him be. The sword guardian pavilion. For 10,000 years, countless precious swords have accumulated in the sword pool. Many have been retrieved by later generations to wield in place of their elders. This is the glory of every sword cultivator, and a permanent commemoration of their ancestors. Entering the sword pavilion with one sword happens once every 10 years. It is a grand day for the demon suppression pass, and almost all cultivators participate. But today is special. A figure stumbled and staggered into the sword pavilion. Although the sword pavilion's main defenses had been breached, and countless cultivators surrounded its exterior, none dared to enter easily. They simply wanted to observe from afar to see what kind of person dared to challenge the demon-suppressing pass alone. This scene was truly rare. Inside the sword pavilion, Zhang Song, supporting himself with his sword, wiped the sweat from his brow, panting as he gazed at the sword pool. He smiled weakly and raised his sword. For a moment, he felt like a boy. As if he were invincible, omnipotent. Accepting fate was one thing, but some people insisted on seeking a definitive answer. Zhang Song took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, "Today, swordsman Zhang Song, wielding Tang Xian's sword No Regrets, enters the sword pavilion." It was as if he were releasing the last of his strength. His booming voice resonated throughout the soul. There was no fear in his brows or eyes, only a calm, and a faint trace of melancholy and acceptance. He murmured, "Master, your clumsy disciple has made you proud." Chapter 184. It is unacceptable. Zhang Song challenged the sword at Jinyeo Pass. This news spread like wildfire throughout Jinyeo Pass, and it was estimated that soon the entire 9 provinces would know. In fact, before this incident, they had never heard of Zhang Song in the 9 provinces. The reason he challenged the sword was even more outrageous. It was said that he was challenging the sword on behalf of someone else. His swordsmanship master died at Jinyeo Pass, and due to a frame-up, his sword was not allowed to enter the sword pavilion. He collected evidence, searching for more than 20 years without success. Finally, he was forced to challenge the sword at Jinyeo Pass. He paid the price with his life. This story was quite popular with storytellers. Heroes and beauties, swift justice, and vengeance. Zhang Song's body was placed on the city wall, awaiting identification. On that day, almost all the cultivators at Jinyeo Pass who knew of the incident came to watch. Some secretly lamented, some gloated, some were indignant, and some were silently heartbroken. A man wearing a straw hat led an ox to the city wall. Li Pingyan, having heard the news, thought he couldn't let Zhang Song's body remain there for all to see. So he came, and everyone watched silently. Li Pingyan walked up to Zhang Song. Zhang Song was wearing the stylish outfit he'd borrowed money for. He said he was going to cause trouble, so he naturally needed to dress presentably and not lose face. Li Pingyan couldn't help but smile, remaining silent for a moment. "Your whetstone, I've accepted." "Sure enough, I can't accept things for nothing. Now I have to collect your corpse. Do you know you're famous now? You only become famous once in your life, and at the moment of your death." Li Pingyan muttered softly as he hoisted Zhang Song onto his shoulder. But before he could even step off the city wall, the path was blocked. Several sword-wielding youths stared sharply at Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan said helplessly, "Excuse me, could you please make way?" "What's your relationship with him?" asked one of the youths, dressed in a long robe. "We're friends, I suppose." Li Pingyan didn't hide anything, nor was there any need to. "You don't know what your friend did?" the robed youth said coldly. For these youths, who had been instilled with such importance by their elders since childhood, the sword pavilion was an incredibly sacred place. Entering the sword pavilion was an honor, a death without regret. Yesterday, however, a brazen fellow had dared to blatantly barge into the sword pavilion. Li Pingyan didn't speak, turning to leave via another path. The robed youth persisted. "Do you know what the sword pavilion means to the sword cultivators of Jinyeo Pass? It's dignity, it's honor." Li Pingyan replied indifferently. "Hey, what kind of attitude is that? If it weren't for the hard work of our predecessors, do you think you'd be alive and well by now? Your friend not only trampled on the dignity of those who came before him, but also tarnished the reputation of the sword pavilion." Li Pingyan raised his head. "So what do you want?" "He's dead." The robed youth said, word by word, "Take him to the sword pavilion and apologize." Li Pingyan pondered for a moment. "Is this the idea of those important figures, or is it just what you kids think?" "It's our idea." He guessed it. Li Pingyan continued, "He didn't violate any rules of the Demon Suppression Pass. Asking swords at the Demon Suppression Pass has always been permitted, there's no need to apologize." The gazes of the surrounding crowd grew even sharper. They didn't care how legitimate Li Pingyan's reasons were. It was as if Li Pingyan wouldn't be allowed to leave unless he agreed today. "This will attract the patrol team," Li Pingyan said softly. "Don't worry, we've already sent the patrol team away." Someone snorted. Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow. "So, no matter how much noise we make, the patrol team won't come." "That's right." Li Pingyan nodded thoughtfully. He then used Aura Lock to carefully scan the troublemaking youths several times. "Then," he said, "since you are swordsmen, then use your swords to make me agree. We've been waiting for you to say that." The robed youth immediately drew his sword. Bang! But the next second, his figure was sent flying backward. His companions were stunned, not yet reacting. Li Pingyan remained calm, muttering to himself. "Zhang Song, fortunately, although I'm not as powerful as you, I'm more than enough to deal with a few brats." After a short while, Li Pingyan carried Zhang Song's body down the slope. A group of teenagers lay scattered on the ground. Li Pingyan and Changqing buried Zhang Song in a secluded spot by a mountain and a river. The feng shui was good, and Li Pingyan used his own money to buy him a coffin. After all, he couldn't just wrap him in a straw mat and throw him into the pit. The monk Changqing said he would perform a ritual for Zhang Song's soul. Li Pingyan took his erhu and played a mournful tune for him. He didn't know what to say, just wishing him a safe journey, brother. After the monk Changqing finished the ritual, Li Pingyan finished playing his tune. It was already afternoon. The two dug a large pit and placed the coffin inside. A stone tablet was erected. Li Pingyan sat on a rock, leaning back against the old ox. A breeze was blowing. The monk Changqing sighed, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, it only turned into a soft umatba. Night. Li Pingyan tossed and turned, unable to sleep without Zhang Song snoring. He felt a little unaccustomed to it and couldn't fall asleep. Li Pingyan rested his head on the old ox's leg, no longer feeling the familiar presence on his other side. What was that saying again? It was the nearness of being separated by thousands of miles, and the distance of being right next to someone. He sighed slightly, a touch of melancholy. Old ox, I suddenly miss that guy a little. The old ox stretched out its other hoof and stroked Li Pingyan's head comfortingly. Li Pingyan smiled. Alright, from now on, he won't be called Zhang Kingzin anymore. His name will be Zhang Yingyue, Zhang the tough guy, who told him to be a coward his whole life, only to finally show some backbone. The whetstone left by Zhang Song was indeed very useful. After sharpening the flying sword, Ziyu, for several days, it became increasingly sharp. The blade swayed, like a stream of light. Another advantage of being in Jinyeo Pass was being able to watch others fight. Basically, there was a small fight every 3 days and a big fight every 5 days. Sometimes it was a one-on-one duel, sometimes it was one group against another. Although it was fighting, they all knew their limits. Civilians must not be harmed, and fights are forbidden in the city. Otherwise, the patrolling guards will be alerted. Therefore, fights are usually arranged beforehand in a tea house. The two sides exchange threats, then engage in a one-on-one brawl in the outskirts. Rarely do people die, but that doesn't mean they never do. Li Pingyan's greatest daily pleasure is hearing about fights. He'd grab a small stool, happily drag his old ox outside the city to watch others fight. After one fight, he'd rest for a while. Then he'd move on to another, helping out the other onlookers. Wherever there's excitement, everyone informs each other, immersed in a harmonious and joyful atmosphere. Where there's fighting, there's also someone trying to break it up. If you want to break up a fight, you have to consider your status and position. Otherwise, no one will give you face. Changqing is a perfect example. One day, Li Pingyan took Changqing to the outskirts of the city to watch a commotion. Changqing, the monk, couldn't stand it and went to mediate between two third-rank cultivators. Umatba, fighting is bad, fighting is wrong. Please, do me the honor, shake hands, and we can still be friends. Of course, the two wouldn't listen to a monk. Changqing was persistent and wouldn't let it go. Finally, the two of them ganged up on Changqing and beat him up before leaving. Li Pingyan carried Changqing home. On the way back, Li Pingyan said apologetically, Changqing, I take back what I said. What's wrong? Changqing asked, his face swollen. When it comes to mediating fights, you're the one. One day, Li Pingyan counted the days on his fingers. He had been at the Demon Suppression Pass for almost 4 months. He had found a great Dao rune, although only a fragment. However, it was still a huge gain. His strength had improved considerably, and he had broadened his horizons considerably. He and Old Ox sat on a hillside, gazing into the distance. Li Pingyan thought it was time for him to return. Actually, what truly made him decide was, recently, Jinyeo Pass had been rather turbulent. It was said that the demon race was about to wage war again. Every few decades, the demon race would come to Jinyeo Pass in a grand manner to cause trouble. Li Pingyan felt that with his current level, he probably wouldn't even be a match for them. Anyway, he had taken care of everything he needed to do and seen the sights of various places. Before leaving, he said goodbye to the staff at Wanxi Ge. These past few days, Li Pingyan had helped Wanxi Ge with many odd jobs. The two were old friends. Therefore, Li Pingyan decided to tell him. Having more friends meant having more options. Who knows, he might need their help again if he came to Jinyeo Pass in the future. The shopkeeper sighed deeply upon hearing that Li Pingyan was leaving. His tone betrayed his disappointment. Without you, what will we do when the sows scream in the middle of the night? What will happen if the old nun loses her undergarment? What will we do if the 90-year-old woman is brutally murdered? Li Pingyan, I can see you're reluctant to see me go. Really leaving? Yes, it's time to go back. The shopkeeper reluctantly pulled out a red envelope. A person should be careful on the road, even if they're poor. Li Pingyan said, I appreciate the thought, but I really can't accept this money. Waiter, you really don't want it? Li Pingyan, can't you tell? Chapter 185 Ancient Temple. Li Pingyan packed all his belongings. Finally, he closed the door, feeling a pang of reluctance to leave the house he had lived in for months. But ultimately, he had to leave. Before leaving, he picked a small red flower. Carrying his bamboo pole and leading the old ox, he walked away slowly. Changqing also decided to return to the temple, and the two said goodbye in the suburbs. A single farewell sealed their parting from the endless world. The grass grew tall and the birds sang, a gentle breeze swept across the hillside. The monk Changqing watched Li Pingyan's retreating figure. That figure walked on, seemingly indifferent to the road ahead, having witnessed countless sunrises and sunsets. He was already free from worry, regret, and remorse. Two little foxes, Ah Bai and Ah Hong, waved to Li Pingyan from the hillside. The shopkeeper hung up the case for the sow's postpartum care high, awaiting the next person to enter the demon-suppressing pass. The little gray dog, tongue lolling out, diligently cultivated its skills, dreaming of one day trampling its mortal enemy, Yingyue, under its feet. Before Zhang Song's tombstone, a small red flower drifted away on the wind. The mountain wind blew, rustling through the forest. Li Pingyan hummed a song, walking with light, quick steps. Full of vigor, it seemed as if the road ahead was endless. On the ancient road, a carriage slowly passed by. Inside the carriage sat a middle-aged man dressed in a blue silk robe, his brows exuding an air of uprightness and integrity. Beside him, a plump woman complained incessantly. "Why did you have to become an official in such a remote and impoverished place?" The woman held a child, not yet 3 years old, in her arms. Faced with his wife's accusations, the middle-aged man simply smiled sheepishly. The man's name was Chang Jian, a minor official of the 7th rank. He was known for his incorruptibility, which was precisely why he was repeatedly demoted. Finally, he was demoted to a small county and was now traveling with his family to take up his new post. "Sir, it looks like it's going to rain. There seems to be a temple over there, let's rest there for the night." "It's a dark-faced man driving the cart," said the driver. "Deep in the mountains, there stands an ancient temple. The temple has existed for many years, and even in this remote and impoverished place, it still houses over 100 monks." Chang Jian, with his wife, children, and only servant, the dark-faced man, entered the temple. He showed the head monk his official appointment certificate and subtly explained that he wished to stay the night. The temple, of course, would not refuse, because, by all accounts, the county under Chang Jian's jurisdiction included this ancient temple. "Honestly, how filthy it is here," the woman grumbled incessantly. She was in a bad mood today, so everything seemed unpleasant to her. Chang Jian simply smiled and remained silent. To be honest, since marrying his wife, he hadn't enjoyed a single day of happiness. The woman had once been the daughter of a wealthy family, looking down on those spoiled brats, but instead falling for the poor boy Chang Jian. Later, Chang Jian passed the imperial examinations and achieved official rank. But Chang Jian's personality was simply not suited to the ways of officialdom. In this world, being an honest and upright official is inherently difficult. Although the woman complained, she always silently supported her husband behind the scenes. Watching the woman's busy figure, Chang Jian smiled. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? "My lady, I'll go outside and take a look." The woman either didn't hear him or deliberately ignored him. Chang Jian walked through the temple with his hands behind his back. Everything was so serene and peaceful. It allowed him to focus without distraction, as if he were in a deserted place. The rain started suddenly, followed by a gust of wind. The temple was shrouded in a misty rain, giving it a vaguely celestial palace feel. Just then, Chang Jian noticed something outside the temple. A man wearing a straw hat, with an ox beside him. The man and the ox were sheltering from the rain under a tree. The man squatted on the ground, holding half a flatbread in one hand and a wine jug in the other. "Why don't you come in to take shelter from the rain?" Chang Jian asked. Li Pingyan looked up. "A monk said he'd have to pay a certain amount of money to let me in, but I don't have any money on me." Chang Jian glanced at the man's clothes. He probably thought the monk was too poor and there was no money to be made out of him. The world is going to the dogs, even places like temples aren't clean anymore. Chang Jian joked, "Who said you're broke? Don't you have a cow?" Li Pingyan replied, It's my brother." The old cow nodded, quite satisfied with the answer. "Unless you add more money." Before it could finish speaking, the old cow had already bitten Li Pingyan's thigh. "This rain is going to continue for a while. Come in, I'll go and talk to the abbot." Li Pingyan didn't waste any words and simply thanked him. Then he led the old ox inside. Because of Chang Jian's influence, the temple abbot didn't say anything more. He arranged a meditation room and a meal for Li Pingyan, then had water fetched. He took a bath, changed into clean clothes, and was well taken care of. Comfortable, Li Pingyan took a bath, lay on the soft couch, and lazily yawned. He planned to have a good night's sleep and continue his journey the next day. Outside, the sound of wind cutting through the air rang out. Chang Jian's servant, a dark-faced man, was currently wielding a long halberd. The halberd moved with a mix of elegance and fierce swiftness. Each move was accompanied by a gust of wind. Li Pingyan watched with interest for a while, then the dark-faced man was called away by the woman to do chores. Soon, darkness fell. Li Pingyan wrapped himself in a blanket. A light rain was falling outside. The monks in the temple had all gone to sleep, and the entire temple was almost completely dark. Only the moon cast a faint glow, giving off a sense of oppression. In a side hall deep within the temple, it was pitch black, save for a single oil lamp casting a dim glow. Monks, draped in crimson and gold-trimmed robes, some struck wooden fish drums, others held prayer beads. They chanted the Vajra subduing demon mantra. They held ritual implements, staffs, or sang melodies. Their eyes were fixed, their expressions serene. But they were not facing gods or Buddhas, but a group of men and women bound by copper chains. These were villagers from the village below the mountain. At this moment, without exception, they were all numb, their eyes vacant. As if under some kind of evil spell, crows swept across the sky, leaving a trail of cries. Li Pingyan rose from the soft couch. He pulled up his trousers and went outside to the outhouse. In the darkness, someone else, also pulling up their trousers, walked towards him. It was Chang Jian's servant, the dark-faced man wielding a halberd. The halberd was also slung over his shoulder. This reminded Li Pingyan of Zhang Song, the guy who also carried a sword even while sleeping and defecating. Sigh. Li Pingyan sighed softly. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly darted in with a whoosh. Both Li Pingyan and the dark-faced man noticed it. However, their reactions were completely different. Who goes there? The dark-faced man shouted, immediately getting up and giving chase. Li Pingyan, on the other hand, leisurely pulled up his trousers, turned, and walked back. The dark shadow paused, but instead of stopping, it sped off even faster. Stop! The dark-faced man took off after it. The shadow quickly disappeared into the darkness. The dark-faced man chased for a while, looking around. He didn't know when he had run into the temple's backyard. The faint sound of rosary beads clinking and the occasional rustling of clothes could be heard. The dark-faced man frowned, looking suspiciously into the brightly lit room. What he saw startled him. The spacious, luxurious room was brightly lit. There was a large bed covered with a thin sheet. Several shapely bodies were faintly visible. There were about 5 or 6 beautiful women. Strangely, these women all had blank expressions. They were completely still, like statues. A strange sound rang out, followed by the appearance of small, elongated figures in the room. When the dark-faced man saw them clearly, a chill ran down his spine. They were centipedes, about the length of an arm. Just as the dark-faced man reached for the halberd behind him, he was grabbed. Calm down. Li Pingyan's voice rang out. The dark-faced man frowned. Why are you grabbing my halberd handle? Li Pingyan. Chapter 186 Centipede. Who goes there? A monk's voice rang out from the darkness. Li Pingyan and the dark-faced man quickly returned to their meditation room. A commotion arose outside. The monks had also noticed the intruder in black. Centipede, temple, a dazed person? Li Pingyan took out a rune fragment and posted in the group chat. Although he didn't know the identities of the other 4 people in the group, they knew a great deal. They were quite knowledgeable about cultivation. Little sweetheart, does anyone know of a centipede that can make people lose consciousness? Attacking eagle, can you be more specific? Attacking eagle replied instantly, seemingly very interested in Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan thought for a moment. Little sweetheart, it seems to be able to burrow into a person's brain. Attacking eagle, more specific? Li Pingyan had only asked casually, he didn't know anything more specific. He simply described the situation as vividly as possible. Happy Big Boy, if only it were a 1,000-legged centipede. At this moment, Happy Big Boy also appeared. Sweetheart, what is that? Happy Big Boy, it's a kind of centipede that can parasitize the human body. Soon it will control the body. There were evil cultivators in Qingzhou who bred these centipedes before. They even took over the bodies of many cultivators, almost causing a disaster. Sweetheart, wouldn't that be terrible? Happy Big Boy, it's terrible for ordinary people, but for us special people who cultivate the secrets of the human body, it's a good thing. The energy within the 1,000-legged centipede can better help us develop the 6 secrets and perfect our internal systems. Attacking eagle, that's right, and the 1,000-legged centipede can also be used as a medicinal ingredient. It's in high demand in short supply. Happy Big Boy added, if we really find a 1,000-legged centipede, don't forget the brothers. Li Pingyan seemed thoughtful. If those centipedes were really the 1,000-legged centipedes they were talking about, wouldn't he have struck it rich? Further investigation and confirmation are needed. A sleepless night followed by the next morning. The rain had stopped, but judging from the weather forecast, another downpour was expected soon. Chang Jian and the woman decided to stay at the temple for a couple more days with their child. Li Pingyan also decided to stay, planning to investigate further after dark. Li Pingyan's meals were arranged with Chang Jian's family. The woman, though dressed in plain white and lightly made up, couldn't hide her beauty. Her skin was fair and smooth, with an oval face and full breasts. With a little makeup, she would truly be a captivating beauty. But when she opened her mouth, "What are you doing? Don't lick your fingers while eating." The woman slapped the child's hand. "Just touched his bottom, don't you feel dirty?" she said, while glaring at Li Pingyan across from her. This guy has already eaten 5 bowls of rice. Li Pingyan felt the other person's gaze and buried his head in his food. He was puzzled. I'm eating vegetarian food, not her rice. Why is she looking at me so strangely? Chang Jian, standing beside him, whispered, "Alright, wife, don't be angry. It'll get cold if you don't eat soon." "How can I eat?" the woman retorted angrily. Given Chang Jian's personality, he naturally wouldn't freeload at the temple. Moreover, there were explicit legal provisions against it. Although for most officials, these provisions were already largely ignored, Chang Jian stubbornly adhered to them. Therefore, he insisted on paying for all his food and lodging expenses at the temple himself. This naturally included Li Pingyan, whom he had brought along, whose pockets were practically empty. "You only get such a small monthly salary, and you're still kind enough to pay for others." The woman glared at Chang Jian. Chang Jian only gave a wry smile. Li Pingyan paused slightly upon hearing this, then finished the last bite of his meal. He poured tea into his bowl and swallowed the remaining rice. Finally, he picked up a single grain of rice that had fallen from the table and popped it into his mouth. He thanked Chang Jian and went back to his room. "Madam, keep your voice down, someone must have heard you," Chang Jian complained. The woman, hands on her hips, glared. "So what if he heard? We're not some rich landlord. Besides, he's already eaten so much." At midday, a group of worshippers arrived at the temple. They seemed to be villagers from the foot of the mountain. Led by the monks, they chanted prayers before each Buddha hall, very devoutly. Even ordinary people like Chang Jian and the woman found these villagers extremely strange. They seemed like puppets on strings. Night. The dark-faced man came to find Li Pingyan, questioning him about the previous night. "I suspect there's something fishy going on at this temple," the dark-faced man said. Li Pingyan thought to himself, "No doubt about it, there's definitely something fishy going on. No normal temple would keep centipedes as thick as an arm, nor would it have naked, beautiful women. My lord ordered me to gather manpower from the nearby government offices." "Who is your lord?" "The newly appointed magistrate. This matter is probably not something 1 or 2 constables can handle." However, Li Pingyan knew that even if he spoke, the other party wouldn't listen. So he said nothing more. As the saying goes, a dark night is for murder, a windy night for arson. Under the cover of moonlight, the dark figure that appeared last night landed in the temple again. The number of martial monks on night watch at the temple was clearly more than double what it had been before. The dark figure landed on a tree, silently observing its surroundings, searching for the most suitable opportunity. The dark figure was petite, dressed in all black, and its face was covered by a black veil. In the darkness, it looked like a ghost. "Looks like you're very confident in your stealth abilities." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. The shadowy figure was startled, a chill running down its spine. Before it could react, a cold, sharp object was pressed against its neck. "Be careful." Only then did the shadowy figure notice that there was another person in the treetop. Dense foliage concealed Li Pingyan's figure, revealing only a pair of pale eyes. Chapter 187 The highest level of an assassin. Li Pingyan said, "So it's just a young girl. This isn't a place for a young girl." The girl gritted her teeth and drew a dagger from her waist. Li Pingyan had assumed she was after him, but unexpectedly, the girl turned the blade and aimed it straight for her own throat. Was she going to splatter him with blood? That was ruthless. Li Pingyan grabbed her wrist. "What? Are you a suicide soldier? You'll kill yourself if you're discovered? Being in your hands is worse than death." The girl gritted her teeth. Li Pingyan said, "I'm not with those monks. I'm under the newly appointed magistrate." Really? Do I look like a monk?" The girl shook her head. "No. Tell me what happened here, so I can report to the magistrate." The girl hesitated for a moment. The other person was far more capable than her. There was no need for him to lie to her, so she told Li Pingyan the whole story. A year ago, a plague swept through the village. The abbot claimed that only by receiving a centipede that had been blessed with Buddhist light could one receive Buddha's protection and be spared the plague. He also guaranteed that this centipede would be absolutely harmless. At first, few believed him, but as one villager after another received the centipede, they discovered that they were not only unaffected by the plague, but also full of vitality. They seemed stronger than before, and their internal energy had become more powerful. They couldn't help but believe him. However, as time went on, some people gradually lost their self-awareness, as if they had become puppets. The girl was the only lucky one in the village who hadn't contracted the plague. Furthermore, she had received guidance from a wandering Taoist priest years ago, which saved her from the undeserved calamity. So, she had been trying to find a way to save the villagers. Li Pingyan became increasingly certain that the centipede in the temple was the same 1,000-legged creature that Happy Big Boy and Attacking Eagle had mentioned. "So, all the monks in this temple are accomplices?" The girl said, "There's a young monk in the temple named Huanang who told me everything he knew. The abbot promised that after it was done, every monk would attain immortality. They've all become the abbot's accomplices, except for that young monk. Li Pingyan nodded after understanding the general situation. I understand. I'll go investigate. You stay here and don't move. Li Pingyan thought he would take this opportunity to sneak in and investigate. The girl quickly said, I'll go with you, I know this place well. Li Pingyan hesitated slightly, then agreed. The two easily scaled the high wall and entered the backyard. They stopped in a brightly lit side hall. Below the hall were 3 quiet rooms. On a long table against the wall sat a white jade guanyin statue. There were also several scriptures and a red fish-like ritual implement. In the 3 quiet rooms were 7 monks. They were whispering about which family's woman was prettier. One monk said Wang Lao Er's wife had a shapely bottom. Another monk said Zhang Dego's wife had a broad chest. The monk in the second quiet room said, let's play together sometime tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Tomorrow is fine. If Wang Lao and Zhang Dego dare to say a word against it, hee. The girl muttered a vulgar curse under her breath, then turned to Li Pingyan. I've tried before, but at most I could only loiter outside. Almost every house with light is guarded day and night. Li Pingyan said in a deep voice, that means your stealth skills aren't up to par. Do you know how the top assassins stealthily operate? The girl was somewhat excited, saying, I know, like the assassins in novels, achieving their goals without being discovered by anyone. Li Pingyan nodded, exactly. Can you teach me? The girl's eyes gleamed. Li Pingyan smiled faintly, his hand forming a sword-like gesture. A stream of light emerged from the gourd at his waist. At the same time, Li Pingyan flipped in through the window. His staff sword was drawn. A flash of light, tracing an arc. A head flew into the air. The other monk in the first room hadn't even reacted yet. Li Pingyan kicked him in the throat, silencing him instantly. Muffled thuds echoed from the second and third rooms. Then silence. Li Pingyan sheathed his sword, his ambush successful. The girl outside the window witnessed the entire event, her eyes filled with confusion. Is this the stealth technique of a top assassin? Come in, it's over. Li Pingyan stepped inside. The girl followed behind, staring at the monk's corpse on the ground, momentarily questioning her existence. Was this infiltration? Li Pingyan explained calmly, a third-rate assassin kills their target. A second-rate assassin kills everyone who discovers them. A first-rate assassin kills everyone they see. Understand? The girl's expression brightened. I understand. They entered the last room. Inside were 7 or 8 commoners, all bound by chains. They were struggling frantically. The girl examined them closely, then shook her head. It's no use. Their consciousness has been completely devoured, their bodies are completely controlled by that monster. Li Pingyan noticed a certain power on the chains, marked with Buddhist symbols. It must be some kind of secret technique. Li Pingyan drew his sword. The girl said, it's useless. Ordinary swords and blades are useless against them. Swish! Before she finished speaking, Li Pingyan decapitated one of them with a single stroke. A gigantic centipede emerged from the gap in its skull, exposed to the air. Aura locked. A wisp of centipede-like energy appeared in Li Pingyan's pale eyes. The energy wasn't particularly powerful. Thinking about it, aside from special places like the demon-suppressing pass, experts aren't everywhere. If you want to die, you'll probably have to rely on luck. Chapter 188. Give me a scroll. The centipede struggled violently, seemingly trying to escape. However, the Buddhist seal on the chains held it firmly in place. Li Pingyan told the girl to watch over the items while he found a corner. He took out a fragment of the Great Dao rune and contacted his friends in the group. Sweetheart, is the 1,000-legged centipede covered in black armor and has 2 pairs of transparent wings? The message was sent shortly. He quickly received a reply from Happy Big Boy. Happy Big Boy, that's right. You really found the 1,000-legged centipede? Where? Sweetheart, can you tell me the specific steps? Li Pingyan ignored his last question. Although the group seemed harmonious on the surface, the 5 of them were subtly probing each other's secrets, hoping to seize the rune fragments from one another. Happy Big Boy, sure, but the usual rule applies, I need a share of the 1,000-legged centipede. Attacking Eagle, I also know about 1,000-legged cattle, sweetheart, trade with me. Happy Big Boy, I was here first. Soaring fish in the water, sweetheart, I know the most about 1,000-legged cattle. At this moment, the 4th person, who hadn't spoken for a while, also sent a message. Li Pingyan couldn't help but smile. Happy Big Boy, shameless. I was here first. Attacking Eagle and Soaring Fish in the Water were much more mature and didn't argue with him. Li Pingyan replied. Sweetheart, how about this, you guys give me a price first, I'll see which one is the best value and I'll choose that. Happy Big Boy, I only need 20. Attacking Eagle, 15 is enough for me. Soaring Fish in the Water reports crisply, 10. Sweetheart, then who should I choose? Li Pingyan chuckled inwardly, roll them up. Roll them all up. The Attacking Eagle, okay. I only need 5. The fish soaring in the water immediately replied, 1. I only want to dissect the centipede. The happy big boy, you guys are ruthless. Little sweetheart, deal. He got the information in exchange for just 1. Li Pingyan was waiting for the other party's reply when the happy big boy sent another message. The happy big boy, the presence of centipedes proves that there must be a centipede king there, with at least 4 wings. After being possessed by a centipede, an ordinary person's consciousness will be completely devoured within 6 months. Centipedes are born with an inner core, possessing powerful vitality. However, their combat strength is not strong, so they are extremely rare. The biggest weakness is the centipede king. Once it dies, all the centipedes it excretes will die. Because of these characteristics, the centipede is of great value to those who cultivate the 6 secrets of the human body. The happy boy sent a long string of messages in one go. He added one last sentence. Happy boy, damn it. What I can't have, you can't have either. Sweetheart, this message is free for you. Li Pingyan was stunned for a moment. Is this the rumored forced freebie? The attacking eagle, you're ruthless. After saying that, he stopped talking, seemingly logging off. Then, the group went silent. Li Pingyan put away the great Dao runes, feeling quite pleased with himself. Freebies are so satisfying. Li Pingyan turned and went back to his room, wielding his staff sword, and severed the centipede's head. However, its body continued to struggle, and its severed head writhed on the ground. Li Pingyan crushed its head with a stomp. Just as the cheerful boy had said, as long as the inner core remained intact, the body wouldn't die. Li Pingyan used his aura to pinpoint the location of the inner core. Then, he killed it with a single blow. Next, Li Pingyan repeated the process. He stuffed the corpses of several centipedes into a hastily found sack. Get out of my way. Let me go. I'm a county magistrate appointed by the Ministry of Personnel. What are you doing? I don't care what kind of county magistrate you are. Where's the blind man? I didn't see him. Just then, a voice came from outside. Li Pingyan frowned slightly. Had the other side already resorted to violence? Several martial monks were pulling at Chang Jian and his family of 3. 2 monks were embracing a voluptuous woman, lewd grins on their faces. Let me go. The woman raised her knee and slammed it into one of the monk's groin. The monk, wincing in pain, immediately slapped the woman. He pinned her to the ground, about to take advantage of her. The moment I saw you, I couldn't resist. If it weren't for the abbot saying that the dark-faced man was skilled and didn't want us to cause trouble, I would have already taken you. Before he finished speaking, the monk's body stiffened. He fell straight to the ground. A streak of light flashed around them, echoing in the night. In an instant, the monks were all lifeless. Madam. Chang Jian hurriedly helped his wife up. The beautiful woman looked fierce, but she was actually terrified. Li Pingyan reached out and retrieved his flying sword, Fine Rain. It's you. Chang Jian was startled, but quickly realized what was happening. He hurriedly bowed and said, Thank you for saving my life, sir. Li Pingyan smiled and said, Thank yourself if you want to thank someone. An eye for an eye. If Chang Jian hadn't kindly invited Li Pingyan into the temple, Li Pingyan would probably have left long ago. He wouldn't have discovered the shady dealings within the temple, and he certainly wouldn't have rescued Chang Jian and his family at this moment. The beautiful woman patted her ample bosom, slightly raised her eyes, and glanced at Li Pingyan. Recalling her impudent behavior during the day, she performed a deep curtsy and said softly, I was just a woman, ignorant and naive. I hope you won't hold it against me, sir. Li Pingyan, of course, wouldn't hold a grudge over such a small matter. Over here. Clack clack clack. Fast footsteps sounded, and in no time, their meditation room was surrounded by dozens of monks. Li Pingyan shook his head helplessly. It seemed things wouldn't be so easy today. Just then, the sound of horses' hooves echoed in the distance. Quick! Surround this place. Don't let a single one escape. The dark-faced man arrived just in time with reinforcements from the yamen. You audacious scoundrels, how dare you plot against my master? Reinforcements? Li Pingyan suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 189 I don't want to hear. A large number of soldiers surrounded the place, all clad in iron armor and wielding weapons. Take them all down, the dark-faced man shouted imposingly. Chang Jian seemed to feel it was his turn to shine, and stepped forward with his head held high. I am the county magistrate appointed by the Ministry of Personnel. I advise you to surrender, for only then will you have a chance of survival. All evil will ultimately be punished by justice, and I am the embodiment of justice. But these words only made the monks laugh. One of the monks said, You are truly digging your own graves. Dong dong. Several bells suddenly rang out from inside the temple. Immediately afterwards, the armored soldiers seemed to have suddenly lost their senses. Under the moonlight, their faces gradually turned deathly pale, some breathed uneasily, while others raised their heads high, emitting hissing cries. Down the mountain, villagers from several villages began to walk towards the temple. This is. Li Pingyan's heart sank. This was likely the centipede that had fully possessed him, then been suppressed by Buddhist teachings, becoming a weapon under their control. The mess seemed to have gotten much bigger. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, even the wind couldn't move it. The moon moved silently behind the dark clouds, like an ominous premonition, awaiting a sudden explosion. "These are the reinforcements you found," Li Pingyan joked. The dark-faced man's expression darkened even more. "Old ox, take them inside," Li Pingyan growled. The old ox moved and spread its hooves. It picked up Chang Jian's family of 3 and the girl in black, and darted into the house. The dark-faced man gathered his strength and shouted, "Come on, you bastards!" With that, he launched the first attack. He unleashed a punch, slamming one of the soldiers heavily to the ground. A large crater was created, dust billowing up. The surrounding soldiers rushed forward in a swarm. The dark-faced man's fists and feet whistled through the air, sending the soldiers rolling like balls. However, the injuries that would kill an ordinary person 10 times over felt nothing to these soldiers. They were simply sent flying further, or their heads were smashed, but they quickly got back up. The dark-faced man muttered to himself. He grabbed a soldier. With a low growl, he tore him in half. But the torn soldier still lunged at him, full of life. Li Pingyan frowned slightly. Is this the result of the 1,000-legged centipede's complete fusion? These were just ordinary soldiers. If it were to parasitize a cultivator, how terrifying would that be? Suddenly, Li Pingyan remembered the cheerful boy mentioning the 1,000-legged centipede. The presence of a 1,000-legged centipede meant there must be a king centipede here. Seeing these monsters, as persistent as leech, the dark-faced man flew into a rage. He reached for his halberd behind him, but Li Pingyan grabbed it. The dark-faced man turned around, puzzled, and asked, "Why are you grabbing my halberd handle again?" Li Pingyan ignored his lewd words, "This is yours." Having said that, he used his shrinking earth technique to escape from the encirclement. The dark-faced man was taken aback, wondering if this guy had run away alone. But then he thought, the other party really had no obligation to fight alongside him. Fine. The dark-faced man swung his halberd. The halberd in his hand was like a windmill, making a whooshing sound. Although the soldiers were fearless, they couldn't get close at all. Taking one step closer, they would be heavily knocked back more than 10 feet. Some monks tried to stop Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan completely ignored them, his flying sword, fine rain, thrusting out 8 swords in the blink of an eye. The monks fell one after another into pools of blood. At this moment, Li Pingyan noticed a young monk peeking out from the side. This young monk wore a blue robe and had a handsome face. Carrying a cloth bag over 5 feet long, he seemed to be trying to escape in the chaos. Li Pingyan remembered the young monk Huaneng, whom the girl had mentioned who had given her the information. He immediately landed in front of him. "You are Huaneng." The young monk was startled, then nodded. Yes. Li Pingyan didn't waste any words. "I'm here to help you. Do you know what important places are in this temple? Few people are allowed in except for the abbot." Huaneng nodded vigorously. Yes. Follow me." Deep inside the main hall, through a long corridor, several glass lamps, each with a bright pearl embedded in its base, illuminated the hall. An old man sat inside, facing the Buddha statues. "This is our abbot," Huaneng said softly. The abbot wore a dark yellow robe of excellent quality. He had an air of pampered ease, but his eyes were very calm. His large, high-set earlobes gleamed in the sunlight. He seemed enveloped in a halo of Buddha's light, looking like a living Buddha. He showed no surprise at Li Pingyan's sudden intrusion. "Amitba, would you be willing to hear my story, benefactor?" The abbot's voice was compassionate, easily calming those who spoke, making it impossible to refuse. "No." With a swift stroke of his staff, a powerful and weighty aura reverberated through the hall. The abbot's head fell to the ground. The young monk Huaneng blinked, stunned. "Enough with the nonsense, I'm in a hurry." Li Pingyan had already sensed the movement underground. Huaneng quickly recovered, seemingly familiar with the place, and activated the switch for the underground passage. "Don't move here," Li Pingyan instructed, then slipped into the tunnel. Huaneng stared blankly at the abbot's head. The centipede, though a creature feared to all, had once saved the abbot's great-grandfather's life. Famine was common in this land. In famine, people were either eaten or resorted to cannibalism. The abbot's ancestors, however, survived by feeding on these centipedes. Therefore, their family revered the centipede as a deity. Their mission was to ensure the centipede's survival and reproduction, and the only way to ensure its reproduction was through human sacrifice. Huaneng clasped his hands together and murmured, "Uncle, may you rest in peace. It's all over now." Soon, Li Pingyan encountered the enormous centipede king. Black armor, 6 wings, as large as a giant serpent. It hovered in mid-air above the cave. Without a word, Li Pingyan took a sip of wine and exhaled. He gripped the hilt of his staff sword and drew an arc in the air. The centipede king dodged to the side. A deep trench appeared in the cave wall, black pebbles flying everywhere. The Centipede King traced an arc in the air, like a bolt of lightning. Li Pingyan felt little pressure. Just as the cheerful boy had said, the centipede's true form wasn't powerful. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped high and slashed down with his sword. Listening wind blade technique 93%. A swirling, cold light enveloped an area 7 feet in radius, slicing through the ground as if cleaved by a gigantic blade. The cold light instantly reached the thousand-legged Centipede King, slicing it in two with an almost unbelievable beauty. It wasn't aimed at its body, but at the inner core within. The thousand-legged Centipede King's massive body crashed to the ground, bringing with it a new problem. It's so big, how am I supposed to take it with me? The morning light slowly spilled down, the air filled with the bitter fragrance of earth. Those who hadn't been deeply parasitized by the thousand-legged centipede gradually awoke. The others had perished completely. The centipede crawled out of their bodies before dying, seemingly wanting to return to its mother. The dark-faced man, carrying a long halberd, gasped for breath. Is it over? Chang Jian and his wife emerged from the room, all looking as if they had been reborn. Looking at the scene before him, Chang Jian quickly regained his composure. Find the survivors, notify the prefect, report to the court. Such a major incident had occurred here, yet the court was completely unaware. By the way, what about that gentleman? Chang Jian then realized he didn't know the name of the blind man who had saved them. The dark-faced man shook his head. Chang Jian then looked at the girl. The girl also looked startled. I only know he was a top assassin. An assassin? Yes. The girl nodded solemnly. A gentle breeze stirred, softly ruffling the clothes of passers-by. Dilapidated leaves rustled softly across the open field. We can't finish it all. We can't possibly finish it all. Li Pingyan and Lao Niu, each with a knife, were butchering a centipede. Lao Niu, we're rich. Lao Niu, moo. Chapter 190. You're really in for a world of trouble. Li Pingyan used 3 large bags, but still couldn't fill them all with the centipede carcasses. Firstly, these creatures were quite large, and secondly, there were simply too many of them. Can't waste them, eat them. Li Pingyan had old Niu quickly prepare the centipedes while he went to chop firewood. Old Niu took out a large pot from his back and cooked a pot of centipede soup. Old Niu, let me try your cooking. Li Pingyan took a bite. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Li Pingyan squatted down and couldn't help but vomit. Is this even edible? Old Niu, did you deliberately make this so awful, or was it an accident? Old Niu, moo. Li Pingyan took a deep breath. While enduring the unpleasant smell, he told himself, absolutely cannot waste such precious things. He immediately swallowed them all, forcing himself to swallow them whole. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The sounds of vomiting echoed through the forest. The stench of the centipedes was strong and pungent, almost making Li Pingyan's stomach churn. Li Pingyan gasped for breath. He initially thought it was because old Niu's cooking was bad, but whether it was fried, grilled, or deep-fried, it all made Li Pingyan feel nauseous. Suppressing his nausea, he ate 4 or 5 more. As night fell, his stomach gradually warmed, accompanied by a burning desire. Li Pingyan immediately began cultivating, focusing his energy in his Niuan, upper danshan, in a meditative state, then suddenly stirred. His qi and blood flowed smoothly through his limbs, which he guided backward with his intention. The qi rushed into his Niuan, pausing briefly, before swirling back and forth. Then he slowly withdrew, the slower the better. Repeatedly, this created a flow of qi, expelling the foreign substance from his body. Ugh! Li Pingyan spat out a mouthful of liquid. This was the waste left over from digesting the centipede. It was utterly useless to his body. For the first time, he felt cultivation was so unpleasant. His stomach churned, he wanted to vomit, but couldn't. Old ox, moo. You're really suffering. Sorrel pass. The battlefield between the Sui dynasty and the Turks. Goosefeather-like snowflakes, blood-stained flags, severed limbs, and broken bones. Every fallen leaf concealed soldiers' swords and spears. This was a killing field. Vast and cold, it was about to form a magnificent historical scroll. This place, once a vibrant grassland, now only contained corpses and the stench of blood. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Mu, the young soldier, crawled out of the pile of corpses. He glanced around, it seemed there was no one left alive. Dragging his heavy feet, his toes pounded the snow, creating a furrow. Suddenly, he saw a man crawl out of the corpses. Wearing a suit of Turkic soft armor, his hair tied back with a gold ring. A Turkic soldier. The Turkic soldier thrust at him with a long spear. Zhao Mu picked up a curved sword. The two men lunged at each other, rolling on the ground. After a long while, the Turkic soldier, a gaping hole in his throat, lay dead on the ground. Zhao Mu was in no better shape. He struggled to his feet. He looked around blankly. Where should he go? Where could he go? He walked on and on, lost in thought. Home, home. The setting sun, like a fiery wheel, gradually disappeared into the twilight, possessing a breathtaking beauty. In a daze, he saw a figure and an ox. The figure was leading the ox from the distant sunset. "Old ox, we're going home. Moo!" The firelight flickered, crackling and popping. With a few crackles, sparks burst from the tips of the flames, drifting high on the wind. Zhao Mu awoke and looked in the firelight. He saw a man eating while making retching noises. "Sure enough, I still can't get used to this stuff," Li Pingyan said helplessly. "Old ox, why don't you eat something too?" The ox turned its head away in disgust. You are. Ah, you're awake." Li Pingyan tossed him a wine gourd. "Have some wine to warm yourself up." Zhao Mu untied the gourd, the aroma of the wine filling the air. He couldn't resist taking a sip, and wanted to take another. But the wine was far too strong. Within moments, his throat felt increasingly swollen, and breathing became increasingly difficult. The wine was poisoned? Soon, Zhao Mu dismissed the possibility. He was already severely injured. If the other party wanted to kill him, why bother? The discomfort lasted for a while. Zhao Mu felt a miraculous return of strength to his body. Thank you for saving my life." "It's all right. You're a soldier of the Great Sui, aren't you? What happened here?" Li Pingyan had just returned from the demon-suppressing pass after a long journey and was unaware of what had happened. Since the Great Sui princess led her troops to the pass, a stalemate had been established with the Turks. At first, both sides engaged in constant harassment, sending small-scale raids. The Turks initially thought this was just a minor skirmish by the Sui dynasty, a chance for the princess to gain some military achievements and pave the way for her future succession. However, at the beginning of the new year, the Sui dynasty suddenly mobilized 300,000 troops, launching a full-scale attack on the Turks in 5 routes. The Turks were naturally barbaric and prone to reckless warfare. Relying on their powerful bows and fast horses, they had almost never suffered a defeat in the Central Plains. But this time, it was truly a bloody battle. "So, the battlefield is ahead?" Zhao Mu nodded. "Not just ahead, this whole place is a battlefield. The Turks have already surrounded this area. They intend to surround and kill our army here." Li Pingyan sighed. "Nowhere is peaceful." "Ugh." Li Pingyan sighed again, muttering under his breath. "This is fucking awful." Zhao Mu looked at Li Pingyan strangely. Wearing only a thin blue robe, he didn't seem to mind the cold despite the freezing weather. He was also accompanied by an ox. The ox was laden with sacks, pots, pans, and other household items. It seemed he had brought his entire home. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk, sigh. The ox sighed. Along the way, he was carrying more and more stuff. Thankfully, this kid had some conscience. The old ox pulled a comic book from its pocket and started flipping through it on the ground. Zhao Mu, watching this strange scene, swallowed hard. "I am Zhao Mu, a junior officer." "Sir, what is your name?" "Li Pingyan." Li Pingyan finished eating and took a sip of strong liquor to suppress the smell of the centipede. Name Li Pingyan, lifespan 220-250. Erquan Yingyue LV3, 4000/10,000. Talent low-grade spirit bone. Listening to the wind blade technique 93%. Drawing sword technique */72-73%. Turtle breathing skill 93%. Swallow piercing clouds leap 50%-51%. Skills aura lock 68%-69%. Yellow destiny, a gentleman does not act rashly. When he acts, he does so with principle. Cyan destiny, single-minded. White destiny, diligence can make up for lack of talent. 6 secrets of the human body Niwen, completed 20%-25%. Golden scarf, heavenly gate, long essence, mysterious spring, heavenly drum, not yet developed. Although I haven't gained any new skills along the way, the overall improvement has been quite significant. 1/4 of the Niwen skill, one of the 6 secrets, has been completed. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded. Chapter 191. You'd be better off dying on the battlefield. A middle-aged man clad in iron armor staggered over. He paused, seemingly unsure of Li Pingyan's identity. But when his gaze fell on Zhao Mu, his heart leaped with joy. He recognized the insignia of the Sui dynasty's armor. "I am Commander Deng Qiankan, brothers." Zhao Mu quickly stood up. Junior Commander Zhao Mu greets Commander. Deng Qiankan, panting, pointed at Li Pingyan. This is. Zhao Mu was taken aback. He didn't know Li Pingyan's identity either. "A passerby," Li Pingyan said calmly. "A passerby?" Deng Qiankan's eyes darted around, but he didn't say anything more. The current situation didn't allow him to say anything more. Something seemed to be simmering in the iron pot, emitting a stench. Deng Qiankan frowned deeply, smelling the foul odor from the pot. Li Pingyan let out a breath. "Eat something too, we still have a long way to go." Although Deng Qiankan was reluctant, he knew that at this point, having something to eat was already a blessing. Deng Qiankan glanced at what was in the pot. This this is a centipede? He gritted his teeth and took a large bite. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Li Pingyan laughed empathetically. He had eaten this all the way here, and although he was much used to it now, it still felt like eating feces. Zhao Mu and Deng Qincan forced themselves to eat a small piece, but refused to eat anymore. Commander, what do we do now? Zhao Mu asked tentatively. Deng Qincan said, what else can we do? Run back. With enemy troops right behind them, all they could do now was follow the main force. Hopefully, they could gather some scattered Sui soldiers along the way, or encounter any remaining troops that hadn't been scattered yet. Only then can there be a glimmer of hope, like geese returning home, helping and supporting each other. On the battlefield, the chance of survival for someone fleeing alone is almost zero. There's a house ahead. After walking for so long, they finally saw a house. Zhao Mu quickly ran over. Bang! Bang! Old man, we are soldiers of the great Sui dynasty and want to ask for a drink of water. There was movement inside, but no one opened the door. Without a word, Deng Qincan kicked the door open. Inside, only a mother and daughter were holding kitchen knives, looking at Zhao Mu with fear. Don't be afraid, we're not bad people. Zhao Mu glanced around, confirming that there was no one else in the dilapidated house. Deng Qincan, however, glared menacingly at the mother and daughter. The daughter was about the age of a teenager, thin and small, like a little winter melon, but she was missing an arm, which looked extremely conspicuous. The mother, however, was rather good-looking. The mother and daughter knelt on the ground, uttering broken words. They were pleading for mercy. We are soldiers of the great Sui dynasty, not bandits, Zhao Mu said. He helped the mother and daughter up. After calming them down for a while, the mother and daughter finally composed themselves. Li Pingyan walked in. Is there anything to eat? And some hot water. In this freezing weather, only the centipede he had brought was edible. However, if it weren't for cultivation, Li Pingyan would never eat it, even if he were beaten to death. The woman trembled, unable to reply, suggesting that the mother and daughter's family didn't have much food left. Li Pingyan poured out the last small silver ingot from his pocket. This was the reward he received 2 months ago for killing a group of bandits. He'd spent most of it, and now only this small piece remained. But it was certainly enough. Li Pingyan handed the silver ingot to the woman. Deng Qincan glanced at Li Pingyan, as if he'd witnessed something unbelievable. The woman pursed her lips, never expecting that he would actually give her silver. Overjoyed, she hurried to the kitchen and asked her daughter to boil a large pot of water. Deng Qincan and Zhao Mu washed away the bloodstains with the boiling water and changed into the clean, coarse cloth clothes the woman had given them. They immediately felt much more comfortable. At this moment, Li Pingyan noticed the woman's daughter curiously staring at the erhu behind him. This is called an erhu. Have you ever seen one? The girl shook her head timidly. No, I haven't. Li Pingyan smiled and casually asked, why don't you have any men in your family? My father was arrested. Conscription was a very common occurrence. Your eyes? The girl asked curiously. I'm blind. The girl shook her empty left sleeve and said, then we look alike. What happened to your arm? Uncle Erdeza brought some Turks. A group of them stripped me naked. I scratched one of them, and they chopped off my arm. The girl said calmly, as if it were a trivial matter. Beast, Zhao Mu cursed under his breath. Li Pingyan was silent for a moment. It must have hurt a lot. Yeah, but it didn't hurt any more later. The girl looked into Li Pingyan's eyes. So, who blinded you? Me? I've been blind since birth. The girl said softly, you're so pitiful. Li Pingyan smiled. At first, I couldn't accept it either, but I got used to it later. The girl said admiringly, Uncle, you're so brave. Just then, a sound came from the kitchen. It turned out that Deng Qincan, lusting after the woman cooking, grabbed her and tried to walk into the inner room. Zhao Mu instinctively called out to stop him. Commander Deng, what are you doing? What am I doing? Nonsense. Deng Qincan didn't care much. He was just going to have his way with the woman. Zhao Mu said in a deep voice, Commander, this isn't quite in accordance with the rules. Deng Qincan spat, in accordance with the rules my ass. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear that little girl say they've already been thoroughly abused by the Turks? What's wrong with us having some fun? We can't let those Turks get away with it. But before we set off, the higher UPS strictly forbade it. Harassing the people and abducting women would be severely punished. No wonder you're just a lowly bannerman. Deng Qincan snorted and ignored him, about to drag the woman into the house. Suddenly, his wrist tightened, as if clamped by pliers. Don't cause trouble, you'll only bring trouble. A voice suddenly rang out. Deng Qincan glared at Li Pingyan, about to explode in anger. But then he felt the strength in the other's hand and remembered that he was now alone, so he reluctantly released his grip. Although he released her, he still kicked the woman. Damn it! Go cook! The woman's chest was exposed, revealing a large expanse of white flesh, which she covered with her hands as she ran to the kitchen. Disappointing! Deng Qianqun cursed under his breath and turned to leave, but someone behind him patted his shoulder. Deng Qianqun turned around, impatiently asking, "What is it now?" He was, after all, a former captain. Even though he was down on his luck, he still had some temper. A flash of white light, and a foot-long gash was slashed across Deng Qianqun's throat. Blood gushed out like a fountain. "It would be better if you died on the battlefield," Li Pingyan said softly. He then threw the body out of the window. "Old Niu." The old ox reluctantly walked over and lifted the body. It then went to a spot a little further away and began digging a pit to bury the body. Chapter 192 Beast. A bowl of boiled wild vegetables, a pot of porridge made from rice bran, and a dish of pickled vegetables. Rice bran is the outer husk of grains, extremely sharp and rough, with little nutritional value. It's also difficult for the human stomach to digest. Most families use it to feed pigs. However, even so, Li Pingyan and Zhao Mu ate with relish. Ever since eating the centipede, Li Pingyan felt there was nothing more disgusting in the world. Zhao Mu didn't see Deng Qianqun and assumed he hadn't come to eat because of what had happened earlier. He asked, "Where's Commander Deng?" Li Pingyan didn't answer, but tapped the table with a finger. A bead of blood clung to his fingertip. Zhao Mu froze, his gaze towards Li Pingyan changing. A commander was killed so easily? Zhao Mu dared not utter another word and ate in silence. Soon, the pot of rice porridge and boiled wild vegetables were completely devoured. Not even a single pickled vegetable was left. Li Pingyan wiped his mouth. Not a drop of oil or fat remained. His stomach felt completely empty. Zhao Mu's stomach also felt nothing. He subconsciously thought of the ox Li Pingyan had brought. However, judging from Li Pingyan's expression, he didn't seem to intend to eat the ox. So, he only considered it briefly. Li Pingyan picked up his bamboo stick and went outside, presumably to look for other food. But in this icy, snowy landscape, finding food was truly difficult. There wasn't a trace of small animals around. Even the bare branches had most of their bark gone. Presumably, they had been gnawed on by people who couldn't afford food. Li Pingyan sighed and found a clean spot to sit down. He leaned against the old ox. "Old ox, I'm so hungry," Li Pingyan said, stroking the old ox's plump thigh, and couldn't help but purse his lips. The old ox offered him a centipede. Ugh! Li Pingyan almost vomited everything he'd just eaten when he smelled it. "You damn old ox!" Li Pingyan slapped it. "I just wanted to eat one of your legs, what a fuss." The old ox made a snowball and angrily smeared it on his face. "Listen to this, is it even human? You kill someone, I'll bury the body. You cook, I'll cook for you. You fish, I'll row the boat. You seek opportunities, I'll predict them for you. I'm practically wiping your butt when you poop. Ungrateful wretch." Li Pingyan brushed the snow off his face, picked up a snowball, and threw it. "Stop it, old ox." Li Pingyan suddenly caught the sound of footsteps. Judging from the sounds, it was a man, and there was the clatter of armor. Soon, a somewhat sleazy-looking man led a group of Turkic soldiers towards the east of the village. This sleazy-looking man was Erdezi. Erdezi was originally a loafer in the village, but somehow he became involved with the Turks and became their lackey. He swaggered around the village, and no one dared to mess with him. Erdezi could speak a few words of Turkic and was chatting with the Turkic soldiers, mentioning which family's daughter was pretty. The Turks were considered barbarians precisely because of their language. Under the influence of the three religions, Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, most of the Orthodox states in the 9 provinces used a unified language. Of course, there were also newly emerging tribes like the Turks. Li Pingyan couldn't understand a word they were saying. Although he wasn't afraid of the Turks, killing them would likely cause trouble. So he quietly left. "Someone's coming." Zhao Mu's ears suddenly twitched. The girl climbed to the window and glanced out. "It's Uncle Erdezi with the Turks." "Erdezi?" Zhao Mu frowned. "The guy who brought the Turks to your house and caused you to lose an arm." The girl nodded. "You'd better hide quickly. Uncle Erdezi is very powerful." "You still call that beast uncle? My mother said if he gets angry, he'll kill us all." "Does he come often?" The girl's voice was low. "Yes, he comes to see my mother occasionally." Zhao Mu clenched his fists, looking at the faces of those guys. He wanted nothing more than to rush up and slice them to pieces. "Quickly, hide in the cellar." Zhao Mu knew this wasn't the time to act rashly and hurriedly slipped into the cellar. Soon, the door was pushed open. Erdezi said to the Turks, "This is the Zhang mother and daughter I told you about. Their husbands died in the army." Then, in a language the Zhang mother and daughter could understand, he said, "These are high-ranking officials from the front lines. You two will have a good life from now on. Go with the soldiers." Army prostitutes. The 4 words flashed through Zhao Mu's mind. Zhang bit her lip, her face deathly pale. "Erdezi, I can go with you. Can you please spare my daughter?" Erdezi frowned. "What are you saying? Letting you go is to give you a better life. Who will support your daughter if you leave her here? She'll starve to death." Zhang's lips trembled, her eyes filled with resentment, but she dared not retaliate. When her husband was alive, this Erdeze had even learned blacksmithing from him for a while. At that time, he seemed so honest. He kept calling her master and master's wife. Who knew he was such an ingrate? He was clearly trying to drive them, mother and son, to their doom. Erdeze said impatiently, "All right, enough talk, let's go. Look around this village, where are all the women? Only you and your daughter are left." A Turk said something to Erdeze. Erdeze smiled, "Okay, whatever you say, sir. It's still early, we can get there." As he spoke, he closed the door. Several Turks then approached Zhang and her daughter, laughing and joking. Hidden in the cellar, Zhao Mu's lips trembled, his grip on the knife at his waist tightening. He repeatedly told himself to be rational, but in the end, he couldn't resist and lunged out. He plunged the knife into the heart of a Turk soldier from behind. He roared, "You beast, I'll fuck your mother." Chapter 193 uses this. Fuck your mother. Zhao Mu suddenly rushed out, startling everyone. Zhao Mu killed one of them first, then tried to pull out his knife, but it got stuck. A Turk quickly reacted, kicking Zhao Mu aside. Including Erdeze, there were 4 Turks in the room. Zhao Mu killed one, but 3 remained. Erdeze quickly dodged to the side. Zhao Mu swiftly dodged, and the Turk's curved sword struck the floor. Zhang Shi grabbed a kitchen knife and slashed it across the head of a Turk who had his back to her. The Turk screamed, turning around with wide, angry eyes. He looked as if he wanted to tear the woman apart. But in a flash, the knife fell to the ground, and the man collapsed beside it. Li Pingyan trampled Erdeze under his foot, still holding a rabbit in his hand. "We're on the same side. We're on the same side. I'm from the Central Plains too. Brother, I'm from the Central Plains too." Zhao Mu grabbed Erdeze and buried his face in his chest. He delivered a vicious knee strike to Erdeze's groin. Erdeze screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. "Brother, I'm from the Central Plains. Central Plains people don't fight Central Plains people." Zhao Mu wasn't about to stop. He grabbed a nearby carrying pole and began hacking at Erdeze's body. "Stop! Stop!" Zhang Shi, who had suffered greatly at Erdeze's hands, pleaded from the side. Erdeze clutched his groin, begging for mercy, his face pale, looking at Zhang Shi with gratitude. Master's wife, master's wife, master's wife, save me." Zhao Mu roared, "This guy treated you and your daughter like that, and you're still protecting him." Zhang Shi handed Zhao Mu a sharp knife, saying softly, "Use this." Erdeze. "This bunny is so cute." The girl stared at the bunny in Li Pingyan's hand. Li Pingyan licked his lips, "It'll be even cuter in a bit." The girl squatted down, pouting, and gave the bunny a bright smile. Li Pingyan suddenly said, "Actually, I lost an arm before too." "Really? Really?" The girl looked at Li Pingyan's hand suspiciously. "But why did it grow back?" "Because an old immortal told me not to give up hope, to live positively and optimistically, and to make the most of every day. Then I did as he said, and after a very, very long time, I obtained a magic pill. Then my arm grew back." A bright light flashed in the girl's eyes. "How long is a very, very long time?" "A very long time. Although my arm grew back, my eyesight hasn't returned. I've been following the old immortal's advice until now, waiting for him to give me another pill to restore my sight." The girl pondered for a moment, then nodded emphatically. "Then I will live positively and optimistically from now on." Li Pingyan smiled. Li Pingyan searched the corpses of several Turkic soldiers. He didn't find much silver, but there were some valuable items. Presumably, they had been looted from somewhere. Just then, the old ox returned, moo. The corpses had all been cleaned up, and no other enemies were found. Li Pingyan nodded, well done. Investigate again." Old Niu rolled his eyes, muttering that they never even gave him a raise, always exploiting him. Zhao Mu and Li Pingyan planned their route. At Sar Pass, the Turks had already established a trap. The Sui dynasty had little chance of reversing the situation. No matter how strong they were now, they were like fish on a chopping block. However, no one could be certain, as the Sui dynasty's true advantage lay with the cultivators of the 100 schools of thought, led by the 3 teachings. Although Zhao Mu was only a minor officer, he was very familiar with the terrain. He knew the weaknesses of the Turkic soldiers. Otherwise, if they encountered a well-organized Turkic army, not only Li Pingyan, but even ordinary cultivators would have a hard time dealing with them. Cultivators weren't gods, they were human and could die. Having devised their escape route, Li Pingyan went to Erdeze's house again. He found a lot of food there, half a bag of rice, a bag of flour, and a basket of eggs. Li Pingyan carried over 4 pounds of soybeans, sorghum flour, lard, and other supplies. These items were extremely rare in the village after the Great Battle. The lard alone could save lives during a famine. Li Pingyan only took some roasted soybeans and half a bag of millet. After all, he needed to travel light, and carrying too much would slow him down. He left the rest to the mother and daughter. He also told them about a hidden cave he had discovered earlier, instructing them to hide there for a while, to avoid further disaster. Otherwise, who knew what might happen next? The mother and daughter thanked him profusely and tried to kowtow to Li Pingyan and Zhao Mu, but they stopped them. Under the cover of night, the two groups parted ways. As the little girl left, she touched Li Pingyan's eyes. Your eyes, get better soon. Then she explained, this is what father taught me. Your eyes will definitely get better. Li Pingyan smiled and ruffled her hair, mimicking her tone. May you live a peaceful and happy life from now on. The girl smiled brightly. The sky grew darker, the snow fell heavier, and the snow piled higher and higher on the ground. Li Pingyan took one step at a time, and soon his footprints were covered by new snow. The snow was falling so heavily that the surrounding trees crackled and rustled. Zhao Mu shivered, shivering from the cold. Hold on to me, Li Pingyan said. Zhao Mu was taken aback, not understanding, but he still reached out his hand, and immediately a warm feeling spread from his palm throughout his body. The cold gradually dissipated. The two walked for about 7 or 8 hours. Li Pingyan suddenly stopped. A series of hurried footsteps approached, followed by the whistling of crossbow bolts. Enemy activity. Chapter 194 Enemy situation. Enemy activity. The sound of crossbow bolts whistling through the air filled the air. Clearly, a fierce battle was raging. A group of about 10 scattered Sui soldiers were being pursued by the Turks, arrows raining down upon them. Some fell, wounded, others fled in disarray. He fled, he was pursued, he had no chance of escape. Zhao Mu hid in the shadows, his bowstring taut, but dared not fire. Ever since Li Pingyan had killed several Turks, he was now completely subservient to Li Pingyan. 21, 22. Li Pingyan counted silently, waiting a moment longer. No pursuers were seen behind. There were 25 Turks in total, and they weren't in formation. If this group of scattered soldiers had turned back to counterattack, they probably wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. The outcome was uncertain. The reason they were called scattered soldiers is precisely because of the word scattered. They had no commander, and no ability to organize an attack. Upon seeing the enemy, their instinct was to flee for their lives. A lone Turk slipped on the icy ground and fell hard to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, a hand suddenly pressed down on his head. A flash of cold light grazed his neck. Li Pingyan quickly lowered his body and jogged forward. The Sui soldiers were fleeing in a frenzy, and these Turks were chasing in a frenzy, never expecting an ambush. Li Pingyan moved with the speed of the wind, his staff and sword hidden in the snow, silently approaching each lagging Turk soldier. Li Pingyan could smell the soft armor on their bodies, and the smell of their sweat. A Turk spotted his fallen comrade and turned to shout a warning. A streak of light pierced his throat. Li Pingyan didn't stop, swiftly cutting down 5 or 6 men. The Turks finally noticed him. However, the Turks in front were still unaware of what was happening. One Turk kicked a wounded Sui soldier to the ground, about to deliver the final blow. Ah! A piercing scream rang out as an arrow struck him squarely in the forehead. Zhao Mu leaped out from the side, roaring, "Don't you dare run! Fight them!" With that, he charged towards a Turk. The Turk thrust his spear forward. Zhao Mu twisted his body, his blade flashing with the stench of blood, slamming it into the man's chest. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan had already dispatched most of the Turks with incredible speed. Looking at the few remaining Turks, the Sui soldiers finally regained their fighting spirit, roaring as they charged forward. The blade pierced his chest, slit his throat. Blood gushed out, soaking the snow. The men collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. After a brief discussion, a bearded man was chosen and walked to Li Pingyan. "Thanks for everything, brother. May I ask which camp you belong to?" Li Pingyan waved his hand. "Just a wandering swordsman wanting to go home," Zhao Mu said. "Junior flag officer Zhao Mu." The bearded man said, "Zhou Shun, just call me Zhou the Bearded." "Brother, what's the plan now?" Although the two were together, Zhou the Bearded could tell. The blind man leading the old ox was the truly capable one. Li Pingyan said, "Gather the remaining troops, more men will make a breakout easier. You return to camp, I'll go home." Zhou de Huse clasped his hands in a fist salute. "We'll follow your orders, brother." The group rested briefly, stripping off their Turkic clothes and wearing them over their own to ward off the cold. Then they set off again. Every so often, they came across a battlefield. The ground was littered with the corpses of Turks and Sui soldiers, some riddled with arrows, like hedgehogs. The phrase "corpses strewn across the field, blood flowing like rivers" wouldn't be an exaggeration. Several hungry wolves were huddled together, gnawing on the corpses. Li Pingyan licked his lips. "This time we'll have something to eat." The wind blew fiercely, cold and sharp. Huiyan Zhou yawned, silver light swirling in his palms as if at his command. Not far away, a Sui general, holding a broadsword in his right hand, his warhorse galloped like a moving mountain. Amidst the encirclement of Turkic soldiers, he seemed to be trying to break through to safety. The broadsword cleaved a Turkic soldier in two. Giddy up! The sword in Yingjue's hand traced a graceful blue arc. A moment later, the Sui general collapsed heavily to the ground. Yingyue whistled, his hands clasped behind his head. Where are you going? His subordinate asked. Bored, just taking a stroll, maybe looking for some prey, Yingyue said. But the Lord said we should stay in this village. The light returned to Yingjue's wrist, transforming into a bracelet. Then kill everyone in the village, set fire to the village, and say we were attacked by remnants of the Sui army. After several days of travel, everyone was exhausted and weary. Hungry and thirsty, they wolfed down a meal of wolf meat. Then they fell into a deep sleep, some still holding a greasy piece of wolf meat in their hands, fast asleep. Brother Li, go to sleep. We'll keep watch over things here. Zhao Mu said. It's all right. Li Pingyan concentrated intently on his cultivation. Firstly, he had recently consumed a large quantity of centipedes, which was very helpful for cultivating his acupoints. Li Pingyan didn't want to waste this opportunity. Secondly, given the unclear situation, Li Pingyan was hesitant to entrust his back to these newly acquainted people. One should not harbor malicious intent, but one must be wary of others. The wind and snow were biting. Zhao Mu shivered, but dared not light a fire, lest he attract the attention of the Turks. At this moment, the bearded man got up. He disappeared into the woods, seemingly to relieve himself. The wind and snow made his buttocks tremble. After quickly relieving himself, the bearded man casually picked up a branch and was about to scratch himself. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Yingyue smiled slightly, a lone prey. A moment later, the bearded man emerged from the woods. As if nothing had happened. Chapter 195 Fierce Battle on the Glacier. Li Pingyan made a hole in the ice. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, but he didn't feel cold. His clothes were covered in snowflakes like feathers. Li Pingyan touched his nose and exhaled a breath of cold air. Thump! Done! Li Pingyan untied the fishing line from the bamboo pole. To be honest, he was extremely grateful that he had asked Chun Kaio and Xiakan to get him this fishing line while he was at Huelu Academy. He had eaten countless delicious meals along the way, relying on this fishing line. It was still early, so Li Pingyan rubbed his hands together. He planned to catch a few fish and make a pot of fish soup to enjoy. Old Niu brought over a stone and wiped the snow off Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan sat on the stone, imagining how many fat, big fish he could catch. River God, give me, Li, and old Niu, some face. A moment later, a fish actually took the bait. Li Pingyan smiled faintly. River God, you really do me the honor. As he spoke, he slowly and methodically pulled the fishing line, finally reeling in a live bass. Li Pingyan unhooked the fish, raising an eyebrow. The silver scales of the large fish, about a foot long, shimmered in the sunlight. Early morning, the sun rose in the east. Snowflakes resembled pear blossoms. Yingyue stood on the other side of the icy river, wearing a white cloak and black satin boots. A gentle smile bloomed on his handsome, refined face as he quietly gazed at Li Pingyan. Caught another lone one. Li Pingyan wiped the water from his hands on the old ox and rewound the fishing line from the bamboo pole. Just you alone? Yingyue replied, you're the same. Li Pingyan forced a smile, gripping his staff knife. His knees bent slightly. In the next instant, he shot out like an arrow. Yingyue smiled slightly, his right hand forming a sword gesture. He flicked the air, the movement graceful and casual. The flying sword bracelet on his wrist seemed to come alive. It swished lightly in the air, emitting a crisp sword sound. Li Pingyan neither retreated nor dodged, uttering a single word. Go! From the wine gourd at his waist, the flying sword Zio flew out. A clear clang rang out. The two flying swords met in mid-air. Upon contact, Zio was repelled by the opponent's sharp sword light. However, it successfully bought Li Pingyan time. In the blink of an eye, Li Pingyan had already leaped to the center of the icy river. Interesting. Yingyue, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a box, which he casually tossed aside. The same sword strike, the same trajectory, the same swiftness and agility. Li Pingyan swung his sword, blocking the attack with a clang. His aura lock was fully activated, tracking the trajectory of the opponent's flying sword. Snowflakes brushed past his shoulders. The sword strike was ruthless and swift, slashing at his knee from an unexpected angle. Just as the sword was thrust out, Li Pingyan sensed the snow begin to fall, and the surrounding sounds reached his ears. With a clang, the sword tips clashed in mid-air. A spark flew out in the darkness. Yingyue's eyes revealed undisguised admiration, and he couldn't help but exclaim, excellent. Yingyue circulated his spiritual energy, I apologize for underestimating you before. With that, several more sword beams flew out of the box. One sword after another, like scales on a fish. Layer upon layer, without a single gap. The sword light was breathtaking, making it impossible to discern which sword would strike first, which would arrive first. It was like a sudden gushing spring, splashing water droplets everywhere. unpredictable and impossible to defend against. Li Pingyan's mind stirred. Aside from the heavily wounded dragon, this person was probably the strongest he had ever faced. The opponent was young, yet already possessed such cultivation. Brother Li. Zhao Mu, seeing that Li Pingyan hadn't returned from fishing for a long time, worried that something had happened. He brought several brothers to look for Li Pingyan, only to witness Li Pingyan's battle with Huyanzhou. The clang of swords resounded like thunder in Li Pingyan's ears. Flying swords left wound after wound on his body, blood slowly flowing out. Every sword strike was either dodged by Li Pingyan to a vital point or deflected by his staff sword. Huyanzhou frowned, thinking to himself, who exactly is this person? He's managed to hold out for so long with just a sword. Zhao Mu fired an arrow at Huyanzhou, which was unsurprisingly cut in half by a flying sword mid-air. Back off, Huyanzhou said coldly, you should worry about yourself. His sword technique changed, and sword energy poured out like a tidal wave. Everything around seemed to be torn apart. Li Pingyan's hand gripping the sword trembled uncontrollably, only the sharp whistling of air filled his ears, forcing him to retreat. Huyanzhou's expression remained calm. It was over. In his perception, Li Pingyan had nowhere to retreat. Li Pingyan swung the tip of his sword downwards, slicing a piercing sound across the ice. It's done! Boom! The ice shattered violently in the next instant. From the very first exchange, Li Pingyan had been submerging himself on the ice with hidden force. His entire body was instantly submerged in the water. With a crack, ice shards scattered everywhere. Even the ice beneath Huyanzhou's feet cracked. Huyanzhou leaped backward. Just then, a flash of cold light streaked past. The flying sword, Fine Rain, had been ignored by Huyanzhou after being initially knocked back by the first attack. But now, it suddenly appeared. Huyanzhou twisted his waist, his posture graceful, like a cormorant skimming the water. In the blink of an eye, he reached the shore. Bang! The ice in front of him shattered simultaneously. Li Pingyan slashed with his blade, sending up a spray of icy water. Huyanzhou hadn't expected his opponent to be so fast, and his expression changed slightly. The strike was indeed swift, but unfortunately, it had to cover a distance of 2 zhang, approximately 6.6 meters, to reach him. Huyanzhou lowered his wrist, preparing to parry. However, with a whoosh, his sleeve was swept away by a gust of wind, tearing a gash. Li Pingyan had actually sent his staff sword flying. Huyanzhou was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood. Now Li Pingyan was unarmed, probably realizing he had little chance and was trying to fight to the death. What a pity! The staff sword grazed past Huyanzhou's sleeve. Huyanzhou's sword technique pointed at Li Pingyan. Without his staff sword, Li Pingyan was like a wolf without its fangs, no longer intimidating. Huyanzhou was about to take Li Pingyan's life. However, the next moment, Huyanzhou's body was pierced through. Only a short section of the blade was visible. He shuddered, instantly feeling a piercing pain. The power within him seemed to vanish in an instant, like a balloon being emptied. This. Chapter 196. Who else? The old ox appeared behind Huyanzhou, catching the staff blade that Li Pingyan had thrown at him, and smoothly plunged it into Huyanzhou's body. Huyanzhou turned his head in disbelief, staring at the large black ox he had never paid any attention to before. You. The old ox's lips curled slightly as he tossed the staff blade to Li Pingyan. This is our exhilarating combination technique. Carrot. Li Pingyan gripped the blade, looking utterly disheveled. His hair was covered in ice shards, and he was soaking wet. The bleeding had stopped, but bloodstains remained. His once pristine blue robe was now resembling a beggar's garment. Wait. Huyanzhou couldn't accept this defeat. Li Pingyan swung his blade, cleanly and decisively severing the opponent's head. The adage villains die from talking too much was something Li Pingyan had never forgotten. Huyanzhou probably never understood how he had been defeated by Li Pingyan until his death. After Huyanzhou's death, the bearded man Li Pingyan had controlled with his secret technique returned to normal. To prevent reinforcements, Li Pingyan quickly dismembered Huyanzhou's body. However, Huyanzhou was carrying many items, and it was unclear which were valuable and which were useless. So, after a slight hesitation, Li Pingyan simply carried Huyanzhou's corpse and fled. He planned to wait until a safe place to make his move. Brother Li, are you alright? Seeing Li Pingyan's disheveled appearance, Zhao Mu couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. This wasn't just bravado, although Li Pingyan looked very disheveled. None of his injuries were fatal. Furthermore, thanks to his turtle breathing technique and the regenerative abilities of his Niwen point, the bleeding quickly stopped. Although still somewhat weak, that was normal after a major battle. A little rest would do the trick. Zhao Mu pursed his lips as Li Pingyan carried the corpse away. He could understand, but Zhao Mu glanced at the head Li Pingyan was carrying in his other hand. The group found a safe place, and Li Pingyan put down Huyanzhou's body. They began looting the cultivator's body. The others had no objections. Having witnessed Li Pingyan's fight with Huyanzhou, everyone felt their chances of returning home safely were much greater. Hu Yanzuo's first treasure was a small box containing about 12 flying swords. However, with Li Pingyan's current mental focus, controlling the flying swords was only a fine drizzle. Rather than being distracted, it was better to concentrate on controlling one flying sword. So Li Pingyan put the small box away. Besides that, there were 2 bags of spirit stones, of considerable quality. A small box contained a spiritual pill, its function unknown. The pill looked exquisite, like fine red crystal. It emitted a faint, exotic fragrance. A golden amulet, exuding a chilling aura, hung around the neck. However, it was now broken in 2, presumably rendered ineffective. But Li Pingyan didn't throw it away. Instead, he put it in his bag. After everything was dealt with, the group rested for a while before setting off again. On the way, they saw many corpses of Sui dynasty soldiers. These were soldiers trying to escape, but they were killed by a hail of arrows from the Turks. The sight chilled everyone's hearts. "We're not enough," Li Pingyan said. "Let's find more people." It seemed that only by organizing the remnants could they offer any resistance. Li Pingyan naturally had his own motives. Trying to break through the Turkic encirclement alone was unrealistic. Returning to the Sui dynasty was simply not a realistic possibility. However, if a group of people were together, with good luck, they might be able to break through. Especially for someone like Li Pingyan who possessed some skill. During their journey, they encountered many stragglers. Zhao Mu and the bearded man took the initiative to gather them. However, few were willing to join them. Among them, only Zhao Mu was a low-ranking officer, so he naturally lacked persuasive power. After traveling for 5 or 6 days, Li Pingyan's group had only managed to gather about 20 people. Several large groups of people were walking through the forest. The largest group numbered about 300, with many others joining in as well. And stragglers kept joining them from all directions. They seemed quite safe, but if they encountered even a small group of Turkic soldiers, they would likely collapse immediately. Zhao Mu rushed back. "Brotherly, you were right. A group of Turks is right behind us, but I don't know why they're not in a hurry." Li Pingyan said calmly, "A cat chasing a mouse won't be in a hurry. They're trying to wipe us out in one fell swoop. A group of them together looks intimidating, but they're actually as fragile as paper. Then what do we do? Turn around and fight them." "Fight? Fight?" Zhao Mu was startled. "But we're retreating." He originally wanted to say run away, but felt that was a bit undignified, so he changed it to retreat. Li Pingyan laughed. "The army has collapsed like a house of cards. The Turkic soldiers probably don't expect us to dare counterattack. But what's the point?" Li Pingyan said in a deep voice. "Tell these defeated soldiers that following us will lead to victory and survival." Zhao Mu gathered their squad, a total of 25 men, but behind them was a contingent of over 100 Turkic soldiers. They weren't enough men. So Li Pingyan rode his old ox to the front of the group and shouted loudly, "Are there any brave men willing to follow me and wipe out that group of Turks behind us?" The defeated soldiers didn't stop, only glancing at him coldly. Then they continued walking, following the main force forward. Although their numbers outnumbered the pursuing troops by dozens of times, Li Pingyan cleared his throat and began to curse. "You bunch of cowards, damn it. A bunch of bastards, there are over a dozen of you chasing you like this." Li Pingyan deliberately omitted the pursuers behind them. It has to be said, after so many years in the streets, Li Pingyan's ability to curse was first-rate. "Fuck your mother." "Say it again." Li Pingyan laughed. "What? You don't want to hear me curse? If you're so capable, come with me and wipe out that bunch of Turks behind us. You're just a blind man. If you can beat me today, I'll listen to you." The man rushed forward. Li Pingyan kicked him away. "Who else?" Chapter 197 The Final Battle. Li Pingyan said, "You're all courting death. Come with me and kill the Turks behind you, then we'll all go back together." The man Li Pingyan had kicked to the ground earlier staggered to his feet. He looked at Li Pingyan and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, let's do it. I've been holding back this anger for ages." Soon, 4 or 5 more men emerged. Including the previous 25, Li Pingyan had gathered more than 20 men, a total of over 40 men. An ambush naturally requires bows and arrows. Li Pingyan ordered the other fleeing soldiers to grab bows. Some soldiers were already carrying bows. One fleeing soldier refused to give one up and was slapped twice by the bearded man. "Damn it, you're trying to escape with this thing? Let me tell you, we're going to ambush the Turks." "Why did you hit me?" The fleeing soldier complained bitterly. The bearded man swaggered away. Soon, more than 20 bows were gathered. The archers lay in ambush in the woods, ready to fire all their arrows in the first volley. After the fleeing soldiers had all passed, the Turks appeared quite some time later. They leisurely followed the routed Sui soldiers, completely unaware of the impending danger. In an instant, everyone became a target. Enemy attack. The Turks were stunned, never expecting a group of Sui soldiers to charge out. Seeing that the arrows were almost used up, Li Pingyan rode his old ox forward first. The ox was like a moving hill, knocking away or trampling the soldiers in its path. Screams of agony filled the air. The spears offered by the Turks seemed like mere tickles to the ox. Li Pingyan's target was the commander of this Turkic squad. The Turkic commander wore no helmet, only a cloth turban tied around his head. He held a long spear with a sharp tip. "Don't panic," the Turkic general roared, flicking his wrist. The spear whistled through the air, creating a spectacular display of power. Li Pingyan leaped high from the ox's back, easily lifting the Turkic general. It was no harder than lifting a chick. Kill! Seeing this, many Turks were stunned. The 40-odd Sui soldiers, however, charged forward with a frenzy, roaring. The battle was much easier than expected. At the cost of 11 men, they routed over 100 Turkic soldiers. They captured a Turkic general alive. Back at the camp, Li Pingyan, carrying the Turkic general, rode the ox around the crowd a few times. The victorious troops cheered excitedly. This quickly attracted a large crowd. After all, they were able to launch a counterattack when everyone else was fleeing for their lives. And they actually succeeded, even capturing a Turkic general alive. This was incredibly encouraging. It was like a wife seeing her husband after many years of absence, like rain after a long drought. The others were also overjoyed, cheering for the victory as if they had seen a glimmer of hope. They had been sent here from afar. Deep into enemy territory, they had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Turks. They had almost lost hope, but now they had rediscovered their desire for victory. In the following days, Li Pingyan led several more counterattacks, with remarkable success. Soon, they became the largest routed army. There were probably about 1,000 of them. Zhao Mu gazed at the vast, imposing column, his eyes filled with admiration for Li Pingyan. They were like ghosts wandering within the enemy's encirclement, tearing at the Turks who, emboldened by victory, had almost completely lost their guard. They encountered several attacks from Turkic scouts, but they repelled them all. Finally, one night, they reached Sar Pass. This battle was originally initiated by the Sui dynasty. They had defeated the Turks at Sar Pass, but due to underestimating the enemy and overextending themselves, they suffered a crushing defeat. The Turks immediately mobilized a large number of cavalry to occupy Sar Pass. This blocked the Sui army's escape route, and then they trapped them, trapping them in a trap. The main force slowly pursued the routed soldiers. This was the main reason why Li Pingyan and his troops had managed to advance this far. However, Sar Pass was now blocked. The only option now was to force their way through Sar Pass. Otherwise, once the large-scale Turkic forces arrived, there would truly be no hope. But most people didn't think that way. After the previous battles, in their eyes, Li Pingyan was now a god. If Li Pingyan were to turn back now and fight the main force of the Turks, they probably wouldn't have the slightest doubt. The winter night was dark and long, with a chill in the air. Zhao Mu raised his head and looked at the moon. He said to Li Pingyan, "Thanks to you, we've come this far." Li Pingyan replied, "Many hands make light work. It's all thanks to our unity." Zhao Mu asked, "Tomorrow, can we really win?" Li Pingyan sharpened his knife, not looking up. "It's hard to say, but I know we'll definitely lose if we don't try." "Where is your home?" "The 4 garrisons of Anbei." "And you?" Zhao Mu, "Me? My home is at Yumen Pass." "Will the Sui dynasty win this battle?" "Who knows? Although we lost a battle, the Sui dynasty's strength is undeniable." The two chatted idly. Zhao Mu seemed extremely nervous, his legs were trembling. Before, they faced only small groups of Turkic scouts, but now they faced a large number of elite Turkic soldiers. "If I can return alive this time, I will marry my younger sister," Zhao Mu said. Li Pingyan stopped what he was doing. "You can't say things like that." "What's wrong?" Zhao Mu asked, puzzled. "Nothing, just a rule. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything, and you should pretend you didn't say anything." Zhao Mu nodded blankly. "I understand." Li Pingyan put away the whetstone and reinserted the staff into the bamboo stick. "Let's go. There are probably several thousand Turks guarding the Sar Pass." Li Pingyan and his group naturally wouldn't confront so many people head-on. While the several thousand are spread across Sar Pass, each key checkpoint actually only has a few hundred men. However, it was defended by several hundred elite soldiers with strong defenses and excellent weapons. They are not so easy to deal with. Even if they did manage to break through, probably less than 1 in 10 would survive. But if they stayed here, even the last one would likely be gone. Since ancient times, it has been said that a merciful general cannot command an army, sentimentality cannot establish an enterprise, righteousness cannot manage finances, and benevolence cannot make one an official. Li Pingyan was experiencing the feeling of being a general for the first time, and for the first time, he understood the taste of these people entrusting their lives to him, and the path he was leading them on could very well be a dead end. However, Li Pingyan was never a hesitant person. He had never thought about the outcome of this war, nor had he ever considered controlling the fate of over 1,000 soldiers. He didn't have that ability. The most Li Pingyan could do was, while ensuring his own safety, use their strength to break through the Turkic encirclement. In the process, perhaps he could bring some people back alive, instead of all being surrounded and killed by the Turks. Li Pingyan laughed. Old Niu, I guess I've been a general for once. Night, snow. Ahead, a continuous expanse of starlight. Turkic soldiers, clad in iron armor, fierce and imposing, in the darkness that the moonlight could not cover. Worn-out clothes, rooted soldiers driven to desperation. A great battle is imminent. Chapter 198 Breaking Through. The main camp. Grounded here were about 300 Turkic light cavalry. The firelight flickered, and a fierce wind swept through the camp. The soldiers guarding the camp huddled together, cursing the awful weather. The wind grew stronger, the snow fell heavier, and the soldiers' visibility became increasingly blurred. With this weather, the Sui soldiers would likely freeze to death in the snow before they even needed to besiege them. The entire hillside was a white expanse, and a suffocating chill filled the air. "Ha! What's that?" a Turkic soldier exclaimed. A huge figure emerged from the darkness. A black bull? A bull? How come there's a bull here? Probably escaped from someone's house. Another Turkic soldier said excitedly, "We're in for a treat now, roast beef." The Turkic soldier licked his lips. Several men surrounded the bull, preparing to lead it back to slaughter and eat it. Under the moonlight, a figure descended from the sky. A gleaming blade, like a crescent moon, swept past their heads like a gust of wind, landing before them. In the blink of an eye, 3 fell. Enemy attack. A roar shattered the silence of the night. Everyone jumped in fright and turned to look. Nearly 1,000 savage-like figures leaped out of the dark bushes. They charged forward, screaming. The Turks reacted swiftly, but the number of fleeing soldiers charging out outnumbered them several times over. Li Pingyan, riding an old ox, brandished his broadsword. He hacked wildly at everything in his path, sending rocks flying and trees snapping. The wind howled, the force terrifying. Charge! Some had their weapons knocked away, others were thrown from their horses by the force of the charge and the clashes. Some barely withstood the blow, their arms numbed from the shockwave. The charge had been fueled by sheer willpower, and now that willpower had dissipated, the rooted soldiers had no chance of survival. The only option was to charge relentlessly, without fear of death. A roar erupted from the crowd, and a burly Turkic man, spear in hand, charged forward, yelling wildly. In moments, several Sui dynasty soldiers lay dead beneath his spear. These were martial artists who had accompanied the army on its campaigns. This was why Li Pingyan was unwilling to fight the army alone. Every army, more or less, had some martial artists who had accompanied it on its campaigns. Having experienced countless life-or-death battles, they had honed their skills to a formidable level. They were not simply warriors who could be compared to them. With the army's coordination, they were like a ferocious beast. Even those Qi cultivators aiming for immortality would give them a wide berth. After all, the former sought victory, while the latter sought immortality. However, the sheer number of fleeing soldiers charging forward greatly delayed the advance of several accompanying warriors. This gave Li Pingyan an opportunity to lead a few elite troops to tear open a gap. Swords flashed, blood and flesh flew. The sounds of battle grew increasingly fierce, chaotic, and intense. 2 hills rose in a triangular formation, with a flat plain in between. The Turks were positioned at 2 points, ensuring that if one side was attacked, the other would be prepared. The fleeing Sui army charged down the hillside towards the last hill. Arrows rained down, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Whoosh! An arrow grazed past Li Pingyan's ear. But the man behind him wasn't as agile as Li Pingyan and was struck squarely. Piteous screams rose and fell, some rolled, but no one stopped. For stopping now meant certain death. Only by charging relentlessly, could they find a way to survive. The rain of arrows only temporarily slowed the onrushing tide. Some of the fleeing soldiers raised their shields, others their armor for protection. However, the Turkic arrows were simply too dense. It was as if a wall was approaching, a dark, impenetrable mass. "It's a Turkic arrow barrage!" someone roared. Despair filled the faces of the crowd. Li Pingyan opened his palm, revealing half a sheet of Xian paper with the character wind written on it. Zhao Mu and the others, following Li Pingyan's instructions, took out the wind character he had given them beforehand. Li Pingyan took a deep breath and exhaled each word clearly. "The wind rises." His voice was resounding. The wind blew from behind, from the dissipating smoke, carrying the scent of bones and blood, the sounds of horses' hooves and the clash of swords. It whipped up a flurry of snowflakes, striking faces, shields, and the rivets of armor. The snow crackled and popped. Boom! A large clearing was plowed across the snow-covered ground, snow flying everywhere in the wind, even snapping several trees in half. The dense rain of arrows vanished in the gale. Charge! Home! These soldiers, fighting to the death, displayed an indomitable spirit, a tragic heroism. They scaled ditches, obstacles, charging into the enemy ranks. Under the snowy night, they were met by incredibly fierce Turkic soldiers. The moonlight shone on their armor, reflecting a cold glint that sent chills down one's spine. The Turks thought they were storming the camp, so they fought with extraordinary ferocity. However, in reality, these men only wanted to break through the enemy's encirclement and return to the Sui army. Although the fleeing soldiers were numerous, they had traveled a long distance and were in a state of disarray. Their fighting strength was naturally no match for the well-rested Turks, and most of their weapons were even scavenged. Therefore, Li Pingyan's initial intention wasn't to lead them to annihilate the enemy, but to charge out. However, plans often don't go as expected. For example, the Turks' resistance was beyond their expectations. And the fighting prowess of these fleeing soldiers in their final moments was also beyond their expectations, because everyone understood that breaking out was their only hope. Among the fleeing soldiers were several powerful warriors. While they couldn't take on 100 men, they could certainly take on 10. Li Pingyan gripped his staff sword, his nostrils filled with the stench of blood and the chill of the snow. Blood streamed down the blade, soaking the snowy night, staining a sea of crimson. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Chapter 199 Bull Warrior. The Turkic general Qi, stationed there, roared. He gripped a long spear and slammed it down on the head of a Sui soldier. The soldier's upper body was unarmored, the blade only left a white mark on his body. Two Sui soldiers charged forward. Qi punched one of the soldier's spears. The immense force caused the spear but to pierce the soldier's chest and abdomen, he collapsed without a sound. Several soldiers, seeing this, were immediately terrified and dared not provoke him. Qi raised his spear and roared, "Kill them!" This roar was accompanied by a surge of powerful blood energy. Everyone's voice seemed to be drowned out by this roar, like a thunderclap on flat ground. The Turkic soldiers' morale soared. The next instant, Li Pingyan, lurking in the crowd, found his opportunity. With a swift movement, he unleashed a technique called shrinking the earth to an inch. The staff blade formed from the fusang tree easily pierced through Qian's protective aura. It tore open from his heart, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Everyone was stunned, never expecting that just a moment ago, he had seemed like an invincible war god. The next second, he had been easily defeated. No decent person would engage in direct combat. The key was deception and sneak attacks. Kill! Li Pingyan's voice was no weaker than Qian's. At this moment, he was covered in blood, holding the head of the Turkic general Qian in his hand. His aura was like that of a demon god, causing the surrounding soldiers to involuntarily take a step back. Kill! 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 Zhao Mu shouted hoarsely, followed by the furious roars of the Sui soldiers all around. Kill! The deafening roar seemed to tremble even on the hills. The Sui soldiers felt a searing heat, as if a fire was burning within their bodies. Under the moonlight, sprays of blood and gore erupted. A fierce and brutal attack unfolded with a frenzied intensity. Later, this story spread. Storytellers recounted this rather interesting little tale in the streets and alleys. Once, the Sui dynasty fought against the Turks. Due to a miscalculation, they suffered a crushing defeat in the first battle, and were on the verge of total annihilation. At this critical moment, a man led over 1,000 soldiers to turn the tide, breaking through the Turkic encirclement. This man was 8 feet tall, riding a strong, fat black ox, and charged into the enemy camp. In his hand was a large sword, a weapon he would wield to kill anyone in his path, even ghosts. Incomparably brave, he was known as the Bull Warrior. The north wind howled, wave after wave. Inside the tent, however, it was as warm as two different worlds. Lu Yong stood guard at the tent entrance, secretly glancing at the generals inside. Everyone's expression was solemn, silent. Lu Yong could clearly hear the neighing of horses, coughs, and the clanging of metal outside. In the center of the camp sat a woman in armor. She had just inspected the camp, her face covered in dust, yet it couldn't conceal her stunning beauty. Her eyes were like water, yet held a faint chill. Princess Lu Yun. Lu Yong pursed his lips, his thoughts racing. Many things came to mind. He was originally the captain of a scout squad at the border, wholeheartedly dedicated to protecting his country. Ultimately, driven to desperation by bandits, he was forced to become an outlaw, a wandering soldier. He thought his life would end like this. Who would have thought that in the desert, he would meet a benefactor for life? Li Pingyan. At that time, Li Pingyan said he had an ordinary friend in the capital who might be able to help Lu Yong. However, Lu Yong never imagined that this ordinary friend was actually the princess. Later, Lu Yong followed General Xiahashang, and while escorting General Xiahashang's wife and children, he met Mr. Li again. This time, Lu Yong even took leave specifically for the army trip. He went to the 4 towns of Anbei to look for Li Pingyan, but did not find him. At this moment, someone reported, "Your Highness, a remnant of the army has broken out from Sar Pass." What? The generals all looked astonished. Lu Yun put down her teacup, her eyebrows slightly raised. A general asked, "Sar Pass is surrounded by the Turks. How did they break through? This subordinate doesn't know. They are currently outside the camp awaiting orders. Zhao Mu had taken an arrow to the buttocks and suffered several cuts to his legs. Fortunately, his injuries weren't serious. He was currently lying on the ground, eating dry rations voraciously. They really did it. Zhao Mu grinned. Everything that had happened felt like a dream. Zhao Mu then gulped down a bowl of hot soup, exhaling a breath of cold air. With this achievement, he could marry his younger sister when he returned. At this moment, someone entered. Which one of you is Zhao Mu? Zhao Mu raised his head. I am. Come out. I'm injured, I can't stand up. Zhao Mu had broken through on sheer willpower, but now that breath had dissipated. He seemed completely drained. Come out when I tell you to, the man said coldly. The others glared at him with hostility. Don't be rude. The curtain was lifted, and a woman stepped in. Zhao Mu was stunned, staring blankly at her face. He had a beauty ranking in his mind, number 1 naturally being his youngest sister, and second place going to the most beautiful courtesan in the only brothel in their hometown. Although everyone else said that the courtesan was many times more beautiful than his youngest sister, Zhao Mu felt that his youngest sister, with a little dressing up, wasn't much less beautiful than that courtesan. Over the years, he had traveled far and wide and seen many beautiful girls. His youngest sister firmly held the number 1 spot, but at this moment, youngest sister, I'm so sorry. Greetings, Your Highness. Zhao Mu suddenly snapped back to reality. Someone addressed as Your Highness, Princess. Zhao Mu abruptly stood up. No need for formalities, you are a meritorious official. Your subordinate, Zhao Mu, a junior officer of the Right Vanguard Battalion, greets Your Highness. Junior officer. Lu Yun was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected that a junior officer could gather so many remnants of the enemy forces while surrounded, and even break through their encirclement. Lu Yun nodded. You did very well, I'll remember you. Zhao Mu suppressed his excitement and stammered, actually, this has nothing to do with me, it's mainly Brother Li's merit. Brother Li? Which soldier is he? His real name is Li Pingyan, he's not a soldier. Lu Yong, standing outside the tent, changed his expression upon hearing the name. Mr. Li? Lu Yun paused for a moment, then remained calm and asked softly. Then, where is he? They said he went to the outhouse. Chapter 200 Return. The main camp. Lu Yun stared intently at the battlefield sand table, pondering the impending battle. Her mind was a jumbled mess. Lu Yong strode in and bowed. Lu Yun almost instinctively looked up. Lu Yong swallowed hard before speaking. Your Highness, we haven't found Mr. Li. He's probably already left. Should we go after him? The air seemed to freeze for a moment before Lu Yong received a reply. Never mind, you may leave. Summon a few generals, I have important matters to discuss. Yes. Lu Yong withdrew. The old ox pulled the rope, glancing into the well. Li Pingyan's voice came, Old ox, pull. An earthen well, a round windlass, a willow wood bucket. The old ox cranked the windlass, it was a very strenuous task. The hand-cranked well handle gleamed with icy smoothness beneath his feet. One slip, and he slipped. He might fall into the well. A moment later, the old ox pulled Li Pingyan up. Li Pingyan held a full ladle of cool water, he'd already had his fill down there. This was for the old ox. The old ox took a sip, the icy sensation filling his mouth. Ah! The old ox, satisfied, released the well handle. Li Pingyan cried out, disappearing from the well's edge, falling back in. He immediately cursed loudly. The old ox blinked. I didn't do it on purpose. Li Pingyan showed a satisfied expression. Finally back. Old ox, let's go. Man and ox walked away into the distance. A traveler returning home on a snowy night. In the 4 towns of Anbei, at Liu's noodle stall. Old Lu puts the prepared noodles into boiling water. A regular customer walks in, Old Lu, second batch of noodles. Coming right up. There's a saying, first pot of dumplings, second pot of noodles. The first batch of noodles, once added, transforms the clear water into a thicker broth, enhancing the noodle's aroma. The longer it cooks, the more fragrant it becomes, giving the second batch of noodles the advantage. Make the soup a little more generous, the noodles a little firmer, add some clear oil, and put in plenty of leafy greens. Someone said. Okay. Old Lu looked up and stared at Li Pingyan's face. Hey, blindly. Li Pingyan smiled faintly. Old Lu, long time no see. How have you been? Fine. I'm doing great. Old Lu laughed heartily. These days, once you part ways, it's not easy to meet again. The noodles were rinsed in cold water after cooking and immediately scooped into a bowl. Greens were added, along with chopped scallions and cilantro, and a generous drizzle of chili oil. A spoonful of piping hot broth was poured into the bowl, and finally, a spoonful of braised lamb offal was added. The lamb offal was piled high, like a small mountain. Another plate of vegetables, a dish of peanuts, and a large bowl of braised pork trotters were added. And for old Niu, Li Pingyan always ordered a bowl of noodles for old Niu, a habit old Lu hadn't forgotten. Old Niu wagged his tail happily. The scallions and greens were garnished, spicy but not overpowering, and the rich aroma of lamb offal wafted through the air. Each bite was just right, without any gamey taste that lingered in the throat. The sun was shining brightly as they chatted and ate. They finished the whole pot of soup in one go. A warmth spread from head to toe, completely dispelling the chill. How come so many buildings have collapsed along the way to the east? Li Pingyan took a bite of garlic. Old Lu sighed. War, huh? Half a year ago, the Sui dynasty and the Turks fought a major battle in the 4 garrisons of Anbei. These people either fled or died. Many houses here collapsed or were burned down. Li Pingyan was silent for a moment, then sighed as well. He hoped his old friends were all safe and sound. Speaking of which, Li Pingyan had a special feeling for the 4 garrisons of Anbei. Although he had spent over 10 years in a small mountain village before, he hadn't known where his next meal would come from. It was only in the 4 garrisons of Anbei that he finally had a house. He had a stable job, if being an assassin counts as a job. After saying goodbye to old Lu, Li Pingyan returned to his small courtyard. The courtyard was the one Ma San Niang had bought for him. He wondered how she was doing now, whether she had opened another brothel somewhere. Business should be pretty good. The bluestone slabs of the alley were broken beyond recognition, and a section of the western wall of the courtyard had collapsed. Only a door remained, overgrown with weeds on the door and the top of the wall. Half of the courtyard wall had collapsed, revealing the beams at the corner. The house, where was the house? Only ruins remained, a scene of utter desolation. Li Pingyan smiled helplessly. On the other side, Aliya's house had also collapsed. Li Pingyan was worried about Aliya's older sister, Doha. Aliya had gone to the academy, and Li Pingyan had left too. Only Doha remained at home. Before leaving, Li Pingyan asked Wang Yi's father to take good care of Doha. Given the Wang family status, ensuring Doha's safety wouldn't be difficult. Blindly. Just then, a man approached. It was the family that guarded the alley entrance. Although they weren't particularly close, they used to live in the same alley and would occasionally exchange greetings. When did you get back? Brother John, Li Pingyan smiled, just got back today. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries. The man said, Duoha said if she saw you, she should give you a message. She went to Yumen Pass with the Wang family. Just as Li Pingyan had suspected, it was a pity about his courtyard. The man sighed, my house was like that before, but it was rebuilt. Li Pingyan walked into the courtyard. The date palm tree had also turned to ashes. Only a small section of unburnt wood remained. Li Pingyan wandered around, a feeling of things being different now washing over him. Before it got too late, Li Pingyan and Lao Niu strolled leisurely around the 4 towns of Anbei. He inquired with several friends, including Lu Er, but received no news. When he left the 4 towns of Anbei, it coincided with a crackdown on gangs, and Lu Er was imprisoned as a result. With the war so urgent, perhaps he too had been conscripted and sent to the front lines. The world is vast. To meet again, how difficult it is. Sometimes, saying goodbye means never seeing each other again. Most of the 4 garrisons of Anbei have now become strategic military locations, with supplies from the rear being transported to the front lines via these routes. The streets are teeming with soldiers. It's unclear how long this battle will last. Soldiers are frequently seen conscripting men from the streets. It seems the 4 garrisons of Anbei are no longer suitable for habitation. From the Sui dynasty to Jinyeo Pass, and then back to the Sui dynasty from Jinyeo Pass. Li Pingyan was getting tired, so he decided to find a quiet place with old Niu to rest for a while. He could also focus on his cultivation, since he had just acquired some spirit stones. As for when to set off again, that would depend on his mood. After spending the night in the ruins of the courtyard, Li Pingyan and old Niu set off again with the rising sun.